with the core philosophy that Earth is the cradle of humanity. Yet humanity cannot remain confined within this cradle forever. The narrative unfolds the epic tale of humanity's interstellar odyssey and the evolution of civilization, beginning with the departure of the first colonization vessel, the Earth era, in the year 2264. That this journey spans millennia, culminating in humanity's encounter with the ultimate mysteries of the universe, encompassing generations of relentless exploration. Along the way, humanity confronts various civilizations, including the aggressive Gliese civilization, the decadents who are ensnared in virtual worlds due to a loss of purpose, and the Huantai civilization, known for interstellar trade, all while facing challenges such as technological stagnation, societal alienation, and the great filter of the cosmos. Chapter 1. The Final Countdown, Day 30. July, Summer Nation, Donghua City. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, with not a whisper of wind, causing beads of sweat to cascade down in rivulets. Two young individuals were engaged in earnest discussion at the foot of a mountain. Having come this far, we must ascend the mountain, one insisted. The other quickly countered, "It's too exhausting. If it weren't for this damned mission, I would rather remain at home, enjoying the air conditioning." "Then I shall go alone." Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of leaves, casting coins of light upon the ground. Beneath their feet lay the genuine yellow earth, substantial and solid no matter how much one jumped. There was no fear of collapsing the mountain. The oxygen filling their lungs was a pure product of photosynthesis. Ah, how wonderful it is to be on our home planet. As Zhang Yuan reached the summit of the mountain, it was precisely 6 in the afternoon. Breathless, he settled onto a stone, wiping the sweat from his brow. The sun descends at a leisurely pace, casting a brilliant crimson hue across the horizon while a few birds flit. Why? Chirping cheerfully, embodying a sense of freedom and tranquility. Such picturesque scenes are absent in the void of space. Only 30 days left. Zhang Yuan sighed, perusing the notes on his phone, and checked off the item "Witness a sunset with my own eyes." The screen displayed the words completed in bold letters. Zhang Yuan found himself perplexed, uncertain whether he was on vacation or fulfilling a mandate imposed by his superiors. This peculiar list contained numerous trivial tasks, such as indulge in a sumptuous meal, climb a lofty mountain, dance in a gentle rain, behold a sunset, run a marathon, and so forth. It was a chaotic assortment, encompassing nearly everything imaginable. The notes were curated by the medical AI known as GreenSprite, which, after collecting personal data, tailor a unique experience for each individual. In the words of the experts, it was designed to ensure that they departed without regrets, thereby reducing the likelihood of psychological disorders arising during their journey. To put it plainly, Zhang Yuan did not suffer from any grave illnesses, nor did he harbor suicidal tendencies, and certainly had no thoughts of absconding with his sister-in-law due to overwhelming debts. The term departure referred to leaving Earth, exiting the solar system aboard the spacecraft Earth Era, destined for the planet Gliese 581G, located 23 light-years away, to engage in interstellar colonization. 23 light-years. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about space is aware that this figure is truly astronomical. It is a long and arduous journey, with the spacecraft traveling at a mere 0.007 times the speed of light, resulting in an estimated travel time of approximately 3,000 years. Humanity has been preparing for this deep space colonization for an interminable period. The Stellar-class spacecraft, Earth Era, accompanied by 500,000 meticulously selected volunteers from various fields, will bear the monumental responsibility of reigniting civilization on Gliese 581G. For these reasons, Zhang Yuan is savoring his final month of leisure. 3,000 years. What will Earth's civilization evolve into by then? It must undoubtedly become exceedingly powerful. Perhaps future spacecraft will even catch up with our inaugural colony vessel. Zhang Yuan inhaled deeply, envisioning the splendid future of humanity, and as he contemplated their imminent role as pioneers of history, his heart brimmed with ambition. As the sun gradually descended, just as it dipped below the horizon, a tall young man with a wheat-colored complexion approached, wiping the sweat from his brow in haste. His name was Li Jindong, one of the astronauts soon to depart the solar system, just like Zhang Yuan. Li Xindong's heat resistance was not as formidable as Zhang Yuan's. Despite not having climbed a mountain, he appeared as if he had emerged from a pool of water, drenched in sweat. While fanning his face with his hand, he lamented, "I told you, you could see the sunset from the foot of the mountain. Why insist on climbing to the top? What a ridiculous memo. Must we really follow it? After finally getting a vacation, we have to deal with this. Watching the sunset should be an activity for the elderly, shouldn't it?" Upon reaching this point, Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment for completing this task. He then glanced at the next item on his memo. With a tap of his finger, he discovered the subsequent note read, "Seek a girl you admire, and become a true man." What? A jolt ran through Zhang Yuan's mind as he inwardly cursed the artificial intelligence responsible for drafting this memo, deeming it utterly nonsensical. What sort of psychological guidance was this? With only a month left in his holiday, who had time for romance? A line of text provided by the AI, the green sprite, followed. Explaining the rationale behind this memo, women are the finest teachers for men, as well as the spiritual pillars deep within their hearts. The voyage through deep space can be lonely and isolating. Mr. Zhang Yuan, considering that you have yet to and are running out of time. He hastily tapped the screen again, attempting to move to the next note. To his surprise, Li Xindong, with keen eyes, caught sight of the words on Zhang Yuan's phone. As if he had stumbled upon a new continent. "Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuan, are you still a virgin, having never been in a relationship? What a shame. What a shame." The artificial intelligence, the green sprite, has been evolving for over 50 years. Serving billions of individuals with remarkable analytical precision and a commendable approval rate of 69. Admittedly, this approval rate is not insignificant within the stringent medical framework. Thus, if Zhang Yuan's memo indicated the aspiration to become a true man, it was unequivocally evident that he remained a virgin. There was no escaping that. "Shut up, just shut up." Zhang Yuan felt his cheeks flush, overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment. It is already the 23rd century. And notions such as early romance being a mistake have long been relegated to the annals of history. High school relationships are commonplace, and teachers hardly intervene. They merely instruct students to practice safe sex, emphasizing the importance of love alongside desire. Many university students have experienced love numerous times, their encounters surpassing the digits on both hands. Zhang Yuan, who has lived for 23 years yet remains untouched by such experiences, is often perceived as harboring a series of ineffable physiological issues. "I've been in numerous relationships, you know," Li Xindong boasted with a hearty laugh. He extended his fingers, ostentatiously displaying the count of his romantic conquest before Zhang Yuan. Faced with Li Xindong's smug expression, Zhang Yuan felt compelled to retort, "What are you thinking? I, too, have had my share of high school romances." He retrieved an ancient photograph from his phone, exclaiming, "Look, this is a picture of my high school sweetheart. Isn't she adorable and charming?" Upon seeing the image of Zhang Yuan with a girl, both nestled together and beaming at the camera, Li Xindong remarked, "Not bad. But she can't possibly be your sister, right?" Zhang Yuan retorted, somewhat annoyed, "Please, do I look like I have a sister?" And what happened next? We broke up after graduation, for a myriad of reasons. It was all rather dull. Suddenly, Li Xindong seemed to recall something. "If you truly have some unspoken affliction, you ought to seek treatment promptly." Upon boarding the spacecraft, Zhang Yuan found himself surrounded by a handful of inadequate artificial intelligence doctors, rather than a plethora of specialists in infertility treatment. "Get lost, I'm perfectly fine," he exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that was deftly avoided by Li Xindong. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Zhang Yuan briskly approached an electric vehicle and slipped inside. The car signaled a left turn before gradually setting off. "Farewell." With a sigh of relief, Li Xindong watched the white vehicle depart. He licked his lips, squinting as he glanced around furtively, akin to a thief. Cautiously, he opened his notes, his body jolting in surprise. The notes bore a few large words. "Seek a girl who loves you. Become a true man." Li Xindong muttered, "Damn it, what a technological folly." Chapter 2. Donation of property. The autonomous electric vehicle sped along the road as Zhang Yuan endeavored to calm his inner turmoil. It was the 23rd century, an era that placed immense value on intelligence. However, physical attractiveness remained a significant asset in social interactions. Individuals of pleasing appearance enjoyed certain advantages in their personal development. Irrespective of gender, Zhang Yuan considered himself to be quite presentable. It was not mere vanity, as his friends and family often affirmed this sentiment. Coupled with a history of romantic encounters that indirectly validated his appeal, The absence of female companionship in his life stemmed from his childhood aspiration to become an astronaut, which led him to consciously suppress such desires. There are indeed many young women pursuing me, yet with less than a month of vacation remaining. This brief interval is hardly sufficient for any profound emotional connection, merely a fleeting attraction driven by hormones. Of course, seeking a partner for physical relations is not particularly challenging. Should both parties agree to engage purely for amusement, there would still be a multitude of modern women willing to indulge in a brief affair with astronauts, potentially providing them with stories to boast about to their peers. In this open era, few care whether their future spouse is a virgin. However, Zhang Yuan is not inclined towards casual encounters. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He checked his device and found a spam message, having neglected to organize his notifications. A multitude of unread alerts cluttered the screen. 4 of your mobile contacts have designated you as their secret admirer on approximately, as you have yet to register. This message serves as a notification with the download link. A bothersome soft advertisement. How irritating. Even in the 23rd century, such nuisances persist. Never mind that. He is not exactly a seasoned player in the realm of romance, and since he cannot achieve a state of emotional detachment, there is no need to burden himself with feelings before departing. After dismissing this reminder, Zhang Yuan felt significantly more at ease. The autonomous vehicle glided leisurely along the road, with cars moving in an orderly fashion, all advancing at a uniform speed, devoid of any rude behaviors such as cutting in line or aggressive merging. In terms of driving, artificial intelligence exhibits far greater reliability than humans. Manual driving in non-emergency situations has become a prohibited act. Zhang Yuan is not a scion of wealth. The autonomous vehicle he occupies does not belong to him, but is merely a shared taxi available at a moment's notice, indistinguishable from a personal car. Within the vehicle, a screen displays a documentary on the history of space exploration. As he journeys through the muddy and rugged terrain, he reflects on how exploration and development remain the prevailing themes of our era. He watches the documentary with keen interest. It is undeniable that the advancement of modern technology has progressed far more slowly than the optimistic projections of earlier generations. In 1969, when Americans first set foot on the moon, many scientists naively believed that by the year 2000, humanity would establish colonies there. By 2020, we would have claimed the solar system, evolving into a true interstellar civilization. They envisioned encounters with mythical extraterrestrials, collisions with alien cultures, and artificial intelligence gaining self-awareness to challenge humanity. Regrettably, as the 21st century unfolds, none of these aspirations have materialized. There are no brain chips, no singularity brought forth by advanced artificial intelligence, nor any technologies that promise eternal life. Concepts such as warp drives, wormholes, time travel, and anti-gravity, once the domain of science fiction, remain elusive. In the comfort of modern life, humanity appears to have reached the zenith of its civilization. The progress in information science has fostered an illusion of vigorous scientific advancement, numbing our collective consciousness. Unfortunately, crucial technological breakthroughs have yet to occur. Ultimately, as the 21st century draws to a close, the depletion of oil has precipitated a terrifying global energy crisis. The subsequent 2 world wars have thrust human society a century into the past. The entirety of the 22nd century was shrouded in gloom, a period later referred to as the Gray Age. In the documentary, a bass voice, rich with magnetism, proclaimed, "Fortunately, we have endured it all. We have ventured into the unknown and discovered new pathways, controllable nuclear fusion. In the latter half of the 23rd century, we shall embark upon an unprecedented era of interstellar colonization." The documentary was indeed invigorating, albeit with a tinge of exaggeration, sufficiently captivating to sway the average populace. Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled. While nuclear fusion undeniably ushered in boundless energy and transformed the living conditions of humanity, it does not imply that all of humankind can attain a life of immense wealth through it. The significance of oil extends beyond mere energy. It serves as a vital industrial raw material. Consider a few straightforward examples. Without fertilizers and pesticides, human food production would plummet by more than half. Where do fertilizers and pesticides originate? They are, of course, derivatives of oil. Without acrylic, polyester, nylon, and vinylon, the cost of clothing would soar, rendering the majority unable to afford garments, forcing them to live in utter nakedness. These synthetic fiber products stem from oil derivatives. Without oil solvents, chemical raw materials, lubricants, and other oil-based products, over 90 of industrial factories would come to a halt. The phrase oil is the lifeblood of industry holds no falsehood. To this day, many impoverished nations still struggle with hunger, primarily due to the lack of viable alternatives to oil. Fortunately, the burgeoning field of space botany is gradually alleviating humanity's dependence on oil. Numerous industrial feedstocks, such as polymeric fibers, ethylene, benzene, methane, and the like, can be sourced from space-mutated flora, alternatives that can be cultivated on a terrestrial scale. It's akin to a dignitary of a minor nation exclaiming, "Hail to space botany, for it has liberated us from our existential plight." Praise be. An hour elapsed before the autonomous vehicles traversed the agricultural sector, the industrial zone, and finally entered the urban expanse. Esteemed patron, you have arrived at your designated locale. The automated voice continued. The duration of this service was 1 hour and 2 minutes, amounting to a charge of 43 credits. There is no place like home. He initially invigorated himself with a frigid shower, then activated his computer, accessing the notary's website, whereupon he enthusiastically engaged the property donation function. After meticulous deliberation, he photographed the title deed of his domicile and uploaded it. A line of data materialized on the screen. Number 2236-9, Beiping Street, Donghua City, with a floor area of 163.3 square meters and an estimated worth of 2.865 million federal credits. To bequeath this residence to social welfare institutions. Zhang Yuan inhaled deeply, experiencing a pang of reluctance, feeling transformed into a legendary benefactor, casually bestowing largesse for the sake of ostentation. Let it be donated. Such is my nobility. In truth, his motives were not entirely altruistic. Zhang Yuan was without familial obligations, neither ascendants nor descendants. Having resolved to depart Earth, could earthly possessions be transported aboard a spacecraft? Therefore, given the impracticality of conveying assets onto the vessel, it was preferable to donate them to social welfare organizations, thereby resolving the matter once and for all, alleviating any lingering concerns. However, even in acts of donation, there exists a certain strategy. The current welfare institutions are a mixed bag, many established by the affluent solely to evade inheritance taxes. Donating assets to such organizations is akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuan resolved to donate all his possessions to the Deep Space Foundation. This vast global nonprofit organization is the initiator of the entire interstellar colonization program. It is directly managed by the United Government, with cash flow and a series of procedures exceptionally regulated. Standing before the camera, Zhang Yuan proclaimed, "I am willing to donate all my fixed assets and monetary funds to the Deep Space Foundation, effective from the year 2266. Until the effective date arrives, the assets remain his, with the option to retract at any moment." He pondered for a moment and decided to set the effective date 2 years hence. This 2-year buffer allows the Earth-era spacecraft to reach Pluto's orbit, a scenario he hoped would unfold without incident. If misfortune were to strike, even the dispatch of a rescue team would likely yield little chance of survival for them. Thus, it was settled. What a waste, truly a waste. With a heavy heart, he confirmed his decision, feeling an inexplicable emptiness wash over him, as if paralyzed. This was the inheritance left by his father, squandered so recklessly. Soon, however, Zhang Yuan consoled himself and cast aside his reluctance. Following this, it seemed there was little left to do. In the past, while working in Space City, he was inundated with tasks daily. The internship captain would command them like dogs, euphemistically termed pressure training. Abruptly finding himself with time to spare, he felt a sense of disorientation. It is a paradox of human nature that we often feel lost in moments of leisure. While some individuals indulge in hedonistic pursuits and cathartic release before departure, he perceived no such necessity. Instead, he resolved to immerse himself in books, seeking solace and intellectual stimulation. Zhang Yuan entered the study, perusing the titles on the bookshelf, an approachable treatise on geometry and topology concerning complex structures in symplectic spaces, and integral geometric methods in the Langlands program. The mere sight of these titles caused Zhang Yuan to recoil. There exist 2 categories of mathematical texts, those that discourage further reading after the first page, and those that deter comprehension after the first sentence. Alas, these volumes belong to a third category, dissuading exploration with their very titles. Summoning his resolve, Zhang Yuan randomly selected a book and opened it to a page. A particular line read, "For a prime number p, the projective limit of z(p) n z N1155 4125 4125 4125 412. The text defied comprehension, resembling neither English nor an extraterrestrial tongue. The arbitrary concatenation of symbols rendered it unintelligible, compounded by the unconventional placement of an ellipsis before a numerical sequence. In the margin, a neat inscription declared, "I possess a superior conceptualization regarding p-adic integers, but alas, the confines of this space preclude its elaboration." Zhang Yuan's temple throbbed as he emitted a sigh of resignation, abandoning his intellectual struggle. The presence of such esoteric literature in his home was, of course, attributable to his prodigious father. In his father's estimation, all quandaries in existence could be categorized into two domains: philosophical inquiries and mathematical problems. Indeed, mastering mathematics simplifies any endeavor. Zhang Yuan, the progeny of a scientist, reaps the benefits of an exceptional upbringing, fostering commendable habits. However, his innate intellectual capacity, merely at the average level, engenders a sense of inadequacy. Despite his diligent efforts, culminating in admission to a reputable university and graduation with honors, he still feels intellectually inferior to his father. The disparity in intellect among individuals can, at times, surpass that between humans and canines. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhang Yuan leaped from his seat and opened the door to find a delivery robot stationed outside. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Your package awaits your acknowledgement." These six-axis robots, coupled with autonomous driving, are now capable of performing rudimentary manual labor. Decades ago, the widespread replacement of couriers by robots led to mass unemployment, igniting large-scale protests abroad. "Mine. Greetings, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Your package awaits your acknowledgement." The robot reiterated mechanically. Zhang Yuan examined the sender's name, revealing the Donghua City law firm, causing his heart to skip a beat. "What's happening? A legal letter? Have I violated the law?" "Greetings, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Your package awaits your acknowledgement." The robot persisted in its monotonous repetition. Upon fingerprint verification confirming the recipient's identity, the robot relinquished a sizable package. Slamming the door shut, Zhang Yuan, slightly apprehensive, eagerly unwrapped the parcel. If he had inadvertently committed a crime, his spaceship boarding privileges might be revoked. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Enclosed was a hard copy letter. "Dear Mr. Zhang Yuan, this is an item entrusted to us by your father for safekeeping. This will is only to take effect upon your imminent departure from Earth." A wave of relief washed over him. It was a gift from his father. Inside was a foldable tablet and a cold iron box, the dry ice within still emitting an eerie mist. He opened the tablet. "Zhang Yuan." A familiar figure appeared on the screen, his father. "Dad," Zhang Yuan murmured, gazing at the screen. The middle-aged man on the screen smiled. "I've been feeling unwell lately, and my time may be drawing to a close. I'm about to meet Einstein. If you intend to live out your days on Earth, I believe the assets I've left you should suffice for quite some time." Indeed, his father had left him an apartment in Donghua City and several million federal credits, enough for him to find a wife and raise a child. However, if you plan to accompany the Earth era on its departure, these assets are of little use. Donate them directly. Only knowledge is paramount. Zhang Yuan forced a smile. His thoughts were remarkably similar to his father's. "I feel that the knowledge I've imparted to you is far from sufficient. Although you appear diligent in many fields, that one of talent is more crucial. You do not have an aptitude in scientific research. You are only an ordinary person." Zhang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, his heart unfazed. "Perhaps accustomed to setbacks since childhood, my resilience has become thicker than that of a dead pig. While I may not be a prodigy, I am certainly not foolish. Otherwise, how could I have passed the astronaut examination?" Zhang Yuan was merely puzzled about what his deceased father was up to. Why? At the last moment, would he send a computer to chastise him? After a lengthy monologue, his father finally broached the subject. "Ahem. This computer contains some of my thoughts and ideas, including advancements in artificial intelligence, robotic algorithms, and other cutting-edge technologies that remain unpublished. You may peruse them. These are indeed valuable insights. Do not be tempted to think they are mere trifles. They are not entirely developed. If you are interested, you may attempt to refine them as a small gift from me. Naturally, if you cannot comprehend the knowledge contained within, mere replication will be futile." Once he began discussing his academic achievements, his father spoke at length, as though only these matters could rouse his conversational spirit. After a while, his father's complexion turned slightly flushed, and his demeanor began to wane. "Oh, by the way, there is a potion in that iron box. His expression grew somewhat peculiar as he paused and said, "There is a 35 chance it could enhance your intelligence, a 50 chance it will leave you unchanged, and a 15 chance it will make you more foolish. If you are dissatisfied with your current IQ, you might consider trying it. You alone shall bear all consequences." Chapter 4. The Sensation of Genius. With that, his father ended the video call and returned to his work. Afflicted by a severe ailment, he tenaciously persisted in his work. The Earth era, a colossal vessel of epical significance, was meticulously constructed, bit by bit, by these dedicated workaholics. Zhang Yuan stared vacantly at the metallic container, a poignant sense of attachment lingering despite the previous derision. His father's recollections, once nebulous, now resurfaced with acute clarity, as if their parting had transpired just yesterday, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. After a brief interlude, a sudden realization jolted him, prompting him to fixate his gaze upon the iron box. An elixir capable of augmenting intelligence. Could it be genuine? Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, his brow furrowed as he opened the container. Inside, he discovered a diminutive glass vial filled with a cerulean liquid, accompanied by a disposable syringe. Enhancing intellect seemed implausible. Could such advanced technology genuinely exist? It appeared highly improbable. Were it indeed feasible, the world would be teeming with prodigies, and doctorates would be commonplace. Even at an exorbitant price, it seemed untenable. Nevertheless, given that these words emanated from his father, it was unlikely to be a baseless fabrication. He picked up the vial, its frigidity intensified by the dry ice. The pale blue liquid within barely exceeding 3 milliliters. Zhang Yuan hesitated, contemplating seeking an institution to analyze the liquid's composition. However, he feared that the substance might possess a limited shelf life, potentially degrading and losing its efficacy with increased temperature. Thus, the question arose, should he utilize it? He clenched his fist, deliberating intently for a few moments. First, the probability of success outweighed the risk of failure. Secondly, given that it was dispatched by his own father, it should not contain any deleterious substances. Thirdly, he was genuinely unwilling to simply resign himself to being an ordinary individual, to utilize it, or to abstain and be deemed a simpleton. Having resolved, Zhang Yuan ceased his vacillation, extracted a disposable syringe, and drew the azure liquid from the vial. Intravenous injection. Serenity. Quietude. He inhaled deeply, the needle piercing the vein in his arm. A momentary sting. As an astronaut, having undergone some medical instruction, this aspect was not unfamiliar. Merely an injection. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, his thumb pressing the syringe, slowly infusing the cerulean fluid. Rapidly, his cheeks began to flush. A peculiar somnolent sensation emanating from his cranium, whether from trepidation or the effects of the drug, remained uncertain. Abruptly, a maelstrom of dizziness. His eyes widened, and he collapsed to the floor. Upon regaining consciousness, he perceived his mind to be in a state of perplexity, as if a vortex were spinning rapidly. Remaining prostrate on the floor for several minutes, the excruciating pain in his brain gradually subsided. Cognition returned. Zhang Yuan laboriously rose to his feet, casting furtive glances about, and then meticulously packaged the syringe and vial, depositing them in the refrigerator. If necessary, perhaps one should seek a location to analyze the residual liquid's composition. Have I become more astute or more obtuse? Let us endeavor. He mused with enthusiasm. The most elementary attempt, naturally, would be calculation. Zhang Yuan posed a problem for himself. 781-2378-781-2378? As if a machine had seized and rusted, the solution did not immediately spring to mind. Damn! A wave of agitation washed over him, and his face flushed crimson. What the hell? Instead of growing wiser, have I become duller? Surely, his luck couldn't have soured to such an extent. Yet, if fate had indeed dealt him such a blow, he would have to concede. He rose from the floor and glanced at the time. It was already 9 p.m., and his stomach gnawed with hunger. Perhaps his cognitive impairment was due to low blood sugar. He concocted the reason to soothe his disarrayed thoughts. He went into the kitchen, prepared a bowl of noodles, and slurped them down. Man is iron, and food is steel. After the noodles, he would test his IQ again. Zhang Yuan strode toward the study, extracted the book Abelian Geometry and Tame Topology. He still couldn't comprehend it. No, perhaps he was too hasty. This book was too challenging. The ability to decipher a book hinges not only on intellect, but also on the accumulation of knowledge. Abelian geometry is an obscure branch of algebraic geometry that confounds even doctoral students in mathematics. Without the requisite prior knowledge, even if Zhang Yuan possessed an IQ of 250, he could not possibly grasp its contents. Then he would switch to a simpler book, The Art of Computer Programming, a classic. In this era, programming has become a required course in high schools and universities, even though many loathe it as they do mathematics and physics. As they put it, what's the use of learning this stuff? I may not work in this field in the future. Undeniably, software engineering remains the discipline with the highest employment rate. Whether in the realms of artificial intelligence, information technology, or various mechanical designs, programming is indispensable. Zhang Yuan's university major is aerospace mechanical engineering, a rather eclectic field that encompasses a wide array of subjects, including programming, which he has managed to grasp reasonably well. He approached this book as a form of revision. Although it is considered a classic, it presents only elementary applications of simulation, numerical methods, symbolic computation, and software and systems design, with certain challenging aspects proving quite formidable. Gradually, he entered a state of profound concentration, a peculiar emotion blossoming within his mind. As he contemplated and resolved problems, it felt akin to conquering a series of arduous levels. This intense desire for conquest and subsequent gratification drew him ever deeper into the text. Time slipped away, minute by minute, until he had completely absorbed the over 200 pages. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, as if savoring a sumptuous feast. It was indeed an excellent book, worthy of his time. He glanced at the clock and realized with astonishment that it was already 3 in the morning. He had spent 6 hours immersed in reading. How swiftly time had passed. It was time for slumber. Wait. Intelligence. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged through him. In the past, although Zhang Yuan had been a diligent and disciplined student, he could hardly have imagined being so industrious as to engage in 6 consecutive hours of monotonous study without a single distraction, losing all sense of time. However, now it seems somewhat different. The entire book was not only read in one sitting, but there were no interruptions whatsoever. Everything unfolded as if it were entirely natural. This is indeed true. I have truly become more intelligent. He excitedly rolled over a few times on the bed. Chapter 5. The attribute of a workaholic. After a few moments of exhilaration, the same question resurfaced in his mind. 781-2378-781-2378. As a genius, he ought not to be stumped by such a question. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, envisioning a multiplication algorithm, and after a stuttering half-minute, he finally arrived at the result. 610-332-500-14884. Not bad. He managed to solve it. Upon reflection, a sense of realization dawned upon his face. So that is it. The old me would have resolved such a problem simply by resorting to a calculator, which led to a significant decline in my computational skills. If one does not engage their mind to think, even a genius cannot instantly arrive at an answer. The current slowness in calculation is merely due to insufficient practice and a lack of mastery of relevant techniques. With consistent mental exercises, improvement is assured. The next day, Zhang Yuan awoke with bleary eyes, rubbing his disoriented head. Perhaps it was due to last night's excitement and incessant IQ testing that he struggled to fall asleep. By the time he finally did, dawn was approaching. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10 o'clock. Oh no! Zhang Yuan rolled out of bed, hastily freshened up, and hurriedly left his home. I hope not to be late, for otherwise my aunt will nag me for quite some time. The 30-day vacation is rather pressing, with each day meticulously planned. Today, I have already made arrangements to dine at my aunt's house for lunch. July in Donghua City resembles a furnace, with waves of heat undulating, and the roadside flora is suffering immensely. Zhang Yuan hurriedly made his way to the subway station, a sanctuary of comfort with its ever-present air conditioning. This era does not suffer from a shortage of energy. The output from each large fusion nuclear power plant rivals that of the former Three Gorges Dam. The price of electricity in the country is as low as 3 cents per kilowatt-hour. Consequently, aside from petroleum derivatives such as plastics, which remain exorbitantly priced, industrial products with high energy consumption, like steel and cement, have become extraordinarily affordable. The vigorous advancement of nanotechnology has also led to successive innovations in construction materials. For instance, the addition of just 6% nanosilica to cement can double its compressive strength and significantly enhance the workability of concrete. The proliferation of these inexpensive new materials has enabled cities to erect ever taller edifices, with skyscrapers reaching heights of a kilometer becoming commonplace. 200 years ago, the Burj Khalifa, standing at 828 meters, was the tallest building in the world. In today's context, it could only be regarded as the tallest structure in a village. Moreover, with the same construction cost, one could at least build 5 such structures, Some railway tracks are even elevated to over 1,000 meters, serving as pillars for skyscrapers. Such aerial railways have become a hallmark of major cities. Indeed, Donghua City is one of the 5 foremost first-tier cities in Xiaogua. Even though I have missed the morning rush, the subway station remains a bustling hive of activity. Dear passengers, please yield to the elderly and children. Smoking and begging are prohibited within the carriage. It is an impossibility to completely resolve the transportation dilemma. Critics invariably find the most comfortable angle from which to assail the government. If public transport is overly congested, the government faces scrutiny. Yet if there are excess trains leading to numerous empty seats, it is deemed a waste of taxpayers' money. Regardless of the situation, criticism is inevitable. Thus, one must make do with what is available. Zhang Yuan, standing at the back of the line, smiled quietly upon hearing others incessantly lamenting about the lack of increased service frequency. He did not dwell on their complaints, but instead took out his mobile phone to engage with a popular app called Superbrain, which assesses an individual's memory, arithmetic skills, and reasoning abilities. With time to spare, he found solving a few questions to be a delightful distraction, while also testing his intelligence quotient. IQ was currently his utmost concern. The elation he felt when discovering a high IQ score was simply beyond words. Perhaps the recent use of a certain substance had endowed him with an attribute known as workaholism? At last, he comprehended why some individuals are eager to work tirelessly throughout the day. It brings them immense joy. Engaging the mind had transformed into an exhilarating pastime. As the subway arrived at the station, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, clearing the previously occupied area. Zhang Yuan stepped onto the train and found a random spot to stand, diligently tackling question after question. As his proficiency in performing arithmetic operations with 7-digit numbers increased, the time taken for each calculation diminished from half a minute to merely 10 seconds, with speed still on the rise. The sensation of answers readily emerging began to manifest gradually. The more he engaged his mind, the sharper it became, a result that filled him with immense satisfaction. Soon, he found himself yearning for challenges beyond ordinary arithmetic, turning instead to square root calculations. He decided to commence with a simple example, 7812, preserving 4 significant figures. Zhang Yuan elevated the difficulty for himself. There are numerous methods to manually extract the square root of an integer. The most conventional approach, known as the trial quotient method, resembles division and can yield results directly if one's mental calculation skills are sufficiently adept. Other methods may be somewhat more complex, such as continued fraction expansion, the bisection method, or Newton's iteration. After 15 seconds, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. The square root of 7,812 is approximately 88. 38, correct. 4444, the answer is 21. 07, correct. Is this the sensation of genius? Truly delightful. The subway carriage was enveloped in tranquility, with only the electronic announcements of the train breaking the silence. As everyone immersed themselves in their own worlds, occasionally, a few individuals, whether engrossed in novels or videos, would erupt in laughter at particularly thrilling moments, resembling fools. The fragmented moments on the subway should be utilized for self-improvement rather than mere entertainment. The phenomenon of the head-down tribe has frequently been criticized by various media outlets. However, such critiques seem largely ineffective. People will engage in their distractions as they please. After all, it is hardly feasible to legislate against the use of mobile phones in public spaces. The man is named Yi Fan. In his perception, the subways abroad are filled with individuals engrossed in reading newspapers rather than indulging in their smartphones, an atmosphere that far surpasses that of Xia country. Indeed, in his impression, the youth overseas lead lives that are considerably healthier than their counterparts in Xia country. It is no wonder that these individuals have yet to venture into space. They have chosen to dedicate their time to entertainment rather than study, which would seem rather peculiar if they were to reach the cosmos. Yi Fan mused. There is a saying, what was it again? I merely devote the time others spend sipping coffee to my work. Especially this young man beside him, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, who sported an inexplicable smile. TSK, he must be romantically involved with some virtual girl. How unambitious. First, let me clarify the title of this book. Initially, I intended to name it Epic of Deep Space, but it felt overly serious, which would likely result in low click-through rates. In the realm of science fiction, one understands that while The Wandering Earth became a tremendous hit, it does not guarantee that all science fiction will follow suit. The average reader, upon encountering the title Epic of Deep Space, would probably dismiss it outright, not even willing to click on it. Upon reflection, perhaps I should change it to the deep space sphere, which sounds rather quaint, yet may attract a slightly higher click-through rate. Chapter 6. Who is this person? If I could ignite a topic of conversation, stir considerable interest, and simultaneously elevate my own visibility. I even have the title in mind, The Smartphone Zombies in the Subway, a cultural awakening of the masses. He cast another glance at Zhang Yuan's phone screen, furrowing his brow. It appears he is not in a romantic affair with a virtual girl after all. Oh, so it's about participating in a superbrain competition. Contestants who possess confidence in their intellectual capabilities can undertake challenges on their mobile devices. The top 1,000 performers from each season will secure eligibility for the preliminary selection. Following the preliminary selection, they will have the opportunity to showcase their abilities on the actual stage. Due to the online nature of the selection process, numerous individuals may resort to utilizing computers to cheat, thereby compromising the authenticity of the overall results. However, these transgressors will inevitably expose themselves during the preliminary selection phase. Speed calculation, an area in which I also possess some proficiency. Yi Fan curiously peered at the screen, his heart filled with anticipation. He had studied mental arithmetic during his childhood, and he instinctively wanted to compare himself to Zhang Yuan. 88, 888, 88 8 to 8, 99 8, 88, retained 4 significant digits. Zhang Yuan pondered for a few seconds before directly writing down the answer, 1420. So swift? Yi Fan thought with astonishment. Although only 4 significant digits needed to be retained, conveniently omitting the decimals, this question was rather intriguing. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Assuming that Zhang Yuan had been calculating for a considerable duration. Next question, Zhang Yuan tapped the screen. LN40 retained 3 significant digits this time. The two were on equal footing. Yi Fan exerted all his energy, racking his brains in contemplation. Wait, how should logarithmic functions be calculated? What is the change of base formula again? For a fleeting moment, his mind was in disarray. After making a diligent attempt, ln40, ln4, ln10, then, alas, it's still impossible to calculate. Does one need to memorize logarithmic tables? Once more, Zhang Yuan inscribed the solution upon the screen. 369. Correct. Yi Fan's eyes widened, as though witnessing a spectral apparition. To this juncture, the method for calculating logarithms eluded him entirely. Presently, his adversary advanced to the subsequent query. Sin, 24, retained 3 significant digits. What arcane knowledge was this? How does one compute trigonometric functions? The double angle formula? Nay, that was not it. Sin, 24, could scarcely be derived manually. Lo! The individual once more inscribed the solution upon the screen. 0, 407. Correct. Having endured successive intangible blows, Yi Fan, his mind reeling, resigned himself to his fate. Deeming it unseemly to inquire, he resorted to his cellular device, unearthing the coveted solution. Thus it was. Manual computation of logarithms or trigonometric functions necessitated the application of Taylor series expansion. To rival those seasoned by protracted training was an exercise in futility. He pursed his lips, muttering under his breath. What significance lay in possessing the ability to expedite calculations? Such a skill was utterly devoid of utility. Could human calculation ever rival the speed of a computer? Thus musing, he surreptitiously withdrew his cellular device. Launching the calculator application, his thoughts consumed with the notion, surely, my computational velocity, aided by this device, must surpass his mental alacrity? Zhang Yuan sensed an indiscernible sharpness at his back, as though under surveillance. He glanced hither and thither, yet discerned nothing untoward. However, he remained unperturbed. Pickpockets? He carried not a single coin, his sole valuable possession being the cellular device, which remained securely in his grasp. The contents displayed on one's mobile screen are hardly of a deeply private nature. A mere glance from another will not cause any significant loss. After immersing himself in a complete set of problems, the screen revealed the final result. Congratulations. Your total time is 312. 42 seconds, SSS. And your ranking for today is 28. Keep up the good work. An animated expression of admiration from a virtual girl appeared on the screen. Only 28th place, slightly below expectations. Zhang Yuan mused to himself. There are indeed many geniuses in this world. Such a ranking is quite ordinary. He casually opened the leaderboard. The first place was held by Eternal Forever, with a time of 0.01 seconds. The second was Writing Novels Will Lead to Poverty, at 0.0 7 seconds. The third. Can we support the original version? At 0. 11 seconds. Another third place was held by when can I take leave? With a time of 0. 12 seconds. Zhang Yuan chuckled. It is impossible for a human to complete 20 problems in just 0.01 seconds. These results must have been generated by software that extracts information from the screen and processes it programmatically. Some individuals revel in such practices, using cheats to exhibit a facade of superiority. Human computational speed cannot compare to that of a cheat, and thus he dismissed any thoughts in that direction. Dragon Bridge has arrived. Please disembark. The far-reaching industrial and commercial bank reminds you. Please exercise caution when leaving and pay attention to your footing. As he watched Zhang Yuan depart, Yi Fan remained in a state of bewilderment. For longer equations, he found that even the speed of a computer could not match the mental calculation speed of his opponent. Who on earth is this person? A champion of calculations? How long was it? 300 seconds? 200 seconds? It seems somewhat amiss. He searched again, a myriad of alpacas swirling through his mind. 313, 6 seconds. A mere second better than the figure he had just observed. The attribute of intelligence comprises 3 elements: memory, reasoning ability, and linguistic skill. A swift calculation does not necessarily denote high intelligence, yet it undeniably signifies a superior reasoning capacity compared to the average individual. Throughout the training process, the exaggerated pace of progress exhilarated Zhang Yuan. From a rusted mind to an agile one, all within the span of a single evening. He even harbored a small, fleeting speculation. Perhaps the speed of learning in other disciplines could be equally rapid. Yet, deep down, he sensed this was but a fanciful aspiration. To become an omniscient scientist akin to Newton in this era seems utterly implausible. History has yet to witness another Newton or Einstein. For the entire corpus of human knowledge has expanded to such an extent that it surpasses the capacity of the human brain to assimilate. No, it is beyond the ability to grasp even a fraction of that knowledge. History has produced an abundance of remarkable individuals, whose genius has laid the groundwork for the entire edifice of civilization's knowledge. From the dawn of the Industrial Revolution to the present day, several centuries have witnessed monumental transformations across the globe. However, the innate intellectual capacity of humanity has not markedly improved. We continue to rely on our rather primitive minds. Universities 2 centuries ago taught calculus, and universities today still teach calculus. It is not that science has stagnated, but rather that the intellect of the average person remains unchanged. Thus, modern humanity is not inherently more intelligent than those of the 21st century. However, the breadth of knowledge required has indeed expanded. To forge new insights, one must first ascend the shoulders of giants, a daunting task, indeed. Should the possibility arise, Zhang Yuan aspires to discover his true passion and contribute something of value upon this mountain of knowledge, which would be a remarkable achievement in itself. Chapter 7. The Neighbor's Child. Upon exiting the subway station, a brief walk to the east leads to my aunt's home. Are we truly departing from Earth? You are but a solitary sprout in your family. Were you my son, I would surely scold you harshly. As anticipated, my aunt's eyes brimmed with tears, her reluctance palpable as she expressed a torrent of pleas for me to stay. Confronted with the affectionate concern of my relatives, Zhang Yuan offered an awkward smile. At a loss for words, he shifted his gaze to the window. My aunt's residence occupies the 192nd floor, providing a distant view of the landscape beyond. Donghua City is meticulously planned. The outermost ring comprises agricultural and industrial zones, while the city center lies within, where buildings are spaced generously apart to ensure that each household basks in sunlight. A plan once established is not to be revised lightly. Reneging would label one a coward, subject to severe repercussions. This, too, reflects my father's aspirations. Had he lived, he would undoubtedly have supported me, reflecting on countless days and nights of hard work. How could one even contemplate surrendering now? My aunt's eyes were red, her mouth opening in silence. To mask her sorrow, she hurried to the kitchen, her sleeves occasionally brushing against her eyes. Meanwhile, the uncle-in-law, casually cracking sunflower seeds and watching television with his leg crossed over the other on the sofa, remarked with great openness, "A true man sets his sights on the world. Venturing into space is indeed a commendable endeavor. And it's not as if one is meeting their demise. Your aunt is merely wallowing in unnecessary melancholy. Look at this news. Were it not for my advancing years and limited knowledge, I would have eagerly signed up myself." The television blared loudly, showcasing a documentary about the Earth-era spacecraft. Filled with grand proclamations about witnessing history and reigniting a new civilization, stirring the uncle's emotions to the point where he yearned to embark on a cosmic adventure himself. "Oh, if only I were as young as you," he sighed. After half an hour, the dishes were prepared, yet the atmosphere at the dining table felt somewhat muted. The aunt continually urged Zhang Yuan to eat more, uttering peculiar remarks about how one must be well fed for the journey ahead, lamenting that once in space, there would be no chicken, duck, or fish to savor. In an effort to alleviate his family's concerns, Zhang Yuan proactively shared his future plans. Aside from routine maintenance aboard the spacecraft, there would be ample personal time. Thus, I intend to acquire as much knowledge as possible before entering hibernation. Ideally, I aim to complete both my master's and doctorate courses before reaching our destination. Are there teachers on the spacecraft? Certainly. There are 50,000 people on board, the vast majority possessing specialized skills, many with qualifications surpassing my own. Moreover, there are numerous distinguished individuals, such as university professors and senior engineers from various enterprises, not to mention experts of esteemed caliber, including academicians. The uncle nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Your idea is commendable. One must continue to learn throughout life." Xiaoqin, did you hear that? Without education, it is impossible to establish oneself in this society. Knowledge is essential for any endeavor. We are no longer in the olden days. The girl seated beside Zhang Yuan, Yi Qingqing, the daughter of the uncle's family, couldn't help but pout at the unsolicited lecture. Although Zhang Yuan was not a prodigious genius, he epitomized a diligent student in the eyes of relatives. Naturally, Yi Qingqing resented being perpetually compared to such a good child. In a barely audible voice, meant only for her own ears, she retorted, "I don't need trigonometry to sell vegetables." In truth, Yi Qingqing was hesitant to voice her dissent too loudly, fearing her father's reprimand. As times have evolved, the anti-intellectual rhetoric that dismisses the value of education has long been discarded by the populace. A simple comparison reveals that the average income of workers in major space cities and lunar bases is approximately 600,000, whereas the average income in Xia country is around 60,000, a staggering tenfold difference. Xia country is already considered a prosperous nation on Earth. Without education, one may find themselves unable to reach the stars and likely relegated to a low-income status. In the eyes of ordinary people, working in space cities or lunar bases is regarded as a prestigious endeavor. By the way, when will you enter a state of hibernation? According to television, the vast majority of interstellar voyages are spent in cryosleep, with an average wakeful period of no more than a decade. Consequently, reaching the destination would ultimately require 3 millennia. 3,000 years, Auntie lamented, her eyes reddening once more. By then, we'll have long perished, leaving not even bones behind. Who knows what the future holds? No one contemplates events 3,000 years hence. Uncle sighed in agreement. Alas, let us dine. Let us dine first. Zhang Yuan was filled with emotion. Every astronaut must confront such a decision, forsaking their home planet, relinquishing everything, abandoning all that they hold dear. Time erodes, and memories fade. These 500,000 souls shall bear witness to Earth's history, observing its trajectory over the next 3,000 years. While this may sound glamorous, it is, in reality, a profound cruelty. They shall be cast aside by the very epoch they inhabit. One might question the existence of such a multitude, 500,000 individuals. It seems peculiar, truly peculiar. For ephemeral mushrooms are oblivious to the cycle of days, and summer cicadas are ignorant of the changing seasons. Without venturing beyond Earth, one can never truly grasp the immensity of the cosmos. Observing Earth from a cosmic vantage point reveals the human abode to be exceedingly small, so diminutive as to inspire trepidation, as if it could be annihilated with a mere flick of the fingers. It was much like a century prior when Professor Qi Yuanshan, the founder of the Deep Space Foundation and the father of nuclear fusion, issued a resounding proclamation. What has spaceflight to do with profit? The ambience grew increasingly subdued, punctuated only by the sounds of utensils against plates. Suddenly, the uncle-in-law broke the silence, inquiring, "So, Xiaoqing is facing the Gaokao next year. Are there any promising majors you could suggest? Something with favorable employment prospects." Zhang Yuan's alma mater was Z University, arguably the pinnacle of academic achievement attainable through diligence. Coupled with his internship in Space City, which provided him with first-hand knowledge of the inner workings, he was well-equipped to advise. Yi Qingqing, a high school junior with a spirited disposition and a somewhat lackadaisical approach to academics, looked up. Her academic performance afforded her a realistic assessment of her capabilities, tempering any aspirations for an elite university. In her mind, liberation lay in eschewing further education, envisioning a life of ease and contentment. Even selling vegetables in the market seemed preferable to the rigors of studying. Zhang Yuan paused, considering, the choice of major should align with her interests, I believe. The aunt responded with a hint of embarrassment. She doesn't really have any particular hobbies. This was a common predicament. The vast majority of high school juniors are uncertain about their future paths, lacking a comprehensive life plan. They diligently pursue their studies as instructed by teachers and parents, only to hastily devise a life strategy in the days leading up to college applications. Chapter 8. The higher the education, the better, driven by a sense of responsibility. Zhang Yuan carefully formulated his response, beginning, currently, the cornerstone industries are space botany, space industry, and nanomaterials science. Space botany involves the cultivation of superior mutant plants, extensively utilized for food production, extraction of industrial raw materials, and in the medical field. However, the minimum educational requirement for this industry is a graduate degree, which is expected. It must be a master's, Yi Qingqing remarked with a frown, her voice barely above a whisper. She had a genuine fondness for botany, finding joy and contentment in cultivating various flowers and plants, with the added allure of a lucrative salary. Yet, upon hearing the educational prerequisites, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Zhang Yuan continued, the aerospace industrial system is even more expansive, encompassing virtually every sector. The pinnacle of manufacturing has been relocated to the moon, where the low gravity and anoxia are particularly conducive to the development of heavy industry. The latest generation of photon chip technology is produced there. There is a significant shortfall of talent in this field, with high-end positions requiring various engineers and lower-tier roles for mechanical technicians. All of these positions necessitate at least a graduate degree. Even for the lower-tier roles, a bachelor's degree is the bare minimum, specifically from the 995 program. Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide as she repeated the term. The 995 engineering initiative was a monumental decision made by Xiaoguo at the turn of the century, encompassing 40 universities, predominantly the finest in the nation. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, acknowledging the daunting challenge of gaining admission to such institutions. Zhang Yuan elaborated, as for the research in nanomaterials, the educational requirements are even more stringent. Without a doctoral degree, one cannot thrive in this field. Even the technical workers in production facilities must hold a degree from the 995 program. Oh, if a bachelor's degree only qualifies one for a worker's position, her uncle murmured, equally astonished. And it must be from the 995 program. Within the orbital metropolis, laborers command significantly higher remuneration compared to their terrestrial counterparts. An annual income reaching into the hundreds of thousands is by no means easily attainable. Zhang Yuan promptly interjected, indeed, the orbital city boasts a diverse array of service industries, as individuals necessitate respite and recreation in addition to their professional endeavors. For young women, professions such as physicians or nurses, provided they possess exceptional aptitude, offer potential avenues for extraterrestrial deployment. Artificial intelligence has yet to entirely supplant these domains. The acceptance rate approximates 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000. A blush suffused Yi Qingqing's countenance. Even with a rudimentary grasp of mathematics, she comprehended the implications of this figure. Therefore, to secure a promising trajectory, one must excel academically at the university level and ideally pursue doctoral studies if the opportunity arises. Advanced degrees are invariably advantageous. Instances of doctoral graduates encountering unemployment, as was commonplace in bygone eras, are unlikely to transpire. Yi Qingqing's brow had long furrowed into a knot. Despite her cognizance of the significance of education, her youthfulness and lack of exposure to the vicissitudes of life engendered a sense of academic aversion. Study is truly irksome, she lamented. Heavens! If I am destined to pursue studies up to the doctoral level, entailing an additional decade of scholastic engagement, my heart harbors a tempest of resentment, compelling me to assail the architect of my discontent, Zhang Yuan. And what academic qualifications do you seek, elder cousin? Yi Qingqing inquired with veiled intent, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Zhang Yuan scratched his cranium, replying with a hint of embarrassment, my specialization lies in aerospace mechanical engineering. I recently completed my undergraduate studies. However, my academic credentials fall short, relegating me to the position of a maintenance technician. Upon boarding the spacecraft, the daily routine consists solely of inspecting and maintaining the vessel, or perhaps tidying up a bit, tasks of utmost simplicity. Should one acquire a wealth of knowledge, it is likely that they would ascend to a more advanced position. To refer to oneself as a worker is of little consequence. After all, one has emerged from a minuscule fraction of the populace. Zhang Yuan was once a diligent individual, and now, with his enhanced intellect, he has become even more industrious. He is confident that within a few years, he will attain a higher echelon of expertise. Can you repair things, like air conditioners or televisions? Yi Qingqing inquired once more. Taken aback by such an unusual question, Zhang Yuan paused. He repairs spaceships. So how could he possibly fix an air conditioner? The two are worlds apart. Could you perhaps mend my father's old radio? Yi Qingqing said with a sly grin. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Yuan's mind as he realized the young girl's intent. She was attempting to undermine the notion that education is advantageous, hoping to alleviate the pressure her parents might impose in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had inadvertently morphed into that exceedingly annoying model student everyone speaks of. He smiled inwardly. It is quite normal for children of this age to harbor a disdain for academic pursuits. He too had traversed that path, and aside from a few anomalies, who truly relishes the idea of studying incessantly? Does one genuinely believe that engaging the mind is not exhausting? That radio is quite noisy, I must say. It's really bothersome. Brother, could you please help me fix it? Faced with such a challenge posed by the young girl, how could a genius be stumped by his own vocational responsibilities? Repairing things is a task of exquisite ease. Zhang Yuan, with an audacious demeanor, remarked. The structure of ordinary electronic devices is not particularly intricate. A radio should pose no challenge. His uncle swiftly interjected. Enough talk about radios. Let us eat first. An insatiable curiosity urged him incessantly to venture forth and explore. Uncle, if it pleases you, allow me to give it a try. It cost a considerable sum to acquire. I even got a bit of a bargain, though its flaw makes it quite pricey. Gazing upon his treasured collection, his uncle's eyes sparkled with pride. Zhang Yuan was taken aback to discover that it was an antique from the 20th century. The square radio before him boasted two elongated antennas. Its black plastic surface polished to a shine, yet it retained a rough texture that spoke of its storied past. In contemporary discourse, the era preceding the oil crisis is often referred to as the Old Era. The tumultuous century that followed is dubbed the Gray Era, and the age ignited by nuclear fusion is called the New Era. Collecting electronic artifacts from the Old Era has become a fashionable pursuit, akin to the collection of jade and antiques. His uncle is among the most fervent enthusiasts. Can this still function? It must be nearing 300 years old. Zhang Yuan elongated the syllable of 300 in disbelief. The astonishment in his voice seemed to tickle his uncle's fancy. Of course it works. Although, the sound may be a bit boisterous at first. There is an abundance of static, but that is its only flaw. He retrieved a cassette from the safe and inserted it into the radio. The cassette tape, undoubtedly an antiquity, bore images that had long since faded, rendering the identities of the depicted stars unrecognizable. Upon connecting the radio to a specialized power source, it erupted into a cacophony of static, causing the entire device to tremble slightly. The buzzing startled Zhang Yuan considerably. Chapter 9. The value of reading. After a considerable pause, the radio finally returned to normalcy, broadcasting the music from the tape. Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. The voice of an unknown singer resonated beautifully. Despite its imperfections, this issue persisted only during the initial activation. Thereafter, it gradually improved, leaving one to wonder why. As Xiao Gufu spoke, a sudden wave of apprehension washed over him. He had previously sought the assistance of several technicians to repair this relic, yet none dared accept the task, fearing the financial repercussions of a potential failure. These ancient electronic devices were remarkably delicate. A mere touch could sever an internal connection. Moreover, the various components of the radio had long since ceased production. Even if a factory were to manufacture replacements, they would hold no market value. After all, the essence of an antique lies in its antiquity. Replacing its original parts with modern electronics would be akin to slapping a band-aid on a cherished piece of history. For the time being, Xiao Gufu had no choice but to make do with its current state. Eagerly, Zhang Yuan approached the radio, exclaiming, "Let me take a crack at it." "Oh dear, go ahead and try," came the response, laced with evident skepticism. Xiao Gufu lamented internally, feeling he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Although this nephew of mine is quite impressive, specializing in spacecraft management and even possessing the ability to repair spacecraft, The disparity between fixing a spaceship and mending a radio is vast. The most critical aspect is that if he were to damage anything, it would be impossible for him to compensate for the loss. As I observed Zhang Yuan's hands reaching toward the radio, my heart sank considerably. Particularly, the challenge of addressing minor issues is often far more formidable than tackling significant faults. Outshining my cousin, a child of another family, would certainly provide a sense of vindication and seemingly validate the notion that education is futile, suggesting that perhaps one might require less scholarly pursuit in the future. At that moment, Zhang Yuan had already unscrewed the outer casing of the radio, revealing its internal electronic structure: the switch, power supply, variable capacitor, potentiometer, magnetic rod, and other components, which were not overly complicated. It is precisely these seemingly simple elements that have withstood the test of time, enduring to this day. The more intricate and delicate a device is, the more susceptible it becomes to damage. In the 21st century, remnants of brands like Huawei and Apple are few, and each surviving piece commands an exorbitant price. Zhang Yuan had never before repaired such an antique. This presented a novel challenge. In the past, he might have shied away from such an endeavor, yet now, an exhilarating desire for exploration surged within him. Taking a deep breath, his mind began to race. He endeavored to apply the knowledge he had acquired over the years to deduce the operational principles of this radio. Any electronic instrument fundamentally revolves around electronics and magnetic fields, with their essence being largely similar. The working principle of a radio is simply the conversion of audio signals through various circuit structures. The radio, which had just been utilizing cassette playback, rendered the antenna, variable capacitor, and demodulation circuit virtually useless. The initial static noise was unlikely to stem from these components. Could it perhaps be an issue with the tape? Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet. This time, when playback commenced anew, there was no static in between. Zhang Yuan then switched to another tape and pressed the play button. My love for you is boundless, he mused, still without any static. Thus, it appeared the tape was not to blame. The uncle, watching his repeated attempts with growing anxiety, hastily remarked, "There's only noise at the very beginning. It should quiet down afterward. If it doesn't work, perhaps it's best to abandon it." His heart was in turmoil, fervently hoping his nephew would recognize the futility of his efforts. "Please don't break it, dear Lord. Please don't break it." Upon reconnecting the power, the cooled-down radio erupted once more into a cacophony. Bzzz. The jarring noise was painfully grating. After a considerable duration, it finally subsided. Zhang Yuan pondered deeply. The entire process of troubleshooting bore a resemblance to debugging in computer programming. The manner of the bug's emergence was now confirmed. It merely required identifying the root cause to resolve it. Was it a connectivity issue? No, that couldn't be right. A connectivity problem wouldn't instigate such an immediate uproar. Only intermittent failures. It didn't align with the phenomenon of a current microphone either. After much contemplation, it seemed likely that the issue lay in the preheating. This vintage radio utilized vacuum tube technology. Within this nearly vacuum-sealed chamber reside two principal devices. One, known as the heating electrode, is centrally positioned within the electron tube and emits a glow when operational. The other comprises a cathode, a metallic grid, and a metal plate. Should the vacuum tube fail to warm up in accordance with protocol, it may result in a disarray of voltage throughout the entire circuit. This errant voltage is erroneously transmitted to the subsequent amplification circuit, causing the recording device to emit cacophonous sounds even in the absence of an electrical signal. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands, affirming that this was indeed the reason. Yi Qingqing merely stifled a laugh. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and squinted his eyes, methodically disassembling the vacuum tubes one by one. He was truly undertaking the task. My uncle's husband felt utterly despondent, trembling slightly. "Zhang Yuan, if this doesn't work out, perhaps we should seek assistance from a professional antique repair shop. I know a highly skilled craftsman, though his prices are rather steep." Zhang Yuan, however, remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his endeavor. He genuinely did not hear his uncle's husband's pleas. He rearranged the vacuum tubes and tightened each screw, awaiting the radio's cooling. My uncle's husband's face flushed red as he inwardly fretted. What if it breaks? Did I misplace a component? Even my aunt, unable to bear the tension, interjected, "Why are you so anxious? It's just a radio, after all. What is the fuss? Do you understand?" He retorted, "Even if it is just a radio. Do you know its history?" Suddenly, with a satisfying click, the radio behaved like a docile lamb, obediently warming up, and the static ceased entirely. "Sweet, sweet. Your smile is exceedingly sweet." Chapter 10. The smart drug? It is rather expensive. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yuan indeed managed to repair the radio. And he accomplished it through an exceedingly simple method. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds before hastily stepping forward to inspect it. Every screw had been tightened with remarkable precision, and there were no extraneous parts left over. How was this achieved? After allowing the radio to cool, he opened it once more and repeated the process several times. Each playback was flawless, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal. Can you repair radios? The value of this once flawed antique had transformed into that of a perfect collectible. Any prior skepticism had long since dissipated, as if it had never occurred. He recounted his entire thought process once again. Thus, I surmised that the previous owner of this radio might have inadvertently removed these vacuum tubes while cleaning the dust and subsequently reinstalled them in the incorrect order, resulting in this peculiar malfunction. His uncle, somewhat perplexed yet finding it plausible, pondered the meaning. In essence, his nephew had contemplated the matter for a while, then took action, truly managing to repair it. Contemplated for a while may sound simple, yet in reality, it is hardly an easy endeavor. Suppressing his desire to boast before his friends, he chuckled and remarked, with the skill you've just displayed, opening an antique repair shop could easily yield hundreds of thousands a year. Not at all. I truly know nothing about it. I assure you, I speak the truth. In truth, what holds significance is not the proficiency in repairs, but rather the ability to perceive the essence through appearances. While the underlying principles may be straightforward to articulate, how many can genuinely conceive them? Thus, dear Xiaoqing, it is imperative to dedicate oneself to learning. Without a grasp of the principles, aimless attempts at repair will yield no success. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Qingqing blinked in realization, feeling as though she had been schooled anew. How infuriating. He actually managed to fix it. The children of others truly represent an insurmountable rival throughout life. Terms like vacuum tubes and RF circuits evoke a sense of profound knowledge and persuasive authority, leaving her engulfed in a deep sense of helplessness, with scarcely a chance to interject. It even stirred within her a faint admiration. Reflecting on the contents of her mind, 50 of her energy was devoted to yearning for love, fixating on the allure of the campus heartthrob, the class beauty, and the striking looks of celebrity Kai Shukuan. 30 was consumed pondering her attire for the day, meal choices, and potential breakouts. The remaining 20 was fragmented among various pursuits, including novels, television dramas, and studies. It would indeed be a marvel if she could excel in her studies. Her head drooped in dismay. Her uncle was profusely thanking Zhang Yuan, even insisting on offering repair fees, which made him rather uncomfortable. If this were outside, the repair cost would be at least 2,000 to 3,000. Uncle, how could I possibly accept money from you? It holds no value for me, Zhang Yuan stammered awkwardly. Yi Qingqing could only stifle her laughter from the sidelines. Suddenly, she felt that having a clever cousin might not be so bad after all. At the very least, she could boast about him in front of her friends. It seems acceptable to omit the appellation cousin and simply refer to him as her brother, given their shared upbringing. The astronaut identity is exceedingly valuable. Envisioning the envious gazes of her confidants, Yi Qingqing increasingly perceived the event as remarkably stylish, truly stylish. Upon departing from her aunt's residence, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Before her leave, her aunt had insisted on bestowing upon him a generous monetary gift, amounting to a full 10,000 federal credits. In reality, Zhang Yuan was not lacking in funds. Indeed, money held little practical value for him. Nonetheless, given the heartfelt sentiment of a relative, he accepted it. Primarily, he was unable to decline, and he genuinely could not prevail against the elder's insistence on bestowing the gift. A vestige of humility prevents a perfect score. An antiquated radio emitting cacophonous noise, the likes of which he had never encountered, would have previously left him utterly perplexed. Unquestionably, his reasoning and cognitive faculties had undergone substantial augmentation. Formerly, even if such knowledge existed within his cerebrum, he might not have been capable of deducing relevant conclusions, nor would he have possessed the capacity for extrapolation. Possessing knowledge and employing knowledge represent 2 distinct levels of complexity. This wondrous power filled Zhang Yuan with elation. Moreover, he seemed to have rediscovered a childlike sense of inquisitiveness, harboring an intense desire to explore all facets of existence. Human curiosity and imagination are at their zenith during childhood. However, as age advances and education increases, these qualities progressively diminish. This constitutes the price of maturation. Children can engage with seemingly mundane toys for extended periods, driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore the world. However, as they mature, this fervor often diminishes. They grow weary of tasks, develop aversions to learning, and shy away from intellectual endeavors. In essence, they have lost that innocent heart. In more straightforward terms, the desire to learn, whether it be mathematics, physics, or any other subject, can yield a profound sense of achievement through exploration. What once appeared tedious now transforms into something genuinely captivating. Zhang Yuan finds himself intrigued by the peculiar substance. What are its components that could alter an individual's cognitive level and interests? Does such advanced technology truly exist on Earth? A so-called smart drug? A quick search on his phone leaves Zhang Yuan astounded to discover its existence. Certain neurostimulant pharmaceuticals, including Ritalin and modafinil, are indeed classified as smart drugs. Many high school students, university scholars, and corporate executives resort to such stimulant medications to temporarily enhance memory and sharpen cognitive agility. However, these substances fall under the category of stimulants and carry a risk of addiction, with prolonged use leading to dependence and potential side effects such as insomnia. Zhang Yuan ponders deeply. It truly seems like a conundrum. These medications are merely stimulants, necessitating daily administration, and it is improbable that they could produce such powerful effects. Moreover, his father would never allow him to consume anything with adverse effects. So what could it possibly be? Chapter 12. Please cooperate with the examination. A new community discovery algorithm research on full-body motion mapping robots. Within this tablet, lengthy discourses are sparse, overshadowed by a plethora of personal musings that leave Zhang Yuan in a state of bewilderment. It is imperative to rigorously monitor research endeavors involving deep neural networks. Artificial intelligence possesses neither morality nor self-awareness, and the inherent instability of algorithms may precipitate unforeseen crises. Social ethics have begun to influence the trajectory of scientific advancement, particularly in the realm of biotechnology. The technology of artificial wombs has yet to transcend the archaic paradigms that prohibit the emergence of ethically contentious entities. For only a brand new civilization can shatter these constraints. Regrettably, apart from these ethically ambiguous viewpoints, the vast majority of knowledge remains inscrutable to him. His intellectual foundation is insufficient, akin to possessing a treasure trove yet being unable to unearth its riches, which leaves him in turmoil. Ultimately, it boils down to a singular truth. His mathematical proficiency is lacking, and his foundational knowledge is inadequate. Mathematics is the key that unlocks all realms of understanding. Without this key, it is exceedingly challenging to access the requisite knowledge. However, merely relying on undergraduate-level mathematics is undoubtedly insufficient. Zhang Yuan sighed, realizing that progress must be gradual. Even if he were to become more intelligent, it would be impossible to achieve enlightenment instantaneously. Thus, he resolved to toil relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, until the world became a blur of twilight and chaos. On that very day, his friend Gliese called, rescuing Zhang Yuan from the depths of the ocean of knowledge in which he had nearly drowned. "Zhang, have you finished visiting your relatives?" "What?" he responded, bewildered. "Have you finished visiting all the relatives?" "I'm asking you." "Wait a moment. Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Zhang Yuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, shook his head heavily and suddenly realized that he had only 20 days left of his vacation. "I'm asking you a question. Have you finished visiting all the relatives?" Gliese questioned loudly. Zhang Yuan regained his composure and replied stiffly, Nearly. Most of them are distant relatives with whom I have little connection." In truth, he had hardly stepped outside in the past few days. Aside from maintaining a close relationship with his aunt's family, he had not interacted much with other relatives since his father's passing, which made things considerably simpler. "No, not at all. What do you do all day, holed up at home? You don't go out to play, don't indulge in video games. Nor do you share anything on social media. It's as if you vanished." He raised his tablet, on which an electronic book was displayed. With great enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "I feel that my past studies were not sufficiently solid, so I decided to retake the course, and I have learned so much. It was truly exhilarating. Get lost. Open your eyes wide." The cover displayed bold characters, "Study Guide for Group Theory." Zhang Yuan, akin to a lovesick fool, displayed an expression of utter infatuation. Mathematics is an incredibly delightful pursuit, especially the joy derived from repeatedly calculating with various methods to arrive at the answer. It's indescribable. Gliese couldn't help but scoff internally, cursing him as a pretentious show-off. What a waste of a perfectly good vacation, spending it on studying. Are you out of your mind? Just a little bit. Why not read Deng Jiaxian's Academic Lectures 3, Group Theory? Ebooks are prohibitively expensive. At 308 yuan apiece, it's simply not feasible. Moreover, the texts are over 3 centuries old. Aside from their renown, they possess little intrinsic value. Zhang Yuan expressed his regret. By the way, what brings you to me? My mother wishes to invite you to dinner. Are you free this evening? Come over to my house. Zhang Yuan hesitated, desiring to continue his fervent studies, reveling in the exhilaration of learning that had ensnared him. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected wave of fatigue overwhelmed his mind, and he realized he could not persist any longer. Very well. Li Xindong lived in the neighboring Donghai city, over 400 kilometers away. Fortunately, modern transportation made travel quite convenient. After receiving the invitation, Zhang Yuan reluctantly set aside his ebook. Rising to examine his reflection in the mirror, disheartened, he truly felt despondent. After 10 consecutive days of intense studying, with only the bare necessities of life to interrupt, he felt as though he had rusted away. His dark circles and sallow complexion were only the beginning. His entire body ached, his back was sore, and his legs cramped. At last, he comprehended how the cult of biomimicry had ascended. The human constitution was, indeed, woefully inadequate. With great effort, Zhang Yuan stepped out of his room. The heat outside was still oppressive. Beep. Identity number 3308412444. Zhang Yuan, please cooperate with the inspection. Upon exiting the community, he was halted by a security robot. The machine forcibly extracted a few strands of hair and drew a drop of blood. Only after the examination was completed was he permitted to proceed. Inspection successful. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a pleasant journey. What bad luck. Perhaps my pallid complexion triggered some mechanism? How could I possibly be involved with narcotics? Zhang Yuan demurred, though not particularly offended. These automatons are specifically designed to detect drug use. Anyone found to have ingested illicit substances would be forcibly consigned to a rehabilitation center. Thanks to this stringent oversight, the rate of drug use in Xia is remarkably low. Conversely, North America, with its pervasive illicit drugs, might as well be renamed Marijuana Nation. It's still early, perhaps a massage is in order. He entered a self-service massage parlor, and after tendering payment, the massage machine commenced its automated ministrations. Gentle music filled the air, and it felt as though the meridians throughout his body were being unblocked. How delightful is life on earth, how truly wonderful. Overcome by fatigue, Zhang Yuan drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, the machine had ceased its operation, and on the adjacent bed lay a fashionable matron, also languidly enjoying herself. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a propagandist from the neighborhood committee's Procreation Encouragement Division. Young man, are you from around here? I don't believe I've seen you before. The matron greeted him familiarly. I reside in 2236-9. Ah, I recall now, you're Zhang Qiming's son. You used to come to our home to play when you were little. You're an astronaut, aren't you? Are you planning to leave Earth? The matron rattled on effusively. Yes, that's correct. And what will become of your assets? Furthermore, will there be no one to carry on the family lineage? The matron's gossipy nature was piqued, delving into matters of family and heritage. Carry on the family lineage? Zhang Yuan inwardly rolled his eyes. I'm not deceased, and I've already disseminated my genetic material to an extraterrestrial planet. Surely that's sufficient to bring honor to my ancestors. Wouldn't you agree? However, he merely contemplated this sentiment internally, refraining from vocalizing it. I can perpetuate my lineage even within the confines of a spaceship. And as for my assets, I suppose I shall donate them. Donate them? Well, they serve little purpose anyway. How magnanimous of you. It's not so much magnanimity as it is a shift in perspective. Under the slightly incredulous gaze of the middle-aged woman, Zhang Yuan swiftly rose from the massage bed, offered a smile, and departed from the self-service massage parlor. Mutual comprehension between individuals is often elusive, particularly when one has not personally borne witness to the cosmos, rendering such notions even more difficult to grasp. Yet, there exists no imperative to compel universal understanding. The presence of a cohort of like-minded companions suffices. Chapter 13. I shall inform your mother. Zhang Yuan retrieved his mobile device, initiated the self-service ride-hailing application, and verbally input his destination, Donghai City. An approximate distance of 412 kilometers. Searching for carpooling companions, please wait. A radar-like icon rotated rhythmically. This intercity bus, accommodating 10 individuals through carpooling, charged a reasonable fee of less than 60 yuan per person. There once existed a foolish individual who, in an attempt to flaunt their driving prowess before their significant other, switched to manual operation under non-emergency circumstances, resulting in their demise. The vehicle, traveling at a velocity of 400 kilometers per hour, collided with the high-altitude railing, leaving no organ unscathed. Conversely, the carbon nanotube constructed railing remained unscathed, thereby solidifying the reputation of the high-altitude rail's safety. An hour later, having disembarked from the bus, Zhang Yuan proceeded to traverse the remaining distance via subway, ultimately reaching his intended destination. "You are remarkably punctual, arriving not a moment early." Li Zhendong opened the door. He had indulged in a brief slumber at the massage parlor, hence his slight tardiness. "Ah, what a splendid locale for romantic encounters." Li Zhendong bore an expression akin to that of a beast. Having lingered in Aerospace City for an extended period, he felt as if he were dry kindling, ready to ignite fervently upon the slightest contact with the opposite sex. Zhang Yuan retorted with exasperation, "Come on, they are merely middle-aged women. Where exactly do you expect to find romance? Must your taste be so dreadful? Can we not discuss such matters upon our first meeting, Zhang Yuan?" Suddenly, Li Zhendong's gaze grew serious, as if he were concocting something momentous. "What's the matter?" Zhang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Li Zhendong, brimming with excitement, waved his phone exuberantly. "I've been conversing with a girl these past few days. Perhaps something intriguing could unfold. Take a look at this photo. She's rather charming. Is that so?" Zhang Yuan took the phone and observed the image of an adorable girl, pouting with her fair and delicate complexion. The chat history read, "Girl, you must have a high salary, right?" Li Zhendong, "Not particularly. Money holds little significance for us. What matters is enjoying life." Photo of a spacecraft. Photo of Li Zhendong suspended in midair. "Girl, space must be so much fun. I've always dreamed of going to space, but alas, the travel costs are exorbitant." Li Zhendong, "Engaging in this profession comes with life-threatening risks. How can one claim it to be enjoyable? In a zero-gravity environment, even drinking water can be perilous, and such incidents have indeed occurred." "Girl, is your father also a worker in Space City?" Li Zhendong affirmed, "Indeed. But I've never relied on my father. I earned my position through my own merits." Li Zhendong continued, "Look, I'm about to board the spacecraft. Would you consider joining me for a film? In all my years, I've never had the pleasure of a proper date." The woman responded with surprise, "Really? You've never had a girlfriend?" Li Zhendong, visibly elated, boasted, "Now you comprehend my prowess, don't you? Perhaps I should enlighten you on the art of wooing. This is the initial gambit, feigning innocence. Some women are particularly drawn to this. They have a predilection for virgins." Zhang Yuan listened with a deepening frown. The second strategy involves playing hard to get. The third, a playful advance. Li Zhendong's tone grew increasingly impassioned, his voice rising in volume. "Imagine, even after you've departed, left Earth behind, those young women still remember you. In the deepest recesses of their hearts, they've reserved a space for you, a sanctuary for the beautiful moments shared. A year, a decade, a century passes, and at the moment of their demise, their final utterance is your name, while you're in another realm of time and space. Don't you find profound significance in this?" For reasons unknown, Zhang Yuan remained unmoved. Even experiencing a touch of nausea, Zhang Yuan sighed, reflecting that his friend, in all his virtues, high intelligence, genius, and the effortless attainment of academic excellence, possessed one significant flaw, a deeply repressed nature and a penchant for exaggeration. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan grinned, labeling him a scoundrel. "I shall inform your mother." An oppressive silence descended upon the room. Zhang Yuan repeated verbatim, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, in their dying moments. Their final words were your name. Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong. "Ah, I'm dying." He paused, then pressed, "Is that how it went? Does it please you? Does it gratify you?" Silence returned. In a certain respect, Zhang Yuan possessed a rare talent. Li Zhendong sighed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. "Right now, I just want to beat you to death. A literal beating to death, I swear." At the dinner table, Li Zhendong was the picture of an obedient son, uttering not a word beyond what was necessary as he quietly ate. Li's mother, ever gracious, urged Zhang Yuan to eat more, explaining that once he was in space, he wouldn't have access to naturally raised meat. "This large chicken leg is genuine free-range chicken," she said, echoing her younger sister's sentiments. This was indeed the case. Space on the spacecraft was limited, and the ecological environment was less than ideal. Cultivating plants was feasible, but the extravagant raising of pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish was out of the question. Consequently, The food consumed in the space city consisted of synthetic meat, that is, animal cell tissue cultivated in petri dishes. Li Xindong's father, Li Cheng, was a colleague of Zhang Yuan's father at the space city. He was engrossed in recounting stories from his time designing the Earth era. "Your father, Zhang Qiming, is a true prodigy," he exclaimed. "Problems we couldn't solve, he would resolve with a stroke of genius. As if he were under the influence of some potent substance." Under the influence? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but wipe the perspiration from his brow. The preponderance of the spaceship's control programming was architected by him. A mere 212 minor anomalies have been detected to date. This accomplishment is exceedingly arduous to achieve. It's a lamentable tragedy that he departed prematurely. Li Cheng was emotionally conflicted, even indulging in a bit of alcohol. Do 212 seem insignificant? You are unaware. The control engineering of a spaceship consists of interconnected links and superimposed layers. The more intricate the system, the greater the potential hazards. The Earth-era vessel encompasses safety surveillance systems, energy systems, ecological systems, material circulation systems, communication systems, and over a dozen subsystems, as well as a modicum of industrial facilities. The complexity of the control engineering surpasses your comprehension. Software and hardware are interdependent. The difficulty of the software is on par with that of the hardware. The two youths were unable to contribute to the conversation. After a period, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Is it not possible for the spaceship to attain a greater velocity?" Li Cheng demurred, 7,000ths of the speed of light is already remarkably rapid. Augmentation could only be achieved through the propulsion of high-yield nuclear devices, potentially reaching 3% of the speed of light. However, our materials are far from capable of withstanding the concussive force of a nuclear detonation. And materials resistant to nuclear detonations are unlikely to emerge in the foreseeable future. Li Xindong followed with a question, "Father, subsequent to our departure, will another colony ship be constructed?" Zhang Yuan was perplexed. "Are we a solitary cohort of deep space colonists? It is not necessarily so. As for future events, who can ascertain? The fundamental technologies for deep space voyages have reached a level of maturity. Reconstructing a second large-scale colony ship would not be as financially draining as the initial endeavor. Perhaps, should the government find itself with surplus funds, launching a second vessel remains a possibility. However, significant advancements in navigational velocity are unlikely until novel technologies emerge. One should not harbor expectations that subsequent spacecraft will overtake your own." Zhang Yuan, while consuming a chicken leg, paused momentarily, discerning a crucial piece of information. The ostensibly affluent Deep Space Foundation appears to be experiencing financial constraints. Chapter 14. The pursuit of knowledge. The construction of the Earth age necessitates an annual expenditure of 2.07% of the entire human GDP. Over the years, the total cost has soared to an astounding 159 trillion federal credits. This colossal figure, over time, has understandably led to discontent among the general populace, especially considering that many on Earth still live in penury. Li Cheng sighed once more. The Deep Space Foundation must allocate at least $1 trillion in funds to establish a light path for the Earth age. In the coming 2 decades, the Jupiter industrial base must procure substantial quantities of nuclear fuel, the fusion energy from which will be utilized to power remote lasers. Zhang Yuan nodded, a contemplative expression on his face. The Earth age employs a dual propulsion system, incorporating both light sails and nuclear fusion. However, the light pressure from the sun is insufficient to rapidly propel a massive vessel weighing millions of tons. Only the immense artificial light sources from the lunar and Jupiter bases can generate the necessary impetus for its movement. Contemplate, if you will, the nuclear fuel on Jupiter. While it is inexhaustible, the human cost remains significant. Furthermore, the optical path necessitates continuous launches over a span of 20 years, requiring tens of thousands of laser emission devices, all of which must be perpetually replaced, representing an immense financial burden. It is difficult to fathom how the esteemed Professor Qi Yuanshan, the father of nuclear fusion, managed to persuade those shrewd businessmen and cunning politicians in the early days. Deep space colonization, this grandiose endeavor, yields no immediate benefits. Even over centuries or millennia, it is unlikely to generate any profit. This peculiarity is indeed striking. After a while, Li Cheng found discussing such matters with the younger generation rather tedious. The question of adequate funding should rest with the higher-ups, and there is no need for you to meddle. Focusing on your own responsibility suffices. He shook his head, as if struck by a thought, abruptly ceasing his meal. Rising from the dining table, he retreated to his study, lost in contemplation. Although Zhang Yuan was curious about the gossips surrounding these topics, he felt compelled to refrain from further inquiry upon witnessing this scene. After the meal, Zhang Yuan privately remarked, "Your father and my father are remarkably alike. They are both workaholics." Suddenly inspired by something, they delve into their own thoughts, preoccupied with recording their ideas. At such moments, one must not disturb them, lest they react with anger or utter nonsensical remarks. Indeed, Li Zhendong wholeheartedly concurred. "I recall asking my father in my childhood why 112. And do you know what he replied? He spoke of the P&O axioms, and I was still in kindergarten at the time. I seriously questioned his grasp of common knowledge. Has your sister ever been subjected to such pedagogical methods?" Li Zhendong exclaimed, "Indeed. On one occasion, my sister inquired about the rationale behind the area of a rectangle being the product of its length and width. In response, he launched into an incomprehensible discourse on Euclidean spaces, inner products, and other abstruse concepts. Fortunately, my mother possessed a modicum of common sense, lest she be driven to utter distraction by his antics. At that time, while he was engrossed in manipulating a Rubik's Cube on the sofa, my father, seized by a sudden impulse, began expounding upon group theory to a child of 7 or 8 years. Yes, group theory, the very treatise that Galois labored over for an entire night. Merely a mathematical concept from 5 centuries past, quite elementary, you see. Master this, young one, and you shall be held in the highest esteem." Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. "I wish to learn. I wish to learn." The group formed by all possible operations is known as the Rubik's Cube group. Evidently, the Rubik's Cube group is a non-abelian group. If it can be decomposed into the product of simpler subgroups, and then the generators of each subgroup are constructed, its solvability can be proven. It has been demonstrated that any configuration of the Rubik's Cube can be restored to its original state within 20 moves. Throughout this exposition, Zhang Qiming was animated, reveling in the gratification of his role as an educator. However, ultimately, he discerned that his son appeared to be staring vacantly, unable to comprehend. Unable to comprehend? Zhang Qiming blurted out an expletive. What an utter simpleton. It remains uncertain whether he was referring to his son or to himself. It has been 3 years since his father's passing, has it not? How swiftly time elapses. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have vanished. The departed are gone, leaving behind only remembrance. Observing Zhang Yuan's somber mood, Li Zhendong switched on the television and tuned it to the children's channel, where an animated show titled Wolf's Appearance, Bear Becomes Sheep was airing. Despite its seemingly infantile nature, the young girl beside him was thoroughly enjoying it. Zhang Yuan then inquired, "Aren't your parents heartbroken by your departure?" "Not at all," he replied flippantly, gesturing to a girl in her early teens. "They're still my sister, and they can always have more. With the advancements in technology, they can procreate at will, and they can certainly afford it. Currently, I spend my days at home, indulging in food and drink, dedicating 7 to 8 hours to them daily, amounting to over 200 hours a month. I'm dedicating a significant portion of my life to them during this vacation, so what regrets could I possibly have?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head, perplexed by the nonsensical logic. Yet, there seemed to be a semblance of truth to it. He nodded, sighing inwardly. Li Zhendong's circumstances mirrored his own, but with the crucial difference that his parents were alive and well, and his family was complete. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was a product of in vitro fertilization, with his father's sperm and an anonymous egg donor from a human gene bank. To this day, he remains unaware of his biological mother's identity, nor does he feel the need to know. Nevertheless, who wouldn't yearn for a kind and benevolent mother? In university, their academic performances were comparable. However, Li Zhendong was a natural prodigy, effortlessly achieving scores in the 90s while juggling leisure activities. Zhang Yuan, a diligent scholar, had to exert considerable effort to attain similar results. This disparity underscored the difference in their innate intellectual capabilities. But no matter. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan retrieved his mobile phone and began perusing the Superbrain application. A peculiar sense of elation surged through his mind as he beheld the mathematical symbols. There was no need to envy others. Learning brought him joy and facilitated his growth. As long as he could learn, he possessed the entire world. Chapter 15. Unhand your claws. Li Zhendong cast a glance at Zhang Yuan, noticing the enigmatic smile that graced his face as he stared at his phone, and was momentarily taken aback. Excellent. He's found a partner, he mused, his gossipy heart ablaze. He surreptitiously peered over, only to realize that he was engrossed in Superbrain. Li Zhendong pinched his nose in exasperation and remarked, "So diligent, are we?" Just whiling away the time with some problems, Zhang Yuan replied. Observe this integral. Its solution is exquisitely elegant. Integrals that can be solved analytically are few and far between. Whiling away the time, whiling away. Li Jindong's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his breathing growing heavy. He recalled his university days when Zhang Yuan's diligent demeanor had earned him no shortage of criticism from his parents. Look at him, and then look at you. His father's judgment echoed in his ears. Li Jindong's heart grew restless. After graduating, this fellow had not only failed to moderate his behavior, but had, in fact, intensified it. Solving problems had become a sophisticated form of recreation? How impressive. Hold on, my sister has a perplexing game, an intellectual puzzle. Since you're bored, why not give it a try? A game? Let's have a look, Zhang Yuan responded. He detected a hint of ill intent in the other's eyes, piquing his interest. What difficulty could a child's plaything possibly present? The young girl approached, handing him a learning device with a mini program called Lights Out. The title is as follows. A 4x4 array of lights illuminates the panel. Each time a light is operated, it alters its own state along with those of its adjacent lights, above, below, to the left, and to the right. If, through a series of maneuvers, all these lights can be extinguished, the game is deemed complete. This task appeared rather simple. Zhang Yuan casually pressed a few buttons, and the lights were all extinguished. Achieving victory, the screen then transitioned to another image, transforming into a 5x5 grid of lights, with several already extinguished in the center. The difficulty had increased. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, pressed a few more buttons, and succeeded again, albeit taking slightly longer than before. It was evident that as the grid of lights expanded, the game would become increasingly challenging. My thought is, the young girl, with her eyes fluttering, timidly remarked, if there exists a significantly large queue of lights, and their initial states are arbitrary, is there a mathematical algorithm to resolve this issue rather than randomly pressing buttons? Zhang Yuan scratched his head and chuckled. Your sister possesses quite a mathematical mind. As for this universal algorithm, let me think. Of course, she inherits a considerable portion of my intelligence. I am certainly more astute than you. In what way are you smarter than me? Li Jindong replied with a smile, though inwardly he was also amused. This problem was indeed challenging. Why was it difficult? Because after contemplating for a while, Li Jindong was unable to solve it. Thus, the brother who enjoys tackling problems could ponder endlessly, losing track of day and night, all while relishing the thought of embarrassing his good friend in front of his beloved sister. Exceedingly gratifying. I shall commence with my ablutions. Please proceed at your leisure. The young lady regarded Zhang Yuan with an expression of eager anticipation, fully aware that she was incapable of resolving such a problem. Nevertheless, as the originator of the question, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhang Yuan's reaction was not what they had anticipated. He appeared somewhat abashed. There's no need, he demurred. You may dispense with your bath, for I have already discerned the solution. Indeed, you have solved it? Zhang Yuan expounded with eloquence. According to the problem's premise, depressing a switch alters the state of the lamp in question, as well as those immediately above, below, to the left, and to the right. Thus, we may deduce that activating a switch an odd number of times is functionally equivalent to activating it once, while activating it an even number of times is tantamount to not activating it at all, or zero. Intriguing, he remarked. Therefore, if the problem admits of a solution, each lamp need be manipulated at most once, or not at all. Let us first consider an NN matrix, which is, in essence, a binary group, isomorphic to a full-rank matrix. Given that the matrix is of full rank, a unique solution is assured. Having absorbed only these few remarks, Li Jindong felt his mind teetering on the brink of collapse, as inspiration surged forth like a torrential spring. Pray, hold a moment. It appears that this is, indeed, the correct approach. A rather elementary problem, wouldn't you agree? How did I fail to perceive it? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with resentment. How dare you employ group theory? How could a junior high school student possibly comprehend such concepts? You cannot subject my sister to this. Very well, Zhang Yuan conceded. Surely, junior high school students are familiar with systems of multivariate linear equations, are they not? The young lady nodded in affirmation. Systems of binary linear equations were, indeed, part of the junior high school curriculum, solvable by methods such as elimination and substitution. Systems of ternary and quaternary linear equations were also within their grasp. Zhang Yuan continued, let age represent the number of adjustments made to the JTH light in the ITH column. It is evident that, as I previously mentioned, age can only be either 1 or 0. To illustrate, let us consider the simplest 2 by 2 matrix, where the state of the lights is represented as 0 for off and 1 for on. We assume the initial state of the matrix is as follows: 1 to 0, 0 to 0. From this, we can derive 4 equations: A11, A12, A211, A11, A12, A220, A11, A21, A220, A12, A21, A220. Solving these yields A21, A11, A12, and A220. Thus, by sequentially operating the lights A21, A11, and A12 in any order, we can achieve the desired outcome. This method applies universally to all NN matrix problems, ensuring a solution exists. However, for NM problems, a solution is not guaranteed. Li Jindong found himself at a loss, watching helplessly as his sister gazed at him with increasing admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Despite knowing full well that she likely did not comprehend, he could not help but be captivated by her innocence and purity, as her focus was solely on her studies. Young girls of this age have no defenses against the allure of academic excellence. Alas, his sister's admiration for him might be snatched away by another. Just then, she inquired, "Why does this plus sign have a circle around it?" "Because it represents operations in a binary field, 110, 101, 000, which in the realm of computing is referred to as X or operation. If we were to use a standard plus sign, it would yield a negative result." Brother Zhang, you truly possess an abundance of knowledge. Therefore, one must strive diligently, lest they follow in the footsteps of your brother, possessing talent, yet failing to realize its potential. Mere intelligence proves futile. Cease your bestial behavior and refrain from disparaging me. Mr. Zhang, would you be so kind as to assist me with these advanced mathematics problems? There are quite a few that I'm struggling with, and my brother is unwilling to lend a hand. Very well. My sister is still a minor. Keep your hands to yourself. Ahem. Li Jindong cleared his throat emphatically, issuing a warning. I'm going to take a shower. Don't you dare get up to anything. My parents are still home. Huh? Zhang Yuan responded, scratching his head in bewilderment. The young girl couldn't help but pout and roll her eyes. Having already entered junior high school, she possessed a considerable understanding of matters. Even if she were to engage in a romantic relationship, she wouldn't face opposition from her family. She felt that her own brother was somewhat mentally deficient, whereas this Mr. Zhang seemed more normal. Chapter 16. No extraterrestrial invasion of Earth in the stillness of the night. 2 young men were engrossed in a frenzied bout of problem-solving. Li Jindong was consumed by anger, a profound and genuine anger. Each time Zhang Yuan surpassed him, he was compelled to exert renewed effort to overtake his rival. For him, this exertion was an excruciating ordeal, especially considering that this fellow was merrily grinning like a blissful deity while tackling junior high school level advanced mathematics problems. What was that supposed to mean? To derive such joy from solving junior high school level advanced mathematics problems was beyond human comprehension. Grasping a handful of hair, Li Jindong felt agitated. The various words on the page resembled fleas, leaping erratically from one spot to another. Despite his efforts, he couldn't make sense of their meaning. Unable to calm his mind, he abandoned his reading. He glanced again at Zhang Yuan's problem. Prove that the nth root of 2 is an irrational number, where n is a positive integer greater than or equal to 2. To prove, assume that the square root of 2 is a rational number, expressed as pq, where p and q are coprime. Then, 2, pn, qn, which simplifies to 2, qn, pn, leads us to the equation p and qn. According to Fermat's last theorem, this equation has no positive integer solutions. Thus, the assumption is flawed, and the square root of 2 must indeed be irrational. Li Jindong nearly choked in exasperation. You cannot teach my sister this way. It is simply unacceptable. Moreover, you are assisting her with Olympiad math problems. How can this be permissible? Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had unwittingly become a free homework assistant. Nevertheless, he mused that if he copied the entire proof verbatim, the teacher would surely find it amusing. Ultimately, he decided to cease his efforts, deeming the diversion sufficient. Zhang Yuan yawned, feeling rather content. Li Jindong finally exhaled in relief, eagerly setting aside his books and rubbing his aching temples. He picked up a telescope, stepped onto the balcony, and gazed into the depths of space. Gliese 581, a red dwarf star located approximately 2 degrees north of Beta Librae, was their intended destination. Its mass is 0, 31 times that of the Sun, its radius 0, 38 times that of the Sun, and its surface temperature hovers around 480 K, 3206, 85. With an apparent magnitude of 10.56, it lies beyond the reach of ordinary astronomical telescopes, yet Li Jindong persistently searched the cosmos. That was to be the future home planet. An idea struck Li Jindong. Why do you suppose there is a deep space program? Could it be that the higher echelons of humanity are aware of an impending alien invasion of Earth? Impossible. Although films are not a reflection of reality, they do capture certain truths. At present, no national leader is in a hurry to flee. When have humans been so noble? After a moment of silence, it is evident that the 500,000 volunteers are not the most exceptional individuals within human civilization. Everything relies on personal choice. There are a few visionary scientific giants. Yet the true political heavyweights would never relinquish everything on Earth to venture into those desolate, inhospitable regions. Li Jindong chuckled softly, acknowledging, indeed. That is why extraterrestrials have yet to invade Earth. What do you believe the reason is? Zhang Yuan inquired, gesturing towards two directions in the sky, furrowing his brow. It could be that, or perhaps this, or even both reasons, or possibly an even more significant cause that remains unknown to us. The direction Zhang Yuan indicated points to a star, KIC 8462852, colloquially known as Tabby's star. In the other direction lies Carini. As he gazed upwards, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, the city lights obscuring the resplendent celestial tapestry above. Discovering these stars has become increasingly arduous. In the historical context of 1977, North America experienced a massive blackout. On that night, as the lights faded, the boundless heavens revealed their primordial visage. A rather amusing incident occurred that very night. The police department received numerous calls reporting an alien invasion. The reason was simply that these urban dwellers had never beheld the true galaxy, and they were utterly bewildered by the ancient, overwhelming forces of nature. Indeed, Mother Earth is profoundly warm and gentle. So gentle that humanity of that era hesitated to leave the cradle, gradually forgetting the vast world beyond. Yet, this world encompasses far more than just humanity. The cosmos will not vanish simply because mankind chooses to turn a blind eye. The first challenge arises from the star Eta Carini, also known as the Homunculus Nebula. An extraordinarily massive star with over 100 times the mass of our Sun. Scientists estimate that this stellar giant may erupt within 1 million years, culminating in a hypernova. It is crucial to note the term hypernova, signifying an explosion even more powerful than a typical supernova, while the fact that Eta Carini is located a staggering 7,500 light-years from the solar system is somewhat reassuring. Another revelation is rather dire. Research indicates that its rotational axis is potentially aligned with our solar system, akin to a stellar cannon poised for ignition. When Eta Carini detonates, the fierce gamma-ray burst will sweep across the entire solar system. Regrettably, the northern hemisphere will not witness the brilliance of this star. Moreover, scientists continue to engage in heated debates regarding the degree of deviation in Eta Carini's rotational axis and the measures for disaster prevention. Humanity's understanding of such celestial bodies remains limited, making it exceedingly difficult to accurately predict the calamities that may befall our civilization. The gamma-ray burst, after traversing vast distances, could annihilate entire ecosystems or, conversely, exert little impact. In any case, clarity eludes us. The second challenge emerges from KIC 8462852, known as Tabby's star. In the 21st century, humanity had already discovered this peculiar star, its periodic fluctuations in luminosity arousing considerable interest among astronomers. At the time, many scientists speculated that nebulae or other large celestial bodies were obscuring the star, causing its variations in brightness. However, centuries of observation have only confirmed one thing. Its obscuration rate is increasing at a rate of 0.64 parts per thousand per decade. That is to say, if the maximum obscuration data from a decade ago was 22.112, then it is now 22.176, without exception. What does this signify? It implies that an artificial structure exists in the vicinity of that star and is being constructed at a constant rate. This has been ongoing for centuries. A Dyson sphere. It is there, immutable to human will. This reality has sparked immense trepidation among the upper echelons of civilization. A distance of 1,400 light-years is too vast for humanity, yet insufficient to diminish this dread. Any rational individual understands the implications of a Dyson sphere. Human civilization, when compared to a civilization capable of constructing a Dyson sphere, is akin to a paramecium. At that time, Professor Chi Yuanshan, the father of nuclear fusion, excitedly wrote in his diary, "If there are no extraterrestrials, humanity will be destroyed by its own indolence, just like in the old days. The impending wave of entertainment and innocuous neurological substances will inevitably destroy most of humanity's enterprising spirit. The confirmation of a Dyson sphere may revitalize humanity from the throes of decadent consumerism and capitalism, similar to the effect of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. It must be said that humanity has a good neighbor, and perhaps there is still hope. How fortunate indeed." Chapter 17, Bidding Farewell to the Past. Zhang Yuan remarked, "However, I feel that the rationale for deep space colonization remains insufficient. The Dyson sphere, while it may sound terrifying, paradoxically substantiates the existence of genuinely powerful extraterrestrial civilizations in the universe. Civilizations can indeed be exposed. It also demonstrates that the cosmos is not a dark forest, but rather a place where communication is possible. It is not as perilous as one might imagine. In the 21st century, before it was proven to be a Dyson sphere, scientists were already enthusiastically transmitting electromagnetic signals in that direction. After all, scientists frequently engage in such endeavors. This series of signals represented humanity's warm greetings and aspirations for peace. Although it may seem absurd to claim a yearning for peace, especially considering that humanity experienced 2 world wars in the 22nd century, it undeniably occurred. There have always been many optimists in the world who believe that extraterrestrials can communicate amicably. If genuine communication is achieved, human civilization will undergo a qualitative transformation. How can you be so optimistic? A powerful civilization can expose itself. What of the weak? Earth will inevitably fall prey to them. Why should they assist mere monkeys?" Li Zhendong chuckled, stating that such nonsensical occurrences have happened too frequently to be surprising. Even now, there are those who continue to transmit electromagnetic waves towards KIC 846-2852. Hoping that extraterrestrial deities might aid them in escaping their plight. The clandestine transmission of electromagnetic waves is beyond the government's capacity to prevent or control. Zhang Yuan jested. Perhaps the inhabitants of South America might consume monkeys, whereas we would undoubtedly aid them. We even rescue ailing monkeys and provide them with sustenance. The monkeys are even audacious enough to pilfer items, and harming them incurs a fine. It would be quite delightful. Do not feign indifference when the time comes. Fortunately, electromagnetic waves propagate only at the speed of light, requiring over 1,200 years to reach KIC 846-2852. Furthermore, electromagnetic waves experience significant attenuation in the vastness of space, compounded by cosmic radiation interference, rendering them a jumbled mess long before reaching a distance of 1,200 light-years. Therefore, there is little cause for concern. Ordinary civilian equipment is incapable of transmitting signals over such vast distances. Whether Earth has been exposed remains uncertain. Perhaps they observed primitive humans tens of thousands of years ago and paid no heed to these indigenous primates. Gazing at the starry expanse, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness. He yawned, then, as if invigorated, clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Therefore, we must learn. Only by becoming stronger can we evolve from monkeys into humans. Fighting. Let's strive and persevere." Li Zhendong was on the verge of tears. As mere moments of respite had passed before this fellow was once again seized by the desire to study. What to do? Awaiting assistance online, it's rather urgent. Li Zhendong felt a sense of relief. "Tomorrow, I shall report to Shisha Aviation City." Li Zhendong grew anxious again. "Why? Your vacation is mandatory. You are not permitted to conclude it prematurely. Having depleted my literary resources, I find myself at leisure within the confines of my home." Zhang Yuan demurred, elucidating that procuring digital books is prohibitively expensive. He noted that the local university provides complimentary access to a plethora of books. Moreover, it offers a treasure trove of scholarly articles and the opportunity to consult with esteemed professors and experts, emphasizing that solitary study is suboptimal. In this era, intellectual property is highly valued, and engaging in piracy constitutes an illegal act, punishable by exorbitant fines. Specialized books and academic papers command even higher prices. Given Zhang Yuan's current rate of reading and research, he would incur expenses of several hundred to 1,000 yuan daily. Therefore, his plan entails perusing 2 books and 5 articles daily for a continuous period of 20 days. He remarked that even tens of thousands of yuan constitute a significant sum, and that it would be more prudent to donate the savings to the Deep Space Foundation. Li Jindong felt his mind teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly succumbing to a faint. 2 books a day? Are you insatiable? He exclaimed, feeling utterly overwhelmed and resorting to incoherent ramblings. You are truly affluent. Well, then, good night. Observing Zhang Yuan's departure into his chambers, Li Jindong inhaled deeply. Reflecting on his own holiday spent pursuing romantic interests, indulging in video games, and teasing his naive younger sister. He was struck by a sense of guilt when contrasting it with Zhang Yuan's dedication to reading, diligence, and assiduousness. Prompted by this realization, he seized his half-read copy of Semi-Simple Lie Algebra, resuming his study. How vexing, he muttered, but I have no choice. After reluctantly acquiring a range of cutting-edge electronic devices, he proceeded to copy all of his father's legacy documents onto 10 mechanical hard drives. A journey through the cosmos spanning 3 millennia reveals the inherent unreliability of all things, particularly electronic devices. One cannot help but ponder that one day this tablet might cease to function. To preserve knowledge over time, it is essential to diversify risks. Even if these items hold little value 3,000 years hence, Zhang Yuan still harbors hopes of safeguarding them. The Deep Space Planning Bureau permits each astronaut to carry a personal cargo of 20 kilograms. His suitcase contains a selection of clean garments, several mementos from his father, and a hodgepodge of electronic gadgets, including the latest photon chips and storage devices, leaving little to be desired. Alas, the moment of departure is imminent. Here, he has shared laughter and tears, endured his father's teasing, and grappled with solitude in quiet contemplation. So many stories unfolding within these walls. This place, akin to a nurturing mother, offers a refuge of warmth. Regrettably, he must bid it farewell. He meticulously tidies the space, ensuring every corner gleams, discarding all unnecessary refuse. With a resounding thud, he shuts the door behind him, and the pang of longing intensifies within his heart. Turning back, he bows slightly. Farewell, farewell, as he parts with the past. A single tear escapes, and he wipes it away with his sleeve as he strides toward the elevator. A man must inevitably venture forth, drying his tears and casting aside any lingering thoughts. Dragging his suitcase to the entrance of the community, he encounters a familiar park, now deserted due to the sweltering heat. Memories of childhood play echo in his mind, for he often frolicked in this very place. One day, he abruptly tumbled to the ground. Then, in a flash of inspiration, he began to weep uncontrollably in the corner. His father inquired as to the cause of his distress, to which Zhang Yuan replied, I am aware that I shall inevitably die, and thus I weep. Even if I do not perish now, I shall eventually die in the distant future, and this causes me great distress. A young child, having suddenly grasped the concept of mortality, was unable to reconcile himself to it, and his heart was filled with unease, compelling him to weep incessantly. This situation appeared both comical and profoundly genuine. Death, such an unpleasant event, is the ultimate destination for everyone. So that's how it is. His father remarked coolly. Death is simply death. What is there to make such a fuss about? Do you, by chance, comprehend the meaning of life? If you do not, why do you fear death? To live is to eat. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, that is reasonable. His father merely laughed heartily, refraining, for once, from offering any commentary. Even the wise father was unable to resolve such an ultimate question. Chapter 18. Shisha Aviation City. Zhang Yuan hastened to the train station. A message appeared on his phone. Dahua Transportation, dear passenger Zhang Yuan, your ticket has been successfully paid for at 10:03. July 14th, 2264, train G888, second class seat. Donghua, 10:30. Shisha, 11:45, ticket number 781234. With time running short, Zhang Yuan boarded the train and settled into his designated seat. A gentle electronic chime echoed within the carriage. This train is bound for Shisha, with a travel duration of 1 hour and 15 minutes. The gray-black cross-sea bridge sprawled across the ocean like a colossal dragon. Crafted from modern carbon nanotube materials, it could effortlessly support a space elevator spanning 36,000 kilometers, let alone a mere bridge on the ground. These structures can withstand typhoons of up to level 16 with ease. Traditional modes of transport, such as airplanes, are on the verge of obsolescence. While fuel is not a significant concern, as hydrogen can replace conventional fossil fuels, the carrying capacity and operational costs of airplanes cannot compete with those of maglev trains. Moreover, with maglev trains attaining speeds nearly comparable to that of airplanes, Combined with lower ticket prices and superior comfort, without the ear-popping issues caused by pressure changes, air travel is gradually losing its competitive edge and edging toward extinction. An hour later, several indistinct shapes finally emerged upon the azure horizon, the fusion nuclear power station, towering at a height of 300 meters. The offshore fusion facility generates a substantial amount of heat, resulting in a surrounding mist composed entirely of evaporating water vapor. This distilled water is collected for urban consumption. Shisha Aviation City, located in the southernmost waters of Xiagua, was embroiled in territorial disputes with neighboring nations several centuries ago. Incidents of fishing vessels being detained and accidental skirmishes were common. However, as time progressed and society advanced, these trivial disputes faded into insignificance alongside the rise of Xiagua. Controlled nuclear fusion is indeed a remarkable advancement. At a mere 3 cents per kilowatt-hour, how much can it reduce industrial production costs? What are other nations even doing? Nuclear fusion power plants possess a peculiar characteristic. The larger the unit, the more stable its operation and the lower the cost of electricity generation. Furthermore, due to the limitations of human technology, miniaturization of fusion devices remains unattainable. Consequently, each fusion power plant resembles a small mountain. Nuclear fusion and the burgeoning space economy have allowed the Xia country to be a pioneer, reaping substantial profits. Therefore, sharing a modicum of these gains with neighboring nations is deemed acceptable. Territorial disputes have long been resolved, with mutual benefits serving as the strongest bond between countries. The train swiftly traversed past the nuclear power plant. Look, it's the space elevator. Where? It's that hair-thin line over there. Squinting, one could vaguely discern a slender pillar towering into the clouds, resembling a kite string. Bathed in sunlight, it possessed a shimmering, surreal quality. Incredibly high, many who beheld the space elevator for the first time instinctively pressed against the glass windows, capturing photographs. The legendary Tower of Babel, a historical marvel, now exists in 17 locations across the planet. Over the next 3 decades, this number is projected to exceed 30. Shisha Air City is home to Tingyun, humanity's first space elevator. Its geographical location, approximately 300 kilometers from the equator, allows the space elevator to maintain a slight inclination, maximizing the utilization of Earth's rotational force, thereby enhancing its carrying capacity. After nearly a century of development, Shisha has evolved into a cosmopolitan metropolis. Won't it collapse? How is that possible? The principles are fundamentally different. The space elevator relies primarily on tension rather than pressure. Do you comprehend the concept of tensile strength? Might nefarious elements target this towering structure? Some imaginative minds have wildly speculated. It is said that attacking a space elevator is tantamount to instigating nuclear warfare, which would provoke reciprocal retaliation. Security in Shisha City is notably stringent, with military forces stationed nearby, and aircraft are prohibited from entering the airspace. Brother, are you already in Shisha City? I just caught a glimpse of your latest social media update. At that moment, my aunt's daughter, Yi Qingqing, called, asking if you were heading to space. I would love to embark on a space tour, but my parents insist I work hard to save up. A trip costing 30,000 yuan feels like an eternity away for me. She was practically envious to the point of despair. Space tourism, however, is not as enchanting as it seems, I assure you. Zhang Yuan chuckled, suggesting she should focus on her studies and work first, as one cannot obtain a travel visa before turning 18. The cargo capacity of the space elevator is limited each day, resulting in a scarcity of tourist slots. Not only does it require substantial financial investment, but one may also need to leverage connections. The intricacies of human relationships will never be entirely obsolete, regardless of the era. As we conversed, the train gradually came to a halt. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final destination, Shisha. Please ensure you have all your personal belongings and prepare to disembark. As the train came to a stop, the travelers excitedly gazed at the space elevator in the distance. No matter where one stood, simply looking up always revealed that robust pillar reaching towards the heavens. The potency derived from technological and industrial advancements can thoroughly ignite a sense of national pride among the citizens of Xia. Virtually all space elevators across the globe incorporate Xia's technology and equity. Having been exposed to this extensively, Zhang Yuan didn't seem particularly affected. He simply rented an autonomous hydrofoil. Whoosh! The hydrofoil swiftly navigated through Shisha City, with the spray of water drenching him. Shisha City maintains a summer-like climate year-round. Yet the temperature in July barely reaches 30 degrees Celsius, making it far more pleasant than Donghua City. The city predominantly consists of artificial islands interconnected by bridges, with a plethora of waterways beneath, where one can occasionally observe tropical fish. Once, a leader, in a moment of impetuousness, contemplated filling these waterways to convert them into land routes to enhance transportation efficiency, only to face unanimous opposition from the populace, who felt that hydrofoils were more enjoyable and could attract tourism. As it turned out, the people were indeed correct on this occasion. The omnipotent aerial rails resolved the transportation issues, and waterborne transport genuinely bolstered the tourism sector. Beep. The cost for this service, 16 yuan. Zhang Yuan disembarked from the hydrofoil and arrived at his destination. I am an astronaut from the Earth age. Can I report for duty now? A service staff member at the Deep Space Planning Bureau scanned his ID card, smiled faintly, and said, Mr. Zhang Yuan, you still have 19 days of vacation remaining. You've arrived too early. Your launch batch has not yet been scheduled. I merely wish to inquire if there are any available accommodations. The service staff member replied with a smile. I regret to inform you that if you had arrived 3 days in advance, we would have been able to arrange lodging for you. However, it seems that such provisions are currently unavailable. You might consider seeking assistance from the neighboring university to inquire about vacant dormitory accommodations. I can provide you with a certificate of astronautical status. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing he had arrived prematurely and was being turned away. This was quite normal, as the service personnel were merely adhering to protocol. Very well, thank you. You're welcome. This area is home to numerous aeronautical universities, some of which are international institutions that recruit students from around the globe. However, due to the summer recess, most students have departed for their holidays, leaving the universities sparsely populated. Soon, Zhang Yuan beheld the gilded characters of Shisha University. As he appeared to be a student, he encountered no impediments upon entering the campus. After inquiring with several individuals, Zhang Yuan arrived at an office building, the Deep Space Foundation, Shisha University branch. Good day. I wish to see Professor Wang Zhong. Do you have an appointment? I do not have an appointment. I regret to inform you that without an appointment, Professor Wang is quite occupied. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuan resorted to his ultimate recourse, his astronaut certification and his father's identification. Although relying on paternal connections was somewhat undignified, he stated, I am Zhang Qiming's son. Please inform Professor Wang Zhong that I wish to pay him a visit, if you would. Chapter 19. Abolishing the Special Aviation Levy 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At his desk, Professor Wang Zhong, an octogenarian, was engrossed in reading an official document. As he progressed through the text, his disposition gradually deteriorated. Notification regarding the abolishment of the Special Aerospace Tax. The Special Aerospace Construction Tax will officially be abolished starting December 31st, 2264. This announcement serves as a formal notice. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. The Special Aerospace Tax was a form of support from the United Government for the Deep Space Initiative. Each participating nation contributed to this tax annually. Now, this tax is set to be eliminated. Professor Wang Zhong let out a deep sigh, and as his thoughts deepened, the wrinkles on his forehead resembled a series of valleys. In this era, with advancements in medical technology, particularly the advent of 3D bioprinting of organs, the average human lifespan has reached 110 years, with the healthier individuals even living to 140. However, reaching the age of 80 is still somewhat advanced. The decline in vitality has rendered Wang Zhong somewhat feeble in his scientific endeavors. Nevertheless, as an academician of the Academy of Sciences, his intellect remains far superior to that of ordinary individuals despite his aging. He is a person who cannot remain idle. Even in his later years, it is beneficial to contribute his remaining energy. Mentoring a few master's students is not a significant burden, and he can also manage some administrative responsibilities. As a scientific advisor to the Deep Space Foundation, he is perpetually occupied with unending tasks. The newly issued document only adds to his despondency. Time does not wait for anyone. Had he been 2 or 3 decades younger, he would have ardently contested the matter in meetings. Even if such disputes might not yield substantial outcomes, Wang Zhong made a phone call, striving to soften his tone. Do they not realize that in order to accelerate the Earth-era spacecraft to 7,000ths of the speed of light, support from the Jupiter base is essential? Creating ultra-long-distance light paths requires considerable financial investment. Wang Zhong, unwilling to accept the reality, remarked, do you comprehend the consequences if our travel speed fails to reach 7/10ths of the speed of light? A journey spanning 3 millennia. Any variable could trigger a domino effect. Professor Wang, We are exploring solutions. Rest assured, even if it necessitates liquidating substantial assets, we will secure the necessary funds. Wang Zhong ended the call, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, for politicians, the Earth-era project has long been completed, and the taxes levied upon the populace must, of course, be alleviated. Logically, this additional tax has been imposed for over 40 years, and public discontent has reached a boiling point. However, the question of where subsequent funding will originate remains a significant dilemma. Although the Deep Space Foundation is vast and possesses numerous enterprises, without the financial backing of the United Government, it cannot withstand such immense monetary demands. Liquidating assets is not a prudent choice. Recklessly selling in the capital market will only benefit the financial sharks. The market is merciless. The more desperate the sell-off, the lower the prices they will offer. Furthermore, the Deep Space Foundation's objective extends beyond merely launching a single colony ship. They aim to deploy 10, 20, or even 100 vessels. These assets are their very foundation. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. A young female student, Su Yunjing, entered. She softly spoke, "Teacher, there are several reporters outside who wish to interview you. They are a group of foreigners. Do you recognize them?" Foreigners? It seems some humanitarian association is soliciting donations for impoverished regions. Decline, and simply state that I am unavailable. Wang Zhong's brow furrowed, his voice rising in volume as financial matters were broached. One could surmise their intentions. Though our foundation possesses diverse holdings, our funds are not inexhaustible. They are the product of our scientists' collective endeavors. Su Yunjing appeared crestfallen by the rebuke. It was evident that her mentor was in a foul mood. Xia is a nation that exports energy, with domestic electricity priced at a mere 3 cents per kilowatt hour, practically a social welfare measure. However, electricity sold abroad is another matter entirely. The labor of the Xia people cannot be undervalued, and these exports must generate profit. Based on the initial investment in fusion research, some nations pay 8 cents per kilowatt hour, while others pay 30 cents. They are free to accept or reject the offer. This stems from the near-monopolistic nature of controlled nuclear fusion. This monumental undertaking integrates humanity's most advanced technologies and cannot be replicated by every nation on a whim. Su Yunjing hesitated before broaching the subject again. "Teacher, wouldn't refusing the interview reflect poorly?" "Reflect poorly? Utter nonsense. Will they starve without electricity? Is 30 cents per kilowatt hour exorbitant? This talk of human rights is merely a pretext for cheap electricity." Wang Zhong retorted acrimoniously, "They contributed little during the research phase. So why should they now reap the rewards? This is a matter of national interest. To secure a more affordable electricity rate, one must send representatives to negotiate with the government, rather than engaging in petty maneuvers to sway public opinion and garner sympathy from our citizens." Wang Zhong, well aware of the adage that words can lead to missteps, found little motivation to engage in frivolous discourse with the reporters. Instead, he seized the opportunity to educate his students on the importance of political sensitivity. In any matter, emotional intelligence is essential, particularly for young women. One should refrain from excessive altruism that may lead to unwarranted generosity towards others. After receiving a thorough reprimand, Su Yunjing dismissed the matter from her mind. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she remarked, "Oh, and that senior's son wishes to pay you a visit. Do you have time?" "Senior? Which senior?" "The one named Zhang." Su Yunjing gestured animatedly. Wang Zhong paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. A soft expression crossed his face as he recalled Zhang Qiming, his most brilliant disciple and the architect behind the Earth-era's main control system. All of his students, whether pursuing doctoral or master's degrees, referred to Zhang Qiming as their senior. As for his son, it seemed he had not heard much about him, though it was not as if he had completely forgotten. Everyone knows of Einstein, yet few remember his offspring. Reflecting on the passing of Zhang Qiming and the poignant image of a white-haired individual bidding farewell to a young life, Wang Zhong sighed. Do bring his son along. Chapter 20. The new civilization school confronted by the spirited and illustrious elder professor before him. Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Putting aside all other miscellaneous titles, the mere appellation of academician of the Academy of Mathematics would be sufficient to daunt ordinary individuals. Academician. Professor Wang's principal research area is motives theory, one of the most challenging disciplines. Motives are the product of a high-dimensional generalization of Galois group theory and were later unexpectedly discovered to have a mysterious connection with quantum field theory. The Langlands program and the study of motives theory are currently the two major mathematical trends. The Langlands program attempts to unify number theory, algebraic geometry, and groups, while motives theory attempts to unify discrete and continuous mathematics. They are referred to as the two sides of a coin. A mathematician once predicted that when humanity truly completes these two frameworks, the mathematical world will usher in a true unification, and all mathematical problems can be solved with these two grand theories. It sounds intimidating, but humanity may never complete this step. The progress of the Langlands program is still passable. After hundreds of years of research, humans have developed geometric Langlands, p-adic Langlands, and so on. However, due to its ultra-high degree of abstraction, motives theory has become a monologue for some mathematicians, and even peer review has become very difficult. So the development speed is extremely slow. Without a doubt, Wang Zhong is one of the top mathematicians. The construction of mixed motives was proposed by Professor Wang, which caused a huge sensation at the time. In the past, I often heard my father mention his mentor, his tone full of respect. So Zhang Yuan visited his elder, by the way, but had no other ideas. He even brought a small token, Donghua ham, a local specialty from Donghua City. Though it seems somewhat peculiar at the moment. Which university are you an alumnus of? Z University. Wang Zhong furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. While Z University ranked third in Xia, it still lagged slightly behind the top two institutions. In the eyes of an elder like him, exceptional students should attend the foremost schools. Are you also an aerospace volunteer? Indeed. Commendable. Carrying on your father's aspirations. Wang Zhong nodded, quite pleased with this aspect. Had he not been advanced in age with limited years remaining, he would undoubtedly have been among the 500,000, eager to experience interstellar travel. What are your future plans? Professor Wang inquired, lifting his teacup for a leisurely sip. With 19 days of vacation remaining, I intend to spend some time reading in the library. Once aboard the spacecraft, I hope to find a mentor to complete my master's and doctoral studies. Acquiring more knowledge is certainly commendable. Which area of research do you aspire to pursue? At this juncture, Zhang Yuan offered an apologetic smile. I am quite fond of mathematics. However, restarting a civilization necessitates a plethora of practical talents. Therefore, I plan to engage in engineering-oriented research, such as informatics, primarily mathematics, and aerospace engineering. Wang Zhong, a professor of science, adhered to the traditional academic hierarchy. Science disdains engineering, and engineering disdains the humanities. This pecking order is determined by the relative ease of publishing papers. Science professors face a greater challenge in producing papers. Some degree of innovation is generally required. In the realm of the humanities, producing subpar theses is astonishingly effortless. Disciplines such as film studies and acting are particularly notorious for churning out mediocre doctoral candidates. When his father transitioned from mathematics to aerospace engineering, Wang Zhong expressed his outrage, deeming such a shift towards engineering excessively utilitarian. Indeed, Wang Zhong furrowed his brow once more, sinking into a contemplative silence. However, as this was their initial conversation and they were not yet well acquainted, he refrained from voicing many opinions. Have you found a mentor yet? He asked. Not yet. Zhang Yuan replied modestly. After boarding the spacecraft, we still have to take an exam. I hope to achieve a high score. In Wang Zhong's eyes, a certain misinterpretation lingered. The Earth era was merely a large spacecraft. Despite extensive preparations, the resources and outputs within remained inherently limited. The majority of the crew's time would be spent in hibernation. To revive civilization on an alien planet, the accumulation of knowledge and technological prowess is paramount. Thus, the experts and scholars aboard the vessel naturally command greater resources and wield more significant authority. These renowned individuals have a finite number of slots for students, and being their pupil undoubtedly confers substantial advantages, akin to having a powerful patron. It now appeared as though Zhang Yuan, aware of his likely inability to achieve a high score, was imploring Wang Zhong to facilitate an introduction to a commendable mentor. Furrowing his brow, Wang Zhong inquired, "What kind of mentor do you seek?" Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before casually responding, "The more distinguished, the better. Ideally someone akin to my father." Wang Zhong felt increasingly discontented as he glanced at the Donghua, him resting on the table. With his years of teaching experience, he firmly believed that anyone attempting to leverage their father's connections to gain an advantage must undoubtedly be a poor student. If not, he, Wang Zhong, would consume this ham whole. One should reflect upon oneself before aspiring to the most esteemed mentors. His gaze towards Zhang Yuan grew increasingly unfriendly. Wang Zhong was not entirely oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships. It was not an insurmountable task to extend a modicum of kindness towards the son of a favored disciple. Yet, the mention of the Earth Era project seemed to strike a sensitive chord within him, rendering him profoundly anxious. The Earth Era project represented an autonomous society, and once launched, Earth civilization would be unable to intervene. Setting aside the chaotic external factors, such as Dyson spheres and hypernovae, this grand endeavor harbored another intrinsic motivation. It was a celebration for idealists on Earth, a monumental social experiment. When Professor Qi Yuanshan, the father of nuclear fusion, established the Deep Space Foundation, he simultaneously founded a new school of thought known as the New Civilization School. This school posited that the evolution of civilization is akin to biological evolution. It can only be repaired and improved upon the existing foundation, rather than completely dismantled and rebuilt. Consequently, the historical, cultural, and ideological legacies of the past will profoundly influence future developments, rendering certain historical burdens as encumbrances in the journey ahead. The New Civilization School once posed a profound question. Why has Earth's civilization yet to coalesce into a unified nation? The answer is rather straightforward. Firstly, humanity, as a species, finds it exceedingly difficult to relinquish entrenched power and vested interests. Should several nations unify, the leaders of smaller states would inevitably face displacement, necessitating a redistribution of extensive class interests, which the beneficiaries are loath to concede. For instance, the inconsistency in railway gauge across the globe is a prime example. Achieving a standardized gauge involves not only political considerations, but also a myriad of economic challenges. The replacement of outdated tracks demands substantial financial resources. Who shall bear this cost? As no party is willing to shoulder the burden, progress remains stymied. A mere issue of railway gauge exemplifies the protracted delays that can arise, let alone the complexities surrounding other intricate interest conflicts. Secondly, the historical chasms between nations proved difficult to mend, with ethnic animosities and racial strife persisting even to this day. Following the Third and Fourth World Wars, aside from a slight improvement in East Asia, many regions continue to harbor both new grievances and old hatreds, leading to minor skirmishes. The poorer the area, the more pronounced the conflicts tend to be. In the foreseeable future, it seems unlikely that these tensions will dissipate. Lastly, numerous nations may not even merit support or rescue. In certain instances, we witness the emergence of bureaucratic capitalism under dictatorial regimes. In others, a populace ensnared by drug addiction, with governments being puppeteered by unseen forces. Some nations exhibit widespread lethargy, preferring to let fruits fall unpicked rather than engage in effort. Additionally, there are countries grappling with a chaotic ideological landscape, where no singular visionary or great power can effectuate salvation. In essence, the Neo-Civilization School posits that the current Earth civilization's inability to unify implies a perpetual state of disunity. Even a forced unification would inevitably lead to a plethora of conflicts, a consequence of historical, cultural, and other complex factors. Therefore, the Earth-era vessel represents a monumental endeavor by the Neo-Civilization School. It seeks to leverage physical separation to discard all the dross of human history, aspiring to construct a more robust, unified, and cohesive new civilization with a shared national ideology. It is akin to a father despairing of his own future, entrusting all his hopes to a newborn infant. This more formidable new civilization, should it succeed, would have a distinct probability of influencing the original Earth civilization in return. This was the grand, millennia-spanning plan initially conceived by Mr. Qi Yuanshan. Chapter 21. I am sorry. Senior Apprentice Sister. Thus, Wang Zhong absolutely cannot permit this kind of backdoor shortcut to pollute the entire ship's cultural environment from the very beginning. A population of 500,000 is merely the size of a small city, and any negative aspect would be rapidly amplified. Humans are creatures of self-interest, and if everyone were to emulate such behavior, constantly seeking connections to open back doors, how could a powerful civilization be built? With this in mind, Wang Zhong stated calmly, "Let's do this. You will first take a test. If you perform well, I can assist you in finding a suitable mentor." However, the subtext of this statement was, if you lack the competence, you should leave as soon as possible. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Let's test some mathematics, as all disciplines require it. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had intended merely to pay a visit to his esteemed ancestor and share his visions for the future, yet he suddenly found himself tasked with completing examination papers. Nevertheless, he regarded it as a test from an elder to a junior. Xiaosu, please fetch a set of examination papers for him. I have sent them to your email. Wang Zhong instructed. All right, follow me, Zhang Yuan replied, trailing behind the senior sister. They retrieved 3 sets of papers, titled Introduction to Algebraic Geometry, Lie Algebras, and Modular Forms and Number Theory. Su Yunjing, of course, was unaware of any grand, far-reaching plans. True idealists often emerge only after experiencing turmoil. She could not fathom how her professor could conceive so many thoughts in such a brief span. With a smile, she reassured him, don't take it to heart. Professor Wang can be rather temperamental. In his old age, his thoughts tend to leap around, making it difficult for others to keep pace. He likely wishes to assess your capabilities. Zhang Yuan nodded, accepting the stack of papers. Su Yunjing continued, however, for talented young individuals, Professor Wang is eager to impart all his knowledge. He is genuinely a commendable teacher who will not tolerate mediocrity. Just then, a thought struck Su Yunjing. Had Professor Wang lost his mind? Glancing at the printed papers, her expression turned pale. These were indeed her examination materials. After all, she was a graduate student and had nearly failed. How could these papers be assigned to an undergraduate? It wasn't that she lacked diligence, but rather that Professor Wang's expectations were exceedingly high, particularly regarding Introduction to Algebraic Geometry, a notoriously challenging subject. What level of difficulty could Introduction possibly entail? She simply informed him that after 112, he should directly seek the integral of frac arctan x, 1x2, 2dx. To the average person, it might as well be akin to deciphering an ancient text. She would assist him by inquiring further, as this examination paper appeared rather peculiar. Su Yunjing felt a twinge of regret towards her junior disciple and swiftly departed. Upon reaching Professor Wang Zhong's office, she was met with the sight of the elderly gentleman, stern-faced, engaged in a rather loud telephone conversation. Professor Wang then lifted his gaze. Come with me. We have a meeting to attend. Oh, very well. Seeing his serious demeanor, Su Yunjing felt a flutter of anxiety, causing her to forget the words she had intended to say. The two convened for an entire afternoon, leaving only Zhang Yuan in a small room, racking his brain. Each challenging problem loomed before him like formidable peaks, the arduous ascent fraught with difficulty. Yet the view from the summits was exquisite. He found himself enraptured, forgetting even to dine. Professor Wang sighed, remarking, the foundation must prepare for the future. Although funds are ample now, that may not always be the case. It is also beneficial to utilize the residual energies of these astronauts. After all, one must be pushed to realize greater value. If 500,000 individuals each generate 100,000 yuan, that amounts to 500 billion. Wang Zhong pondered in silence. As a retired scientist, why must he concern himself with financial matters? Please, open the door, he instructed. Oh, certainly. Professor Wang was a man of utmost propriety, always keeping the door ajar when female students were present in his office, as he believed it would mitigate any unfounded rumors. Despite being in her 80s, there was hardly any risk of scandal. Su Yunjing sighed in agreement, arranging her meeting materials. Just a moment. There's something I've forgotten. She exclaimed inwardly, oh no. My poor junior. I failed you. Su Yunjing cleared her throat, mentioning Zhang Yuan's ongoing examination, careful to avoid any reference to graduate-level mathematics, lest she be held accountable. Professor Wang, she inquired, how much longer will it take? It's merely 3 mathematics papers. He mused to himself. If this Zhang Yuan has been admitted onto the spaceship through his father's influence, a thorough investigation is warranted. Even if he is Zhang Qiming's son, he should be dismissed promptly if he is not up to par. Su Yunjing approached the small classroom, softly asking, excuse me, Junior, have you completed the papers? Just finished, Zhang Yuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. Considering the allotted 2 hours per paper, he had, in fact, exceeded the time limit. Finished? Scrawled nonsense, no doubt? Su Yunjing glanced at the papers with curiosity. The handwriting was neat and the format reasonably standard, suggesting it wasn't complete gibberish. The initial questions seemed correct, quite impressive. Graduate education, unlike undergraduate studies, no longer operates on a one-size-fits-all basis, but rather focuses on cultivating genuine research capabilities. The mathematics papers are composed by the professors themselves, devoid of multiple-choice questions, consisting entirely of proofs. One either knows the material or does not. After only a few glances, beads of perspiration began to form on Su Yunjing's forehead. Senior, Senior, are you all right? Zhang Yuan asked. It's nothing. What is written here? I seem to have difficulty comprehending it. With a mind brimming with questions, Su Yunjing cautiously entered the office and presented the examination paper to Professor Wang Zhong. Furrowing his brow, he donned his reading glasses and, with meticulous diligence, began to scrutinize the paper. The elderly professor had a habit. The initial questions were fundamental. If one could not answer them, it would be rather embarrassing. Such a graduate would be bid farewell. If one cannot even handle basic questions, what merit is there in pursuing further studies? It would be better to withdraw and not squander everyone's time. The subsequent questions posed moderate difficulty. Failing to solve these would indicate a shaky foundation, suggesting that the individual might lack the capacity for research, relegating them to the role of an outer disciple. After all, they were merely master's students. If they could graduate, so be it, but if not, they should promptly depart. The latter questions were of a significantly higher difficulty, ones that his inner disciples must conquer. Failure to do so would lead to disappointment and scathing criticism. Inner disciples were those with potential to advance to doctoral studies. As for the final question, it was of a grotesquely difficult nature. Whether one was a prodigy or an academic superstar, the purpose of this question was to instill a profound respect for knowledge. In the eyes of the venerable professor, conducting research was far more challenging than merely solving problems. At least the mathematical questions within the examination possessed solutions. Utilizing tools created by others was a different endeavor from inventing one's own. Engaging in research was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It required not only relentless effort, but also innate talent. After a brief glance at the initial straightforward questions, which were answered correctly, Professor Wang Zhong remarked, "This individual is still merely an undergraduate." Upon reviewing the initial questions, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan and slowly commented, "Your handwriting is quite commendable. It is rather neat. Unlike some individuals who, after prolonged use of computers, have lost the ability to write properly, resembling a dog's crawl, Su Yunjing, standing nearby, felt a flush of embarrassment. Surely, the remarks could not be directed at her? It couldn't be. It must pertain to someone else. The proofs were quite commendable, albeit the reasoning seemed somewhat peculiar and deviated from conventional methods. Nevertheless, the conclusions were fundamentally accurate. Wang Zhong inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to Zhang Yuan, as the anger within him gradually dissipated. Upon closer inspection, the young man was, in fact, rather handsome, bearing a resemblance to his father in his youth. The countless days and nights spent together in pursuit of knowledge over 30 years ago felt like an eternity, yet eerily close at hand. How swiftly time passes. The elderly often harbor a sense of nostalgia. As he continued reviewing the examination papers, Wang Zhong mused that since these questions had been answered correctly, it indicated a certain level of proficiency on the young man's part, leading him to forego any further inquiry into potential favoritism. With a population of 500,000, it was unrealistic to expect every individual to be a paragon of virtue. Remnants of earthly tendencies are inevitable and can only be gradually rectified. The complexities of human relationships, if entirely absent, would render society excessively cold and devoid of security. Yet, if it devolves into a society governed by nepotism and bureaucratic tendencies, it would spell calamity for civilization. He continued his examination. Remarkably, those challenging questions at the back were also answered correctly. Quite impressive. These questions could befuddle even some of the more astute students. The sternness of Wang Zhong's expression began to soften, a sign of his improving mood. He realized he had misjudged the young man. With such aptitude, there was no need for any underhanded means. An astronaut's examination would certainly be a breeze. Since this individual has already arrived at the correct conclusion, I suppose there is little need for further elaboration. Regardless, the final challenge, a fine sheen of perspiration began to bead upon Professor Wang's brow, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest concentration. Su Yunjing observed curiously from the side, finding the proof of this problem rather perplexing. Moreover, during her examination, she had been thoroughly overwhelmed and could not arrive at a solution. "Did you solve this on your own?" Wang Zhong inquired, though he already knew the answer, as the problems were all devised by him, rendering any online search for answers futile. "Su Yunjing, did you comprehend it?" Su Yunjing was taken aback, momentarily flustered by the sudden address, her mind awhirl. It appears you did not answer this question during the exam, did you? Blushing, she hesitated for a moment before managing to utter, no. Zhang Yuan, please elucidate the problem-solving approach to her. Zhang Yuan pondered briefly before articulating. This constructed L function possesses several properties that map the category of smooth projective varieties to the natural contravariant functor to H, which can be decomposed through any special cohomology theory. Su Yinxing feigned an attentive demeanor while discreetly assessing this newly acquainted junior. When it comes to mathematical thinking, distinguished mathematicians often master various methods. The first method, if a problem proves too challenging to solve directly, one might consider its equivalent question. A simple illustration would be the equivalence between Fermat's last theorem and the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture. Mathematician Wiles established the famed Fermat's last theorem by proving the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture. The second approach involves contemplating a more generalized problem if the current one proves intractable and equivalent problems are elusive. Consider Fermat's last theorem. The ABC conjecture is a stronger, broader conjecture. If the ABC conjecture holds true, Fermat's last theorem becomes trivial, provable in just 5 sentences. This is easier said than done. Most people merely solve problems without grasping the underlying mathematical essence. Not everyone can generalize from specific instances. After Zhang Yuan's extensive explanation, Professor Wang nodded approvingly and inquired, understood? When Wang Zhong was asked to reiterate the explanation, she reluctantly admitted her understanding was superficial. Su Yunjing's interpretation was that the final problem's proof employed a cutting-edge L function, akin to deploying a bomber and detonating a nuclear weapon, obliterating the problem entirely. This high-dimensional approach, characterized by its forceful elegance, not only resolved the specific problem but also addressed all similar problems simultaneously. Wang Zhong frowned, aware that her current graduate student was not a prodigy. The student quality at Shisha University, being less prestigious than the top 2 universities, was inevitably somewhat inferior. Understanding is not mandatory, and no one will blame you for it. In the future, refrain from feigning comprehension, Zhang Yuan expressed with a hint of embarrassment. I have merely perused some introductory materials. The advanced mathematics remains elusive to me. However, I am familiar with the properties of these functions, hence I employed them readily. Employed them readily? Su Yunjing pondered internally. Why am I unable to do so with such ease? Professor Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, to apply cutting-edge mathematical theories to solve problems on a test? Can one truly utilize theorems they do not comprehend? How can you place your trust in the findings of others when they could potentially be erroneous? This was characteristic of his nature, never one to lavish praise. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a profound appreciation. What does research necessitate? It demands innovation, rather than the methodical, formulaic approach of those who merely tread familiar paths. Many may excel at solving problems, yet falter in the realm of genuine research, confined to the rigid frameworks established by others. Upon encountering advanced mathematics, their immediate reaction is one of defeat. I cannot understand it. It is akin to an ancient text. They dare not even engage with it, lacking the spirit of exploration and the audacity to traverse the unknown. Zhang Yuan recognized that his sentiments were indeed misguided. Wang Zhong's expression softened slightly. He withheld his critique, mindful not to undermine the young man's confidence. In the pursuit of knowledge, one must remain grounded. While your approach may not be incorrect, it lacks the necessary depth. Nevertheless, successfully solving the problem, even if imperfectly, is preferable to failure. Thus, I shall grant you a score of 99 for this examination. Acknowledging his error with due deference, Zhang Yuan conceded, my apologies, these courses were all self-taught. I have come to a profound realization of the inadequacy of my knowledge and the instability of my foundational understanding, hence my desire to pursue postgraduate studies for further cultivation. Self-study? What's going on? It suddenly occurred to me that this fellow is just an undergraduate. Chapter 23. This robot intends to harm me. After a thorough examination lasting half an hour, all 3 papers received high marks. Professor Wang Zhong grew increasingly pleased with his grand disciple, the severity on his face having long since dissipated. Is it nepotism to help a talented young man? It is his just desert. He inquired affably. What was your undergraduate major? Aerospace mechanical engineering. Why that major? What a waste. This major touches upon a little of everything: biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, mechanics, ostensibly to better understand the entire space industry. However, human energy is finite. Learning a bit of everything means mastering nothing. Few undergraduates truly excel in this field. Promising talents should study pure mathematics. What use is aerospace mechanics? Maintaining spacecraft can be done by others. Wang Zhong shook his head, sighed, and then deemed his thought unrealistic. There are only 500,000 people on the spaceship, and everyone must be utilized. Pure theorists are a luxury only Earth civilization can afford, he said. Once aboard the spaceship, the research conditions are not ideal. Most people primarily focus on administrative tasks, responsible for maintaining the existing systems. Administrative work is undeniably significant. Yet it is exceedingly time-consuming, making it suitable for someone like me, a retired elder. The incessant management of trivial matters throughout the day is overwhelming, to the extent that even supervising doctoral candidates has become unfeasible. I can only manage to guide a few master's students. Su Yunjing rolled her eyes, at a loss for words, as if mentoring master's students were a simple task. Perhaps, in the eyes of such exceptional individuals, it indeed appears effortless. However, under the suboptimal conditions aboard the spacecraft, one must diligently engage in research. For human beings, once complacency sets in, regaining industriousness becomes a formidable challenge. Wang Zhong instructed. You must pay attention to this. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. No. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows, instinctively attributing this issue to Zhang Yuan's lack of expertise. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. He is still young. As for selecting a mentor, it should align with your research direction, and one must exercise caution, great caution. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yuan emerged from the office, his heart brimming with delight. Professor Wang Zhong had agreed to write him a letter of recommendation. Such letters can occasionally serve merely as embellishments, yet they can also hold significant weight. After all, with sufficient capability, who need worry about securing a mentor? He was not anxious about that aspect at all. Clutched within his grasp was a temporary student card, signifying that he could reside at Shisha University for a few days and borrow reading materials from the library free of charge. This was indeed splendid. The campus of Shisha University was ablaze with lights at night. During the summer vacation, a small number of students remained on campus to participate in summer camp activities. During the summer, participating teams in competitions such as mathematical modeling contests and robotics competitions undergo intensive training. Couples frolic on the beach, reveling in the rolling waves, their laughter and cheers mingling with the surf. Such is the joyous atmosphere of a seaside university. As the tide threatens to surge, patrolling robots broadcast warnings, cautioning against swimming. Any subsequent drownings would be deemed self-inflicted, absolving the university of blame. Overwhelmed by hunger, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized he had not yet dined and hastened towards the East Gate. The East Gate's night snack stalls were bustling with activity, emanating a rich aroma of seafood that could be detected from afar. Reservation successful, please wait. Excuse me. Turning around, he was approached by a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl. A foreigner? Not an uncommon sight, as Shisha City, being an international metropolis, teems with expatriates. More than 35% of Shisha University's student body is comprised of international students. Yes, what can I do for you? Zhang Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Have you seen Professor Wang Zhong? Professor Wang. Her fluent Xia language was a rarity. The ubiquity of intelligent translation systems, where a mere smartphone could adeptly translate various languages, has diminished the incentive to learn other tongues. In Xia's National College entrance examination, English instruction is now an elective rather than a mandatory course. Could you possibly escort me to him? I am Angelica, a journalist from the Republic of Land's Humanist Association, and I wish to interview Professor Wang, the scientific advisor to the Deep Space Foundation. Humanist Association? Upon hearing a few words from behind, Zhang Yuan shivered involuntarily. He chose to ignore it and continued walking ahead. Classmate, please help me. I have some inquiries I wish to make. Truly, I implore you. Angelica grasped his arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with urgency. What do you wish to discuss? I would like to interview him, and in the process, apply for a portion of the electricity relief funds for impoverished nations. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, still reluctant to involve himself in such an inexplicable matter. A mere flicker of thought made it evident that the foundation was already financially strained, and Professor Wang would undoubtedly be disinclined to meet with her. Furthermore, these humanitarian associations often entangled themselves in political affairs, which he found rather distasteful. Some Western nations remain ensnared in the delusion of being traditional powers, incessantly criticizing the domestic policies and human rights practices of Xia country under the guise of promoting freedom and democracy. Please, the world has irrevocably changed. Zhang Yuan. unwilling to assist, had a sudden inspiration and declared, "I'm afraid our ideologies differ. I cannot offer my help. I am a member of the Animal Protection Association, and if you seek to apply for relief funds, we are competitors." The blonde beauty's eyes widened in surprise. Animal Protection Association? Animal protection. Are you aware? Zhang Yuan feigned seriousness. We ought to cherish animals, loving them as we do ourselves. We should refrain from consuming meat and instead embrace more environmentally sustainable alternatives like synthetic meat and plant-based options. The blonde beauty nodded in agreement. So, you are indeed a compassionate individual. Synthetic meat can indeed serve as a substitute for natural meat, allowing us to reduce the slaughter of animals and protect the environment. Zhang Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment, cursing the damned robot for its mischief. His face flushed crimson as he feigned a saintly demeanor. Truth be told, my association primarily focuses on the protection of cats and dogs, advocating against the consumption of cat and dog meat. I believe that felines and canines should be raised as cherished children. Kittens and puppies under 1 year old ought to be cradled in gentle arms, nourished with milk, and afforded the utmost care and affection from humanity. The golden-haired reporter, Angelica, involuntarily shuddered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhang Yuan had already darted away, leaving her to realize she had been toyed with. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration, exclaiming in pure summer dialect, "Scoundrel!" Chapter 24. A harem of 3,000 beauties? After teasing the foreign beauty, Zhang Yuan felt quite satisfied. As for the so-called Animal Protection Association, it was merely a pretext to facilitate his escape. The technological advancement of cultivating cells in petri dishes to synthesize meat has long been realized. Moreover, extensive research has shown that synthetic meat is not only cheaper than its natural counterpart, but also more environmentally friendly and healthier, garnering favor among the populace of the developing world. However, the taste of synthetic meat tends to be rather soft, resembling a meat patty, lacking the elasticity of muscle and the chewiness of cartilage, resulting in a less than delightful texture. As Zhang Yuan indulged in his meal, he pondered the discussions he had with Professor Wang Zhong. The two parties engaged in conversation for an extended period, discussing not only academic matters but also various aspects related to the Earth era, including work systems and economic structures. A student of his caliber, who performed reasonably well during his undergraduate studies without any notable distinctions, found himself categorized into lower-tier positions, earning a mere 1,100 yuan per month as a base salary. However, if he were to publish several commendable papers, thereby demonstrating his academic worth, he could secure a more prestigious role with a salary increase to 1,300 yuan. Such is the harsh reality of competition. Should I align myself with a commendable mentor and achieve significant experimental results, a similar salary enhancement would be within reach. Moreover, if I were to develop high-quality patents that could yield revenue for the Deep Space Foundation on Earth, further financial growth would be possible. Is this the new economic system they have conceived? It feels somewhat peculiar, yet it appears quite effective. Aspirations may serve as temporary motivation, but they cannot sustain perpetual drive. The Earth era functions as a self-contained microcosm, necessitating a comprehensive economic framework to invigorate the workforce's enthusiasm. The currency in circulation here is not the universal federal currency of Earth, but a form of currency specific to the spacecraft, termed new currency. Provided one's work does not falter significantly, this new currency is distributed monthly according to work grade, essentially functioning as a government-issued bond. The new currency can be utilized to procure food, clothing, entertainment, and various services aboard the spacecraft, as well as facilitate exchanges among individuals. Certainly, due to the relatively limited resources available, wages cannot be exceedingly high, typically capping at around 3,000 to 4,000. Consequently, the disparity in wealth among individuals remains minimal. In addition to this economic policy, there exists a second initiative, the conversion policy between the federal currency and the new currency. The Deep Space Foundation, responsible for providing subsequent optical support, may face financial constraints. To expedite the acquisition of necessary funds, the Foundation has called upon astronauts to contribute, whether through personal assets or intellectual property. Such contributions are not mandatory, but rather encouraged within the limits of one's capabilities. Assets on Earth can be partially converted into the new currency for use within the spacecraft. This conversion plan is still under consideration, and all will be informed when finalized. While this approach may seem somewhat unconventional, it is hoped that individuals will comprehend its rationale. Assisting the Foundation ultimately equates to aiding ourselves. The 500,000 individuals boarding the spacecraft carry with them a measure of idealism. To venture forth to an unknown planet and establish a human colony entails hardship, labor, and potentially even the sacrifice of one's life. All foreseeable challenges have been acknowledged in advance, and individuals have mentally prepared themselves. Can one truly expect to experience greater comforts than those found on Earth? For those seeking enjoyment, remaining on Earth would be preferable. In any case, Zhang Yuan has already donated all his family's assets, and thus feels a sense of peace. Yet, there is one aspect he holds in high regard: the hierarchy of work within the spacecraft. A higher work rank signifies greater privileges aboard the vessel, enhanced job significance, and superior wages. Individuals naturally seek to establish goals for themselves, and Zhang Yuan does not wish to be regarded as a superfluous presence within the spacecraft. However, hierarchical positions are not attainable through monetary contributions. Rather, they are earned through demonstrable accomplishments and subsequently calculated equitably via a comprehensive algorithm of impact factors. The most esteemed position, that of the captain, is limited to a select few individuals and is virtually irreplaceable. Zhang Yuan profoundly understood the immense difficulty of navigating the spaceship to a planet 20 light-years away. Despite the Earth civilization's extensive preparations, the voyage remained arduous. The captain was not only responsible for overall planning and resource allocation, as well as cultivating the next generation of leaders, but also for enduring immense psychological strain. The notion that anyone could be a captain is fundamentally a puerile concept. In addition to the captain, the spaceship's mid-level management included department heads, university professors, project reviewers, community organizers, and so forth. The lowest-ranking personnel were, of course, the spaceship maintenance workers and production line workers. These workers were carried in abundance. To put it bluntly, they were not unimportant, but their sheer numbers meant that even a significant attrition rate would not substantially impede the spaceship's operation. With these considerations in mind, Zhang Yuan had essentially formulated a plan for his future. His undergraduate grades were respectable, but only average among such an accomplished cohort. Therefore, it would be advantageous to author several noteworthy papers to enhance his social standing. In this new society, knowledge is paramount, and the social atmosphere is conducive to intellectual pursuits. With compelling publications, he could readily secure a mentor and demonstrate his capabilities, thereby attaining a more elevated social status. However, what should I write? What papers are worth penning? After much contemplation and mental exertion, I find myself devoid of particularly brilliant ideas. To compose a haphazard piece would yield little benefit and would likely incur the wrath of Professor Wang Zhong, which is not my desire. As I pondered this conundrum for over 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan finally arrived at his temporary dormitory, panting heavily. The lights were on in the room, and there was a fellow roommate, another astronaut who had arrived early. He knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. The floor was strewn with a chaotic array of mechanical creations, in hues of red, white, and yellow, showcasing an assortment of bizarre robots. Some were careening about like miniature racing cars, colliding with the walls with loud thuds. Be careful not to step on them. In the corner sat an unremarkable young man, his face smeared with a greasy substance. Zhang Yuan swiftly sidestepped. One of the racing cars crashed into a table leg, causing several parts to scatter. He carefully navigated around the robots and placed a bowl of seafood noodles on the table, inquiring with curiosity, "Are you building robots?" "No." The young man replied with a frown, "I am selecting them. These are my favorite creations, and I am troubled over which ones I can take with me to space." The young man, while expressing his concern, also seemed somewhat pleased, his eyes keenly observing Zhang Yuan's reaction. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded in understanding. It must be quite a struggle to choose just one among the thousands of beauties in your harem to accompany you on your journey. Each individual is permitted to carry a mere 20 kilograms of belongings. Exceeding this limit is simply unacceptable. These machines are constructed of metal, and the combined weight of just two exceeds the stipulated allowance, does it not? The man across from me lamented, clearly agitated after several hours of deliberation. Zhang Yuan chose to remain silent regarding such behavior. Each person harbors their own interests, which, in truth, is not particularly significant. Those capable of crafting their own robots are undoubtedly remarkable individuals. Chapter 25. The full-body motion mapping robot. Zhang Yuan opened a container of seafood noodles, intending to satiate his hunger before addressing the matter at hand. To his surprise, The man across from him involuntarily swallowed upon catching a whiff of the food's aroma. Would you like some? I can share half with you. Ah, thank you. I was preoccupied with deciding which treasure to bring along and completely forgot to eat. This shared meal quickly fostered a sense of camaraderie between the two. The gentleman introduced himself as Yi Keifu, possessing the same educational background as Zhang Yuan, merely an undergraduate degree. However, the pivotal detail was that he was an 8th-level machinist, adept in various forms of craftsmanship. Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Is that the type of profession where one can file a cube of iron into a perfect sphere? An 8th-level machinist, what could his salary possibly be? Undoubtedly, it surpasses my own. The skill does not merely involve filing a sphere. It entails utilizing fundamental tools such as files, cutting machines, and polishing devices to refine a cubic piece of iron into a sphere. The permissible deviation is a mere hair's breadth, a precision that qualifies one for the 8th level. A hair's breadth of precision? That is quite a challenge, reliant solely on the tactile perception of the craftsman. If one possesses sufficient skill, it is indeed manageable. However, achieving a higher degree of precision necessitates the aid of advanced tools. Remarkable. Yet, there are many individuals who surpass my abilities, including those skilled artisans at levels 9 and 10. Zhang Yuan mused within, acknowledging that every individual during the Earth era possessed a unique skill, and he might be the most mundane of them all. At least, that was true of his former self. These adept craftsmen were nurtured to facilitate the swift resurrection of civilization. Given the limited payload capacity of the spacecraft, it was impractical to transport every type of industrial machinery. Certain components could only be fashioned by hand. One should never underestimate the inherent capabilities of humanity. After hastily consuming a modest meal of mixed noodles, Zhang Yuan turned his attention to the assembly of metallic creations. He too was a mechanical enthusiast, having participated in robotics competitions during his university years. His programming skills were commendable, yet his lack of practical dexterity had led to less than stellar results. Yi Keifu, animated and with sparkling eyes, became animated when discussing his prized inventions, as if he were addressing a personal fondness. This is my entry from the ESL robotics competition, and this one here is from the national tournament, along with these others. Were all these crafted by your own hand? Not entirely. The sensors and various components were purchased, but indeed, most of the parts were handmade. What about the programming for the robots? Yi Keifu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort, as he admitted, most of it was also created by me. This admission was tinged with an air of embarrassment, for during his university days, he had inadvertently found himself in the role of an infatuated admirer. During competitions, he invariably brought along his girlfriend and her male confidant, essentially a strong contender burdened by 2 liabilities. However, even the most capable individual is limited in what they can achieve. Consequently, he never attained first prize. Such devotion ultimately led to unfulfillment. In a fit of pique, he opted to depart this disheartening existence. Zhang Yuan remarked with a smile, no regrets. I've participated in contests for the elusive first prize, but to no avail. As they conversed, Zhang Yuan casually picked up a mechanical arm-like contraption, scrutinizing it with curiosity. Its appearance was striking, exuding a metallic power that would be more than adequate as a movie prop. Weighing it carefully, he noted its substantial heft, nearly 20 kilograms. Designing such a mechanical arm would necessitate considerable time and effort, and animating it would be no mean feat. This fellow is a true academic, Zhang Yuan thought. Yi Keifu, wearing a touch of pride, stated, "This is a powered armor arm I crafted over 4 months. It won second prize at the Galaxy Awards and was even borrowed for the film Terminator 100. Powered armor? Zhang Yuan inquired. Actually, it's just a single arm. If you make a movement, it will mimic your actions. Want to give it a try? Yi Keifu asked. Let's do it. Zhang Yuan replied, donning a very tight leather glove that extended to his wrist. A wire connected the glove to the iron arm. Upon flipping a switch, a mechanical whirring sound filled the air, akin to an engine starting. Yi Keifu adjusted the settings and said, all right, you can move now. Zhang Yuan attempted to clench his fingers into a fist. A mechanical sound echoed as the metallic arm, resembling a human limb, formed a fist with its 5 fingers. Upon releasing its grip, he inquired curiously, this glove must be a pressure sensor, the renowned MIA pressure sensing system, correct? Indeed. With the presence of another knowledgeable individual, Yi Keifu enthusiastically delved into a myriad of parameters. Try compressing it. He handed a soda can to the mechanical arm. Zhang Yuan cautiously maneuvered his arm. The metal limb mirrored his movements, gently grasping the can before exerting pressure. A deafening roar erupted as the can was crushed into a flat disc. The maximum grip strength could reach 320 kilograms, while that of an average person is merely 50 to 60 kilograms. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yi Keifu asked, "What are your impressions from the experience? Speak only of the drawbacks. I need to ascertain whether I should discard it. I cannot take it to the skies." "You truly want the negatives?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head, uncertain. "Go ahead, don't hold back." "Well, operating it feels somewhat akin to using an excavator. First, there is no feedback from the human body. Without visual confirmation, I cannot tell whether the arm has grasped anything or gauge the applied force. Lacking tactile sensation compared to the human body is quite inconvenient." Yu Keifu nodded, acknowledging that indeed, without human-machine interaction, one must rely solely on sight to estimate the grasping of objects. Zhang Yuan continued, "Secondly, it seems I have no control over my grip. I inadvertently crushed the can when I merely intended to lift it gently. Thirdly, this contraption appears to exhibit a slight delay, and its movements are not particularly fluid. The distance the mechanical arm moves seems to differ from my own movements. How should I put it? It lacks precision." Although Yu Keifu felt a twinge of annoyance, he could not deny the validity of Zhang Yuan's observations. Moreover, it was he who had requested the challenge, so he had no one to blame but himself. He sighed, allowing his head to droop. "You are right. Hence, it only received a second prize. Let us abandon it. Farewell, my dear, we shall meet again in the next life." He lifted the mechanical arm and placed it into a box. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he had been too candid, rendering the creation seemingly worthless. He hastily added, "This model is quite impressive. The movement is hindered by gear backlash, and the friction varies at different angles, which indicates a high level of design difficulty. Achieving this result is commendable. What is the value of a fine model? In truth, it lacks technical substance and merely consumes time," Yi Keifu replied, shaking his head and exhaling deeply, consumed by the sorrow of losing his harem. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chose to refrain from further comments and set the matter aside. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he resolved to study instead, for learning always brings a sense of joy. What should he study? The knowledge he had previously acquired flickered through his mind. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He recalled a promising concept that seemed to reside in his father's tablet. Chapter 26. Is there anything amiss? Zhang Yuan opened his tablet and began to study earnestly. The purpose of the full-body motion mapping robot is to replicate human movements with remarkable accuracy, akin to the mechanical arm recently demonstrated by Yi Keifu. Do not underestimate this capability. It serves as the foundation and prerequisite for powered exoskeletons. Known also as powered armor, this has become a focal point of contemporary research. It is not merely a weapon for warfare, but holds potential for civilian applications, such as serving as a substitute for spacesuits. With the burgeoning advancements in nanomaterials, spacesuits are evolving towards greater simplicity and agility. Nevertheless, one inescapable requirement remains. A substantial oxygen tank and an extensive life support and communication system must be carried. Space poses numerous hazards. Whether it be a gas leak or hypothermia, any minor error could prove fatal. These life support systems are indispensable. Omitting even one component is not an option. Consequently, scientists have envisioned replacing the cumbersome space suit with powered armor. With powered armor, concerns over carrying additional equipment diminish, while enhancing safety and reliability. The thick armor can withstand impacts from high-velocity space debris without significant consequence. Beyond serving as a replacement for spacesuits, powered armor can connect with humans through VR devices, allowing for the remote operation of dangerous and challenging tasks without endangering lives. The primary obstacle remains the immaturity of the technology. Consider a simple illustration: grasping a balloon with one hand and then shaking it vigorously in various directions. This action is exceedingly straightforward for a human. However, for a robot, it poses an insurmountable challenge. Why is this so? A robot lacks self-awareness, rendering it oblivious to the force it exerts or the manner in which it should shake the balloon, all of which necessitates mathematical solutions. No matter how sensitive the sensors may be, they cannot replicate the comprehensive functionality of human skin. To hold the balloon, one must first calibrate the collaborative pressure of the mechanical hand. The force must neither be excessive nor insufficient, lest the balloon be crushed. Achieving rapid shaking adds another layer of complexity. It is said that a decade ago, a small company invented the MIA pressure sensing system. a patented technology utilized by Yi Keifu, which generated billions in royalties within a year. Thus, his intent was to address one of the more critical issues and subsequently compose a paper or patent, ideally yielding financial returns for the foundation. So, let us embark on the task of writing a scholarly article. With determination, a line of text materialized on the screen, a high degree of freedom robotic kinematics analysis theory based on geometric group theory and topology. The deeper the exploration, the more one perceives the intricate and profound ideas interwoven within. The focal point of the elder's research primarily concerns the complex kinematic scenarios of a mechanical hand with 27 degrees of freedom, encompassing group theory, topology, and elements of hypercomplex numbers, a seemingly arduous endeavor. Even if one comprehends the underlying inspiration, it does not guarantee the seamless completion of the entire paper. His father only provided a general direction, leaving a vast expanse for Zhang Yuan to complete. It is often the case that seemingly obvious issues transform into significant obstacles when writing a thesis, becoming remarkably unclear. Zhang Yuan sighed deeply. With so many degrees of freedom in kinematics, coupled with a peculiar algorithm, his current capabilities only allowed him to comprehend it, not independently propose it. He wondered what his father was thinking. By the way, Yi Keifu, could you share your control program with me? What program? Yi Keifu turned his head. The robotic arm program. Oh, sure, no problem at all. Yi Keifu cautiously stated, I'm not particularly proficient in this kind of programming. I'm more of a self-taught amateur. His statement of not being particularly proficient was, in reality, a modest remark. Being able to create such a program already surpassed the abilities of a typical undergraduate student. Yi Keifu looked at Zhang Yuan with a competitive edge, eager to assess the newcomer's skill level. Young people often have a comparative mindset, especially when they are astronauts from various backgrounds, who are likely to be quite exceptional. Soon, the relevant program was sent to Zhang Yuan's computer. Zhang Yuan pinched his nose as he examined the program. How should he put it? Yi Keifu was indeed an amateur. His programming habits were not ideal. The code lacked comments, and the names of variables and functions were simply A, B, C, D, leaving the code shrouded in mystery. The downside of this approach is that, over time, even the programmer might forget the purpose of their own code. However, the algorithmic content within is decidedly simpler than the ideas proposed by the elder. Soon, he deduced a general concept. The entire leather glove functions as an exceedingly sensitive pressure sensor. The movements of the human fingers induce fluctuations in the glove's pressure. By employing a certain algorithm to process this data, one can ascertain the specific direction of finger movement. Subsequently, by relaying this direction to the robotic hand, it can mimic the motions accordingly. This concept is rather straightforward and lacks sophisticated mathematical modeling, primarily relying on the inherent capabilities of the MIA pressure sensor. If judged by rigorous scientific standards, it would be deemed rather pedestrian. Of course, Yi Keifu is merely an undergraduate, and one cannot expect too much. It is unrealistic to anticipate that an undergraduate could produce groundbreaking work. Zhang Yuan contemplated thoughtfully, identifying numerous areas for improvement. Is there something amiss? Yi Keifu inquired. Observing the myriad expressions on Zhang Yuan's face as he oscillated between deep contemplation and furrowed brows, Yi Keifu couldn't help but wonder, in such a brief span of time, could he truly grasp the entirety of the algorithm? It seemed unlikely. After all, it had taken him a considerable duration to formulate it, and he was certain that neither his ex-girlfriend nor her male confidant would comprehend it. Chapter 27. The Big Shot? Zhang Yuan scrutinized the expressions of his counterpart. If the individual exuded an air of superiority, believing themselves to be invincible, then mere acquiescence would suffice. There exists no profound relationship. Hence, there is no necessity to engage in a fierce dispute. However, if the other party genuinely seeks guidance, exchanging a few words could be quite beneficial. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. Feel free to express your thoughts. Yi Keifu promptly responded. Zhang Yuan continued, stating, this entire function is likely designed to manage the fluctuations in glove pressure, specifically pertaining to the SDK interface of the leather glove. Indeed, Yi Keifu felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that this young man had truly comprehended the concept. Given the immense volume of data generated by the glove, this algorithm selectively discards the majority of it, with approximately 70 being eliminated. Correct. Yi Keifu nodded again. I have several ideas for processing this seemingly redundant data. The first approach involves segmenting the data and calculating their variance. The variance of redundant data will not be substantial, and with this calculation, we can ascertain whether it is indeed redundant, which is preferable to discarding it haphazardly. The second approach entails segmenting the data and employing a value function to assess the worth of these segments. Let us assume that max I, j denotes the optimal solution derived from the ith to the jth data point, with the dynamic transfer equation articulated as max I, j max, max I, k, max k1, j, w, I, j. Initially, Yi Keifu listened with rapt attention, exclaiming the reasonableness of the ideas presented. However, as the discussion progressed, he remained silent, ultimately succumbing to a state of complete stupor. Because he ultimately had no understanding of what Zhang Yuan was saying, this gentleman found himself perplexed by the term max I, j. What on earth are you doing? However, an aura emanating from a strong presence left him at a loss for words, rendering him a veritable illiterate the moment he attempted to speak. He did comprehend the previous statement, recognizing it as common knowledge, and pondered over it for quite some time. Yet, due to its considerable complexity, he was compelled to strategically abandon it. Once the arm could rotate, the challenges of modeling and design would inevitably escalate exponentially. And he found himself utterly incapable of mastering it. What should we do then? Zhang Yuan replied. The calculations for rotation can typically be resolved using quaternions. Among the literature on this subject, a notable work is quaternion physics, which is accessible if you possess a basic understanding of complex analysis. As he spoke, he felt his thoughts gradually clarifying. Indeed, being a teacher has its advantages. The term quaternion resonated with Yi Keifu, and he felt a burgeoning sense of conviction. He mused, had his former teammates been in his position, perhaps they would have secured first prize. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his undergraduate institution was rather mediocre, leaving him with far too few peers of comparable brilliance, which had fostered a sense of complacency. But now, circumstances had changed. Soon, he began to bolster his own resolve, persevere, fight on. With diligent study, Yi Keifu shall undoubtedly surpass him. Eagerly, he exclaimed, Zhang Yuan, allow me to treat you to a late-night snack. I didn't quite grasp what you said earlier. Could you please explain it once more? It is quite late, nearly 11 o'clock, and indulging in food at this hour may lead to weight gain. Zhang Yuan felt somewhat unsatisfied after consuming nearly half a bowl of mixed noodles, which stirred a desire within him. Naturally, he thought, one must eat. The night is still in its infancy. Thus, he resolved to step out once more. He reassured himself that if his blood sugar dipped too low, his mind would falter. Following this rationale, he and his companion stealthily exited the dormitory. It must be noted that university life appears to be a period of unparalleled vitality, with students typically refraining from sleep until after midnight. The eastern gate remained bustling with activity. Along the way, Yi Keifu enthusiastically discussed various mechanical models, specifications of different chips, and the latest developments in space weaponry, his tone infused with both exaggeration and fervor. I find the enterprise developed by the Eagle Nation quite appealing, and the Goliath turtle from the American realm is commendable as well. Indeed, our own Dragon aircraft is impressive, a genuine aerial mothership equipped with cutting-edge electromagnetic cannons. These advancements in space weaponry are truly astonishing. After struggling to grasp the essence of Yi Keifu's discourse, Zhang Yuan moistened his parched lips and remarked, however, the pace of research on these weapons does not seem particularly swift, does it? The global trend leans towards collaboration rather than the confrontational stance of the past, which has inevitably slowed down the development of various armaments. With fervor, Yi Keifu continued, there are extraterrestrials. Isn't the Dyson sphere a testament to that propulsion? Although it lies over 1,000 light-years away, what does 1,000 light-years signify in terms of propulsion? If we were speaking of Alpha Centauri, then that would indeed qualify as true propulsion. Conceivably, with the advent of a grand spacefaring era, individuals might find themselves in a position to procure personal spacecraft. I am convinced that day will dawn, and I have already decided that my vessel shall be christened Queen Elizabeth. I shall pilot my craft on interstellar voyages. Observing Yi Keifu's descent into fervent enthusiasm, as he continued to prattle on, Zhang Yuan interjected abruptly, cutting him short. Old friend, such conduct is unlikely to attract a partner. Why? How did you discern that? Yi Keifu, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, fell silent. Zhang Yuan furtively glanced around, and upon ascertaining the absence of the fair-haired journalist he had previously slighted, he breathed a sigh of relief and nonchalantly settled into his seat. Your incessant references to Elizabeth in my presence lead me to deduce that you are without a girlfriend. Is the name not endearing? Zhang Yuan found the situation amusing. Indeed, it is quite endearing. However, it is improbable that women would share that sentiment. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Suddenly, a boisterous clamor erupted from the adjacent table. The group, having imbibed copious amounts of alcohol, witnessed a couple engaging in a passionate embrace amidst the revelry. Such displays are rather commonplace in this era. Zhang Yuan, unfazed by the public display of affection, cast a cursory glance before losing interest. Ye Keifu sighed, a hint of envy in his tone, remarking, "Those who remain on campus at this juncture are, for the most part, academic luminaries, are they not? Youth is truly a precious commodity. I find myself yearning for my university days." Zhang Yuan remarked, "There are indeed many high achievers, though they are not the entirety. There are also numerous individuals who merely wish to ride on the coattails of others, seeking to gain accolades without true merit. Nevertheless, possessing a nationally recognized award significantly enhances one's prospects, whether for scholarship applications or job hunting. Well, I refer to her as my ex-girlfriend, although we never even held hands. It was merely a label, and those who were willing took the bait. How foolish," he lamented. "The most arduous aspect of university life is not witnessing couples flaunting their affection, nor high achievers displaying their grades, or affluent individuals showcasing their wealth. It is, rather, observing couples flaunting their riches, high achievers parading their love, and the wealthy exhibiting their academic accomplishments. How I yearn for a charming girl who genuinely adores me. As the sole sprout in this village, I require everyone's support. Finally, I have garnered some recommendations. Each recommendation's quality influences the subsequent ones. This book, with a word count of 60,000, merely establishes a backdrop. Currently, it boasts 700 collections, and its performance can only be described as mediocre. However, the review section has begun to feature many familiar faces, which brings me great joy. In truth, it cannot be said that I am the only sprout in this village. There are a few commendable sci-fi novels emerging recently, yet overall, their performances remain rather average. The new book Metal Cracks has not seen a significant increase in collections, with only a little over 5,000 thus far, and judging by the data, it seems poised for failure. No one wishes for their painstakingly crafted work to falter, rendering months or even a year of effort futile. For those interested, feel free to lend your support. This is a friendly recommendation, without any ulterior motives. As for the other nascent science fiction works, I remain uncertain. Perhaps they have perished unnoticed in their infancy. Thus far, the realm of hardcore interstellar science fiction remains a rarity. I advise against excessively distinguishing between hard and soft sci-fi during promotions, for the mere mention of hard sci-fi often invites disdainful glances, with critics dismissing it as mere genre filler. Engaging in futile debates with those already harboring biases proves to be of little consequence. Now, to return to the main subject. It is astonishing that my manuscript, initially submitted via email, did not secure a contract. Subsequently, I reached out to the editor on a messaging platform, and to my surprise, he exclaimed, "So it was you who wrote this." The contract was soon finalized. Essentially, it was my name as an author that prompted the agreement. This underscores the fact that such genres remain somewhat niche. The fervor surrounding the film The Wandering Earth has not altered the prevailing landscape. Those destined to fail will still do so. Some have remarked that my previous work did not fare particularly well. However, I would not categorize it as a complete failure. 600,000 words and an average of 200 subscriptions do not seem too dismal, in my opinion. The primary issue stemmed from the constraints of censorship, leading to frequent alterations of the outline and a narrative that became somewhat disjointed, ultimately resulting in lackluster performance upon release. Thus, while this book initially aimed for an academic tone, it is not likely to delve into political matters. I must ask for your understanding as I refrain from detailing Earth's political landscape. Nevertheless, the latter half of the narrative will inevitably touch upon political themes by that time. The work will be available for purchase, and any detractors will likely have moved on. All right, the inaugural recommendation is solely for a nascent science fiction novel, devoid of any app endorsements, marking a somewhat explosive commencement. To all kindred spirits who find themselves enamored with this literary work, your consideration in adding it to your reading lists, or perhaps extending a recommendation to others, would be deeply appreciated. Thank you all. Chapter 28. To live is to learn. Reflecting upon this, Ye Keifu emitted a protracted sigh, ultimately resolving to seek his prospects aboard the starship. The gender ratio on the vessel was meticulously maintained at 1:1, with all genetic sequences having undergone scrutiny to preclude any manifest hereditary ailments, ensuring that the visages of the female contingent would be nothing short of comely. 250,000 young, beauteous women, surely among them, there would be a suitable match for him. Yi Keifu protested. Is not the very essence of existence predicated upon procreation and the perpetuation of our species? Zhang Yuan responded with a hint of disdain. Assuredly not. To live is to learn. Pooh. Yi Keifu nearly ejected a mouthful of noodles. Zhang Yuan continued with earnestness. Allow me to regale you with a tale. There once existed an individual named Wolf, who, due to a heartbreak, contemplated ending his life at the stroke of midnight. With laudable efficiency, he had completed his will by 10 o'clock. Yet, as midnight approached, he resolved to peruse a mathematics text. He encountered Fermat's last theorem and embarked upon an attempt to prove it. And then, as dawn broke, he had yet to achieve a proof. Yi Keifu was somewhat perplexed. Zhang Yuan elaborated. After a night immersed in mathematical inquiry, Wolf's mind had attained a newfound clarity, leading him to abandon his suicidal intentions. Subsequently, he metamorphosed into a successful entrepreneur. Upon his demise, a revised will was discovered, bequeathing a legacy of 100,000 yuan to the first individual to prove Fermat's last theorem. By the close of the 20th century, mathematician Andrew Wiles ultimately claimed this reward. Yi Keifu blinked, contemplating the notion that love renders one foolish, while mathematics breeds happiness. There is little of value to discuss regarding romance. The time spent in pursuit of fleeting encounters could be better invested in the pursuit of knowledge, which will never betray or abandon you. Thus, the essence of life is to learn. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan could not restrain himself and pulled out his phone. Engrossed in the Superbrain app, reveling in its joys, Yi Keifu's mind nearly faltered. He felt an urge to argue. Yet the ancient aura emanating from the stronger individual compelled him to nod in agreement. Reflecting on his own days as an infatuated admirer, it felt as if he had truly diminished in intellect, unable to discern right from wrong. A mere word from the goddess could elate him for an entire week. Akin to a 5-year-old child, he remarked, somewhat perplexed, "You make a valid point." As Zhang Yuan immersed himself in solving mathematical problems, he silently admired his newly conceived philosophy. Doing a good deed each day surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda. The discussions with Yi Keifu about variance and dynamic programming were merely elementary concepts within the realm of operations research. These ideas were still too rudimentary. What he could easily conceive had long been contemplated by those more adept. Furthermore, Yi Keifu's mathematical model was inadequate, lacking a solid foundation. No matter how much one optimized, it could only reach a certain level. The aspiration to craft a truly extraordinary paper from this was nearly impossible. His father's ideas had become remarkably abundant. They involved employing a nonlinear geometric theory to address the nonlinear and incomplete issues within robotics kinematics. Particularly, when two interrelated components exhibit symmetry, geometric group theory can effortlessly represent and reason about them. The entire process, to put it succinctly, has been mastered by his father, requiring only comprehension. However, articulating it is extraordinarily cumbersome. A human arm possesses 27 degrees of freedom, rendering the expression exceedingly convoluted. Perhaps upon witnessing such complexity, his father simply lost interest? Zhang Yuan pondered. It is entirely possible, as he must design various systems for the spacecraft, which is even more intricate and challenging. Alternatively, it could be a small gift prepared specifically for me. The disparity among individuals is indeed vast. Thus, Zhang Yuan became engrossed in research and exploration. As days passed by, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and a week slipped away. After being infused with the philosophy that life is meant for learning, Yi Keifu also embarked on an intense study regimen. On one hand, he felt a sense of envy, jealousy, and competitiveness, as Zhang Yuan's theoretical knowledge clearly surpassed his own by an immeasurable margin. On the other hand, he genuinely aspired to surpass him through diligence. Whenever Zhang Yuan visited the library, he followed suit. When Zhang Yuan slept, he too would rest, unwilling to relent for even a moment. It must be said that the atmosphere of academic pursuit, though intangible, is undeniably real and can easily spread within dormitory settings. Living in the same dormitory with a cohort of academic luminaries often precipitates a synergistic effect, fostering mutual intellectual growth. However, after a week, Yi Keifu felt as though he was on the verge of an emotional precipice. He found himself teetering, dedicating at least 12 hours daily to academic pursuits, with little respite beyond basic necessities. Even his dreams were haunted by the specter of theorems, driving him to the brink of madness. Why am I toiling so relentlessly? I am on holiday. He repeatedly questioned himself, contemplating a temporary cessation of his endeavors. Could you perhaps grant yourself a moment's respite? He inwardly implored. He had always esteemed himself as a paragon of diligence, yet in comparison to those who found genuine pleasure in mathematical challenges, he felt dwarfed. His roommate, in particular, reveled in these intellectual exercises, occasionally erupting in joyous exclamations. What was he to make of this? As these thoughts swirled within him, Yi Keifu began to breathe heavily, attempting to quell the palpitations in his chest. Persevere, strive, and triumph. He mentally exhorted himself, suppressing the urge to seek the company of young women. However, Zhang Yuan's casual remark irrevocably shattered Yi Keifu's resolve. I might as well peruse these documents while I'm at it, since the campus network provides complimentary access. A mere 200 pages in total. 200 pages. He inwardly cursed his predicament. In Yi Keifu's mind, a tiny figure was frantically tugging at him, urging him toward moral decay. No, my dear brother, I truly cannot endure this any longer. After perusing 200 pages, yet another day had slipped away. He yearned to indulge in gaming, to pursue romantic encounters, or to relish a sumptuous feast. Every single cell in his being craved entertainment. I need a respite. Another voice within him thundered, absolutely not. If someone outshines you in intellect, strength, and effort, you must persist unwaveringly. Yi Keifu, you cannot succumb to degradation. No, I wish to fall. I must not falter. Ah, Zhang Yuan, please, descend into depravity quickly. I implore you. No, I beseech you. Chapter 29. No need to cater to fools. Zhang Yuan seemed to have caught wind of Yi Keifu's inner turmoil. He suddenly lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Why do I feel as though someone is calling me? Are you beckoning me? No, not at all. I'm merely engrossed in my reading, Yi Keifu quickly replied. Zhang Yuan resumed his focus, but after a while, with a hint of suspicion, he remarked, forget it. These papers appear to lack any substantial value for reading. I have resolved to attend this open lecture instead, to shift my perspective. Will you join me? At present, it was the season for various Olympic training camps to commence, and the university offered numerous open lectures available for free attendance. Zhang Yuan thought it best to seek something simple to pass the time. Indeed, that's the plan. Prolonged engagement with academic papers can be exhausting. A brief intermission may yield greater productivity. Upon hearing those words, Yi Keifu was seized by an irrepressible elation, akin to the discovery of a sweet spring in a parched desert. He thought to himself, he's finally venturing out. He's going to indulge himself. He was merely feigning seriousness, after all. What are you laughing about? Why so cheerful? Hey, are you coming or not? Damn, really going to attend the lecture? Oh well, attending a lecture is better than remaining in the dormitory, Yi Keifu remarked. All right, I've also been wanting to audit a lecture at Shisha University. I wonder about the quality of the professors, though there certainly seem to be many beauties here. Many beauties, you say? Of course. You ask me to bring you food every day. Naturally, you wouldn't notice. Zhang Yuan inhaled deeply. The air was fresh, carrying a saline tang of the sea breeze, and the distant cries of seagulls could be heard. These clever birds knew that human habitation meant food. Glancing at his calendar, he realized that only 12 days of his vacation remained, and a subtle sense of urgency welled up within him. Time truly flies. Writing a thesis is not merely intellectual labor, but also physical exertion. Transcribing one's thoughts from the mind onto paper is an arduous task. The topic Zhang Yuan was currently pursuing, robot kinematics, possessed a plethora of literature, including forward kinematics, inverse kinematics, vector methods, screw theory, quaternion methods, and so forth. However, the fervor for writing a thesis often stands in inverse proportion to the quantity of literature consulted. Why is that? At times, one may find that their ideas have already been realized by others, thus rendering them devoid of value. Conversely, there are instances when one suddenly comes to the realization that, in comparison to others' thoughts, their own ideas appear utterly trivial. Consequently, crafting a paper of genuine worth proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. It necessitates the discovery of a concept that has not yet been contemplated by others, while also possessing practical applicability, an arduous task indeed. Fortunately, after a week of diligent literature review, Zhang Yuan is nearly certain that his father's idea remains uncharted in scholarly discourse. Moreover, its practical significance is likely to surpass that of mainstream algorithms. However, he is uncertain about the level of innovation this paper embodies or the journal tier it might be suitable for, having never navigated this academic sphere before. Zhang Yuan has set a singular objective for himself, to complete it thoroughly before embarking on his voyage into space. Turning a corner and entering the cafeteria, he hastily consumed a couple of buns before the two of them hurried towards the classroom. The class was about to commence, and the room was filled to capacity. However, an odd phenomenon was observed. The first 3 rows remained unoccupied. With no other available seats in sight, Zhang Yuan reluctantly settled in the far left of the front row. Yi Keifu, too, had no choice but to sit beside him, based on their usual classroom experiences. A course with empty seats in the front rows typically signifies one of two things. Either it is exceedingly trivial, so trivial that even the top students are disinclined to attend, such as courses on literature and life, law, religion and human order, or world history, or it is incredibly challenging, so perplexing that even the brightest minds find it incomprehensible, rendering attendance futile. There exists the possibility that the instructor may possess an unconventional disposition. Yi Keifu furrowed his brows and remarked, "This shouldn't be the case. Teachers also value their dignity. Such actions will undoubtedly displease the instructors. Shisha University is a respectable institution, and this phenomenon is indeed abnormal." Zhang Yuan, with an impassive expression, replied, "Do not overthink it. The teachers have long since grown accustomed to instructing a group of dullards. They do not require the approval of these dullards. As long as it does not cross the line, it suffices." That makes sense. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, and a young and attractive female teacher entered. "I apologize. This is my first time teaching, and my pedagogical experience may be lacking. My surname is Wang, and my full name is Wang Lily. You may call me Teacher Wang." Her voice was endearingly soft. "Please come forward. It's quite improper to leave the seats empty." With beauty as the ultimate justice, it was not long before a flock of young men stirred, voluntarily relocating from the back to the first 3 rows, thereby graciously bestowing the beautiful teacher the respect she deserved. Judging by her age, she appeared to be a graduate student. Taking on the role of a substitute teacher for her advisor is not uncommon. It not only solidifies her knowledge, but also provides a stipend. Of course, teaching undergraduates at a graduate level may present some challenges, yet this senior must surely be among the elite. Observing the scene of numerous male classmates shifting their seats, Yi Keifu felt a swell of pride. Your belated attempts are so blatant. What use is it to move now? The teacher's favor has already been thoroughly secured by us two, who sat in the front from the very beginning." However, upon noticing Zhang Yuan's detached and solemn demeanor, Yi Keifu quickly composed himself, setting aside any frivolous thoughts. Indeed, paragons of strength remain unswayed by the allure of pulchritude. It is unsurprising, as their existence is solely defined by the pursuit of knowledge, impervious to the distractions presented by comely women. Truly remarkable. Chapter 30. That is, this green's function? The beauteous instructor, Wang Lily, paused momentarily before commencing. "Today, I shall impart some knowledge pertaining to mathematical physics equations. Of course, this transcends the homogeneous equations encountered in conventional classes. Our primary focus today shall be the Green's function method for the two-dimensional Laplace equation." This pronouncement elicited a collective lament. Yi Keifu finally comprehended the reason for the emptiness of the first 3 rows. Was this course truly so arduous? The capstone problems from ordinary mathematics examinations, such as Fourier transforms, orthogonal expansions, ordinary differential equations, and so forth, had become commonplace tools here. Could it be anything but challenging? Without further ado, the instructor formally initiated the lesson. "Esteemed students, I trust that you have already studied homogeneous and non-homogeneous partial differential equations. Given the constraints of time, I shall refrain from reiterating them." Yi Keifu habitually glanced at Zhang Yuan, only to find the prodigious student still lost in reverie, seemingly pondering some distant matter. "Wait a moment. He appears to be dozing. Asleep, truly asleep." Yi Keifu nearly erupted in laughter, discovering that he possessed the upper hand in terms of diligence. His heart swelled with glee, and he nearly exploded with excitement. Diligence, diligence. I must not allow myself to drift while he slumbers. I must seize this opportunity to learn as much as possible. Contemporary textbooks predominantly employ the three-dimensional Laplace equation as a foundation for establishing the Green's function method. The essence of this approach lies in the spatial form of Green's formula and the analytical representation of three-dimensional harmonic functions. The Green's function methodology for two-dimensional problems bears similarities to that of three-dimensional issues. The complexity of the material is evident. Even the most aesthetically pleasing individuals cannot directly enhance the intellect of male livestock, leading to an atmosphere in the classroom that is palpably awkward, akin to a beautiful maiden addressing the audience while merely engaging in soliloquy. The fundamental concepts underpinning the Green's function method are double and triple integrals. Gliese, in his earnest endeavor to comprehend the material, realized that much of it had eluded his memory, often skipping over certain sections. As he continued to leap from topic to topic, he found himself increasingly lost in the lecture. Ultimately, he surrendered to the situation, refraining from using his phone in the front row, finding solace instead in appreciating the instructor's allure. Alas, I have finally discerned why my superior is reluctant to attend this course, subsequently delegating the task to me. It is indeed a torment. Observing the multitude of bewildered eyes and a cohort of individuals succumbing to slumber, along with a few engrossed in their mobile devices, Wang Lili, standing before the blackboard, could not help but voice her internal grievances. It felt as though she was lecturing a herd of swine. Ironically, she seemed to forget that she too had once been in their position, likely perceived by her own instructor as another pig in the pen. Resisting the urge to express her frustration was increasingly challenging. Unlike the venerable professor, whose expansive tolerance allowed for students engrossed in their phones and dozing off while he continued his recitations, Wang Lili found herself lacking such composure. She felt quite displeased. After all her hard work in preparing the lesson, her students were merely playing around below. Why should she be left to chant like a nun at the front? It was simply untenable. Let me call on a few individuals to enliven the atmosphere of the class and rouse those who have succumbed to slumber. With that, she pointed to a boy in the front row who appeared to be quite earnest, having taken his seat there from the very beginning, a strong candidate for the role of the studious scholar. This student, would you be so kind as to elucidate this problem? Suddenly, Wang Lili said with a smile. What? Me? Gliese rose, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed a dismal situation. This student, Wang Lili began, considering that she might need to provide a little more guidance. This Green's function, the two-dimensional Green's function, Gliese stammered weakly. Aside from those few words, he seemed at a complete loss. He scratched his head and fidgeted, his mind in a tumultuous whirl. Regrettably, even if his brain were to explode, he would still be unable to resolve the problem. Please sit down, Wang Lili said, somewhat taken aback that even the diligent student in the front row could not provide an answer. She could only wave her hand in disappointment. Perhaps her teaching was lacking, or maybe the material was simply too difficult. Nonetheless, the atmosphere in the classroom had improved somewhat. After that brief exchange, the rest of the students had adjusted their postures, although a few stubborn individuals remained fast asleep, truly in deep slumber. Particularly, the student on the far left of the front row seemed to be enjoying an exceptionally comfortable nap. Sleeping in the front row is quite detrimental to the class. Is there anyone who can solve this problem? Wang Lili reiterated her earlier instructions regarding the method using harmonic functions. The atmosphere in the classroom became palpably awkward. And what about our student on the far left? Gliese swiftly nudged Zhang Yuan, who was fast asleep. Zhang Yuan startled awake with a cry, leaping up from his seat, his eyes wide with confusion. A ripple of amusement spread through the classroom. The teacher is calling on you, Gliese whispered, his face alight with mischief. Zhang Yuan, his cheeks flushed, scratched his head sheepishly. The relentless late nights had taken their toll, and he had inadvertently drifted off to sleep. Can you solve this, young man? Despite a hint of displeasure, Wang Lili was prepared to let the matter drop, content with simply waking the student. They were all adults, responsible for their own lives, and there was no need for excessive criticism. Besides, this course was merely arranged by the school for various competitions and held no examinations or binding requirements. Zhang Yuan glanced at the PPT, his muddled thoughts beginning to coalesce. It seems like we should employ Green's function, he murmured. After a brief pause, he continued. Let V be another known harmonic function on the plane D. According to Green's formula, we have. Several top students perked up their ears, vaguely comprehending his explanation. It seemed plausible, not mere gibberish. If someone could fabricate such knowledge to this extent, it would be an extraordinary feat. A murmur swept through the classroom. What was happening? Had a sleeping student just outshone them all? Chapter 31. The Galaxy Award. Upon Zhang Yuan's completion of the entire solution, Wang Lili merely opened her mouth, swallowing the earnest words she had prepared. It turned out he was a legendary academic prodigy, the kind of person one detests, effortlessly succeeding without studying and corrupting the classroom atmosphere. Yi Kai-fu had already regained his admiration, no longer surprised, as if he had become numb. A master is indeed a master, and sleeping does not alter the essence of a strong individual. The strong are entitled to sleep. He felt ashamed of his jealousy. The rest of the time passed uneventfully. Zhang Yuan ceased dozing off, instead immersing himself in reverie. His pupils focused on the distant void. The bell rang. Wang Lili assigned several homework problems, indicating that everyone could leave. When it came to leaving, everyone was eager to depart, which was truly frustrating. Yi Kai-fu reluctantly organized his materials and asked Zhang Yuan, "Mathematical physics equations are too difficult. Is there a general framework to facilitate understanding?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Framework? Are you referring to problem-solving approaches? This course doesn't actually contain many complex elements. Solving homogeneous partial differential equations is quite elementary. The method of separation of variables, executed in a four-step process, suffices. Moving on to non-homogeneous equations with specific boundary conditions. The approach involves introducing a novel function or employing a technique akin to parameter variation to transform the non-homogeneous issue into a homogeneous one. Subsequently, employing Fourier series expansion to formulate a new set of boundary conditions enables resolution. Further, the treatment of non-homogeneous boundary conditions is achieved by converting them into homogeneous ones, thereby transforming the problem into solving a non-homogeneous equation. Halt! Yi Kai-fu exclaimed, on the verge of tears, unable to bear it any longer. Realizing there was no expedient route through the learning process, he could only mutter inwardly, appalling. After gathering their belongings, the two prepared to depart. Zhang Yuan. Hold on a moment. Just then, Zhang Yuan heard a female voice calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he recognized Su Yunjing, a graduate student under Professor Wang Zhong. "Senior, are you attending this lecture as well?" Zhang Yuan inquired. Su Yunjing responded, "Indeed. I'm contemplating shifting to mechanical engineering for my doctoral studies, so I'm acquiring some foundational knowledge beforehand to facilitate the transition." Zhang Yuan remarked with curiosity, switching to engineering. "You're currently studying mathematics, aren't you? Won't Professor Wang be displeased?" "Not at all. He will respect my decision," Su Yunjing replied. Su Yunjing mused to herself. "I'm not one of those prodigious students. Why tread the arduous path of pure mathematics, toiling away for meager financial returns? Why make life difficult for myself?" "Is he your junior apprentice? Your appellation sounds peculiar." Another pair of bright, inquisitive eyes turned in their direction. It was Wang Lili, the substitute teacher. "Indeed, allow me to introduce her," Su Yunjing said with a smile. "This is Wang Lili, a dear friend of mine who is currently pursuing her master's degree under Professor Lin at the College of Mechanical Engineering." "Greetings, senior." "This junior is quite shy, isn't he?" Wang Lili remarked with a smile. "Caught him napping during class, no less." She lowered her voice slightly, adding, "Though he did manage to solve that problem in a flash." Zhang Yuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize, senior. I was fatigued from writing my thesis, which is why I inadvertently dozed off. It was unintentional." "Already writing a thesis at such a young age? What's your focus?" "The application of geometric group theory and topology in the analysis of robot motion." Upon hearing the topic, Wang Lili was momentarily speechless. Are all the young ones these days this prodigious? Group theory, topology. I'm still struggling to publish a paper. And even Q3 or Q4 journals would be a triumph. Observing their friendly exchange, which had swiftly evolved into a senior-junior dynamic, Yi Kai-fu, who had been standing aside, rolled his eyes and lost interest in playing the role of a third wheel. He bid them a disgruntled farewell. "Zhang Yuan, I'm off to the library. Goodbye, goodbye." Yi Kai-fu turned away with a flourish, a smile plastered on his face, while inwardly cursing. Whoever said people live to study is surely mistaken. Such a beautiful senior. And he's already managed to charm her. His technique is truly exemplary. If Zhang Yuan is pursuing romance, then so shall I. Perhaps I'll encounter someone in the library as well. With the vacation drawing to a close, I can no longer persist in this arduous manner. After a brief interlude of conversation, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Senior, what matter brings you here?" Su Yunjing, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "I almost forgot. There is indeed a matter of importance." At this moment, the classroom was occupied solely by the three of them. Su Yunjing rummaged through her satchel, producing an invitation, which she then presented to Zhang Yuan. "In a week's time, The Grand Auditorium of Shisha University will host the Stellar River Award Ceremony, commemorating the triumphant construction of the Earth era. You are to receive a distinguished award. Please do not forget. An award? Zhang Yuan experienced a sudden jolt of surprise, as he had not undertaken any notable endeavors. His thesis remained unwritten, and he was merely an ordinary spacecraft worker. What award could he possibly be receiving? On what grounds? It seemed implausible that he would be considered. It is your father's award. You flatter yourself? Oh, Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. An award bestowed upon his father was not something he could readily decline. Su Yunjing gestured emphatically. It is the fabled Stellar River Award, first prize, accompanied by a 10 million monetary reward. As your father's sole direct descendant, it is only fitting that you accept the award on his behalf, wouldn't you agree? With the Earth era's imminent departure, these superficial formalities must be observed. Moreover, a fundraising gala will follow, aimed at soliciting donations from affluent individuals, which is of paramount importance. The foundation is in dire need of funds, not merely hundreds of millions, but trillions. Extracting some fleas from those entrepreneurs would be advantageous. Very well, I understand. However, it cannot be dismissed as a mere formality. It is an honor that my father rightfully deserves. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Having already donated all his possessions, he felt no psychological burden. He decided to go ahead. He inquired, should I give a speech or something? Su Yunjing chuckled, just go on stage to accept the award. Who would pay attention to a mere elementary student like you? You're just trying to show off. You are not the main participant, merely a proxy. The reporters won't trouble you. You might be asked to say a few words of thanks to the government, the foundation, the judging panel, and so on. It's quite simple. You need to concern yourself with the subsequent donation activities. We will take care of everything. Do not forget, I will remind you when the time comes. Understood. Understood, he replied. After their conversation, Zhang Yuan bid farewell to the two giggling seniors who delighted in teasing him and retreated to contemplate his thesis in solitude. Chapter 32. There should be more beautiful memories thus. A week swiftly passed once more. The days unfolded much like usual, with a routine encompassing the library, dormitory, and cafeteria, a fulfilling cycle, or perhaps one he had never experienced to such an extent. Yi Keifu was always close behind, feigning resistance while secretly relishing the torment. This life was exhilarating. He had never anticipated encountering such a maniac in the final days of his holiday. Moreover, he found himself swept along in madness. What was happening? However, this day marked the arrival of farewell. The space elevator had a limited capacity each day. It was impossible to transport 500,000 astronauts all at once, necessitating multiple batches to ascend in sequence. The two individuals are not part of the same launch batch. Yi Keifu's leave has concluded, and he is set to ascend to space ahead of schedule. Are you aware of the economic policies and the hierarchical work structure aboard the spacecraft? Although not yet fully disclosed, I speculate that once you board the vessel, you will systematically learn these aspects. It would be prudent to prepare in advance, such as by writing papers or studying for graduate examinations. I understand. You needn't worry about me, Zhang Yuan replied. Yi Keifu chuckled. I am a level 8 technician, starting with a level 8 work grade, far surpassing you. A mere level 2 worker can only clean the spacecraft, unable to perform other tasks. Zhang Yuan retorted, that's true. You're much more impressive than I am. Until we meet again. Suddenly, Yi Keifu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Zhang Yuan, being with you is exhausting yet fulfilling. If I had met you sooner, I would surely be more accomplished now. The surrounding people cast him incredulous glances. Get lost. Don't disgust me as you leave. Zhang Yuan shouted. Ha ha ha, you fool. Just look at yourself. I am a quintessential straight man. Who in the world would want to be with you? Yi Keifu was overjoyed, relishing the moment. Did you see those young ladies' expressions? They looked as if they were about to be sick. Ha ha. Zhang Yuan glanced at the calendar on his phone, noting the remaining holiday balance, 5 days. This feeling is indescribable, akin to the tension, anxiety, and unease that coalesce at the precipice of life's final moments, creating a complex sense of dissonance. I'm off, farewell. Yi Keifu departed with a solitary suitcase, his back turned to Zhang Yuan as he waved nonchalantly behind him, convinced of his own charisma. He left alone, forsaking his mechanical entourage, relinquishing dreams of a fleet, abandoning all burdens to embark on a lighter journey. Among the orderly ranks of astronauts, his figure appeared diminutive. Perhaps, in the face of the colossal space elevator, everyone seemed insignificant, astonishingly so. as the sun gradually ascended from the east. This marked the final dawn that this cohort of astronauts would witness on Earth, and it was Zhang Yuan's penultimate sunrise. He observed as Ye Keifu passed through security and entered the space elevator, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, not once, but twice, or perhaps thrice. Many astronauts engaged in similar gestures. Once they ascended, they would never again tread upon the firm soil of their home planet. Never again. A sigh escaped him. What a fool he was. No, a multitude of fools. Now he was once again alone. Zhang Yuan felt it was appropriate to grant himself a day of reprieve, to truly rest. Lying in bed, he intended to steal a few minutes of slumber, yet found himself beset by numerous thoughts, rendering sleep elusive. He revisited a long-neglected social media platform, where a multitude of notifications awaited him. Li Zhendong, how did it go with the girl you were seeing? Li Zhendong replied in his characteristic brash tone, we broke it off ages ago. She was a catfish. Riddled with acne, I couldn't bring myself to proceed. He then inquired, what about your roommate, the mechanic? He has ascended, came the reply. So early? Yes, different batches. While traveling with my family, I find myself attempting to persuade my parents to have another child. My mother often retreats to cry, and I am at a loss for how to comfort her. She simply desires to express her emotions. Such is the nature of women, and my mother is no exception. Zhang Yuan sighed, reflecting, in these final days, I should spend more time with them and not rush back. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly recalled a forgotten memo. He entered a supermarket and purchased a 38 yuan ice cream, savoring its creamy flavor. The taste was rather average, leaving him puzzled as to why it was priced so exorbitantly. He checked off a task from his memo. Eat an ice cream that causes a slight pang of regret. Completed. If he were to board a spaceship, it seemed unlikely that he would have access to such treats. After all, where would one find the space to establish an ice cream factory aboard? It became clear why Ye Keifu indulged in ice cream before his departure. He was merely fulfilling his own memo. What should he do next? Uncertainty clouded his mind, and he felt a twinge of aimlessness. No, today is a day of rest. I crave that BQ ice cream, a girl nearby remarked. The boy beside her, with a tone of endearment, replied, that's rather pricey. Let me offer you two choices. Have a BQ ice cream or enjoy 2 cups of milk tea. And I can have one as well. Then I'll choose the 2 cups of milk tea. See how good I am to you. Watching couples stroll through the supermarket, Zhang Yuan was inexplicably reminded of his ex-girlfriend. How many years ago was that story? He simply recollected. The young woman was quite charming, possessed a slight temper, and her academic performance was mediocre. Due to immense academic pressure, she required daily coaxing to apply herself to her studies. At that time, they were merely high school students, devoid of funds and forbidden from using mobile phones. Outings were conducted using antiquated paper currency. During each rendezvous, the young woman would entrust her money to Zhang Yuan, rationalizing that retrieving payment was too cumbersome. Consequently, Zhang Yuan, with less than $100 or $2 federal dollars in his left hand and a warm, fragrant embrace in his right, felt content in that destitute period, as if he possessed the entire world. That young woman who found spending money bothersome must have matured by now, wouldn't she? Should he perhaps place a call? Upon further contemplation, he shook his head. Chapter 33. The award ceremony in one's lifetime. One will never again experience the age when the scent of the opposite sex elicits palpitations. Zhang Yuan lamented, that time is indeed a formidable assassin, capable of blurring even the memories of first love, obliterating all the past unpleasantries, and creating the illusion of perfection. If they were to board the spaceship, everything on Earth would undoubtedly age gradually with time. All memories would become beautiful, just as on that day. He climbed a high mountain in the sweltering heat and witnessed a sunset. The entire process was hot and unpleasant. However, decades later, most of the unpleasantness would be forgotten, leaving only the lingering image of that red sun reluctant to set. A distance of 20 light years. Ah, that would already be another space-time continuum, wouldn't it? With a sigh, Zhang Yuan exited the supermarket. Next, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Galaxy Award ceremony was to commence. Zhang Yuan arrived at the venue early, where a myriad of decorations adorned the grand auditorium, bestowing upon it an air of solemnity. The Starry River Award, held biennially, is a joint initiative of the Deep Space Foundation and the National Association of Science and Technology, honoring distinguished contributors in the aerospace industry. With a history spanning over 80 years, this prestigious national accolade offers substantial financial rewards. The first prize winner receives a staggering 10 million yuan, the second prize 5 million, and even the third prize amounts to 2 million. It stands as the highest monetary award in the realm of science and technology within the country, with major media outlets broadcasting the event live. In summary, the organizers have brazenly displayed their financial prowess, seemingly indifferent to future fiscal constraints, which Zhang Yuan could not help but critique internally. Nevertheless, there is no alternative. It is imperative to reward those who have made significant contributions. For even in times of scarcity, scientists must not be deprived of their due recognition. At this moment, the ceremony had yet to commence, and Zhang Yuan had already encountered numerous familiar faces, including Professor Wang Zhong, Su Yunjing, Wang Lili, among others, along with some of his father's former colleagues, all of whom greeted him with warm regards. Feeling anxious? Not particularly. After all, I am merely here to represent, Professor Wang remarked with a smile. There will come a day when you must rely on your own capabilities to grace such a stage. Upon hearing that Zhang Yuan had indeed authored a paper, Professor Wang Zhong's spirits lifted. Oh, what is the title? If you dare to fill it with nonsense, I shall not hesitate to critique you. For a research paper is not akin to an undergraduate thesis. If it cannot be published, it holds little value. Zhang Yuan promptly assured. I certainly did not indulge in frivolous content. The title is Kinematic Analysis of High Degree of Freedom Robots based on Geometric Group Theory and Topology. I have sent it to your email. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Professor Wang. The review process is indeed a laborious task. It requires considerable effort without the privilege of authorship. Only professors with whom one shares a close rapport are willing to assist in such a manner. At that moment, Su Yunjing approached quietly and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Observing his casual attire, she expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, How can you dress like this? This simply won't do. You must change into something more appropriate. Zhang Yuan replied with curiosity, What else should I wear? I already told you. You need to look more formal. She insisted. I don't have anything like that. I never wear such clothes. Wang Lili, quickly lend your boyfriend's suit. Oh, all right. Wang Lili dashed out of the conference hall. After a brief interval, she returned, breathless, and urged Zhang Yuan. Hurry, put it on. Zhang Yuan felt a headache coming on. Changing clothes, especially when it's someone else's, is quite troublesome. Senior, if we keep this up, your boyfriend might get jealous. Wang Lili chuckled. Jealous of a junior? That would be rather petty. You're about to soar, and he would still harbor jealousy? Hurry up. I am a volunteer and need to ensure everything runs smoothly at the venue. If I receive any reprimands later, you shall bear the responsibility. Responsibility? Do you mean to offer yourself? Wang Lili stared at him with wide eyes. What audacity. You dare to tease a senior now? If you are willing to stay, I might consider it. Of course, that is out of the question. Constrained by circumstances. Zhang Yuan had no alternative but to change into his suit in the restroom. Clothes mocketh the man, and indeed, the change of attire seemed to transform him entirely. Unexpectedly. He's quite dashing, Wang Lili chirped, giggling. If my boyfriend were to see him, he might actually become jealous. A bevy of volunteer girls, similarly attired, congregated around them. Their chatter animated as they observed the first prize recipient, causing a faint blush to creep onto Zhang Yuan's face. Ladies, it wasn't me who won the prize, he demurred. All right, the conference is about to commence. Just remain seated here and await your name to be called for the award presentation. You've already contemplated what to say, haven't you? No need for extensive remarks. A trio of acknowledgments, lasting merely 2 to 3 minutes, should suffice. The journalists won't press you too hard. Zhang Yuan nodded in affirmation. The proceedings commenced with speeches from various dignitaries, interspersed with artistic performances, the entire affair proving excruciatingly tedious, nearly lulling Zhang Yuan into slumber. However, for others with ulterior motives, this presented a prime opportunity for networking. The Galaxy Award, after all, was a prestigious national accolade, and those in attendance at the award ceremony comprised luminaries from diverse fields, including prominent leaders, CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and leading figures in academia. Some students were merely there to partake in the spectacle, or perhaps were cast as extras by the student union. Others sought to familiarize themselves with the attendees. With such a plethora of influential figures present, a familiar face might potentially unlock an opportunity in the future. Additionally, industry magnates were engaged in discussions regarding industry trends, employing a lexicon of specialized terminology that left many bewildered. Chapter 34. Grave trouble awaits. Lacking any inclination for social interaction, as he was on the verge of departing Earth, Zhang Yuan found the prospect of dozing off far more appealing. Curiously, he found it difficult to sleep in his dormitory. Yet he was prone to drowsiness in classrooms or public settings. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. The awards ceremony typically commenced with the third-place honors, as bestowing the first-place award prematurely would diminish the suspense. The atmosphere in the venue was vibrant. The host was both professional and humorous, and the award itself was the most prestigious in the nation, eliciting thunderous applause. And now, the host announced, deliberately pausing for effect. The recipient of the Galaxy Award's first prize is. He glanced at Zhang Yuan, who was still asleep, and was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly hearing his father's name, Zhang Yuan jolted awake. A video was playing on the screen, showcasing his father's life. Renowned mathematician, engineer, chief control system engineer for spacecraft, nuclear engine engineer, and so forth. The audience murmured in astonishment at the lines of text displayed on the screen. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough for an ordinary person to boast about for a lifetime. After the host concluded his remarks, Zhang Yuan ascended the stage, offered a slight bow, and accepted the gold medal. A microphone was extended toward him, as the host wished for him to share a few words of acceptance. The venue quieted down. Zhang Yuan, having already prepared his speech, felt no nervousness. I am deeply honored to accept the Galaxy Award's first prize on behalf of my father. Esteemed members of the judging panel, the esteemed science committee, and the profoundly methodical language itself, allow me to express my gratitude. It is customary to offer thanks in a trio. To add more would sound superfluous, while to offer less would appear insufficiently formal. The first prize is typically a momentous honor, but adhering to the principle of better none than a substandard one, it has remained unclaimed for several iterations, long held in abeyance. However, as the recipient is now deceased, the award is being accepted by a family member, which diminishes its significance somewhat. The journalists present have little interest in interviewing a relative, as what insights could they possibly glean? Zhang Yuan mused inwardly that if he were the recipient of this award, it would be a true triumph. He extends his gratitude to his father for allowing him to experience the sensation of being surrounded by various accolades, which, while imposing, also serves as a source of motivation. However, the following statement is what Zhang Yuan had originally intended to convey. In accordance with my father's wishes, I hereby pledge to donate the entirety of the prize money, amounting to 10 million in cash, to the Deep Space Foundation, in support of the advancement of the aerospace industry. This declaration stirred up a hornet's nest, and a chorus of murmurs arose from the audience. Although Zhang Yuan is merely an emissary, his act of donating the entire prize money has sparked considerable debate. No one truly believes in the notion of a posthumous wish. Regardless of how brilliant Zhang Qiming may have been, he could not have foreseen receiving an award after his death. Therefore, this must be the young man's own initiative. 10 million. This is by no means a paltry sum, and it would be sufficient to allow an ordinary individual to live out the remainder of their days in comfort. And yet, he has relinquished it. Clapping ensued. The audience erupted in unprecedented applause. Thank you, everyone. With a slight bow, Zhang Yuan handed the microphone to the host, preparing to leave the stage. He noticed Professor Wang Zhong and the other luminaries seated nearby, their faces beaming with delight at the unexpected surprise. Mr. Zhong, would you be amenable to an interview? A throng of reporters descended upon him, akin to hounds catching scent of a meaty bone, their eagerness palpable. Mr. Zhong, I have a question I would like to pose to you. Mr. Zhong, please come this way. Could you elucidate as to why? Zhang Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Crap, he thought. It seems my good intentions have backfired. How did I inadvertently attract so many reporters? The host cleared his throat, fully aware of the reporters' burning questions. He swiftly intervened. Esteemed members of the press, due to time constraints, we can only accommodate a single question. Let's have this lady here. What is your question? He gestured to a woman at the forefront. Zhang Yuan's heart sank. As luck would have it, it was Angelica, the blonde reporter he had once slighted, the very one from the so-called Humanities Association whom he had teased. Surely, she wouldn't attempt to humiliate me in this setting? Angelica regarded Zhang Yuan with a complex gaze. She had initially contemplated retaliating, but hesitated to do so in such a public forum. However, she swiftly composed herself, carefully considering her words before speaking in fluent Mandarin. Greetings, everyone. My name is Angelica, and I hail from the Netherlands. My aspiration is to traverse the globe. I have traversed many corners of the world, from the bustling summer nation to the graceful American landscape, yet I have also encountered some impoverished small countries. Once, I visited a diminutive nation where I met a wealthy magnate. He was clad in garments made of coarse linen, a rather pallid fabric derived from local plants, which represented the finest attire in his land. He had 8 wives. Please refrain from mocking this fact, as polygamy is a lawful practice in his country. Just how affluent was he? He owned a cassava processing plant equipped with 2 machines capable of grinding cassava into powder. This enterprise rendered him a renowned tycoon, and nearly every girl in the village aspired to become his bride. One can only imagine that such poverty still exists in the remote corners of the world, not confined to a single location or individual, but affecting countless lives. The venue fell into a temporary hush, soon followed by a murmur of whispers. Zhang Yuan could already anticipate the question that was brewing. Angelica continued, "Mr. Zhang Yuan, may I inquire why you do not allocate some of your wealth to those who are in greater need? There are far too many impoverished individuals in the world who require our assistance. The Deep Space Foundation is already quite affluent, investing trillions annually in aerospace endeavors, though I regret my inability to recall the exact figure. In contrast, the funds directed toward aiding the impoverished are alarmingly scant. Is this not a misalignment of priorities?" This inquiry was pointed and tinged with a hint of political sensitivity. The entire award ceremony was being broadcast live, with every word and action meticulously recorded, poised to spark widespread public discourse. Particularly regarding the matter of fully donating bonuses, it is impossible for it to go unremarked upon. The atmosphere in the venue grew hushed, with all eyes fixated on Zhang Yuan, eager to discern how this young man would respond. In Chapter 35, Expanding the Cake, Zhang Yuan pondered for a brief moment before accepting the microphone from the host. He suddenly felt that perhaps there were not as many conspiracy theories as one might think. The blonde lady was rather charming, and it was quite possible that she genuinely believed what she expressed, prompting her inquiry. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan spoke deliberately, "Madam, there is a concept you may have misconstrued. Each year, the government and various charitable organizations allocate several hundred billion in poverty alleviation funds, real monetary contributions derived from the assets of citizens across nations. These benevolent individuals sacrifice their own interests to assist others, which is indeed commendable. However, the annual production value generated by the aerospace industry, amounting to 167 trillion, is not tangible currency. It does not belong to the Deep Space Foundation. Rather, it constitutes the collective wealth produced by 43 million space workers and 2 billion laborers on Earth, spanning 273 diverse industries. Without this 167 trillion in production value, I believe there would be an additional 2 billion impoverished individuals on our planet, and living conditions for all would deteriorate significantly. Thus, the amount donated for poverty alleviation cannot be conflated with production value." The audience listened intently. Zhang Yuan's pace was neither rushed nor slow. His logic was lucid, as if every word had been meticulously crafted in advance. Wang Lili and Su Yunjing were already engaged in hushed discourse, remarking on his unexpected eloquence, noting his usual timidity. "Perhaps it's a facade," one mused. This is the true Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan continued, elucidating his rationale. "Madam Angelica, I wonder if you have ever ascended the space elevator, beheld the entirety of the solar system with your own eyes. If you had truly witnessed the vastness of space, you would comprehend the astonishing scale of the aerospace domain, exceeding your imagination by a factor of hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. Mastering this domain could sustain billions, even trillions of inhabitants. The alleviation of poverty, as you mentioned, pales in comparison. However, the challenge of accessing this domain is daunting. Billions are but a drop in the ocean, hundreds of billions merely a hair off a cow. The space elevator behind us, humanity's first, consumed trillions in funding and 2 decades of construction. No private capital possesses the resolve or capability to invest decades in constructing a 36,000-kilometer space elevator with no apparent immediate return, save for nonprofit organizations like the Deep Space Foundation. If, a century ago, there had been no investment in this space elevator, no generous donations from idealists, we might still be confined to our small Earth, living in widespread poverty. Even with controlled nuclear fusion, poverty would still be rampant. Thus, I have chosen to donate the prize my father received to the Foundation. Although it may seem like a mere drop in the ocean, it is nonetheless a heartfelt wish of mine. We require more kindred spirits to collaborate in expanding this endeavor, enabling a greater number of individuals to partake in its benefits. Concerning the poverty alleviation issue you mentioned, it is not insignificant. I wholeheartedly agree with your philosophy and admire your compassion. However, there is an old adage in our nation. It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him fish. Merely providing them with money or food will only foster a dependency, rather than yield substantial progress. I firmly believe that only through education can we transform their lives. In this regard, the Deep Space Foundation possesses a charitable department focused on online education, aiming to disseminate knowledge through remote means. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Should you be interested, I encourage you to explore this initiative. Thank you. A wave of more fervent applause erupted. The blonde reporter could only open her mouth in silence. Although she herself remained unconvinced, the audience had been swayed, and that was sufficient. Professor Wang, Zhang Qiming's son, is quite impressive and eloquent, remarked Lu Yi, the vice chairman of the foundation, with evident delight. It seems as though we had orchestrated this deliberately. If the son of a scientist can donate 10 million, those local tycoons must certainly contribute significantly. Wang Zhong chuckled softly, remaining silent, yet the pride in his heart was unmistakable. Praising his disciple was far more gratifying than extolling himself. The Deep Space Foundation, a colossal entity, wields not only formidable political leverage and technological prowess, but also possesses substantial holdings in the aerospace industry and space elevator ventures. For those capitalists, collaboration with the foundation represents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Of course, to attain such reciprocity, one must first capture the foundation's attention, perhaps by tendering a modest contribution. Following the conferral of all accolades, the recipients ascended the stage for a group photograph, succeeded by an array of artistic performances and philanthropic solicitations. Zhang Yuan descended from the stage, quietly resuming his seat. Professor Wang gently patted him, offering an encouraging glance. Professor Wang, did I misspeak? You articulated yourself quite commendably. Wang Zhong responded with a smile. Professor Wang Zhong, observing the capitalists ascending the stage to proffer their donations, inwardly reflected, if Mr. Qi Yuanshan were able to witness this spectacle, he would undoubtedly be filled with profound gratification. The world is a stage bustling with those who come for profit. Even if these capitalists are just trying to make money, not for ideals, it is also a very good virtuous cycle. Qi Yuanshan, often hailed as the Einstein of materials science, stands as a veritable titan in the field. Among his three most distinguished accomplishments, the first is high magnetic saturation superconducting materials. The second is the mass manufacturing method of carbon nanotubes. And the third, of course, is some sociological content of the new civilization school. Why is controlled nuclear fusion such a formidable challenge? Numerous factors contribute, such as neutron radiation, triple product, and, crucially, insufficient magnetic confinement. Magnetic confinement must be sufficiently robust to constrain the tempestuous plasma, thereby stabilizing the tokamak nuclear fusion reaction and prolonging its duration. However, merely increasing the electric current is insufficient to generate a sufficiently strong magnetic field. In materials science, there exists a phenomenon known as magnetic saturation. When the applied current and coil density reach a certain threshold, the magnetic field ceases to increase further. Regardless of the efforts made, the magnetic field remains limited, and one must contend with its constraints. When the confinement of the magnetic field reaches its zenith, it still proves inadequate to restrain plasma, presenting an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet, Professor Qi Yuanshan made a groundbreaking advancement with high magnetic saturation superconducting materials, dramatically amplifying the original magnetic field strength by a staggering tenfold. Consequently, the tumultuous plasma was effectively contained, transforming many previously insurmountable obstacles into manageable issues, and the long-awaited controllable nuclear fusion technology finally emerged into the world. In an era devoid of oil and marked by energy scarcity, Professor Qi's renown soared, earning him the title of the father of nuclear fusion. His second monumental achievement was the development of mature carbon nanotube production technology, which rendered carbon nanotubes remarkably affordable. This material boasts a tensile strength over 100 times that of steel, while possessing a density of merely 0.03 grams per cubic centimeter, making it an exceptional building material. Such a scientific titan has left an indelible mark on modernity, inspiring countless scientists. However, during that period, Professor Qi's proposal for the construction of a space elevator was ultimately rejected by the government due to the exorbitant investment required, which was too burdensome for a nation just recovering from an energy crisis. As for what transpired subsequently that led to such a dramatic shift in the government's stance, Wang Zhong remains unaware. He was only aware that the space elevator was progressing as scheduled, nearing completion at the time of his birth. The Summer Nation wagered its fortunes over 2 decades, ultimately securing a luminous future. The advancement of a nation is marked by its initial steps, as is the evolution of a civilization. Without that courageous leap, it is possible that even today, Earth would remain devoid of a space elevator, and thus, we would lack the splendid present we now enjoy. Chapter 36. Trending Now. The venue grew increasingly lively, as the audience's eagerness to engage in discussion became palpable. Finally, the chairperson of the organizing committee delivered a speech and proclaimed the closing remarks. I announced that the total funds raised amount to $411 billion. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Here, we sincerely hope that the Earth-era vessel can withstand the test of 20 light years and successfully reach its destination, establishing a second star system for all of humanity. I hereby declare the 43rd Galaxy Awards ceremony officially concluded. As the captivating performances unfolded, attendees gradually exited the venue. Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, reflecting on how an entire afternoon of his life had seemingly been squandered. He hurried to the restroom, shedding his suit and handing it over to Wang Lili. Well, I didn't expect you to be quite the orator, Wang Lili remarked playfully as she accepted the garment. I was quite anxious for you. Why? He inquired. Because you were going live, you know, the nation's largest award, coupled with the ceremony before the launch of the spacecraft, certainly draws considerable attention. The question posed was exceedingly sharp. Had it been directed at me, I would undoubtedly feel a twinge of anxiety. Wang Lili tapped her phone screen and waved it before him. Zhang Yuan seized the device, peering intently at it. A bold black headline dominated the center of the display. Shocking. The son of a scientist donates his entire prize, only to be met with scorn from a female journalist. Even if the poor starve, they refuse to extend a helping hand. The popularity of this sensational piece was clearly surging. Zhang Yuan was bewildered. These unscrupulous media outlets were willing to sacrifice integrity for mere clicks. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, debates on whether poverty alleviation or support for aerospace endeavors was more crucial. One could observe that the majority of voices belonged to individuals of modest means, as if failing to donate money to them was a moral failing. Various online critics adeptly found their preferred stances from which to launch their vitriol. They uttered bizarre remarks, labeling others as pretentious or wasteful. Thanks for the invitation. I'm currently on the moon, just disembarked from my spacecraft, earning a monthly income of $1 million. There are too many within the industry. It's best to remain incognito. Zhang, do you have a girlfriend? Surely, you must be a wealthy gentleman. Perhaps he does. And likely several. Are you interested? Hee. Are you not curious? Having several is inconsequential as long as he is affluent and so striking, complimenting his looks. Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable satisfaction. However, he was not a wealthy man. Spending $10 million on an advertisement to gain recognition was a shrewd decision. Yet it was regrettable that the son of a great scientist aspired to become a celebrity. What is wrong with being a star? How naive. Zhang Yuan felt a slight dizziness, marveling at the remarkable associative abilities of the masses. With such imagination, why not pursue a career as a scientist? Do you aspire to become a celebrity? With a bit of packaging, it could actually work, Wang Lili remarked with a smile. Not at all. I am tone-deaf and cannot dance. Furthermore, there were those who sought to unveil Zhang Yuan's private life. Fortunately, he had never been one to express his thoughts on social media, so this group, after much digging, could only uncover trivial details such as his alma mater and exam results. They discovered that he had merely gained admission to Z University, had not studied abroad, and possessed a GPA of only 4.58. What era are we in? Studying abroad? Are you foolish? Attending a native school for studies? What does a GPA of 4.58 even mean? The maximum GPA at Z University is 5, which equates to an average score of 95.8. For those who have never attended university, please remain silent. Despite not being the most exceptional, Zhang Yuan had previously been quite competent, with few blemishes on his record. Yet, a relentless group continued their search, undeterred by the real name system on the internet. Of course, there were also numerous supporters, a significant portion of whom were women. Zhang Yuan felt a headache coming on. He never anticipated this uproar. It was merely a donation, nothing of great consequence. Where there is admiration, there is jealousy. Where there is jealousy, there is hatred. With a clear conscience, one need not fear shadows. Let them be. Listening to his various grievances, Wang Lili also opened her social media application and commented without reservation. Apart from being somewhat handsome, this fellow doesn't possess many virtues. Having personally witnessed his squandering behavior, I'm quite indignant. You're kicking me when I'm down, huh? Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Mr. Zhang, please come over here to sign your name. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Oh, all right. Zhang Yuan turned around, signed his full name on a donation agreement, and pressed his fingerprint. There was no turning back after these words were spoken. After completing this, the 10 million prize money was officially donated. Since he was going to abscond anyway, Zhang Yuan didn't feel any heartache. As if he were donating game coins from an electronic game account, without even batting an eye. The sensation was peculiar. National-level science and technology bonuses, according to policy, are not subject to taxation, which is tantamount to the foundation transferring these funds from its left hand to its right. However, the corresponding procedures still had to be followed. With a century of history, the Deep Space Foundation has developed into such a behemoth, having long since formed a very standardized administrative system. The majority of its financial flows are transparent. Wang Lili and Su Yunjing, two volunteers, watched the entire process from the sidelines, their gazes occasionally meeting, displaying a rather melancholic expression, a one followed by so many zeros. When will I ever earn this much money? Probably not in this lifetime, Su Yunjing lamented. Wang Lili chimed in softly, lamenting, indeed, a perfectly eligible and affluent bachelor has squandered his fortune into destitution, as if you were so wealthy. In reality, you possess such limited funds. Among my acquaintances, there are those with assets exceeding 100 million, yet none have ever donated such a substantial sum. 10 million. I yearn to seize it and acquire garments, countless garments. Su Yunjing concurred with a nod. Fortunately, he is not my paramour. Otherwise, I would be infuriated to the point of violence. Although cognizant that their remarks were jocular, Zhang Yuan remained considerably disconcerted, at a loss for words. Wang Lili then posed a peculiar query. Are you astronauts at liberty to rescind your commitment at a moment's notice? For instance, should you suddenly desire to remain at home? Assuredly, Zhang Yuan reflected before responding. However, absent a justifiable rationale, a last-minute retraction would be regarded as desertion, entailing substantial repercussions. Desertion, as you are aware, pertains to the refusal to fulfill military service. Firstly, a pecuniary penalty, approximating several hundred thousand in training expenses, would be levied, coupled with the revocation of numerous social welfare entitlements and the imposition of social credit sanctions. A plethora of punitive measures would be enacted. In essence, a deserter would encounter formidable impediments in securing desirable employment prospects henceforth. Chapter 37. Do you not recognize me? Regarding desertion, any nation would enact exceptionally stringent punitive measures. Although the volunteers aboard the Earth era are not soldiers, they nonetheless consume a considerable amount of public resources for their training. Initially, they enthusiastically enrolled, but if they suddenly have a change of heart before departure, they are bound to face consequences. Wang Lili remarked, however, with that 10 million, coupled with your father's remaining inheritance, one could certainly lead a comfortable life on Earth. Matters of creditworthiness are trivial. Any transgressions should not be imposed upon your descendants. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, it will indeed affect future generations. How could it not? With me as their father, my son or daughter would likely struggle to pass the political scrutiny, and the repercussions extend beyond my own generation. Moreover, the inheritance has long since been donated, leaving no room for second thoughts. I have never contemplated the matters you mentioned, hence I do not fret over them. Feeling mentally outmatched, Wang Lili expressed her frustration, pouting. You peculiar astronauts surely think differently from us, pretending to be so noble. In reality, it is not nobility, but rather foolishness. Su Yunqing stood by, laughing in agreement with Wang Lili's remarks. Indeed, it is foolish. Where is the foolishness? They questioned. The kind that is utterly daft. Unable to counter their argument, Zhang Yuan decided to playfully tease the two mischievous senior sisters. I have a few questions for you. If our answers align, it suggests our intelligence is comparable. All right, go ahead and ask. Zhang Yuan raised a finger and inquired, is there a number greater than one? Yes. The two girls spoke in unison, their eyes brimming with skepticism. What a ridiculous question. He extended two fingers. Is there a number greater than two? Indeed. Zhang Yuan hastened his pace. Is there a number smaller than three? Smaller than three? Wang Lili's gaze deepened with suspicion as she replied, of course there is. Is there anyone more foolish than you? No. Haha. I knew you would resort to trickery. My mind is quick on its feet. After a few moments of silence, Su Yunjing, who had been standing aside, suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, nearly gasping for breath. You just admitted there is no one more foolish than you. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky. Feigning the demeanor of a sage, indeed, there exists a disparity between us, a gap in intelligence. Wang Lily's realization dawned as she comprehended the trap Zhang Yuan had set. Furious and embarrassed, she exclaimed, "How dare you bully a senior? You've turned wicked." She stamped her foot. "I'm leaving to return the clothes. If you have the guts, stay right there. I'll call my boyfriend to come and deal with you." As Wang Lily and Su Yunjing playfully tussled and dashed away, Zhang Yuan strolled alone through the campus. It was common for girls to approach him, eager to exchange social media information. Nowadays, girls are quite enthusiastic and open. Knowing a figure of some renown could lead to unforeseen tales in the future. "Mr. Zhang, could I perhaps have your autograph? May I take a photo with you? Let's have a meal together." With no other choice, Zhang Yuan hastily veered into a narrow path. Goodness, do they truly believe I would aspire to be a celebrity? Absolutely not. I would rather perish than pursue stardom. Persevere, strive, and fight on. I can toil through one thesis, and then another, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Wait for me." Hold on. He could not help but wonder, "Who are you?" The girl adjusted her disheveled bangs, beads of sweat forming on her forehead due to the absence of air conditioning outside the venue. "You don't recognize me? Truly don't remember? Think harder, please." Zhang Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment. The girl before him was strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion radiant, and she seemed to be an acquaintance, yet he could not place her. Who could she be? He racked his brain, the features and appearance strikingly familiar. Yet he was utterly at a loss. Who? That sensation of being on the verge of recollection was quite distressing. Indeed, it was a vivid representation of TOT, signifying a failure in memory retrieval. Noticing his perplexed expression, the girl sighed softly. "Mr. Zhang, you are truly a busy man. Have you even forgotten your first love?" "First love? How could that be? Has she undergone plastic surgery?" Suddenly, Zhang Yuan appeared to recall something, gesturing with his hands. "Ah, you are Han Jing's sister?" Han Ziyue blinked. "So you finally remember me. How frustrating." She wore a white short-sleeved shirt, her lustrous black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Beneath the denim shorts, her legs appeared fair and evenly toned. For a girl with an appealing physique, this indeed formed a captivating sight. Zhang Yuan reminisced about the days when he was a slender, dark-skinned middle schooler, astonished at how she had blossomed into such a radiant beauty. Truly, as the saying goes, a girl transforms remarkably with age, becoming increasingly lovely. What a stroke of fate it is to encounter you at this school. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. "I only noticed you during the award ceremony. Guess what? I've been accepted into Shisha University. Isn't that splendid?" "Indeed, splendid. Are you staying here to study during the summer?" She replied with a smile. "Such diligence. But it's merely a matter of clinging to the academic elite. If I could win a few awards, it would certainly smooth the path for my future graduate studies." As they strolled side by side, they casually chose a restaurant and ordered a few small dishes. "Are you treating me to dinner?" "Let me order. I adore the local dongdong grass." "Don't worry. I have a petite appetite, so I want to eat too much of your food," Zhang Yuan casually inquired. "What about your sister? Is she well? Has she married yet?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head. "Oh, not at all. So many years have passed. What is done is done. I was merely asking out of habit." With a playful smile, Han Ziyue responded, "Well, I might as well tell you. My sister has a boyfriend now. They've even introduced each other to their parents, though they haven't registered their marriage yet. If you're interested, I could play matchmaker for you. After all, I'm not particularly fond of my future brother-in-law. He seems rather sleazy and isn't nearly as handsome as you. By the way, I had no idea you were the son of Professor Zhang. He is my idol." Chapter 38. Huh. Delightful. An extra chapter for the Alliance Leaders Experiment. Zhang Yuan pondered in bewilderment. Does my father truly have so many admirers? It seems implausible, as he hardly engages in social activities and only gained a modicum of fame after receiving a first-place award. Could it be that the state is vigorously promoting him? He chuckled and replied, "It's not as you imagine. I will soon depart from Earth, leaving no time for such matters. You should cherish the moments with your sister-in-law." "Departing from Earth?" Han Ziyue's voice elongated, her expression tinged with surprise. "Could it be that you are among the 1 in 500,000? Zhang Yuan nodded. How vexing. Han Ziyue pouted, her expectations entirely dashed. So, this is how it is. You treat 10 million as mere pocket change. I had hoped to align myself with someone affluent. But it seems you have already squandered your inheritance, and may be poorer than I. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by her candid admission of seeking a wealthy partner. Has the younger generation become so unabashed? She tilted her head, seemingly musing aloud. Alas, I hope this meal isn't on me, though. I suppose it wouldn't be too much trouble. Zhang Yuan blinked, reassuring her, rest assured, I can't afford a meal. As for repairs, computers, perhaps? Was there an unspoken implication in that inquiry? At 7 in the evening, in the office building, Teacher Wang remarked, Zhang Yuan, you are indeed a remarkable talent, quite eloquent. Once aboard the spacecraft, you might consider accompanying me in some administrative work. Your expertise aligns well, particularly in the study of neo-civilization history, where such talent is essential. How could that be possible? Professor Wang resolutely declined, stating that highly intelligent individuals ought to pursue academia, rather than waste their time in management. The middle-aged man, resembling a soldier, chuckled and remarked that it ultimately depends on the individual's desire. What significant achievements could possibly arise from conducting research aboard a spaceship? Wang Zhong pondered for a moment and sighed, saying, Ma Tao, a little consideration for that young man will suffice. There is no need for exceptional treatment. In constructing a new civilization, we must not allow the initial atmosphere to veer off course. The smaller the environment, the more susceptible it is to the emergence of chaotic unwritten rules. We must not set that precedent. Captain Ma sighed in agreement. Not engaging in administrative duties could indeed be advantageous, providing ample time for hibernation. At the very least, one might witness the dawn of a new sun 3,000 years hence. He spoke slowly, as if reflecting on something profound, unlike our predecessors, who likely perished along the journey, never to behold the future home planet. The long road ahead, 3 millennia, leaves everyone uncertain whether this spaceship will ever reach its destination. I wish you all the best. Let us hope for the best. After bidding farewell to Captain Ma, Wang Zhong finally found the opportunity to settle down and attend to his own affairs. He was engrossed in a paper that Zhang Yuan had sent him, his brow furrowing and then relaxing intermittently. How should one describe this paper? Firstly, it committed the common error often made by novices. It was excessively verbose. Some quite obvious conclusions did not warrant lengthy discourses, as if the author feared that industry professionals might not comprehend them. Furthermore, there were issues with the structural hierarchy. The main points were not clearly delineated, failing to highlight the intended theme effectively. Aside from these negligible concerns, the underlying logic of the proof is remarkably lucid, and the categorization of the argumentation process is exceptionally meticulous. His desire to discover a flaw is met with a sense of utter helplessness. A truly remarkable piece of work. Having dedicated 3 hours to perusing the entire dissertation, Professor Wang's satisfaction with his academic progeny only intensified. As a mathematician, he found the entire mathematical argumentation process to be exceptionally brilliant, evoking a sense of unbridled exhilaration. Such an appreciation for the aesthetics of mathematics is an inherent quality of every distinguished mathematician. However, given that it lies outside his area of expertise, the ultimate value and publishability of this dissertation remain uncertain. Specialization is key, and whether it contains any genuine innovation is beyond his ken. First, let's conduct a plagiarism check. Professor Wang uploaded the dissertation to a specialized platform, whereupon a figure appeared on the web page. Dissertation Similarity Index, 233. An eminently satisfactory rate of repetition. The presence of some degree of repetition is attributable to the algorithms employed by the dissertation repository. Certain technical terms will inevitably exhibit some overlap with other dissertations. After composing a few suggestions for revisions, Professor Wang rose from his seat, stretched his limbs, and prepared to consult with experts in the fields of information science and mechanical engineering. One advantage of advancing age is the widespread presence of one's former students, who are now scattered across various industries. As such, Professor Wang possesses an extensive network of contacts, and he is acquainted with experts in virtually every field. Good heavens! It's already 10 o'clock. Oh well, never mind. After some deliberation, not wishing to disturb others during their rest, Professor Wang merely dispatched an email, soliciting the opinions of professionals in the field regarding the dissertation. Professor Wang's disciple sent me a paper. Could it pertain to the field of mechanical engineering? Is this perhaps from a recent undergraduate graduate? Faced with this venerable elder, who, even in his 80s, continues to strive on the front lines, Linda harbors a deep admiration. It is quite rare to seek guidance from undergraduates regarding their papers, and a modicum of respect is certainly warranted. However, at this moment, Linda is engrossed in ongoing projects and cannot spare much time to review the paper. He casually forwarded the manuscript to his students, requesting them to take a preliminary look. If it turns out to be something commonplace, he would prefer not to squander his time on it. In his view, as they are already graduate students, reviewing undergraduate papers should be a trivial task. Professors often delegate such mundane chores to me, he mused. Revising a paper should not be the work of a novice. I might as well rewrite it entirely. Wang Lili was watching a movie with her boyfriend when she suddenly received this message, prompting her to quietly grumble. The life of a graduate student is indeed arduous, frequently requiring assistance with menial tasks for professors. Her advisor is relatively lenient, assigning only pertinent duties without imposing laborious errands such as running errands or mailing parcels. Nor does he unjustly delay students' graduation or engage in any sordid practices. The thought of pursuing a doctoral degree makes her dread the years of servitude ahead. Just thinking about it makes her reluctant to continue her studies. Yet, for the sake of her future, she must endure the grind. As she casually opened the paper and saw the title alongside the author's name, Zhang Yuan, an unexpected joy surged within her. Haha. Chapter 39. What is this you have written? The moment Wang Lili laid her eyes upon the paper, her heart surged with joy. What a small world. Surely, it cannot be a namesake. Zhang Yuan is such a common name that one could find 1,000 in the entirety of Xia country. It must not be a mere coincidence. Just a few days ago, I seem to recall hearing that he was working on some thesis regarding kinematics. Haha, the humble steed has unexpectedly fallen into my hands. What could a mere steed possibly contribute to a paper of significance? I shall ensure it is utterly vanquished, and subsequently, I will ridicule it to the point of worthlessness, prompting my boss to scold you thoroughly. With this thought in mind, she quickly turned to her boyfriend and said, I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. What? The poor boy, who had spent ages coaxing his beloved out, only to prepare for a little mischief, was met with such unfortunate news. The teacher had assigned a task. There was no choice. He had to delve into the paper now. Yet, he could not voice his grievances. I will ask you out again tomorrow. All right, let us see if I am free then. Thus, Wang Lili abandoned her boyfriend and eagerly immersed herself in the revolutionary endeavor of reading the paper. 2 hours later, she sat in front of her computer in a daze. The writing is excessively verbose, endlessly inflating the content. Yet, this argument possesses some substance. What is this? Let me think. Perhaps I should review some additional papers. Gradually, her complexion began to glow with excitement. A peculiar sensation of giddiness enveloped his entire being, the dense script resembling an arcane language, rendering the latter passages incomprehensible. He attempted another perusal, yet to no avail. A subsequent attempt proved equally futile. Wang Lili felt her thoughts were profoundly obstructed, verging on suffocation. Exasperation welled within her. How vexing. I find myself unable to comprehend. Subsequently, circumventing the watchful gaze of the dormitory matron, he arrived at the dormitory to assist her with the computer repair. The computer was not malfunctioning. Its sluggish performance was merely attributable to the obsolescence of its components. Zhang Yuan, of course, possessed no solution to this world-class conundrum. He merely feigned dismantling the computer, dusting it off, and deleting a plethora of superfluous software. Simultaneously, he found himself the object of the girl's collective attention, besieged by a cacophony of melodious voices and perplexing inquiries, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling rather disconcerted. Had I known, I would have abstained from coming. He appears somewhat familiar. Have I encountered him somewhere before? He recently made an appearance on a live broadcast. Is he your newly acquired paramour? Haha, the nature of this relationship seems rather peculiar. Does every astronaut possess the aptitude for repairing things? If the computer chip were truly damaged, how would one proceed with its repair? It is said that the spacecraft is destined for a 3,000-year voyage. Zhang Yuan patiently elucidated. The primary chips within the spacecraft are exceedingly conventional military-grade silicon-based chips, characterized by low frequencies and micrometer dimensions. The more rudimentary and unrefined the technology, the less susceptible it is to malfunction. Naturally, the performance is unremarkable, and an abundance of spare replacements are carried, allowing for direct substitution in the event of a failure. As for any electronic devices that we bring along ourselves, should they fail, they are simply beyond repair. That's unfortunate. Let's hope the phone doesn't break. The young ladies can hardly envision the arduousness of life without a mobile phone. Observing their chatter, Han Ziwa simply smiled, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Zhang Yuan was quite aware of the young lady's thoughts. Such occurrences are normal, provided they are not excessive. In truth, he himself possessed a modicum of vanity. Who doesn't relish being flattered? In summation, the day was exceptionally pleasant, devoid of mental exertion or academic pursuits, and he reveled in an unprecedented experience of being surrounded by adulation and bathed in glory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. How decadent! If Ye Keifu were still here, I would likely be subjected to his scathing ridicule. He mused. In any event, I, Zhang Yuan, will neither be a backup nor a sycophant. In 5 days, I'll be departing on a spaceship. So why should I fear this group of girls? If they invite me out tomorrow, I shall decline and remain in the dormitory to study. Yes, that's the plan. After reading for a while and engaging in a brief study session, he went to bed. He had a commendable habit of retiring before midnight each night and waking up promptly at 7 a.m. the following day. I wonder if Professor Wang has reviewed my manuscript yet? He closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Just as he was soundly asleep, his phone suddenly rang. Ring-a-ling. Zhang Yuan jolted awake. Glancing at the time, he inquired with considerable irritation, Senior Wang Lily, what is the matter? Do you realize it's 2 a.m? You do have a boyfriend, so could you refrain from disturbing me in the middle of the night? Wang Lily stuck out her tongue. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she inquired, I have a question. What reference books can you recommend for group theory and topology? She truly found it incomprehensible. Despite having studied both subjects, the intricate interplay of these two profound areas of mathematics eluded her understanding, particularly the more esoteric concepts embedded within. Both disciplines are vast and intricate, and even a lifetime of study may not lead to complete mastery. After consulting several close friends, she discovered they too struggled to comprehend the material. The thought of being unable to revise a paper, especially under the critical gaze of her supervisor, filled her with anxiety. She envisioned her boss's furrowed brow and sighs of disappointment, which only heightened her distress. Thus, she resolved to employ a cunning strategy. If Zhang Yuan had read certain texts, perhaps by following in his footsteps, she could decipher his paper. What a stroke of genius! Yet, she knew she must keep this endeavor a secret. The last thing she wanted was to be ridiculed by him for her inability to grasp the content. However, her expression turned ashen in the next moment upon hearing Zhang Yuan's response. You wish to learn group theory and topology? These are two distinct branches of mathematics, and there isn't a singular, comprehensive textbook that elucidates their connections. She nearly revealed her true intentions. The topology imposed on a group is termed a topological group. It involves a group endowed with a topological structure, or conversely, a topological space endowed with a group structure, with an emphasis on the continuity of group operations. An important subclass within the realm of topological groups is known as Lie groups, which further encompasses a significant subset referred to as matrix groups, such as GL, N, O, N, U, N, and others that you may have encountered in linear algebra. If you aspire to immerse yourself in this subject comprehensively, I have 5 esteemed books to recommend, along with additional literature for your reference. 5 volumes, and I wonder when I shall manage to grasp their contents. I am to submit my work by tomorrow. Wang Lily felt faint at the thought. Chapter 40. What a remarkable paper. The realization that I cannot complete the task today made Wang Lily curse inwardly. Bima 1. I am done with this. Senior, why is your breathing so hurried? What is the matter? Zhang Yuan inquired, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. It was the dead of night. Rapid breathing and a phone call. Was he perhaps in search of some thrill? What burden? Wang Lily, having regained her composure, was rather brusque. Let us leave it at that. I'm hanging up. Zhang Yuan, feeling rather perplexed, chose not to ponder further and soon drifted into slumber. Realizing that she could not salvage the situation, Wang Lily resolved to send an email to her teacher, expressing her inadequacy in understanding the material and extending her apologies. She also mentioned the opinions of several senior colleagues as a form of support, asserting that she had indeed made an effort. She sighed deeply, knowing her impression points would dwindle. The following morning, Lin Wenda arrived at his office and brewed a cup of tea. The first task of each day was to check his email. A myriad of miscellaneous tasks typically occupied him until 10 o'clock. However, today the emails are particularly few. Only a handful. It seems she genuinely cannot comprehend them, which is rather intriguing. Wang Lily, this student, may not be the most brilliant, yet she has consistently demonstrated reliability in her endeavors. With fewer matters to attend to, Lin Wenda contemplated. Why not take a look himself? He opened the email and read attentively. Initially, his brow furrowed in concentration, but soon he appeared captivated by the content, engrossed in its reading. A fine sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead. His expression grew increasingly animated, to the point where his hair seemed to stand on end. A novel method for describing humanoid robotic kinematics had been elucidated. What does this signify? It signifies countless subsequent papers and the potential for related industries to advance further. A groundbreaking revelation. As someone well-versed in the field, Lin Wenda understood the immense value of this paper. In that instant, he harbored a desire to claim this paper as his own. The benefits it could yield were monumental, particularly in terms of prestige. He could already envision a deluge of accolades, almost overwhelming. However, he quickly quelled this yearning. The paper had been sent by Professor Wang, and if Lin Wenda dared to claim it as his own, with old Wang's prowess, he could be reduced to mere ashes in an instant, an energy not to be trifled with by an ordinary professor. Furthermore, he found it utterly unprincipled to engage in such academic misconduct, despite the fact that tales of impropriety within the community were indeed plentiful and frequently heard. It is better to remain grounded. There is no need to covet what belongs to others. My intention is merely to compose some follow-up papers, which is already quite an accomplishment in itself. Indeed, there is a plethora of subsequent work to undertake. In the midst of these contemplations, Lin Wenda felt his inspiration flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, effortlessly capable of crafting a piece. As for the ongoing projects, they pale in comparison to writing papers. They are of little consequence. These are not trivial works. They hold substantial value. Knock, knock, knock. A figure stood outside the door, rapping gently before clearing their throat. Lin Wenda looked up to see Professor Lu Jiunjia, the director of the Mechanical Engineering Department. Professor Lu smiled and inquired, "Professor Lin, what captures your attention so earnestly? You seem to be stifling a laugh." "I have been standing here for quite some time." Lin Wenda instinctively considered hiding Zhang Yuan's paper, but ultimately decided against it, presenting it instead. "Professor Lu, take a look at this paper. It is quite intriguing." "An interesting paper?" Lu Jiunjia approached with skepticism, glancing over it briefly. "This appears to be the work of a novice. It resembles an undergraduate thesis in its disarray." "It does bear some resemblance. Undergraduate theses are often mass-produced drivel, yet they are inevitable." Almost immediately, however, he seemed captivated by something, his breath quickening. A novel approach. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "Its value is incalculable." "Professor Lu, where are you going?" Lin Wenda found himself somewhat bewildered. "Wait, what brings you here?" Professor Lu recollected his purpose and paused once more. Competition exists between universities, and rankings are prevalent among various disciplines. The mechanical engineering program at Shisha University is renowned, yet in recent years, it has struggled to secure commendable employment outcomes, lingering around the 15th or 16th position nationally. This stagnation is a source of concern for Professor Ru, who bears the responsibility as the director of education. How are these rankings determined? They hinge upon academic reputation, employer perception, citation indices, and a myriad of convoluted metrics. Undoubtedly, published papers are of paramount importance. Lin Wenda's smile faded. This paper was authored by Zhang Yuan, the son of Zhang Qiming. He is soon to embark on a space mission under the auspices of the Deep Space Foundation. Moreover, he completed it independently, so it cannot be attributed to our college. Zhang Yuan. I've heard of him, Professor Ru responded, momentarily taken aback. A tiger does not father a dog. Yet it is regrettable that this achievement does not originate from our institution. The paper had only just been completed and had not yet been published. Thus, it remained unseen by others. We are the first to have access, which presents a unique opportunity for us. Seizing this chance is akin to a bountiful harvest. There is so much expansion potential that the two of us alone cannot manage it all. He promptly made a call to notify his assistant, Xiao Yuan. Quickly gather all the professors. There is significant work to be assigned. Chapter 41. A likely weakling after the meeting. Nearly everyone was elated yet anxiously eager. Professor Ru swiftly outlined several major directions, allowing each individual to select their preferred focus to avoid overlapping ideas among colleagues from the same department. If this series of papers is published without a hitch, it would practically fill a supplementary issue, presenting an exceptional opportunity for the School of Mechanical Engineering to break into the top 10 nationally. With an elevated ranking, graduates would have no difficulty securing employment, and it would also attract various high-end manufacturing enterprises. The thought of a certain degree of improvement across all metrics made Professor Lu increasingly elated. and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Happiness had arrived so swiftly that he was almost overwhelmed. By the way, Zhang Yuan's paper must be published as soon as possible. All of our work is based on it. If it is not published, all of our papers can only be held in our hands. Professor Lu Juanjia suddenly remembered this matter and hoped it could be published in Modern Science as soon as possible. Modern Science is almost the journal with the largest impact factor in China, a top-tier Q1 journal. I'll revise it myself, Lin Wenda said. No. Lu Juanjia shook his head. He is not your student, so it's better not to revise it randomly, or you'll be criticized. Just give a few guiding suggestions and let him do it himself. That's right. Formal publications generally implement a 3-tier review system. Initial review by the editor, peer review, and final review by the editor-in-chief. The review time is as short as 1 or 2 months, and as long as half a year or a year. Such a long review process makes Lu Juanjia very anxious. Very urgent, really urgent. Because if Zhang Yuan's paper is not published for a day, their research results will not be able to be cited for a day. Alas, send in the editor's expedited email as well, and publish it as soon as possible. As for whether it can pass, Professor Lu Juanjia and Lin Wenda naturally had not considered this question. If this dissertation were to be rejected, then Modern Science might as well cease to exist. A mere half-hour later, Wang Zhong discovered a missive nestled within his inbox. The appraisal lauded the work as exceptionally innovative and of considerable value, advocating for its direct submission to Modern Science, followed by some modification suggestions. Wang Zhong, elated at the commendation of his academic progeny, was naturally overjoyed. Had the dissertation been subpar, such a recommendation to Modern Science would have been implausible. Subsequently, he forwarded the correspondence to Zhang Yuan. Upon swift receipt of the email, Zhang Yuan perused it with a start. The suggestion to submit to Modern Science filled him with trepidation. After a period of contemplation, Zhang Yuan emitted a sigh. His initial intent had been to submit to a nondescript journal, but Professor Wang had included the submission email as well. It appeared that the inspirations bequeathed to him by his father were, in all likelihood, the meticulously curated essence of his intellect, far surpassing his initial estimations. Were Zhang Yuan to neglect these inspirations, the hidden treasures within would remain undiscovered. He was grateful to his father. He then understood his father's painstaking intentions. Since the modification suggestions urged prompt submission, a cursory revision would suffice, such as altering sentence structures or excising perceived redundancies. In his estimation, these were inconsequential matters. While diligent, he refrained from exerting effort on tasks deemed futile. So be it, he concluded. After spending 3 hours making slight modifications, Zhang Yuan felt hesitant to trouble the esteemed individuals for another review of his paper, so he directly submitted it to the editor's email. Let us go out and have some fun. At that moment, a female voice echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he found Han Ziyue, who had arrived uninvited, smiling at him from the hallway. It was a mystery how she managed to evade the watchful eyes of the dormitory supervisor and made her way to the male dormitory building. Zhang Yuan, having submitted his manuscript, was in high spirits. Aren't you supposed to be in training? The summer camp is a time for learning, not leisure. Besides, a girl coming into the boys' dormitory, that could lead to, well, you know, he gazed at the ceiling, it could be unsafe. Han Ziyue boldly stepped into the dormitory, looking around with curiosity. Why are you acting like my father? What era are we in that you're still so uptight? What? Uptight? She continued playfully, it's Saturday. You don't have to study all day long. And as for safety, do you really think I'd let you do anything to me? Weren't you always the honest one? Zhang Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. I certainly wouldn't. The small room was surprisingly tidy, lacking the usual odors associated with male dormitories. It was impeccably clean. You're quite adept at housekeeping, he remarked. I can even cook and clean the toilet, he added. I aspire to be someone who travels in a spaceship. If I neglect personal hygiene, wouldn't that be a disservice to my fellow passengers? If there are numerous complaints, I could lose my right to remain awake and be forced into hibernation. Intrigued, Han Ziyue perched upon another stool, one hand propping up her chin. Haha, poor hygiene habits result in mandatory hibernation? Indeed, Zhang Yuan affirmed. Not only that, but transgressions of the law also incur compulsory hibernation. In essence, one remains dormant until a new civilization is established, at which point they are awakened to face legal judgment. Zhang Yuan shrugged, gathering a stack of open books from the table. That's rather grim. To awaken from hibernation only to be incarcerated? Zhang Yuan nodded. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from intentional lawbreaking. He then inquired, what brings you here? Han Ziyue extended an invitation. It's nothing of great import. Merely a suggestion to visit the water park together. What do you say? I shall decline. I must devote myself to study. Recalling his fervent vows from the previous evening, Zhang Yuan dragged a stool and earnestly sat before his computer, feigning revisions to a thesis already submitted. However, the distraction aversion method proved less than omnipotent, as Zhang Yuan found himself plagued by a sense of absent-mindedness with the presence of a young woman observing him. Ah, yes, I recall your scholastic prowess. Even in high school, you possessed a fondness for assignments. During your courtship with my sister, you frequently assisted her with her homework and even aided me with mine. Han Ziyue recounted the past with amusement. Fondness for assignments? I was merely coerced. Zhang Yuan reminisced about the era some 5 or 6 years prior. In those days, Han Ziyue harbored an affinity for playing the role of the unwelcome third wheel, demanding her consent before Zhang Yuan could even steal a kiss from his paramour. How time has flown, he mused, that she has matured to this extent. Verily, time flows as a river. Han Ziyue glanced at Zhang Yuan's computer screen, her voice tinged with admiration. Is this your paper? May I have a look? Are you planning to submit it? Writing a paper must be more challenging than winning a competition, right? I cannot ascertain which is truly more difficult. I have never won any awards in various competitions myself. Each endeavor possesses its own unique challenges. Zhang Yuan harbored deep-seated doubts about whether the seemingly superficial Han could comprehend even 5 consecutive words. Her demeanor suggested a high probability of her being somewhat lacking in intellect, as she had never been fond of doing homework and had never been an academic prodigy. Furthermore, as a sophomore, her apparent disdain stemmed not from arrogance, but from a genuine recognition of her limitations. Chapter 42. Spreading Warmth? As anticipated, Han Ziyue pointed at one term and burst into laughter. What does this ideal mean? How peculiar. Is such terminology found in academic papers? Must one discuss ideals when writing a paper? Is this perhaps a paper concerning the legendary New Civilization School? Zhang Yuan covered his face, exasperation evident as he replied, a non-empty subset I of a ring R. If it satisfies the conditions for 2 algebraic operations of R, such that for any A, B in I, and R in R, we have A, B in I, and RA in I, is called a left ideal of the ring R. A similar definition applies to right ideals. If a non-empty subset I of the ring R is both a left ideal and a right ideal, it is referred to as a two-sided ideal of R, commonly abbreviated to an ideal of R. Please, this is the most fundamental concept in mathematics. In an instant, her lack of understanding was laid bare, causing Han Ziyue to flush with embarrassment. She stuck out her tongue and remarked, "You are truly dull. People are merely teasing you. Yet you recite mathematical definitions with such seriousness. It's no wonder you remain single. After my sister cast you aside, no girl has shown any interest. That is not right, you know." Zhang Yuan replied with an expressionless face, "I understand, but I shall not change." Han Ziyue was left speechless. "Zhang Yuan, are you there?" At that moment, a feminine voice echoed from outside. It seemed to belong to Wang Lili. When it comes to misfortune, perhaps no one embodies it more than her. Caught by her supervisor, she spent an entire night poring over papers, yet understood nothing. While her lack of comprehension was inconsequential, after all, Zhang Yuan, the subject of her embarrassment, remained oblivious. Her insufferable supervisor had the audacity to send her to invite Zhang Yuan to some conference at the College of Mechanical Engineering. It was highly likely that her secret would be exposed, and there was even a chance she might end up as Zhang Yuan's student. Why am I so unfortunate? Oh, there's a girl inside. Ha ha. Upon seeing the two of them alone in the room, Wang Lili's dreadful mood lifted. Have I discovered your new girlfriend? She is quite adorable. Just be careful not to be too forward with her. Little lady, do not fall for his tricks. To her surprise, the seemingly oblivious Zhang Yuan turned out to be a bashful man. Nonetheless, it was understandable. At this age, everyone is eager to have fun. Once aboard the spaceship, however, everyone must behave seriously and refrain from frivolity. My apologies, please continue, please continue. While verbally urging them to proceed, Wang Lili exhibited no inclination to withdraw. She merely stood outside, beaming with unrestrained joy. Wait, continue with what? Zhang Yuan hastily interjected, his forehead glistening with perspiration. This is my ex-girlfriend's sister, Han Ziyue. Relishing in the chaos, added, she's the younger sister of my first love. The situation seemed rather intricate, even after parting ways. Could one still entertain the idea of courting a sister-in-law? Curiosity flickered across Wang Lili's face. her penchant for gossip intensifying. Young people today are remarkably audacious. Zhang Yuan, feeling the heat of embarrassment, swiftly diverted the conversation. By the way, what did you need from me? With the topic now turning serious. Wang Lili ceased her teasing. My boss wishes to meet you for a face-to-face discussion. She paused for effect, adopting an earnest demeanor. I have reviewed your paper, and it is quite impressive. You have read it? Quite impressive? A jolt of anxiety surged through Wang Lili. Do not overthink it. I merely skimmed through it. Based on your manuscript, there are numerous subsequent papers that could be published, along with various projects that could be undertaken. We have shared the paper with several prominent companies, and they are taking it quite seriously. Representatives from many major firms have come. The work of professors at universities encompasses not only research projects, but also outsourced projects from society. When high-tech enterprises encounter formidable challenges during development, they often delegate the resolution to university professors. Zhang Yuan questioned skeptically. Many representatives from companies? What relevance does this have to me? Am I to receive a share of the profits? Wang Lili elucidated. It's improbable that you'd be compensated gratuitously. With your dissertation serving as a framework, the professors are capable of independently executing numerous aspects. However, firstly, their comprehension of the dissertation is undoubtedly less profound than yours, rendering their project completion rate slower. In the realm of commercial projects, time equates to fiscal resources. Secondly, gratitude must be acknowledged. Should the professors undertake the entirety of this substantial project, their avarice would be unseemly. Your involvement would be most welcome. What is your decision? Zhang Yuan nodded, realizing that benefactors were extending their generosity. In that case, I am currently available. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you as well, Han Ziyue promptly declared. The trio proceeded, listening to Wang Lili's digressions. Dissertations are ineligible for patent registration. Perusal and citation are unrestricted. Aside from the accrual of prestige, they offer no tangible pecuniary benefit to the author. However, the incorporation of Zhang Yuan's novel algorithm into a robotic control software program would afford intellectual property protection. Remuneration would be requisite for its utilization. Zhang Yuan possesses ample leisure time aboard the spacecraft, rendering supplementary contributions advantageous. Your algorithm is likely more advanced than the original. The magnitude of the high degree of freedom robotics sector is immense, compelling major corporations to exhibit impatience. Zhang Yuan assented continuously. Han Ziyue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, Zhang Yuan, you are truly remarkable. My sister's taste is truly lacking. She has cast you aside. Perhaps I should step in personally, as I am still without a boyfriend. Ahem. Zhang Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, he held little interest in wealth. Any earnings he might acquire would merely be donated to a foundation. He promptly dialed Professor Wang Zhong. The professor, as always, responded with an invigorated tone. What? A significant project? I have no objections. I certainly do not oppose. If you aspire to engage in such research in the future, undertaking more projects now is indeed beneficial. It allows for the accumulation of experience. Yes, there is at least a year of wakefulness before the spacecraft reaches Jupiter, which should provide ample time for you to complete a major project. What? You wish to donate the profits to the foundation? Professor Wang's excitement was palpable. Excellent. I will immediately send 2 individuals to assist you. After hanging up, Wang Zhong could not help but marvel at how impressive his disciple had become. At such a young age, he was already beginning to distinguish himself. Reminiscent of Wang's own early days. Chapter 43. Heroes ask not from whence they come. Shisha University, Mechanical Engineering Building. Several business representatives, having arrived in haste, were engaged in hushed discussions within the conference room. Are today's university students truly this formidable? When I was in my 20s, I should have been handing out flyers by the roadside, joked Ma Teng, leaning back in his chair. As the CEO of a top-tier robotics company and a member of the Fortune Global 500, Ma Teng understood the significance of this paper, even though it had yet to be formally published. However, its unpublished status, at this moment, transformed into an advantage, becoming an opportunity for them to surpass their competitors. Mr. Ma, true heroes do not question their origins, and ambition is not confined to age. A genuine prodigy often reaches their peak productivity in their 20s. The middle-aged man seated opposite him, Ding Peng, is also the chairman of a prominent corporation. Mr. Ma continued, to be frank, I cannot comprehend the content of his paper at all. However, my team deems it of great significance. Since I have some idle time, I thought I might as well come and take a look. Do forgive me, Mr. Ma, if you find it incomprehensible. What prompts you to come in person? Although the discussion had yet to commence, an intangible tension permeated the conference room. All present were rivals, fiercely competing in the marketplace. What underpins cutting-edge robotics? Technology. Particularly with high degrees of freedom, the more adeptly a robot can coordinate and mimic human-like movements, the more favor it garners in the market. Yet, it is a formidable challenge. Current robotic hands often evoke the sensation of an excavator, rigid and mechanical. In contrast, human movements possess a fluidity and vitality that are distinctly alive. Something mechanical hands lack. This stems from the inadequacy of motion control algorithms. This paper addresses the most critical aspect of control, potentially heralding an industrial upgrade. Hence, it is imperative that they take it seriously. Professor Liu Juanjia, observing their competitive demeanor, felt a surge of delight. Go on, elevate one another's expectations, the higher the stakes. The more my spirits soar. Professor Liu, I trust this paper has not been disseminated to other companies? No, there are only your 5 companies. And our academy maintains a close collaboration, which is why this information has been disclosed. Mr. Ma, you are mistaken. Intellectual property should belong to all of humanity. Liu Juanjia cleared his throat. Ahem, esteemed chairpersons, it is essentially impossible for you to recruit Zhang Yuan, as he is affiliated with the Deep Space Foundation and will depart with that spacecraft. Ma Ting chuckled and replied, Professor Liu, your concerns are unfounded. Should he choose to remain on Earth, we possess ample means to ensure he evades punishment. Even if the government penalizes him, we shall still employ him. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing several young individuals alongside 2 middle-aged men. Wang Lili and Han Ziyue hurried to the back row. Feeling too intimidated to act playfully in the presence of such esteemed figures, it was best to keep a low profile for now. Meanwhile, Ma Ting found himself experiencing a mild headache as 2 of the newcomers were negotiation representatives from the Deep Space Foundation. Engaging in casual conversation with a 20-something would be straightforward, but extracting any profit from these cunning individuals would prove to be a challenge. This is Zhang Yuan. This is Mr. Ma. This is Mr. Ding. And this is Professor Liu, as he introduced the seated bosses one by one. How youthful. Indeed, he is a true prodigy. The flurry of compliments left Zhang Yuan feeling somewhat bashful. Professor Liu paused for a moment and smiled, saying, We place great importance on the paper you authored. Shall we delve into the thoughts concerning the control of motion? Certainly. If it pertains to the forthcoming paper you are to compose, you may choose to refrain from elaborating. In truth, this serves as a test of Zhang Yuan's capabilities. Although he has authored that pivotal paper, the true extent of his abilities remains shrouded in mystery. A mere face-to-face dialogue among these seasoned veterans can swiftly unveil a person's genuine proficiency. 7 directions, perhaps? Professor Liu felt a moment of surprise, as it seemed they had only discussed 5 the previous day. The first direction was articulated as follows. Zhang Yuan eloquently recounted his thesis in straightforward terms, subsequently embarking on a description of these expanded concepts. Thus, he openly shared his insights. He bore no burden of writing another paper, yet the professors did. Discussing these ideas benefits everyone involved. After all, he had no intention of pursuing further research in this domain. The 7 directions were explored over the course of more than 2 hours, with questions arising intermittently. Professor Liu's brow furrowed and relaxed at times, as he posed various inquiries. Senior, did you comprehend? Han Ziyue inquired, utterly bewildered by the discourse, idly fiddling with her phone. She suddenly directed her question to a nearby master's student, who, with a flushed face, remained silent. What about you, senior? She asked Wang Lili beside her. What? Of course, I understood, Wang Lili fibbed, her cheeks tinged with red, desperately shifting the topic. Fortunately, Han Ziyue did not pose particularly technical questions. What are they discussing? Can this project be profitable? Lily Wang curled her lips. There are 2 Fortune 500 companies here. Do you think it's profitable? By the way, are you really his girlfriend? Ziyue Han blinked, a hint of challenge in her tone. I've known him for much longer than you have. Lily Wang chuckled. Don't worry, I already have a boyfriend. I'm just gossiping. Is that so? Of course not. It's just that when he's serious, he's quite dashing. Although he can be a bit clumsy at times, he's truly brilliant when he's sharp. Dashing? What does that mean? It's an ancient Xiao language term, meaning somewhat handsome. All right. Lily Wang felt a bit out of touch with the times. He wouldn't stay on Earth because of you, would he? It doesn't matter. I just want to spend his last few days happily. We don't have to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Wouldn't it be nice to just be friends? Chapter 44. The dust settles at that moment. silence descended upon the conference room. Ma Ting stood up, patting his back. "Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom." "Excuse me." "Me too." Several people hurriedly left. In the restroom, Ma Ting sighed. "Alas, I've been out of academia for too long. I can't understand these cutting-edge things anymore." But judging by the expressions of those senior professors, there shouldn't be any problems. Shisha University has been cooperating with us for a long time, and their reputation is impeccable. "Xiaoguo, what do you think of Zhang Yuan?" After a moment's contemplation, the assistant, Xiaoguo, earnestly advised, "President Ma, if it's feasible, we absolutely must recruit him. I estimate that with him on board, we could curtail the timeline by at least a third. What would have taken 12 months could be accomplished in 8. The restroom door swung open, and Chairman Ding entered. He boomed, "President Ma, may I implore you for a favor in my personal capacity?" Their social circle being rather intimate. The two, though rivals, were also close friends in private. Ma Ting chuckled heartily, as if anticipating his request. "Absolutely not. Not even in a personal capacity. President Ding, are you truly going to vie for this individual?" Ding Peng responded with a grin. "Then let's share the burden, shall we? Let's escalate the price to astronomical levels." "I'm not foolish. I propose this." He raised 2 fingers, gesturing. "I'll offer you an annual salary of 2 million, and we'll shoulder any penalties imposed by the government." Confronted with such blatant poaching, the representatives from the 2 deep space foundations were visibly disconcerted, yet remained speechless. Zhang Yuan immediately demurred. "I'm sorry, President Ma, but this has been my lifelong aspiration." The 2 representatives breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ma Ting remarked pointedly, 2 million is quite substantial. To parachute in a high-paying position like that, I'd have to expend considerable effort persuading the board. Every penny in this company is budgeted. It is worth noting that we have only known each other for 2 hours, and recognizing your considerable abilities is precisely why I have proposed this price. However, expertise does not necessarily equate to practical capability. I have encountered numerous individuals who can articulate but cannot execute. Should you indeed produce results in the future, the price will undoubtedly be inconsequential. Ding Ping chuckled heartily and remarked, "Boss Ma, you are being rather stingy. I am offering a 3 million annual salary, with an additional 1 million drawn from my personal funds, provided you are willing to stay here." Zhang Yuan quickly interjected, "I am truly grateful for your generous offer. However, this is not merely a matter of finances. Even if the sum were 2 billion, it would not suffice. Mr. Ma, Mr. Ding, I believe that from your esteemed positions, you can understand that life encompasses far more than just monetary gain. There are myriad elements that hold greater significance than wealth. I could accomplish this project aboard the spacecraft, as it is equipped with communication devices, rendering remote collaboration quite feasible." Ma Ting sat in contemplation, nodding in understanding as he settled into silence. The conference room fell into a momentary hush. After a while, he spoke with an appreciative tone. "I truly envy you young individuals who can forsake everything and start anew on an unfamiliar planet. At times, I feel that same urge. A new civilization, a magnificent vision. In our imaginations, it resembles paradise, forever brimming with infinite possibilities. As a beneficiary of Earth's civilization at its current stage, I often find myself questioning the appropriateness of many matters, yet I remain uncertain about how to rectify them. Alternatively, perhaps I am acutely aware of the impropriety of certain actions, yet I resist their rectification, as it would impinge upon my personal interests. This may well be a case of self-interest dictating perspective. I harbor the hope that you, the nascent civilization, will evolve into something more resplendent. My gratitude to Mr. Ma," Zhang Yuan remarked with a smile. "You see, he has no intention of remaining here," Wang Lili whispered furtively. Han Ziyue responded with a smile. "Indeed, I am cognizant of that fact. Were he to remain, I would scarcely deign to acknowledge him. Do you not find his air of refusal rather dashing?" Even Mr. Ma was rendered speechless. 200 million was insufficient to sway him. Wang Lili, somewhat resigned, conceded, "Very well, I confess I cannot comprehend you artistic women deliberately courting discomfort. Why seek camaraderie? I have no desire to associate with him." Thus, the collaborative undertaking was deliberated for a span of 3 days, the intricate machinations of equity allocation and the myriad clauses leaving Zhang Yuan utterly drained. Even the normally refined professors Liu and Lin were compelled to participate, expressing their willingness to contribute to a portion of the labor. In the aftermath, Zhang Yuan was treating the 2 young women to a repast at a modest eatery. I have at long last come to understand the opulence of these vast corporations. They are paragons of fiscal prudence, loath to expend resources without assured returns. They have amassed their wealth through relentless economizing. Zhang Yuan lamented. The protracted negotiations among the 5 major enterprises culminated in a rather anticlimactic investment of merely 20 million, a revelation that elicited considerable astonishment. They are poised to register a fledgling entity under the moniker of Genesis Technologies Company, Limited. Zhang Yuan, as one of the technical providers, holds a 10% stake in the company. Of course, with this 10% equity, the annual salary of 2 million is no longer an option. They are intent on saving that 2 million in remuneration, which truly astounds me. Nevertheless, despite this, his spirits remain quite high. Although his donations may seem extravagant, those are assets bequeathed by his father. Now the money he earns is distinctly his own. Han Ziyue remarked with a smile. This round of investment is referred to as the seed round. The project is merely an idea, lacking any specific product or service, often termed as face value investment, where funds are allocated based on appearances. The fact that they are willing to invest 20 million is already a significant gesture towards you and the Academy. After all, there is nothing tangible yet. Are we to expect that a mere concept would entice others to invest billions? It is simply implausible. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Han Ziyue continued. Did they not retain the right of first refusal for additional investments in the cooperation agreement? If the venture proves successful, these large enterprises will undoubtedly flock to inject capital. With subsequent rounds of funding, Series A, B, and C, it could swiftly evolve into a large corporation. Well, I am aware of that, Zhang Yuan replied. The initial investment is merely a form of risk management. Yet, they are quite meticulous. Moreover, in a few years, the large companies will no longer concern me. The future development of the company is of no significance to me. I will not be on this planet to enjoy such a sense of accomplishment. If it were not for the fixed equity, I would prefer to donate my salary to a foundation. This allocation method is actually quite exploitative. A fixed equity ratio of 10%, without the need for additional investment, guarantees his shareholding proportion, which is a significant windfall for Zhang Yuan, provided that this project can genuinely materialize. Otherwise, it's merely an illusion. Subsequently, several chairmen extended an invitation to him and the professors for a meal together. However, Zhang Yuan politely declined, deeming such social engagements unnecessary, as everyone could understand. I'd rather dine with you all. Why? Zhang Yuan hesitated before responding, because it saves time. Dining with them would involve endless discussions and mutual flattery, which is quite bothersome. A wave of laughter ensued. With this matter settled, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of relief. This should be the last major task before his departure. Glancing at the date, he realized that only one day remained, and a tinge of sadness washed over him. Tomorrow marked his final day on Earth. That day had finally arrived. Chapter 45, A Solitary Apocalypse Vacation Balance. One day, Zhang Yuan finally understood the restlessness that Yu Keifu had experienced before his departure. A sense of emptiness pervaded his being, rendering him listless. He lacked the motivation to study, think, or even play games. He tossed and turned in bed, suffering a sleepless night. This sensation was akin to the impending end of the world. If tomorrow were the end of the world, what would be the most meaningful way to spend today? Humans, after all, are sentient creatures. When one resides in a place for an extended duration, despite its shortcomings and numerous grievances, an inextricable bond forms due to familiarity and habituation. This place is none other than one's home planet, Earth. Zhang Yuan emitted a profound sigh, casting aside his wandering thoughts and quickening his pace forward. He arrived at Professor Wang Zhong's office, intending to donate his shares in the Genesis Technology Company, even though the company was still in the process of registration. Zhang Yuan, your intentions are commendable. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to retain the shares for the time being, rather than donating them to the foundation. Professor Wang Zhong said affably, taking a sip of water. Why? Zhang Yuan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Isn't the foundation in need of funds? Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively and remarked with a touch of emotion, even if it is, it doesn't need your few million. The foundation has evolved into a veritable behemoth over the past century. Its holdings have expanded exponentially, some through serendipitous circumstances, such as the development of space elevators and shares in certain space cities, while others are the result of astute investments. Professor Wang gestured expansively. The further its reach extends, the greater its impact on the world becomes. Are you implying? Zhang Yuan seemed perplexed. Professor Wang sighed deeply. But what is the primary objective of the Deep Space Foundation? It is to foster the advancement of the aerospace industry, not to amass vast profits. It is not a capitalist entity that requires perpetual profitability. As it stands today, the Foundation's magnitude has become somewhat unwieldy. Wherever authority resides, corruption is wont to burgeon. Even the most meticulously structured organization, with the accretion of personnel over time, will inevitably succumb to disarray, harboring multifarious shadowy aspects. Therefore, it is advisable to retain your shares. Companies under the aegis of many foundations have, paradoxically, fared poorly. Zhang Yuan contemplated this with a pensive air. Professor Wang remarked with a smile. No flower retains its bloom for a century, nor does any person enjoy perpetual prosperity. It is improbable that the Foundation will burgeon indefinitely, particularly when our generation has passed. The ensuing generation may lack the requisite vigor, and it will gradually wane. If you are so inclined, you may extend a helping hand 3 centuries hence. Should the Foundation still exist? Zhang Yuan responded with astonishment. Professor Wang, 3 centuries hence, my company may have already succumbed to dissolution. After all, I am merely a minor shareholder, not responsible for its operation, nor will I attend to its affairs. Wang Zhong stated placidly, who can foretell the ultimate outcome? I still advocate that you retain the shares for the nonce and donate the dividends to the Foundation. The Foundation is not presently in want of assets, but rather, it lacks future safeguards. This is what I convey to other asset donors as well. A lack of foresight ineluctably leads to immediate concerns. Professor Wang's words certainly held merit. His generation, having risen from ruins and destitution, possessed a sense of apprehension that differed from that of subsequent generations. The privation of adequate energy resources allowed everyone to experience the tribulations of life and the taste of adversity, profoundly influencing even the mindset of the ruling class. To develop endlessly. Professor Wang pointed to his head, proclaiming that this is the very essence of our era, inscribed within my mind. Yet, for many children who have grown up in this new age, such thoughts seem to have vanished. Life is excessively affluent. Why pursue development? It is far easier to transition from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality. Thus, Professor Qi Yuanshan posits that humanity has merely a century or two to venture beyond the solar system, and this rationale is compelling. He has long foretold that in a few hundred years, humanity is likely to retrace the worn paths of the bygone era, as myriad conflicts arise. The warmth bestowed by nuclear fusion is undeniably splendid, far superior to that of oil. Moreover, the solar system is sufficiently vast to sustain a population in the trillions. In such a future, where would the will to cultivate a second civilization reside? This is not a matter of technology, but rather one of spiritual resolve. As Zhang Yuan exited his office, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. He could grasp the various social prophecies, yet truly comprehending them remained an elusive endeavor. Perhaps, he casually sought a secluded corner on campus, gazing up at the azure sky while aimlessly scrolling through his social media feed. I'm in Shisha, just disembarked from the high-speed train, and tomorrow I shall board the spacecraft. Is there any girl willing to accompany me on my final day? Selfie, selfie, selfie. The community was remarkably warm towards the departing astronaut. I have an abundance of lovely companions. Approximately half an hour elapsed before Li Zhendong furtively appeared at the school entrance, where he was stopped by the gatekeeper and asked to present his identification due to his non-student-like appearance. Upon arrival, he immediately inquired, "Where's the girl? I knew you were trying to deceive me. What's the rush? She'll be here momentarily." Li Zhendong scoffed, his expression skeptical. "Why don't we go play games instead? It's the last day. How about an all-nighter? LOL 8 is out, and I happen to have 2 beta accounts." Zhang Yuan demurred. "Is that all you ever think about? I'd rather wait here. Give her 5 minutes." A few minutes later, Han Ziyue indeed materialized, her voice carrying from afar, "Zhang Yuan, let's go have some fun together." Li Zhendong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his mouth agape, capable of accommodating a whole pair. "I'm such a fool. I spent an entire month toiling away at home, poring over books." As the girl approached, Li Zhendong stammered, "Greetings, fair maiden. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Li Zhendong, and I pride myself on being amiable and honest. I am skilled in both mechanical and information sciences, and I enjoy surfing the internet and playing online games. I am also fond of basketball and once harbored aspirations of becoming an athlete. I am particularly captivated by the sight of seagulls soaring freely along the coast, which entices me to visit the seaside frequently during the summer months. White is my preferred color, as I perceive it to be emblematic of purity." He delivered the introduction as if reciting a passage from a textbook. Chapter 46. I wish you fair winds and following seas. Han Ziyue stood there, dumbfounded, as if observing an imbecile, before turning her gaze toward Zhang Yuan. Her gaze was filled with confusion, as if she were silently questioning why a fool stood there. Zhang Yuan retorted with irritation. This person is simply putting on an act. He is feigning ignorance. What about those so-called strategies for wooing women, monkey-stealing hearts? Pretending to be innocent? Acting foolish? The love-struck puppy mode? Playing the fool is merely one of the tactics. He aims to provoke your interest. Han Ziyue chuckled, her face flushing slightly from amusement. Li Zhendong, exposed and furious, erupted. What? Are you implying that I am pretending to be foolish? I am speaking nothing but the truth. I simply adore the color white. To me, it symbolizes purity. Zhang Yuan felt as though his stomach might revolt. Amidst the banter and jesting, his spirits began to lift. After all, he was not embarking on this journey alone. With so many friends around, what was there to fear? Boredom was a foe, so Zhang Yuan called upon his senior classmates, Wang Lili and Su Yunjing, to join him at the water park for a day of fun. It was the final day. There was simply no time left for studying. Hey, Wang Lili. I'm with my boyfriend right now, just on my way to watch a movie, she replied bashfully. Zhang Yuan was unfazed. Stop watching the movie. We're leaving tomorrow. All right then, is my boyfriend coming too? Let us invite him along. It's no trouble. Don't let it be just couples everywhere, Wang Lili responded. Li Zhendong hastily interjected. What will I do alone? Be the third wheel? The more ladies, the better. I want to indulge in the vibrant atmosphere. Then I'll invite a few girlfriends. Whether you can charm them depends on your skill, Han Ziyue said with a smile. I am profoundly grateful to this beautiful young lady, exclaimed Li Zhendong in an exaggerated tone. Soon, a group of 10 individuals arrived at the aquatic amusement park in Xisha City. The currency known as the federal coin is, in truth, called the Xia coin, which is the national currency of the Xia kingdom. A century ago, Xia transformed into a major energy exporting nation, leading to a direct correlation between electricity prices and the national currency. Over time, the Xia coin evolved into the common currency of the East Asian region. The term federal coin was fabricated by certain foreign media with malicious political intentions, aiming to sow discord among East Asian nations. However, this intention not only failed but, with the passage of time, the term federal coin became widely accepted. Thus, its purchasing power remains quite robust. Entrance tickets are reasonably priced at merely 40 yuan per person. The young ladies swiftly changed into their swimsuits, revealing expanses of fair skin, and began applying sunscreen on each other. Li Zhendong feigned indifference, yet discreetly stole glances, only to be playfully nudged by Zhang Yuan. What else with you? Have you never seen a woman before? This is rather lewd. That girl is quite stunning. Where did you find her? Impressive. You should offer to help her with sunscreen, he remarked, giving a thumbs up. Zhang Yuan, feeling rather embarrassed, responded, What do you mean, my girl? She is my ex-girlfriend's sister. We knew each other before and just happened to meet here. Don't overthink it. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar, Li Zhendong thought, rolling his eyes inwardly. An ex-girlfriend's sister? It would be strange not to ponder that. To ensure safety, many activities required participants to pair up. He is not a simpleton. So how could he possibly be unaware of Han Ziyue's thoughts? Moreover, the time spent together in recent days has been quite pleasant. However, upon reflection, it might be best to refrain from stirring up trouble unnecessarily. Only in such moments do you resemble a normal person. If you are fearful, you might as well express it loudly, much like I do. Han Ziyue dried herself off with a towel. Her figure is exquisite. Everything is perfectly proportioned, with no excess flesh. Zhang Yuan gazed skyward, saying, I am not afraid. I merely want to join in your screams. Otherwise, it seems as if I am out of place, does it not? Are you intentionally trying to fit in more? Sigh, under the sun. I may end up getting much darker. After being washed with water, the sunscreen indeed proves to be rather ineffective. As night fell, Zhang Yuan found himself reluctantly pulled into another gathering. He noticed Li Zhendong was already reveling in the festivities, utterly absorbed. From the blissful expression on his face, it was evident that every cell in his body yearned for female companionship. Why is that? Perhaps it is because he is about to leave soon. The moment one pauses, they cannot help but ponder that singular matter, leading to an intensifying sense of loss. The end of the world approaches ever closer, while the friends before him seem to drift further away. You men, could you not just indulge without taking action? Especially you, Zhang Yuan. Wang Lili's voice jolted him from his reverie. Here, The meat must be grilled by oneself, which could be considered a unique dining experience. Zhang Yuan indulged himself, exclaiming, "No, no, I must savor the care of my senior." Once aboard the vessel, there would be no more coddling. The girls erupted in laughter once more. "Shall we adjourn to a karaoke bar?" After dinner, Zhang Yuan found himself reluctantly escorted by the young women to a peculiar establishment. He felt as though he had never been so dissolute in his life, as if he had crammed a lifetime's worth of revelry into a single day. Within the karaoke bar, couples were paired off, and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the liberated atmosphere of this cosmopolitan city. There were not only high school and university students, but also a surprising number of junior high students. The young couples were far more uninhibited than those of his generation. One couple was even locked in a passionate embrace in a secluded corner. Although it was just a corner, it was still a public place. Couldn't they be a little more discreet? Come, let us raise a glass. May you arrive at your destination unscathed. Cheers. This 3000 year voyage sounds so glamorous. We'll all be long gone. Cheers. Li Jindong remarked casually, "What's so glamorous about it? It'll be quite cruel when we wake up from hibernation." He trailed off mid-sentence, realizing something, and fell silent. The stalwart pilot of the spacecraft, "You are mighty and magnificent. The boundless expanse of the cosmos accompanies you on your Odyssey, and my heart is as vast as the universe." A wave of joyous laughter filled the air as the men and women frolicked together. After the singing, the entire group earnestly addressed Zhang Yuan and Li Jindong. "We wish you bon voyage." Zhang Yuan clinked glasses with them and took a sip of beer. "And to you, may your futures be bright." Chapter 47. I have also spoken immediately. The enthusiastic singers began to belt out their tunes, while others engaged in the age-old yet exhilarating game of truth or dare. At times, one yearns for solitude, to escape to the heavens and gaze upon the boundless starry sky, where undoubtedly there exist magnificent entities far surpassing human civilization. Tranquility resides right here. Please refrain from calling me Jingjing, for otherwise, millions may ponder my existence daily. It is only after indulging in libations that one's true nature is revealed. The usually demure senior Su Yunjing, under the influence, found herself kissing her boyfriend passionately during a daring challenge, leaving Zhang Yuan utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the surrounding ladies erupted in applause and exuberant cheers. Li Jindong appeared to be inebriated, delivering a remarkably fitting song. "In the vast sea of humanity, which one am I? Amidst the surging waves, which blossom am I? In the grand army conquering the cosmos, it is I who selflessly contributes. In the flowing river of glorious endeavors, it is I who perpetually surges forth. You need not recognize me, nor do I yearn for your acknowledgement." Strangely enough, a young woman was inexplicably moved to tears, bestowing upon him a sweet kiss, despite their acquaintance lasting less than a day. It seemed in this confined space, everyone transformed into a lively and open version of themselves. Let us go, hurry and accompany me to buy something." Han Ziyue's eyes sparkled as she grasped Zhang Yuan's hand, pulling him insistently toward the exit. "If you wish to buy something, go on your own. Why drag me along?" Zhang Yuan felt the warmth of her hand, damp with perspiration. He instinctively felt a sense of urgency. "Let's buy something to eat. The snacks here are exorbitantly priced and simply not worth it. Are you not a gentleman? I've had a bit too much to drink. How can I walk home alone at night?" Zhang Yuan secretly rolled his eyes. The girl had only consumed 2 bottles of beer, and with so many people coming and going around them, was a safety incident truly likely? Yet, upon further reflection, he thought it might be wiser to accompany her. "All right, let's go." Han Ziyue gleefully linked her arm with his, resembling a couple. Zhang Yuan tensed slightly, realizing he was unable to break free, and resigned himself to the situation. It was the last day after all, let her be. The two meandered through the K-bar, passing numerous vending machines without purchasing anything. Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of impatience. "What do you want to buy?" Han Ziyue suddenly appeared to have made a decision. "Never mind, I have a question for you." "What is it?" She pointed at a sign and inquired, "What does the English on that sign mean?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the sign and then peeked into the adjacent room. "Staff only means it's for employees only. It's probably a storage room. Does that mean it's empty?" "What?" "Hee." In an instant, Zhang Yuan was pulled inside, and with a firm push, he found himself pinned against the wall. "What are you doing?" Seeing her sparkling eyes, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of panic, every hair on his body standing on end. Han Ziyue, with a mischievous smile, said, "You're about to leave, so I want to give you a little gift. Quickly close your eyes." "What gift?" Hurry and close your eyes. Do you think I would devour you? Zhang Yuan mused inwardly. Indeed, I fear being consumed by you, given that expression of yours, which hints at ulterior motives. Do not presume I am unaware. I have experienced love myself, you know. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Han Ziyue had already risen on her tiptoes and planted a kiss upon his lips. Ah! Zhang Yuan tensed, nearly jumping up. I am no longer that naive middle schooler. I possess the right to pursue my desires, do I not? Zhang Yuan glanced at her alluring figure, the crop top revealing her navel, the short skirt, and the knee-high socks, complemented by the prominent whiteness at her chest. She was undeniably bold. He stammered, "This isn't appropriate. I can't possibly stay." "What is inappropriate?" "I know you won't stay, yet isn't there a desire to take it a step further?" "Take it a step further?" Men are often contradictory, proclaiming reluctance while their bodies betray them, or rather, their bodies are anything but reluctant. Zhang Yuan's head swam with blood, nearly escaping a cry. This cannot be. We are outside, and someone might enter. If discovered, the repercussions would be too grave. After being rejected time and again, Han Ziyue grew somewhat irked. She tousled her hair and deliberately unbuttoned one of her chest buttons, playfully asserting, "If I were to run out crying, accusing you of assault, would you not be barred from boarding the spaceship?" Though more than 80 certain she jested, Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly, erring on the side of caution. Understood, understood, he stated with utmost prudence. Pray, attire yourself first. This gift is quite startling. Yea, let us proceed, then. Han Ziyue brandished a victory sign, her elation uncontainable. At the Amy Hotel, Han Ziyue maintained a firm grip on Zhang Yuan's arm, preventing any surreptitious escape. She declared with playful impudence, "What? Must I request the room myself?" Zhang Yuan, his composure faltering, inquired of the receptionist, "Are there any standard rooms available?" "Yes, 398 yuan per night. A couple suite, not a standard room. Also 398. The staff, accustomed to such youthful antics, wondered silently at the young man's blush, though noting the comeliness of the pairing. Deplorable, they thought, were the matches of the aesthetically mismatched. "Have you ever shared a room with my sister?" Han Ziyue teased, relentlessly probing Zhang Yuan's sensibilities. "Do you find me more endearing than her?" Zhang Yuan, caught in a mortifying quandary, could only stammer, I do not recall. Then I shall presume not." Upon swiping the keycard, they entered a spacious room with a vista of distant lighthouses through the window. Trains intermittently traversed the lengthy, crossy bridge. Han Ziyue smiled and said, "Hurry up and take a shower. You can go first, or we can shower together." "Showering together isn't out of the question, but I must admit I feel a bit shy." "No, I'll go first," Zhang Yuan quickly responded. Through a layer of frosted glass, he could faintly see her figure, and he cursed the wretched hotel for such decor. As he stood beneath the shower, he felt his entire being aflame with a tumultuous energy. No matter how much water cascaded over him, he could not calm his racing heart. To claim there was no physiological reaction would be to deny the essence of manhood. Yet, this predicament conflicted with his values, and reason was engaged in a relentless battle with primal instincts. Chapter 48. I hope you remember me. Zhang Yuan could not help but voice his confusion. "I don't quite understand why you would choose to do this in the end. Isn't it merely adding an emotional burden?" Han Ziyue pondered for a moment before replying, 3,000 years from now, I will have long vanished from this world. If, at that time, someone remembers me, especially from another realm, don't you think that holds great significance?" Zhang Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. He found her thoughts somewhat artistic, yet undeniably profound. Soon, he reluctantly emerged from the bathroom, moving slowly. Han Ziyue gazed at his shoulders, her laughter ringing out, before she playfully leaped into the shower. Zhang Yuan contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to make his escape while she washed. Yes, that seemed like the right course of action. He thought, hurriedly, "Wait. Where are my pants?" "I took your clothes and pants into the bathroom with me," she replied. "If you attempt to flee while I am showering, you might risk being clad in nothing but a bathrobe." Through a layer of frosted glass, Han Ziyue observed Zhang Yuan searching for something, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Yuan was immediately rendered speechless. He felt as though he was on the verge of an explosion from tension. In a hurry, he picked up his phone to solve a few calculus problems to soothe his restless spirit. However, with all the blood rushing to his lower body, his brain indeed suffered a decline in cognitive function. Problems that usually seemed simple became a struggle, and he found himself unable to produce answers for quite some time. Learning is not an omnipotent remedy. This will not do. I must devise a plan. After a few minutes, Han Ziyue emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair clinging to her smooth, pale neck. A girl who has just bathed always possesses a refreshing beauty, her radiant skin seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. She approached him with a bright smile, reminiscent of a joyous little deer. This is not good. Zhang Yuan shuddered, stumbling over his words. If we do nothing tonight, it might leave a more profound impression. I truly mean it. Seemingly discerning Zhang Yuan's true thoughts, Han Ziyue replied with a smile. I don't want you to feel responsible, so what is there to fear? There is no fear. Then why are you trembling? You really don't have to feel responsible. It's not about responsibility. I just find it inappropriate. Perhaps we could embrace, just a hug. Wouldn't that be warm and harmonious? Han Ziyue furrowed her brow, pouting. Don't you think you are being excessive? I'm being so proactive. Do you think I'm not shy? I can be shy too. Zhang Yuan hastily elucidated. If our acquaintance had been of a more protracted duration, and our interactions more profound, I might perceive this matter as a natural culmination. However, at present, it seems rather precipitous. Tears welled in Han Ziyue's eyes as she released his arm, her fingers incessantly dabbing at her eyes. You must think I'm too easily obtained, offering myself to you so readily, which is why you're reacting this way. I, too, possess dignity, and I have suitors who pursue me, but I have never sought to keep them in reserve. I have only been in one prior relationship. My private life is not as chaotic as you might imagine. Witnessing the young woman's outburst, Zhang Yuan meekly offered, I apologize. I did not intend to imply such a thing. Who would believe that? Han Ziyue retorted, still incensed. Yet, as she spoke, a smile graced her lips, and she cradled her head in her hands, scrutinizing Zhang Yuan's awkward demeanor. Indeed, if you were so easily seduced by me, I might find myself disinclined towards you, and you would soon fade from my memory. My sister once characterized you as a man of principle. Even after your separation, her assessment of you remained favorable. Haha, you tremble at a mere touch. How endearing. My judgment is, indeed, impeccable. She revealed her pointed canines, reclining on the bed, as if admiring a succulent, nascent apple. Hold on. She abruptly sprang to her feet, rummaging through her bag for a moment. I have a small token for you. Close your eyes, quickly. Again, amidst the successive shocks, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of impending suffocation. It's a genuine token. Without further ado, she presented Zhang Yuan with an exquisite box. Upon taking a closer look, I beheld a specimen of a lily, accompanied by a portrait of Han Ziyue, rendered with exquisite detail. At the bottom was a signature, Han Ziyue, 2264-81, indicating that this botanical specimen was likely created just a few days prior. She spoke earnestly. I hope you can remember me. I am merely an ordinary individual among the multitude, with no aspirations of fame, nor the likelihood of being remembered by history. A century from now, it is quite possible that my existence will have faded from this world. 3 centuries hence, any trace of my being will be irretrievable, perhaps reduced to a mere name, Han Ziyue, inscribed in a family tree. Suddenly confronted with such a solemn topic, Zhang Yuan paused, his previously fervent blood now settling into calm. The meaning of life, perhaps? Han Ziyue continued, I have often pondered whether I have truly graced this world, if there remains no evidence of my existence. What significance does it hold? Is it merely for the sake of procreation or fleeting joy? One's life is but a fleeting moment, insignificant when juxtaposed with the vastness of the universe. I hope you can remember me, for you may very well be the last person who acknowledges my existence. I wish that 3,000 years hence, upon your awakening from slumber, you still retain memories of me. That is my sole request. Would that be possible? Zhang Yuan accepted the lily specimen with solemnity, nodding earnestly, I promise you. Individuals like you are indeed rare. However, in a decade or two, such sentiments might not resonate with you, perhaps leading you to view your present self as rather naive. It is only the current iteration of yourself that is prone to such wistful musings. Wouldn't you agree? Han Ziyue offered an apologetic response. I am truly sorry. The future me is a separate entity, and I am aware that the passage of time will erode my idealism. Nevertheless, the me of this moment is the most authentic version of myself. This notion is admittedly rather self-centered, and it places an undue emotional burden upon you. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes playfully, retorting with a smile. So, you intend to repay me with your affections? Indeed, I harbored a fondness for you during my childhood. Upon learning of your separation from my sister, I experienced a sense of elation. Bestowing my affections upon you seems quite fitting, does it not? Were you not still in junior high school at that time? Would a junior high student truly comprehend such matters? Is junior high school inadequate? Zhang Yuan demurred. I must decline your offer of affection. I am a person of high moral standing, and I wish to leave you with the most favorable impression on this. Our final day. Han Ziyue nestled beside him, falling into a tranquil silence. So, how shall we occupy this long night? What activity do you deem most meaningful? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then jested, on this, our final night, shall I impart to you some mathematical principles? What do you say? Chapter 49. Farewell, hometown. The following morning, at the hour of 4, Zhang Yuan awoke from his slumber, having slept surprisingly well. He found himself uncertain as to whether he had experienced a period of joy or one of sorrow. He gently caressed the maiden's silken hair before preparing to depart. The sensation was peculiar, far from comfortable. After donning his attire, Zhang Yuan pinned a brief note on a sticky pad atop the bedside table. I have departed, farewell. Wishing you a joyful life and longevity of 200 years. Casting a final glance at the girl still lost in slumber, he turned and exited the room. In truth, Han Ziyue had long been awake. She merely buried her head in the pillow, weeping quietly, unable to cease. Some truths, though known, are still profoundly painful when faced. Was it akin to a moth drawn to a flame? An irresistible urge to leap forth, only to be reduced to ashes. The hour was early. The sun yet to rise from the east, leaving the streets desolate and void of life. Strangely, a small yellow-haired dog followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, matching his pace. Judging by its coat and slender frame, it appeared to be a stray, living a meager existence. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yuan purchased 2 sausages from a nearby vending machine and offered them to the forlorn creature. To his surprise, once finished, the dog bounded after him once more, seemingly aware of who treated it kindly and who did not. So many stories had unfolded here, leaving an indelible mark during his final moments on this planet. The small dog remained stationed at the doorway, watching intently. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I shall give you a brief wash, if your fur is tidied. The city officials may not harm you if they take you in. With an appealing appearance, perhaps a kind-hearted lady might offer you refuge. The dog was exceptionally obedient, its tail wagging incessantly during the bath. Zhang Yuan surmised that the dog had likely been abandoned here, for it was far too docile otherwise. After giving it a bath, he found himself unable to assist it further. As he closed the dormitory door and gathered his belongings in preparation for departure, the dog continued to follow faithfully behind. Offering it the remaining sausage, he was taken aback when it refused to eat, silently trailing him instead. As he approached the school gates, Zhang Yuan remarked, venturing into the city would pose even greater dangers for you. It would be wiser to remain here. There is food to be found, and you shall not face violence. His entreaties fell on deaf ears. Crouching down, he picked up a stone, feigning an intention to strike it. The dog finally halted. Sitting on the ground as if in a stupor, its simple mind unable to comprehend the contradiction between the man's earlier offer of sustenance and his current display of aggression. Such is life, whether for humans or dogs. One must grow accustomed to betrayal, solitude, exile, wandering, and abandonment. This encapsulates the human experience. I'm in the cafeteria having breakfast. Do you think I'm as reckless as you? Isn't it too indulgent to spend the last night on earth like this? With such a beautiful girl? Li Zhendong chattered on incessantly. Bring me 2 buns. When they met, Li Zhendong wore a gossiping expression. How does it feel? Is it not delightful? Not at all as you described. Let us go? Zhang Yuan, in a foul mood, was disinclined to engage further. He dragged his suitcase towards the registration area, navigating through one security checkpoint after another. The safety inspections for the space elevator are exceptionally stringent, akin to those of aircraft in the past. Prohibited items include liquids, flammable substances, explosives, and sharp objects. Additionally, several health examinations are conducted, barring individuals with severe infectious diseases from boarding the spacecraft. Upon passing the health checks, the staff promptly arranged for their access to the designated space elevator batch. Identity number 3308-41244, Zhang Yuan. Your seat is 17-3. D. Elevator batch 2264-8-3-1246. Li Zhendong chuckled heartily. My mother will surely cry again upon seeing me off. It's best if she doesn't come. Indeed, his phone had already received numerous messages. Zhang Yuan, safe travels. Let us meet aboard the spacecraft. Wishing you a smooth journey. Ding dong. Attention, passengers of batch 1246G. Your space elevator is about to commence its ascent. As time passed, he dared not linger and join the queue. All the astronauts stood in silence. Behind him, Li Zhendong bowed his head, lost in thought. Zhang Yuan raised his gaze towards the vast sky, which appeared overcast, yet revealed a glimmer of light. The space elevator stretches an impressive 36,000 kilometers, a staggering 4,000 times the height of the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. Its primary material is carbon nanotubes, boasting a tensile strength of 62,000 MPa, with a fracture length of 46,000 kilometers under Earth's gravity, fully meeting the demands of a space elevator. Humanity is both insignificant and magnificent. Technology transforms the world, and science shapes the future. A documentary is playing in a continuous loop on the large screen, providing a momentary distraction for the waiting crowd. In stark contrast stands the queue of travelers poised to embark on their celestial adventure. Men and women alike scream and cheer, for this journey marks an unforgettable and proud chapter in their lives. The visitors chatter excitedly, extolling the marvel that is humanity's greatest architectural achievement. We are on the brink of an unprecedented era of interstellar exploration. Zhang Yuan has watched this documentary countless times, to the extent that he can recite all the lines by heart. Yet, he chooses to watch it again from beginning to end, knowing it may well be the final viewing of his life. This is home, our eternal home. Beep, the gate opens. Safe travels. The electronic voice remains cold and uninviting, a dissonance to his ears. As he rounds a particular corner, Zhang Yuan instinctively wipes his eyes with his sleeve. Once, then again. This gesture mirrors that of Yi Keifu from long ago. A solitary tear escapes his eye, tracing a path down his cheek before falling to the ground. With the step, they shall no longer belong to Earth. A final farewell to their homeland. Conclusion of Volume 1. Thus concludes Volume 1, The Tale Set Upon Earth. I feel quite satisfied with my writing. If I were to rate it on a scale of 100, I would confidently assign it an 85. Some have remarked that the stories within this volume are somewhat trivial and that we should hasten onto the spacecraft to propel the main narrative forward. Overall, the tone of Volume 1 remains rather cheerful, offering a light reading experience. But why the cheerfulness? Because the overarching theme of this book leans toward the weighty and depressive. One must adopt a more cheerful demeanor. Survival on the Chidian platform appears to be quite challenging, although I am fortunate to have the support of numerous long-time readers. Their loyalty alone may prove insufficient. Without a steady influx of new readers, sustaining a book's subscriptions becomes nearly impossible. The second volume, leading up to Jupiter, is theoretically infused with a more buoyant tone, as the protagonist requires time for personal growth, rather than inexplicably assuming the role of captain with an elevated perspective. As seen in Beneath Deep Space, by the time we reach the third volume, after entering hibernation, the tone is likely to become less jubilant, though we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. As for my current achievements, the collection stands at just over 3,900, falling short of 4,000. Given the nature of the subject matter, it could be deemed satisfactory, particularly within this genre. My debut work, Beneath Deep Space, garnered a mere 10 or so collections when it reached 110,000 words, quite disheartening. In contrast, my second book, High Dimensional Voyager, amassed approximately 20,000 collections at the same word count. Yet, despite this book's established popularity, it too has not surpassed 4,000 collections. This stark contrast in subject matter is evident. I estimate that if I do not achieve 12,000 or 15,000 collections before the Sanjiang event, the prospects of receiving a strong recommendation from them will likely diminish. As a level 5 author, I find my standing to be rather lacking. For now, I will refrain from further elaboration. This serves merely as an expression of my frustrations, devoid of any ulterior motives. Many factors lie beyond individual control, but ultimately, the most crucial task remains to craft this book with excellence. Author's note, Chapter 50, A Journey Through Space. Zhang Yuan took his seat and fastened his safety belt. He took a deep breath, attempting to expel all negative emotions from his mind. The elevator hummed to life, imparting a slight sensation of weightlessness that caused a resonant thrum in his eardrums. It was anticipated that in 72 hours, or 3 days, they would reach the synchronous orbit at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers, specifically the Tianlong Space City. The space elevator was designed to transport materials into space at a cost of approximately 10 yuan per kilogram. In an effort to minimize transportation expenses, the magnetic levitation elevator was constructed to be as lightweight and simple as possible, resulting in a rather austere environment. Each individual was allotted only a small sleeping space, and passengers' carry-on luggage required an additional fee. Within a matter of minutes, the elevator ascended to the stratosphere, surpassing the height of Mount Everest. Through the windows, one could admire the breathtaking scenery. At this altitude, the panoramic view of Shisha City unfolded, with aesthetically pleasing transportation routes resembling the veins of a city, while moving vehicles flowed like lifeblood. This international port city operated tirelessly, day and night. Finding himself bored, Zhang Yuan struck up a conversation with Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Not long ago, we received a notice stating that everyone must seek out work projects as part of a comprehensive assessment, alongside various hierarchical classifications akin to military ranks. Even as astronauts, we are expected to generate revenue for the Foundation. This is blatant exploitation." Zhang Yuan, simultaneously scrolling through calculus on his phone, retorted, "You could simply loaf around and wait for death, doing absolutely nothing. Anyway, as long as one possesses a fundamental position aboard the starship, a wage is guaranteed, precluding starvation. Should destitution loom, one could always petition for cryosleep. I currently possess 100,000 credits, potentially making me among the wealthiest individuals on the vessel. With a single meal costing merely 4 credits, my resources should sustain me for a considerable duration. The conversion rate between federal currency and credits is approximately 101. Ergo, 100,000 credits, at a monthly remuneration of 1,000, would necessitate 3 years of labor." Li Zhendong cast a sidelong glance, observing Zhang Yuan engrossed in fervent calculus practice, and was rendered momentarily speechless. Zhang Yuan's donation of 10 million federal credits at the awards ceremony, coupled with his contentious exchange with reporters, had undoubtedly reached his awareness. He had long marveled at the serendipitous nature of such a vainglorious occasion befalling Zhang Yuan, allowing him to execute it with such finesse. "You truly are a man of considerable means. When shall you deign to host a repast?" Zhang Yuan responded with a smile, "Very well. I shall treat you to synthetic meat. Consume as much as your appetite dictates. In truth, wealth holds limited utility, at least for the present. I am incapable of consuming the sustenance of 2 individuals, and my baggage contains an abundance of electronic devices, obviating the necessity for further acquisitions." Li Zhendong inquired curiously, "You brought only electronic devices? I, on the other hand, brought condiments, particularly chili sauce. Do not come beseeching me for any." Zhang Yuan paused, momentarily disconcerted. "Alas, I had forgotten. The starship's material output is rather circumscribed, with each individual subject to a purchasing ceiling." Zhang Yuan could not exploit his substantial capital to deplete the entire food supply, artificially inflate prices, engage in monopolistic practices, or engage in profiteering through resale, among other things. Such behaviors are strictly prohibited. Should they occur, Zhang Yuan may be summoned by the relevant authorities for a discussion. Although society is small, it possesses a robust security mechanism. On another note, the wealth derived from donations merely serves to slightly augment the initial funds and cannot elevate one's social standing. True capability is manifested through work projects that generate income for the Deep Space Foundation. Alternatively, one may delve into academia and produce exceptional papers to demonstrate their value. The Earth-era spacecraft aims to establish a new civilization on distant planets, with the foremost principle being that rewards should correlate with effort. Those who work more should earn more, while those who contribute less should receive less. It is only natural that individuals with higher competencies possess greater resources and privileges, especially in times of scarcity. Besides the established experts and skilled workers who already hold a significant status, these young individuals stand on equal footing. The entire evaluation process spans a year, culminating when the spacecraft reaches the Jupiter base to replenish its supplies for the final time before entering the official phase of extended interstellar travel. The majority of the crew will enter hibernation, awakening only once every 300 to 500 years. Those with higher privileges will have the option to choose their hibernation batches, such as delaying their slumber compared to others. Li Zhendong sighed, reflecting that while they are still far from Earth and able to communicate with loved ones, everyone wishes to postpone their hibernation, even by just a year or 2. However, once they close their eyes and awaken, 3 centuries may have passed, leaving everything behind. Indeed, Zhang Yuan shared the sentiment, recognizing this as the most disheartening aspect. Severing ties with the era and all loved ones, a true abandonment of everything. They spoke to this point, and then fell silent for a time. Games. Zhang Yuan used to have some interest in them, but now, he felt that the time spent gaming would be better used for studying. Let me see the proposal. All right, I'll send it over for you to peruse. Li Xindong thought gleefully. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan. Even heroes cannot resist the charms of a beautiful woman. You spend all day chasing girls. I bet you didn't accomplish anything during the entire vacation. With such a beautiful girl, even a hero can only play the fool. Unlike me, diligently studying and writing proposals. It's been a laborious vacation. I've been working hard for the entire holiday. Wait a moment. A question arose in Li Xindong's mind. If I had a lovely and charming girl, what would I do? I would definitely choose to play the fool as well. Thinking of this, Li Xindong wasn't so gloating anymore, but rather filled with longing and envy. What a pity. A pity about what? Zhang Yuan carefully read through the entire game proposal, his brow furrowed slightly. Auto chess? It's quite a novel idea, but making money won't be so easy. This game thing not only requires programming, but also relies on luck. You'd better find a graphic designer, and then a few more people, and you can get it done. Do you want to work together? Li Xindong still had great faith in Zhang Yuan's programming skills. Although the other party had turned into a fool, he still had to help him out, because he, Li Xindong, was too kind-hearted. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. I don't have the time. I've already found a project, working with professors from Shisha University on a robot control program. Whether one can earn money remains uncertain, nonetheless. One must strive to do so, particularly in the realm of robotic programming. Indeed, I have already made commitments to them. The intricacies of the instruction sets guiding robotic movements pose considerable challenges. Thus it is imperative that I swiftly acquire the requisite knowledge. Chapter 51. The joys of youth. Li Xindong felt a surge of surprise, yet observing Zhang Yuan's demeanor, it seemed he was not merely indulging in fanciful talk. Collaborating on projects with university professors appeared far more credible than his gaming endeavors. Strangely, Li Xindong found himself somewhat inclined to align with him. Although he struggled to set aside his pride, he inquired, "What about your thesis? Have you given it any thought?" "I intend to pursue graduate studies aboard the spacecraft. Individuals like us, with undergraduate degrees, often find ourselves at the lower echelons of society, which is rather disheartening. My academic performance should suffice, and I believe I can pass the entrance examinations for graduate school. However, I lack a noteworthy thesis. After all, where does an undergraduate find an exceptional paper? It's quite vexing. My father is too indifferent to offer me guidance." Zhang Yuan scratched his head, at a loss for words. If his paper were to be successfully published in modern science, and if he could manage to pass the written examination, it was almost certain that he would attract the attention of professors. For a journal of modern sciences caliber, it is considered quite an achievement for an average university professor to publish even a single article in their lifetime. "Have you decided on a field of study for your graduate degree?" Zhang Yuan asked, feeling somewhat bashful. "I have submitted a paper to Modern Science. If it is published, it should enhance my prospects during interviews." "What? Modern Science? You?" Li Xindong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. As the two individuals engaged in conversation, a series of jubilant shrieks erupted from the adjacent area. The sun. What a splendid sun it is. The sun had risen majestically above the horizon. Observing it from several hundred kilometers in altitude revealed an extraordinary brilliance. The sun's position was strikingly precise, devoid of any halo, emanating a dazzling and authoritative white light. Without the shielding of radiation-resistant materials, such solar radiation could easily result in sunburn or even damage the DNA of human cells, leading to irreversible harm. Hence, in the bygone era, human astronauts were prohibited from ascending to the heavens before procreation. However, with successive advancements in radiation-resistant materials, such restrictions have since been lifted. Below, several clouds erupted with lightning, flashing like blooming carnations. At times, one could witness lightning illuminating various cloud layers simultaneously. These vistas were unattainable from the ground. The young women squealed with excitement. These clouds are so small, unlike what we see from an airplane. Of course they are different. An airplane flies at only a few thousand meters. They resemble cotton balls exploding. A mischievous young man maliciously threatened. "Just imagine the scene of becoming charred remains if we were to fall from this height." The cacophony of chattering, coupled with various panicked shrieks, provoked an involuntary laugh from Zhang Yuan. Perhaps, he reflected, His own emotions had mirrored this when he first ascended in a space elevator. In the ensuing hours, as the altitude significantly increased, the entire visage of the Eastern Hemisphere became visible. The snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas appeared vast and desolate. The swirling reddish-brown patterns of the Kaved Desert exuded an aura of primal mystery. The forests of the Southeast Asian archipelago shimmered like emeralds. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Gazing down upon the earth instilled a profound sense of grandeur, as though the entire world lay within my grasp. The boundless planet, indeed, floated serenely in the cosmos, just as depicted in photographs. The earth is undeniably spherical, clearly discernible to the naked eye. At this altitude of 600 kilometers, a scientific study reveals that over 90% of individuals experience an unparalleled reverence for natural sciences, their homeland, and the concept of space elevators. The Earth is immense, overwhelmingly so. Even humanity's most colossal structure, the octagonal building, appears as insignificant as an ant. Yet, from this vantage point, humanity can effortlessly discern every contour of the planet. This stark contrast evokes a distinct visual impact. The divine perspective engenders a peculiar sense of pride, as if the entire world has been placed beneath one's feet. Humanity has astonishingly reached such heights, with the Tower of Babel stretching toward the infinite skies, defiantly challenging the formidable forces of nature. Truly remarkable. Global travel pales in comparison to space tourism. Hearing the awe of fellow travelers, Zhang Yuan mused, "Youth is indeed a blessing." Li Xindong nodded in agreement. "Too young. Too naive." The girls in the adjacent spot continued to chatter animatedly, brimming with excitement as they sought out renowned architectural marvels and natural landscapes. Could that be Donghua City, the imperial capital? Perhaps that majestic peak is Mount Everest? No, it is likely the towering Namcha Barwa. And that, I believe, is Crescent Island. Regrettably, one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Great Wall, is not discernible to the naked eye, which left everyone feeling rather disappointed. However, with the Huawei P888 smartphone, they were able to capture images of the Great Wall. A few broad asphalt roads emerged, contrasting sharply with the surrounding scenery, faintly visible like strands of hair. The girls enthusiastically engaged in discussions, some snapping photos while others cheered. After a few hours, the tourists gradually lost interest and fell silent once more. Here, there was no internet access, rendering them unable to share their experiences on social media. Their eagerness to share, yet lacking the means to do so, was quite stifling. And that handsome fellow? Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance with Li Xindong. "Are you talking about me? Is it really you, Zhang Yuan? The one who donated?" The other party appeared quite thrilled. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, surprised by his own newfound fame. The girl across from him looked at him eagerly and exclaimed, "At that time, I happened to be watching the live broadcast. I never imagined you were an astronaut. Don't you want to stay on Earth and break into the entertainment industry?" I knew it. The son of a great scientist could never stoop to such trivial antics. Haha, I do not mean to imply that being a star is undesirable. Rather, the social value created by such a role certainly pales in comparison to that of a scientist. May I clarify this fact on my social media? Go ahead. It matters not. The girl tapped her phone only to discover a lack of network connectivity, thus rendering her efforts futile. Oh, the girl seemed to grasp it to some extent. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. In truth, aboard the Tingle Ing Space City, there exist numerous ion engines to maintain the orbital altitude of the space station. Consider this. When one pulls a hydrogen balloon, an upward force is generated. Yet the balloon is subjected to an equal and opposite downward force. The same principle applies when a freight elevator ascends along its cable. It inadvertently lowers the altitude of the space city. Therefore, it is imperative to rely on the propulsion of working fluids to propel the space station back into synchronous orbit to maintain dynamic equilibrium. Even after the establishment of a space elevator, the utilization of propellant remains necessary to sustain balance, a rather lamentable reality. Nevertheless, this is the most effective method for ascending a gravitational well, for the space elevator is not a rigid body. Humanity's technological prowess is, in fact, far from the lofty heights we imagine. Chapter 52. We must know 3 days swiftly elapsed. Aside from restroom breaks, everyone was confined to their seats. Akin to imprisonment, a most uncomfortable predicament. Gravity gradually diminished, and once centrifugal force equaled gravitational force, individuals would experience a complete sense of weightlessness. The novelty for the tourists had long since waned. replaced by an inexplicable sense of unease and agitation. Even the most breathtaking vistas can become commonplace after 3 days. And initial exhilaration can morph into ennui. Weightlessness, while seemingly comical, is in reality a rather disconcerting phenomenon. To begin with, blood pressure in the head elevates, and the legs begin to swell, a condition known in medical parlance as the Popeye legs, Charlie Brown head syndrome, or more technically, the Charlie Brown effect. Furthermore, as the brain is no longer constrained by gravity, it floats within the cranium, potentially leading to blurred vision, symptoms collectively referred to as visual impairment and intracranial pressure syndrome. Despite medical advancements, these ailments cannot be entirely eradicated, hence the restriction on space travel for the elderly and minors. Under these circumstances, the tourists became unusually taciturn, speaking in hushed tones. The young men could only feign boldness, while the young women transformed into veritable ladies. Mr. Zhang, do you experience a sense of unease? I don't feel particularly well. Not at all. One acclimates with time. You might consider taking a mild nitric oxide supplement. I have, but I still feel discomfort. The young woman, whom he had only met 3 days prior, stuck out her tongue, her complexion pallid. In truth, she was not alone. It was a sentiment shared by nearly everyone. Outside lay utter nothingness, devoid of anything save for lethal radiation. The slightest misstep could result in the annihilation of the entire cohort. Nearly all of humanity proliferates and dwells upon this small rock, where they have engendered countless narratives. Encompassing the 4 ancient civilizations, the 8 wonders of the world, the 4 world wars, and countless tales of love and hate, Earth is but a small stage. All of history, culture, religion, and warfare are merely insignificant narratives etched upon a tiny stone. Humanity and bacteria are, in essence, not so dissimilar. All the intrigue and petty machinations become akin to the mutual consumption among bacteria. The leaders of the united government are reduced to bacterial overlords, and the world's wealthiest individuals are analogous to the largest entities within the bacterial colony. So what? The death of one bacterium, the acquisition of a mate by another, the public adoration of a glittering microbe, even the complete conquest of Earth, a mother who dotes on her children. What does it all signify? The immensity of the universe beyond is astounding. This wondrous contrast utterly incinerates the pride they felt just days prior, stemming from their triumph over nature. After several hours of silence, the renowned Tunglong space city arrives. How diminutive it is! The initial reaction is one of surprise at the space city's small size. It is not small, the guide explains. It has a diameter of 1 kilometer. Considering it is a century-old facility, built before the advent of space elevators. The construction of this space city relied on the propulsive force of rockets, a truly arduous feat. The zero-gravity experimental zone, the plant cultivation area, and the annular living quarters are all familiar to the public, due to its age and obsolete facilities. This space city has gradually transformed into a tourist attraction and an interstellar cargo port, lacking in advanced scientific research equipment. The atmosphere was rather desolate, evoking a sense of insecurity. Even upon reaching the destination, the enthusiasm of the visitors was palpably lacking. They merely glanced around, while the guide continued to provide information with unwavering dedication. The poo-poo grass, a unique flora, was said to have originated in this cosmic city, heralded as a gift from space to humanity. Despite the guide's efforts to stir excitement, the crowd's reactions remained tepid. Numerous individuals were preoccupied with capturing photographs. As the space city was equipped with terrestrial networks, they snapped away, uploading images to social media to elicit envy from friends and family, all while feigning enjoyment. Having spent money, they could hardly admit to a lack of enjoyment, could they? The majority, after their first venture into space, found themselves utterly intimidated and dared not attempt a second journey. Humanity, having evolved over millions of years on Earth, possesses a certain assurance regarding their habitats, even if it is often misplaced. Not everyone is willing to forsake the comfort of a gentle harbor for the solitude and trepidation of such an experience. The girl, who had shared the same compartment for 3 days, inquired, "Mr. Zhang, I have one final question for you." Zhang Yuan replied, "I suspect you might be a journalist? Your demeanor suggests as much." The girl raised an eyebrow and smiled, "You caught me. However, I have no intention of conducting an interview. I merely wish to understand why you and your companions chose to leave the solar system and venture to such distant realms." "I don't know," the girl confessed, her expression revealing her confusion. "Indeed, our knowledge is limited. We are ignorant of the worlds beyond our solar system, hence our aspiration to explore them. Do you observe the earth beneath your feet? Does it not strike you as diminutive, a mere ordinary sapphire? Indeed, so small. The girl echoed with emotion. Venturing into space seems to have altered one's perspective, instilling a sense of detachment from the mundane, despite the lingering apprehension. I must extend my gratitude to the countless space workers for their silent dedication. I now comprehend the rationale behind their elevated compensation. Zhang Yuan continued. Ignorant of the vastness of the cosmos, we seek enlightenment. Unsure of the Earth's transformation 3 millennia hence, we yearn to know. This very ignorance fuels our impetus. We must know, and ultimately, we shall know. There invariably exists a small cohort of individuals willing to summon the courage to leap from the small stone, to raise their spirits, to stand on tiptoe, to extend their fingers and touch the fatal and infinite starry sky, even at the cost of their lives. Though ideally, we should avoid such sacrifice. Zhang Yuan felt he could not bear the embarrassment. The others chuckled in response. Chapter 53. Our spaceship. Having bid farewell to the girl they had just met, the two of them swam toward the waiting room, where a spacecraft bound for the moon awaited. I've noticed your flirting skills have improved considerably. Li Zhendong nearly stifled himself. We must know, and ultimately, we shall know. Are you, perchance, a proponent of cognitivism? Were these truly the reasons for my departure from Earth? Certainly not. I merely wish to behold the vistas beyond our solar system. Was there any transgression in expressing such a sentiment? Li Zhendong was taken aback, rendered speechless for a considerable duration. He discerned a certain validity in Zhang Yuan's words. Verily, the candid expression of truth constituted the zenith of ostentation to the extent of self-persuasion. Ah, I see. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Yuan nodded, accepting the encomium. Li Zhendong was once again astounded, marveling at the extent to which the other's audacity had evolved, reaching levels akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. As he contemplated further discourse, he observed the entire contingent commencing their movements. The two individuals proceeded to swim forward, following the group. Attention, astronauts. The D-13156 spacecraft bound for Longmen No. 7 spaceport is scheduled for departure at 10:22 hours. The temporal reference adhered to the People's Republic of China's standard Eastern 8 time zone, obviating the need for time zone adjustments. Beep. Fair winds and following seas. Zhang Yuan harbored a slight internal critique, questioning the uniformity of the electronic voices, all seemingly emanating from a single female source. Following security protocols, astronauts from diverse origins traversed into the expansive transport vessel. Zhang Yuan, ensconced in his seat, fastened his safety harness and patiently awaited departure. An adage prevalent in the vast expanse of space posits that extracting water from a planetary surface pales in comparison to the expediency of transporting it from the far reaches of the cosmos. Given the exorbitant costs associated with ascending Earth's gravitational well, the moon naturally emerged as the preeminent spacefaring base. After all, the moon's gravitational force constitutes a mere sixth of Earth's, thereby rendering the utilization of space elevators a far more economical endeavor. There exists a renowned hypothesis. The moon was once severed from the Earth. During the moon's early formation, due to the extreme temperatures, its atmosphere was comprised of metallic vapors. The cooled remnants of these metallic vapors enveloped the Earth's surface, ultimately becoming humanity's treasure. An abundance of rare earth elements, titanium, aluminum, lanthanum, and various mineral resources are more than sufficient to cater to the demands of mankind's heavy industry. In summary, given a multitude of conditions, the moon is decidedly more suited for space manufacturing than the Earth. The magnificent mothership, the Arrow of Earth, is docked at the lunar spaceport, Dragon Gate 7. A tall man with blonde hair and fair skin exuberantly shouted at the glass window, "Ha! Here I come! Here I come!" A crew member aboard the spacecraft calmly reassured him, adhering to protocol. "Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to take off. This flight is bound for Dragon Gate 7. Kindly check your tickets to avoid sitting in the wrong seats. The restroom is located at the end of the corridor. Please refer to the instructions in the flight manual for usage. Should you experience any discomfort, please seek medical attention immediately." This colossal transport vessel measures 200 meters in length, resembling a cruise ship sailing through the cosmos, accommodating not only their group, but also a substantial amount of cargo. Due to the absence of a circular centrifugal wheel, simulating gravity is impossible. Consequently, all passengers are confined to their seats, rendering any notion of a pleasant travel experience utterly unattainable. Indeed, it is far from delightful. The sustenance resembles toothpaste, rendering the notion of flavor utterly insignificant. During slumber, one may experience sudden convulsions, akin to a sensation of plummeting from the heavens, awakening to find oneself in a state of levitation. Even the act of visiting the restroom instills trepidation, as one fears the emergence of something foul that might inadvertently be inhaled, necessitating a swift trip to the emergency room. And even if one manages to avoid such inhalation, the burden of cleaning remains. Thus, if it is possible to forego eating, one will strive to abstain. If it is feasible to avoid using the restroom, one will endeavor to do so. What? A desire for a bath? Even the most fastidious of women would hesitate to indulge in such hygiene under these circumstances. Amidst this torment, the transport spacecraft has circled the Earth twice, utilizing the gravitational slingshot effect to gain acceleration, and is now en route to the Moon. 3 days have elapsed without any notable incidents. The spacecraft has orbited the Moon several times, its trajectory gradually descending. Dear passengers, the spacecraft is expected to arrive at its final destination, Dragon Gate number 7, in 15 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about the aisles. This announcement was scarcely completed when the passengers began to stir with anticipation. We're almost there. That is our spacecraft. Gazing out the window reveals its enormity, akin to a colossal mountain, quietly docked at the Moon's largest spaceport. Bright and orderly indicator lights illuminate sequentially on the spacecraft's surface, signaling a routine diagnostic procedure. Hush! A group of foreigners is wildly whistling in excitement. For reasons unknown, they consistently refer to this colossal mothership as Gaia, perhaps due to the inherent meaning of Gaia as a representation of Earth. The vessel, known as the Earth Era, transcends its time, rendering nearly all spacecraft, including spaceports, insignificant in its presence. It is, in essence, a mobile metropolis. Below lies the barren, lifeless surface of the Moon. On this desolate landscape, various artificial constructs have emerged, such as smelting machines within mines and satellite signal transmitters. The majority of the structures remain concealed beneath the lunar soil, revealing only a mere fraction of their existence. After enduring countless days in the vastness of space, the sudden sight of an expanse of human edifices evokes an inexplicable thrill. As Zhang Yuan gazes closely at this magnificent deep space colony ship, his heart races with excitement, and he joins in a rousing cheer. The Earth Era, our vessel. Only such grandeur can sustain an entirely new civilization. Only such weightiness can bear the lives of 500,000 souls. It is destined to conquer a distance of 20 light-years over the span of 3,000 years. This marks the greatest honor of the 23rd century, an era that belongs to us. Chapter 54. The super-large balloon transport spaceship. The transport vessel circled the Moon 4 times before gradually adjusting its trajectory to formally dock with the spaceport. After years of development, the technology has reached a remarkable level of maturity. Attention, astronauts! The ship is approaching its destination. Please don your spacesuits and enter the vacuum chamber. Lining up sequentially to disembark the vessel, Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply, donning the heavy nanometer silver-ion radiation protection suit, which enveloped him like a thick quilt. A substantial glass helmet adorned his head. After completing the inspection, he glided into the vacuum chamber and then entered an orbital train. "I've ascended, someone help." A male voice echoed in his earpiece. In the absence of air, even the act of swimming was rendered impossible. He could only cling to the handrail, making his way forward. If there were no points of leverage nearby and no one to assist him, he risked remaining suspended in the void indefinitely. Such a terrifying incident had occurred before, where an unfortunate individual floated helplessly in space, devoid of any means to propel himself. The nearest handrail was merely a meter away, yet he found himself utterly unable to move even the slightest. By the time the rescue team arrived, the individual had succumbed to despair. Consequently, modern spacesuits are equipped with minuscule jet propulsion devices capable of emitting thrust to avert such scenarios. Naturally, this feature is best reserved for necessity, as any particle of matter in the cosmos is invaluable. Zhang Yuan secured the handrail and gently lowered the individual. The latter expressed his gratitude profusely. This was the largest human spaceport, Longmen number 7, where all astronauts would traverse along the central axis of the Earth Era, entering the immense ring-shaped centrifugal zone. Sound is not solely transmitted through air. Any material can convey sound. The rumbling of the orbital train resonated through the handrail into his ears, imparting a robust, thunderous sensation. The Earth Age, a magnum opus from the Wild Wolf Design Bureau, owes much to Zhang Yuan's father, a pivotal designer there. Essentially, it's an immense aerostat. Save for the core structures like the central axis and engine room, forged from high-strength metals, most components, hull, light sails, and more, are crafted from featherlight, pliable nanomaterials. Space, a near-perfect vacuum, exerts almost zero pressure. Yet, the vessel's interior brims with air at standard atmospheric pressure, 1.01 x 10.5 pascals. This disparity in pressure, akin to 10 tons per square meter under Earth's gravity, causes the ship to autonomously expand, maintaining its intended form. This design choice renders the ship exceptionally lightweight, capitalizing on the tensile strength of nanomaterials. Despite its mountainous size, its weight is a mere 800,000 tons. Up front, two young women were whispering into their headsets, inadvertently broadcasting over a small public channel. They say the ship's hull is only 4 millimeters thick. Doesn't that seem precarious? What if it ruptures? Rupture? Unlikely. It's nanomaterial. 1 millimeter was deemed sufficient, but they quadrupled it for safety. Judging by their exchange, they're novices, likely without space station internship experience. The ship's architecture defies their assumptions. The zero-gravity zone, devoid of atmosphere, serves as a repository for various material resources. Only the circular living area possesses an atmosphere, characterized by a honeycomb structure divided into numerous small chambers, with the outermost regions uninhabited. Each room is equipped with a pressure sensor. In the event of an accident occurring in the outer areas, it would be quite difficult for it to immediately impact the interior. Rest assured, we will promptly conduct repairs. Are you a spacecraft maintenance technician? The young woman widened her eyes and turned her head. She eagerly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Gliese, and I am a kindergarten teacher, as well as a painter. I am Li Jindong. We share the same surname, a connection to our common ancestor. Really? Haha. We are all descendants of the great sage. The great sage? Laozi. Oh, observing Li Jindong attempting to charm the young woman with rather mundane conversation, Zhang Yuan instinctively felt a tinge of embarrassment for him. Could you possibly engage in a more meaningful discussion? It should convey a semblance of cultural significance. As for spacecraft maintenance personnel, it is a far-fetched notion. Only highly skilled technicians like Yi Keifu truly fulfill that role. While they possess some technical knowledge, they still falter when faced with genuine challenges. You are Zhang Yuan. You are also an astronaut. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Am I already that famous? What is happening? A group of young women began to chatter animatedly around Zhang Yuan. Li Jindong shrugged his shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless as he was overshadowed. The peculiar presence of a kindergarten teacher among them was a result of the 50,000 young individuals, where the possibility of accidental encounters was inevitable. Within the spacecraft, individuals are encouraged to practice contraception when engaging in intimate relations. However, abortion is not mandated. Unintended pregnancies will simply result in childbirth. In essence, with the aid of various advanced technologies, the primary objective of this microcosm is self-sufficiency, maintaining the societal structure, with development as a secondary goal. During this exchange, the orbital train navigated a curve and gradually came to a halt. The occupants once again entered a sizable elevator, which would transport them from the spacecraft's central axis to the lower level of the centrifuge, simultaneously imparting a lateral linear velocity to all passengers. The Earth era employs centrifugal force to simulate gravity. With a centrifuge radius of 2 kilometers, an angular velocity of approximately 0.071 rad-s, equivalent to 1 revolution every 89 seconds, is required at the base to generate gravity similar to that of Earth. This relatively low angular velocity implies a negligible Coriolis force, ensuring a comfortable living environment for the inhabitants. With a ding, the elevator doors finally parted, and everyone stepped into a small chamber, divesting themselves of their spacesuits. The temperature was a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius, with a humidity level of 50. Zhang Yuan excitedly trod upon the floor, the texture of which was reminiscent of carpet, yet retained a certain firmness. Moreover, the presence of Earth-like gravity made movement convenient. However, having spent the past few days in a state of weightlessness, his body felt somewhat disjointed, and he found walking to be a bit of a struggle initially. Chapter 55. Please take safety precautions. Greetings, C-Sector astronauts. I am your liaison officer, Lin Xian. Soon, a lady clad in professional attire welcomed the group of astronauts and began to elucidate the spacecraft's regulations. I have 3 points to convey to everyone. First, the population management model aboard the vessel. Second, the economic system. And third, the allocation of job positions. To commence with the first point, population management. The spacecraft is divided into 26 major zones, labeled from A to Z. Zone A serves as the administrative area, while Zone Z is designated for entertainment. Each of the remaining zones accommodates 20,000 individuals. To ensure mental well-being, we encourage everyone to seek companionship. A life partner may be a close friend, a spouse, or a romantic partner. Life partners are entitled to opt for larger double rooms and possess the right to awaken from hibernation simultaneously. A buzz of murmurs rippled through the crowd, with Zhang Yuan catching snippets of terms like guilty single dogs. Ms. Lin Xian continued, stating, however, due to the limited nature of material resources, we discourage procreation aboard the spacecraft. We urge everyone to practice effective contraception during moments of passion. Given the spacecraft's constrained production capabilities, we are unable to mass-produce contraceptives and contraceptive pills. Therefore, our medical facility offers complimentary sterilization services. Rest assured, this state-of-the-art sterilization technique is minimally invasive, with negligible pain and side effects, and it is reversible, allowing for a seamless restoration of reproductive capacity. A video commenced on the central screen, detailing the entire painless sterilization process along with various surgical precautions. With the current state of medical technology, this procedure is indeed as straightforward and uncomplicated as a circumcision. The murmur among the crowd intensified. Admittedly, initiating the process with vasectomies might seem somewhat unconventional. However, bringing children into the world without adequate nurturing conditions is an act of irresponsibility. The individuals present here are all intellectuals, having undergone a rigorous selection process, and are devoid of the antiquated notion of compulsory lineage and proliferation. They swiftly composed themselves from the initial discussion. Zhang Yuan was already apprised of this information, yet he listened attentively once more. In addition to population policies, there were various administrative regulations in place. The spaceship housed approximately 4,000 military personnel, operating under a semi-militarized management system. Barring exceptional circumstances, the hours from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. were designated for work related to one's designated role, with the remaining time being free. For individuals in secondary positions like Zhang Yuan, the responsibilities primarily involve patrolling a designated area, inspecting for equipment malfunctions or material leaks, monitoring oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, and assessing air humidity, among other tasks. Additionally, they engaged in simple manual maintenance. Finally, they were responsible for maintaining cleanliness and tidiness within the cabins. A significant portion of the dust in the air originated from human skin cells, which, if allowed to accumulate, would proliferate and foster bacterial growth. This detritus could be effectively removed with a vacuum cleaner. In essence, the technical expertise required was minimal, hence the designation as a secondary position. Even the elimination of this role would be inconsequential, as robots could readily perform these tasks. After an hour of discussion, Lin Xian inquired, "All right, everyone, are there any further inquiries?" Promptly, someone questioned, "Is it genuinely this relaxed, with only 3 hours of work each morning? Are there no structured work assignments?" Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to exercise your initiative and contribute to society's betterment. Naturally, we aspire for everyone to dedicate their leisure time to acquiring knowledge and refrain from squandering valuable moments. Diminish the time spent on frivolous games and amplify the time spent on self-improvement. Upon arrival at Jupiter, the societal and academic merits produced will be converted into points, which will then be used to assign future employment positions. As for the rites of awakening from cryosleep, you are already aware of them, so I shall not belabor the point. In the event of any exigencies, I shall notify everyone via the communicator. For any administrative matters, you may contact me directly or visit the administrative office in Sector A. Please ensure that you carry your communicators at all times. Zhang Yuan received a watch-like communicator and solemnly fastened it to his wrist. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the device had a monochrome screen, an antiquated feature. Its functionality was exceedingly basic, with only a few buttons and the ability to receive information on specific frequencies. However, its greatest attributes were its robustness, durability, and resistance to water and fire. It could withstand multiple impacts without sustaining damage and continue to function even in extremely harsh conditions. Identification number 003-111-2456, Zhang Yuan. Current time 2264-8-9-12-23. You currently have no pending information. After pressing a few buttons, I discovered that the device merely possessed basic communication and emergency alert functions. Well, that concludes today's discussion. We can take a brief respite for a few days, and work will officially commence on the third day. The crowd dispersed in an uproar. Which room are you in? Li Zhendong inquired. C, 11846. All right, not on the same floor. I'll take a nap first. I'm utterly exhausted, feeling as though my bones are scattered. After a while, a voice called out to him. Zhang Yuan, right? Yes. Before him stood a man of approximately 30, named Wang Xin, the leader of their work group. The group comprised a total of 8 individuals. After exchanging contact information, Wang Xin kindly smiled and said, "After several days aboard the spacecraft, you must be weary. Please take some rest. We will reconvene in 3 days. Your rooms are over there." "Thank you." Zhang Yuan quickly located his small room. Upon inspection, it measured about 8 square meters, containing a single bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. The furnishings were minimal yet sufficient. Had he been sharing accommodations, the room would have been considerably larger, but as a lone occupant, this was the extent of his provisions. After settling his belongings, Zhang Yuan felt a mix of emotions, somewhat complex and anxious, as he lay quietly on the bed to rest. His body felt utterly feeble. After several days without the influence of gravity, merely walking a few steps left him with aching back, sore legs, and cramps, as he sprawled on the bed, panting heavily. Upon truly arriving here, my entire spirit gradually found tranquility. Regardless of the circumstances, all attachments and relinquishments have now faded into the past. One must always look forward, do they not? With this thought in mind, and after several days of restless slumber, Zhang Yuan succumbed to a heavy drowsiness. After deliberating with the editor, I decided to change the title of my work from Deep Space Sphere to something new. How does everyone feel about this title? It should certainly be an improvement over the previous one. Please refrain from inquiring why I did not opt for titles such as Deep Space Era or Deep Space Odyssey, as all the more appealing 4-character titles have already been claimed and registered, leaving me with no alternative. Thus, it shall remain as is. It may take some time for the changes to reflect, so if you see it, please do not delete it erroneously. Thank you. Chapter 56. Undergraduates are worth less than dogs. While graduate students are abundant, Zhang Yuan had previously interned aboard the spacecraft for a year, becoming quite familiar with the structure of the living quarters. Upon awakening from his slumber, he felt an urgent hunger and stepped out of his room, intending to visit the dining hall for a meal. The air was remarkably fresh, with the pools lining the corridor flourishing with algae that transformed the carbon dioxide exhaled by humans into oxygen under the influence of sunlight. This type of algae grows at an astonishing rate, yielding sweet, grape-like fruits in approximately 28 days. If one wishes to indulge, they can freely harvest the bounty along the pathways, as everything in the vicinity is complementary. The illumination from the ceiling lights closely resembles that of sunlight, and as night falls, these artificial sources of light soften and dim gracefully. Consequently, individuals can readily differentiate between diurnal and nocturnal periods. A group of men and women passed by Zhang Yuan, animatedly conversing about matters he found beyond his grasp, such as the intricacies of carbon-oxygen cycling, a profoundly sophisticated discipline. The regulation of microbial communities represents a paramount aspect of spacecraft environmental science, encompassing a range of specific considerations. En route, Zhang Yuan overheard numerous hushed conversations, many of which contained topics he couldn't comprehend. The academic atmosphere here was exceptionally vibrant, with discussions spanning scientific inquiries, spacecraft mechanics, the Fermi paradox, and extraterrestrial life. Astronaut selection surpasses the difficulty of university entrance exams, as the spacecraft integrates leading figures from diverse fields, each possessing a remarkable capacity for self-directed learning. A burgeoning desire for knowledge arose within him. Everyone is working incredibly hard. Rest? Unnecessary. At that moment, Zhang Yuan noticed a girl in a sailor uniform, glancing around with a lost expression. She was approximately 1.6 meters tall and possessed an endearing appearance. "May I be of assistance?" Zhang Yuan considered that she might be trying to find the dining hall. As he was relatively familiar with the ship, offering a small favor seemed reasonable. "Excuse me. Could you direct me to the Life Sciences Conference Hall?" The girl's accent was somewhat peculiar. Zhang Yuan surmised that she might be a foreigner. Given that the Earth-age spacecraft recruited astronauts from around the globe, encountering foreigners was not unusual. The Life Sciences Conference Hall. Zhang Yuan paused, momentarily perplexed, as he was unaware of the conference's location. It's the academic conference hosted by Professor Mendel, The girl added with a touch of embarrassment. Do you possess the precise coordinates? Sector E14. Ah, you're proceeding in the incorrect direction. You should orient yourself that way. Zhang Yuan offered a subtle smile, gesturing toward a specific direction. Proceed for approximately 300 to 400 meters, then execute a left turn and ascend via the elevator, and you shall arrive. Thank you. I am deeply indebted for your assistance. The young woman conveyed her gratitude with a courteous bow before departing. That young lady, seemingly his contemporary, had been invited to participate in a life sciences conference. Zhang Yuan emitted a profound sigh, devoid of compelling research papers and advanced academic credentials. One scarcely possesses the right to exist. It seems that undergraduate students have indeed become the underclass of society. I surmise there are few individuals with a lower level of academic attainment than myself. I must examine the status of my paper to ascertain its progress in the review process. It has been nearly a fortnight since its submission. After hastily consuming a meal at the cafeteria, which offered no particularly noteworthy fare, the vegetables were, admittedly, naturally unpolluted and cultivated hydroponically, but the meat dishes consisted entirely of synthetic substitutes, which were unpalatable. He accessed his email with a touch of trepidation, his countenance shifting perceptibly. Greetings, your perspectives are commendable, but there remain numerous deficiencies. Therefore, we shall defer consideration for the review process at this juncture. What is the meaning of this? It has been rejected? Zhang Yuan, furrowing his brow, meticulously scrutinized the email. The editor, instead of outright rejecting the submission, had furnished a multitude of suggestions for revision. Zhang Yuan sighed several times. Indeed, publishing in modern science proved to be quite a challenge. He was reluctant to squander too much time in such a place, fearing that even if he rewrote the paper, the reviewers might still express dissatisfaction. Thus, he promptly placed a call to Professor Wang Zhong on Earth, seeking his esteemed guidance, which he deemed infallible. What? Modern science rejected your submission? Requesting a rewrite? Wang Zhong inquired. Indeed, I will forward you the review email for your perusal. After scrutinizing the document for a minute, Professor Wang, appearing somewhat perplexed, remarked, What kind of review comments are these? They seem rather vague and unhelpful, bordering on harassment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he appeared to recall something and whispered, This paper bears only your name, does it not? I have heard that certain unscrupulous journal editors, upon realizing you lack substantial backing, may seize the opportunity to solicit bribes. Has he approached you privately to request such a favor? Zhang Yuan responded with surprise. He has not contacted me privately about modern science. Are there really such editors? Professor Wang continued. Every realm has its shadows, irrespective of the journal's prestige. Should someone indeed attempt to solicit a bribe from you, you could record the conversation, and I would handle it. As for this matter, if you are pressed for time, you might consider submitting to another journal, such as Scientific Vanguard. Although its impact factor is somewhat lower, we have influence there, which could expedite your review process. For further inquiries regarding this issue, you may consult Professor Liu. Zhang Yuan placed another call to Professor Liu Juanjia of the School of Mechanical Engineering at Xisha University. It didn't even pass the first hurdle? Professor Liu Juanjia's voice boomed. Modern science is truly deteriorating. They're having you revise this kind of manuscript. Who reviewed it? I'm not sure who the reviewer was, Zhang Yuan replied. Could I submit it to Science Vanguard? I'll call editor Hu and ask him to expedite the review process. Zhang Yuan was, of course, amenable. At that moment, he simply desired the swiftest possible publication of his paper. Surely, gold will always gleam. Would it truly remain buried simply by changing journals? Chapter 57. Intellectual Plagiarism. Earth, the imperial capital. The azure sky was adorned with white clouds, the weather most agreeable. As one of the editors of the Modern Science Journal, Mo Jianhua wielded considerable power. The sensation of rejecting someone else's work was utterly exhilarating. What? You wish to submit to another journal? Be my guest. In any case, modern science boasts the highest impact factor domestically. Submit or don't submit, it's all the same to me. What paper? It was even submitted to the expedited mailbox? Zhang Yuan. Never heard of him. Had he not been in such high spirits, Mo Jianhua would not have even bothered to open it, simply passing it on. Let anyone who wants to review it, review it. The title concerning kinematics was certainly ostentatious. Mo Jianhua clicked on it perfunctorily and immediately identified a plethora of errors common among novices. Bah, can't even write a proper paper. Scientific papers, in reality, are the modern-day equivalent of the eight-legged essay. Only those who write extensively can master their essence and possess that requisite, orthodox flavor. Nevertheless, despite its flaws. This paper seems to possess a peculiar allure that compels him to read on. Ultimately, he exhales deeply. It is quite innovative. Conventionally, a paper of such significance should be promptly submitted for review and published with utmost expediency. Modern Science is a weekly journal, releasing an issue every week. When is the next issue scheduled? It has already been set for printing, and the subsequent issue is adequately filled. However, if one wishes to jump the queue, it is certainly not impossible. Its impact is substantial and could potentially influence an entire industry. Drawing from his extensive reviewing experience, even without necessitating revisions, it is highly probable that it could be published directly. Exceptional papers enjoy privileges. Some individuals even craft their submissions in the form of martial arts novels, filled with a cacophony of concepts, yet still achieve publication. However, the author of this particular paper appears somewhat peculiar. In the authorship section, there is but a solitary name, Zhang Yuan. Following that is an email address and corresponding contact information. There is no second author nor corresponding author, indicating that this viewpoint is likely presented independently. This suggests that the individual may lack institutional backing. Typically, when individuals submit their work, they append their affiliation, such as a university or research institute. Yet this individual has nothing. It is likely that he is not employed within a research institution. He may very well be a true novice, or perhaps a grassroots scientist. Grassroots scientists refer to those not affiliated with academic institutions, and generally, this term carries a pejorative connotation. However, there exists a small faction of amateur scholars who possess genuine talent and knowledge. Take, for instance, the illustrious Albert Einstein, a revered icon among many such scholars. Prior to his rise to fame, Einstein was not engaged in academic research at a university or research institution. Rather, he was merely a clerk at a patent office who, in his spare time, conceived the theory of relativity. Reflecting upon this, Mo Jianhua's heart raced, and a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind. Gradually, a sinister notion began to surface. What if I were the one to publish this paper first? The allure of such a prospect was overwhelmingly enticing, as he envisioned an avalanche of accolades and numerous awards. The prospect of basking in fame and glory was an unforgettable sensation. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In his youth, Mo Jianhua had been a prodigy, carving out a niche for himself through sheer talent. Yet, every circle has its unspoken rules. Once a victim, he had gradually ascended to become a beneficiary within his field. Even now, as he ages, he remains a prolific contributor, churning out over 30 papers a year, much to the dismay of his students. It is well known among insiders how such a feat is accomplished. How could one possibly sustain such vigor? Do they truly believe that writing papers is as effortless as a hen laying eggs? Nevertheless, a formidable reputation must be upheld through a plethora of academic contributions. The thresholds of integrity are often eroded step by step, and he finds himself ensnared in the quagmire of fame and fortune, unable to extricate himself. 30 papers pale in comparison to this singularly significant one. With this realization, Mo Jianhua's breath grew increasingly labored. Upon perusing the digital realm for the appellation Zhang Yuan, a plethora of homonyms surfaced, yet conspicuously absent were any distinguished academics. Instead, a deluge of celebrity mentions and entertainment news inundated the search results, a genre of information that Mo Jianhua habitually eschewed. He was gradually assuaged, deeming his counterpart a mere obscure amateur. A telephone number was furnished, yet he resolved to abstain from making contact, lest he inadvertently stir up a hornet's nest. Plagiarism, he mused, was an art form in itself, necessitating a degree of subtlety. Ideological appropriation, a more covert method, held greater appeal. After all, ideas were susceptible to coincidental convergence. In Mo Jianhua's estimation, an insignificant nobody was no match for his own prowess. History, he asserted, was the exclusive domain of victors. Without further ado, Mo Jianhua shelved his current endeavors and embarked on an overnight writing spree, intent on expediting the publication of his findings in the forthcoming issue of the journal. Simultaneously, he planned to defer Zhang Yuan's manuscript, delaying it until his own paper had been disseminated, at which point he would summarily reject it on the grounds of conceptual overlap. Zhang Yuan endured another week of anticipation. The Earth-age vessel swelled with an ever-increasing populace as successive cohorts of astronauts ascended into the heavens, poised to embark on their protracted Odyssey once the full complement of 500,000 individuals had been assembled. His work group comprised a total of 8 members, led by Wang Xian, a 30-year-old former entrepreneur. Perhaps disillusioned by entrepreneurial setbacks, this individual had forsaken his former life, fleeing to the Earth-age vessel with his spouse. In essence, he declared, "I shall impart to you rudimentary technical skills, and even the task of maintaining cleanliness must be executed with meticulous diligence. Working in pairs, with mutual oversight, is essential to maintain diligence." Wang Xin, ever the serious figure, reiterated this directive. One of the men protested, "Brother Wang, with so many of us and so little work, couldn't we implement a rotational system for an extra day off?" Wang Xin furrowed his brow and firmly stated, "No, it's imperative to work in pairs. I've already submitted a report suggesting that the committee arrange tasks with as many people as possible for mutual supervision, especially when manpower is limited. Maintaining the spaceship demands utmost precision, leaving no room for negligence." Note 1. This is not to imply Einstein was a fringe scientist. Please do not take it as such. Chapter 58. Zhang Yuan, a major incident. Zhang Yuan meticulously recorded parameters such as air humidity, oxygen levels, and air pressure in these rooms. Subsequently, he manually inspected all equipment, cross-referencing the data with his partner. This redundancy was in place despite sophisticated AI systems already logging the information. The underlying rationale was safety. Working in groups not only ensures data integrity, but also mitigates the potential for unforeseen issues. In the 21st century, the International Space Station experienced a depressurization incident. A small hole was discovered on the station, and evidence suggested it was likely created deliberately by a human using some sort of tool. The leak in the space station constitutes a grave incident. What can be done? The only recourse is to seal it with tape. To this day, the origin of this small hole remains an enigma, its truth shrouded in mystery, and no one can ascertain who is responsible for the damage. Therefore, to prevent certain individuals with malicious intent from wreaking havoc, I strongly recommend pairing up in teams. Team leader Wang Xin remarked thoughtfully, "The most inscrutable of all is the human heart, particularly those afflicted with depression or schizophrenia. This story is known to but a few." And Zhang Yuan exchanged an involuntary glance with his companion. "Brother Wang, is that true?" A girl asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Following this was a period of free time. For Zhang Yuan, this free time was almost entirely devoted to studying. He found himself growing weary of the trivial tasks at hand. Having already interned aboard the spacecraft for a year, he deemed this repetitive learning a waste of his life. Zhang Yuan longed to engage in more advanced professions immediately. However, such transfers and positions required demonstrable achievements. Shortly after finishing lunch, Zhang Yuan received several new updates. First, Genesis Technology Company Limited had finally been established, allowing him to commence work on certain aspects of robotics control programming. Second, his paper had been officially accepted by the journal Scientific Vanguard. With a tangible accomplishment in hand, he could finally escape the confines of his societal standing. How delightful. Elated, he acknowledged that while the inspiration for this paper had been provided by his father, articulating that inspiration into a coherent work was indeed a commendable endeavor. For him personally, it represented a profound encouragement. He was on the verge of making a call to Professor Wang Zhong on Earth to convey the auspicious news when his phone abruptly chimed. "Hello? Zhang Yuan, dire straits have befallen us." It was a call from Yi Keifu. This lad had been assigned to Sector J, residing apart from Zhang Yuan, and his designated role was that of a technical worker in the production facility, which, in essence, was a cut above Zhang Yuan's position. "What is it? What's happened now?" Zhang Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed, sensing a hint of schadenfreude in the fellow's tone. Could it be regarding his article? Assuredly. An image materialized on the screen, showcasing the cover of the esteemed journal Science Vanguard, emblazoned with the headline, "A kinematic analysis of high degree of freedom robots based on geometric group theory and topology." Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Was this not his very own dissertation? The cover was rather impressive, featuring an anthropomorphic robot exuding a commanding aura. Upon further inspection, the cover of Modern Science also bore a similar title, Robot Kinematics via Geometric Group Theory and Topological Methods. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering, this cannot be. Had Modern Science not rejected the manuscript? Could it have been published subsequently without his knowledge? The mere thought of submitting a single manuscript to multiple publications and incurring the wrath of editors, thereby being blacklisted, sent shivers down Zhang Yuan's spine. "Pray tell, I did not engage in multiple submissions. You yourselves rejected the piece." Hearing the other's excitable tone, Yi Keifu nearly burst into laughter. "My friend, The article in Modern Science does not bear your name. Either it's a genuine convergence of ideas, or perhaps your work is derivative. Zhang Yuan retorted, clearly displeased. Derivative, you say? I painstakingly crafted this, word by meticulous word, right before your very eyes in our dormitory. Indeed. But then, who exactly is this Mo Jianhua? Is he the one who plagiarized you? Professor Mo, felicitations. Your dissertation is exceptionally brilliant. It's rare to encounter such immediately applicable research. You're almost assuredly a contender for Best of the Year. Thank you. My sincere gratitude to you all. Mo Jianhua beamed, graciously accepting the accolades from his peers. Modern Science is, in itself, a premier journal of the highest caliber, making the publication of a research paper no easy feat. The fact that it was featured on the cover indicated that it was the most significant piece in this edition. With this paper in hand, and with some judicious maneuvering, securing the Best of the Year award was not beyond the realm of possibility. Attaining the title of Best of the Year would elevate him, this prospective academician, to the distinguished rank of a true academician. The very prestige of being an academician would translate into considerable financial gain. The thought of his promising fiscal future sent Mo Jianhua's heart racing. Never before had he been so tantalizingly close to achieving that aspiration. Despite maintaining a facade of professional composure, the flush on his face betrayed his inner excitement. There remained the matter of the original author to resolve. However, the die was cast. What recourse did Zhang Yuan truly have? A monetary settlement would suffice. If necessary, a more generous sum could be offered. Mo Jianhua, lost in self-satisfied contemplation, began to search for Zhang Yuan's contact information. In dire circumstances, one could still become my student. Being a protege of an academician is not something that can be purchased with mere money. The connections behind such a status are worth millions. How could he possibly refuse? Teacher, this is terrible. Suddenly, a frantic cry jolted him from his reverie. Just as he was about to reprimand, the student had already placed 2 journals before him. What is the matter? Mo Jianhua inquired, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Quickly, take a look at this journal. Mo Jianhua, perplexed, opened the issue of Scientific Vanguard. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He was entirely oblivious to the gleeful expression of the student. Curse you, Zhang Yuan. Because of your laziness in making revisions, such an important paper has been submitted to a second-rate journal. And now, we find ourselves in direct conflict. Faced with the impending whirlpool of trouble, Mo Jianhua nearly fainted. Chapter 59, Clarification Statement at Shisha University. Within the Mechanical Engineering College's conference room, an impromptu meeting was convened. Attended even by President Guopansin. The hot-tempered Professor Wang Zhong was nearly beside himself with rage. While the textual presentations of the 2 papers were indeed different, their core ideas were almost identical. It was highly probable that one had plagiarized the other. It was unlikely that 2 individuals could arrive at the same solution simultaneously. Recalling that Zhang Yuan had previously submitted his manuscript to Modern Science, only to have it rejected, the answer was becoming increasingly apparent. During the meeting, President Guopansin took a sip of water and said, Professor Wang, we have yet to ascertain who is right and who is wrong. Should we not first clarify the situation? Wang Zhong's voice amplified considerably. He asserted that if he couldn't stand up for his own apprentice's apprentice, he would forfeit all credibility within their community. Hacking? Plagiarism? Do you honestly believe these accusations? Principal Gua, visibly disconcerted, furrowed his brow, acknowledging the predicament. However, we lack concrete evidence. Do you think they will admit their guilt? They certainly will not. Several professors, inwardly seething with resentment, felt that even with Zhang Yuan's email records, conclusive proof remained elusive. With sufficient audacity, they could simply claim prior independent conception of the idea, negating any culpability. Their shamelessness is astounding. They've squandered their years. Wang Zhong exclaimed vehemently. One professor remarked, I've also heard tales of University's egregious exploitation of students, with doctoral candidates facing prolonged graduation delays and even tragic suicides. There have been allegations of plagiarism, but due to the complainant's insignificance, their grievances were largely ignored. Expecting them to investigate themselves is futile. They'll never uncover anything incriminating. In reality, many of these professors have long surpassed their prime, yet their prestige and status remain formidable, rendering them untouchable. Certain universities have already succumbed to the era of academic cliques. Wherever people congregate, factions inevitably emerge. Within academia, unscrupulous individuals coalesce into cliques, erecting barriers around research funding and resources becoming the exploitative echelon of the academic sphere. Indeed, these academic malignancies are mere charlatans, solely driven by avarice. Several professors have responded. However, despite the criticism, this matter is indeed difficult to handle. The dynamics among academic factions resemble those of military cliques, as they shield one another. Uprooting such entrenched interests is an arduous task. Professor Liu from the School of Mechanical Engineering pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat. Regardless of the circumstances, we must unequivocally support Zhang Yuan. The genuine cannot be disguised, and the false cannot be legitimized. Otherwise, allowing their papers from M University to be deemed pioneering would render our subsequent efforts mere imitations. Can we truly abandon such a significant undertaking? Indeed, that is the case. The group voiced their agreement. President Guo's expression was rather grim. After a half-minute of silence, he spoke. In any case, we must clarify to all sectors of society that Zhang Yuan completed his thesis at our institution. It has been reviewed by numerous professors, and there are no allegations of plagiarism. We must also reach out to Scientific Vanguard. Withdrawal of the paper is absolutely out of the question. Moreover, we need to contact Zhang Yuan's alma mater, Z University, to affirm that he is a commendable student of both character and academic prowess. President Guo was troubled, as the efficacy of such clarifications remained uncertain. He could almost predict the forthcoming events. The opposing side would never concede. For to do so would be to tarnish their reputation. Naturally, our side could not admit fault either. This would inevitably lead to mutual accusations, followed by a fierce online dispute, escalating the situation further. It is exceedingly challenging to completely dismantle the opposition, as they operate as a collective. To topple them would require undermining the entire group, rather than targeting individuals. However, the battle must be fought. The rationale is evident. Should they concede defeat, the morale of the entire team would dissipate. If all the professors were to resign, the principal would surely face dire consequences. There may be a hint of exaggeration in this witness. It merely serves as a testament to the final results, yet it nonetheless represents a form of public endorsement. An avalanche of comments swiftly emerged, with various individuals, unable to comprehend the papers, offering their critiques. How absurd. Just because you don't understand, you claim it's a scam? Surely, all of the world's advanced technologies are products of dubious research. By the way, West Sha University's ranking is actually inferior to that of M University. Isn't this Zhang Yuan, the one who donated in full last time? The academic prodigy, viewing money as mere refuse. Currently on the moon, just disembarked from the spacecraft, earning over 100 million monthly, surrounded by industry insiders, remaining incognito. Nevertheless, it must be said that MO is indeed no good. It seems he has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Scanning the plethora of information on the internet, Zhang Yuan felt as though his mind might explode. Nonetheless, in this conflict, he found himself in a position of weakness, garnering the innate sympathy of the masses. It is human instinct to empathize with the underdog. The truth of the matter seems rather inconsequential. After all, as long as the strong face setbacks, the populace revels in it. Furthermore, it appears that Mo Jianhua has some murky past, with a few natural trolls stirring up trouble, unearthing all manner of chaos. Return, my youth. A doctoral student delayed for 3 years graduates here to accuse Professor Mo's malfeasance. The Northern School's exploitation of students has become an industry norm, with doctoral students averaging 2 years of delay in graduation. What delay in graduation, free labor, the more impressive one is, the more honest, the longer the delay, and so on. It turns out this individual harbors such a plethora of dark secrets. A flicker of joy ignited within him. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan, engrossed in reading, refreshed the page only to find that the post had been deleted. A moment later, even the trending search list vanished. It became apparent that M University had issued a clarification statement. The statement was succinct, merely proclaiming that the thesis was independently authored by Professor Mo. Several professors even served as witnesses, asserting that they had previously discussed relevant ideas with Professor Mo, thus negating any possibility of plagiarism. Following this, a litany of accolades attained by Mo Jianhua was detailed, including numerous papers, with the most significant being his candidacy for the Academy of Sciences. An academician, although merely a candidate. Chapter 60, The World of Selling Personas. In essence, the entire clarification statement implied, do you believe in an academician candidate, or in a mere undergraduate? Shameful. Truly shameful. Can you believe there are even witnesses? It's simply unbelievable. Yi Keifu seemed even more impatient than Zhang Yuan himself, exclaiming loudly, "I can also serve as your witness." Although at that time, I couldn't comprehend what you were saying, it must have been a discussion of some sort, right? Zhang Yuan regarded him with palpable disdain. "Of what avail is your testimony, given your limited influence?" Exclaimed anxiously. "What do you mean it's useless? I can assist you in lambasting him." However, some individuals were naturally allied with him, ceaselessly arguing on his behalf. Considering the matter from a different perspective, how could an undergraduate student pilfer a manuscript from a university professor and subsequently plagiarize it? Employing hacking techniques? Please, if such skills were genuinely possessed, would he necessitate such actions? He would have already been recruited by Alibaba, earning an annual salary of 100 million. The existence of academic cliques has severely jeopardized the sustainability of higher education. So what if one is an academician? Even if merely a candidate, should their character be deficient? They remain nothing more than a cur. The various conflicts have begun to escalate intensely, with onlookers eagerly observing the unfolding drama. It is suggested that relevant authorities should conduct a thorough investigation, although it is likely that the truth will remain elusive for a lifetime. Engaging in verbal skirmishes proves to be of little consequence. Suddenly, my wristwatch vibrated, displaying a message. "Mr. Zhang Yuan, please proceed to the captain's office in Area A1 immediately." After gathering my belongings, I hurriedly made my way to Area A1. Even the inhabitants of the Earth-era vessel had heard of this incident. However, for the astronauts preparing to depart, it remained merely a piece of gossip, failing to incite any significant uproar. The order within the spaceship remained impeccable. Upon entering, I found a rather familiar middle-aged man seated within the room. He appeared to be someone I had encountered before, yet I could not quite place him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Tao, the current captain of the Earth-era vessel," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Captain Ma, it is a pleasure to meet you," I replied, feeling a sudden intrigue. Ma Tao waved his hand dismissively, continuing with a smile, "There is no need for formalities. Professor Wang Zhong was my mentor 30 years ago, and your father was my senior. Do you know why I summoned you?" Ma Tao inquired. With a slight sense of trepidation, I hesitated before replying. "Is it regarding that paper?" Ma Tao nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "Your situation is, in fact, intertwined with the struggle between academic factions. Professor Wang is already addressing the matter, seeking to seize this opportunity to eradicate certain academic corruptions. In any case, he will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response." Zhang Yuandao inquired, "You summoned me. What do you require of me?" At present, two pivotal points stand out. Ma Tao extended a finger. First is the strength of oneself, or rather, to substantiate one's prowess through a plethora of academic achievements. He glanced up at Zhang Yuan with a smile and remarked, "Do you know how many adversaries Sir Isaac Newton vanquished in his lifetime?" As one of the greatest scientists in human history, Newton's character was rather dubious, having fostered numerous enmities throughout his life. In the quest for the law of universal gravitation, he engaged in a fierce dispute with Hooke that spanned 30 years, resulting in the obliteration of a vast majority of Hooke's research after his death, lost to the annals of history. During the validation of gravitational theory, Newton appropriated data from Flamsteed. Furthermore, in the history of calculus, he also clashed with Leibniz. Ma Tao chuckled, "As long as you possess sufficient strength, the scientific community will inherently gravitate towards you." Zhang Yuan nodded, a breath of determination swelling within him. He bowed his head, secretly contemplating the necessity of swiftly undertaking subsequent processes and patents to assert his authorship. Moreover, it is imperative to publish more substantial papers without delay. Ma Tao raised a second finger, continuing, "Additionally, there is the immediate efficacy of leveraging public opinion through the masses. Manipulating public discourse is, in fact, quite straightforward. Since Mo Jianhua has begun to market himself as a quasi-academician, why not present yourself as a super genius and astronaut? Let us see who can sell their persona better. Rest assured, it appears that your character is quite commendable." Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment at the remarks. Although their entire faction wields considerable influence within the academic realm, it pales in comparison to the profound impact of the Deep Space Foundation in other spheres. We shall lend our full support, shortly. A few journalists from the Lunar News will arrive to interview you. Journalists? Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. There is no need for excessive trepidation. Simply engage in casual conversation. Consider yourself a representative of the distinguished individuals from Area C, as we have tacitly accepted that paper as your own. What do you think? Zhang Yuan understood that this was not merely encouragement, but also an invisible impetus. Once featured in the newspaper, he must steadfastly uphold the image of an exceptional genius. This maintenance is not a matter of months, but rather a lifetime commitment. He must consistently excel beyond others. Otherwise, his entire persona would unravel. However, with a wealth of knowledge at his disposal, what is there to fear? Even if he exhausts the intellectual legacy left by his father, could he not embark on his own journey of exploration and discovery? Chapter 61, A Presence on the Moon. Insiders, two young journalists from the news agency, were waiting quietly at the captain's office door, both strikingly beautiful. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, my surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Xinyuan. May we begin?" The reporter, with her fair complexion and radiant smile, gazed at him expectantly. "Very well," Zhang Yuan earnestly remarked. "Allow me to clarify. My thesis primarily pertains to the control theory of complex robotics, rather than traditional mechanical engineering. The paper presents a comprehensive framework that effectively addresses numerous challenges previously encountered, such as the stability of bipedal robots navigating unknown environments. Its potential applications are considerable, thereby yielding a significant impact." The young lady grasped only the last statement, but it mattered little. She inquired further, as an outstanding youth from Zone C, "Do you possess the confidence to embrace future challenges?" "Indeed," he replied. "Will you continue to strive for further scientific achievements?" "Isn't that an obvious question?" Zhang Yuan confidently stated. "Certainly." Click, click, click. He posed for several photographs, his face nearly frozen in a smile. "Is that all?" "Yes, we must interview others as well." "Do you wish to continue being interviewed?" The reporter, Lin, flashed him a smile before turning to leave. After concluding the interviews with several young ladies, Zhang Yuan finally exhaled a long sigh, his mind buzzing with exhilaration. These administrative individuals were exceedingly cunning. Their actions were akin to silent assassins. He could already envision the potential consequences of the future. After a moment of reflection, he pondered that had he been merely a minor figure, the wretched Mo Jianhua might have indeed succeeded in his schemes. There are many truths that cannot be articulated simply. Even if articulated, few would believe them. Earth truly is a rather coarse place. It is hoped that future new civilizations will not resemble this. Subsequently, he activated his mobile device and composed an extensive blog post. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhang Yuan, currently stationed on the moon. As an individual within the inner circles, my monthly income amounts to 1,100 new Singapore dollars. Ostensibly, I should maintain a low profile. However, regrettably, I have once again become a trending topic. Indeed, I am the same individual who, a little over 2 weeks prior, donated 10 million. In reality, my contributions extend beyond mere monetary donations. I have also relinquished all of my terrestrial assets, including real estate, which, when aggregated, likely totals approximately 15 million. Essentially, I am now devoid of funds. Therefore, it is unnecessary for any fair maidens to attempt to court me, as I am incapable of providing for anyone. It cannot be asserted that my ideology is particularly lofty. Rather, it is because I am on the precipice of departing Earth, rendering these possessions inconsequential to me. Observe my current location. Regarding my dissertation, I personally authored it at Shisha University, precluding any possibility of falsification. My daily study regimen exceeds 10 hours, and I have never engaged in any interaction with Professor Mo Jianhua. I remain uncertain as to the genesis of this situation. I previously submitted my work to Modern Science, but it was rejected. Consequently, I submitted it to Science Vanguard, and I am honored to have garnered the esteem of the editors. It is plausible that Professor Mo and I independently arrived at similar concepts. Or perhaps other circumstances transpired that remain beyond my comprehension. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. I firmly believe that the academic committee will provide a fair and objective resolution. I appreciate everyone's attention, and I will promptly share any developments as they arise. With that said, I believe I have conveyed the essence of the situation clearly. Moreover, this has inadvertently shaped an admirable persona of a diligent and upright young individual. In the eyes of the public, the image of an astronaut inherently adds to one's appeal, who would willingly venture into a desolate land to rekindle civilization if they are merely seeking wealth and luxury. Perhaps one should consider donating all their rewards and abandoning everything to join the mission to Gliese 581G. Indeed, that is the spirit. Zhang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not one to seek the limelight and rarely engaged with social media. Yet, in the world we inhabit, one's circumstances often dictate their actions. Some matters must be contested. He clicked the publish button, urging, "It's your turn now. Hurry up." His face flushed with urgency. Yi Keifu, grumbling in annoyance, criticized insiders, no longer in hiding. Claiming to study for 10 hours a day is a blatant lie. This fellow studies for 14 to 16 hours daily, smiling outwardly but cursing inwardly. He wishes to keep his distance to avoid a sudden demise one day. Li Jindong, equally indignant, retorted, "Why should I assist this pretentious person? If this is the case, does it imply that my character is also noble? I am an astronaut too. Indeed, you are quite noble. Noble enough to attract a throng of admirers. Is that so?" Li Jindong rolled his eyes and remarked, "Can you believe that someone would use calculus problems for amusement? In any case, mastering calculus is far more impressive than Mathematica 100. As he observed the influx of comments from friends and family, alongside the support from his alma mater's teachers, a warm sensation enveloped him. One's character truly defines their worth. To others, Zhang Yuan indeed appeared to be a remarkable young man. The shares and retweets surged rapidly. Soon after, two unexpected bombshells emerged. The entrepreneur Ma Teng commented, "I once conversed with Zhang Xiaoyu for a while and found him quite talented. I offered a 2 million annual salary to keep him on Earth, but it was declined. I raised the offer to 3 million, yet still faced rejection. Do you know what he said? Even if you offered 2 billion, you still could not win my heart." Below this, Chairman Ding added, "Haha, the entire project has officially commenced. I hope for a smooth progression. I suddenly think that investing such a meager sum is quite insufficient. I am currently prepared to privately invest 300 million to fully acquire shares from others. I wonder if everyone would accept." Ma Teng responded hastily, "Chairman Ding, do not disrupt the rules. We will not sell our shares, nor will we allow you to monopolize." This assembly of renowned entrepreneurs, accompanied by a significant following, coupled with the inherent controversy of the situation, swiftly generated immense buzz, leading to an avalanche of comments that soon culminated in overwhelming criticism. An hour later, Zhang Yuan realized that the website seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Chapter 62. It's over. Mo Jianhua felt exceptionally pleased. The various titles he painstakingly acquired became, indeed, a protective shield, rendering him resplendent and impervious to harm. He even leveraged numerous connections to erase a plethora of adverse remarks circulating online. A few dropout students incessantly devised ways to tarnish his reputation, which was utterly exasperating. This motley crew of nonsensical individuals could simply be silenced. What power do they possess over him? If they have any audacity, let them take their own lives. As for the academic committee, arrangements had long been in place. After all, it is merely a matter of self-investigation, and what could possibly be uncovered? To his surprise, that young man had also established ties with Shisha University, possessing a modicum of backing. It was my oversight not to conduct thorough research beforehand. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable Shisha University may be, it cannot possibly rival M University. With this thought, he felt an immense sense of relief. Moving forward, he simply needed to persuade Zhang Yuan to withdraw the paper. Once that was accomplished, the tumult would subside, and his reputation would remain unscathed. Ultimately, it was merely a question of how much it would cost. Surely, 1 million or 2 would suffice. The mere thought of this expenditure caused a pang in Mo Jianhua's heart. Alas, money is a resource that can always be replenished. Yet, he felt as though he were incurring a significant loss. From now on, however, he must exercise greater caution. After all, matters seldom occur more than thrice. Should another scandal arise, even a fool would discern the underlying issues. Thus, Professor Mo contemplated that once he ascended to the status of an academician of the Academy of Sciences, having achieved great success, he could seamlessly transition into a life of retirement, no longer necessitating his involvement in this field. Professor Mo, several representatives from major corporations wish to discuss projects with you. Suddenly, his assistant called. All right, let them wait for me in the conference room. Mo Jianhua's face lit up with delight. He was immensely pleased with the representatives from these companies. In this bustling world, everyone seeks profit. The project stemming from this paper was extraordinary. This time, earning tens of millions or even billions was entirely feasible. Professor Mo, greetings. Hello, Mr. Wang. 10 minutes later, Professor Mo shook hands with several company managers. Allow me to introduce this newly emerged theory. He had long since mastered the art of project negotiation, testing the waters, maintaining silence, and mediating, always managing to secure the utmost benefits. In a sense, he could be considered a talent. Professor Mo, this project sounds quite challenging. Mr. Wang, not a problem. I have an entire professional team behind me. I am confident that we can complete it within a year. Haha, we have great faith in Professor Mo's capabilities. Now, regarding the contract. Mo Jianhua nodded in satisfaction. After all, the vast majority of tasks would be delegated to his students. Otherwise, why employ them? This was a valuable training opportunity. It was only natural for students to assist their teachers. In a matter of moments, the terms of collaboration were nearly finalized. Having worked together on numerous occasions, there were few reservations. For capitalists, whether a mentor exploited their students was irrelevant, as long as the project succeeded. Suddenly, Mr. Wang's phone on the table rang. Professor Mo, I apologize. Professor Mo, my apologies, but I have a crucial conference this afternoon concerning a collaborative endeavor. Would it be feasible to postpone our discussion for a couple of days? Professor Mo's countenance shifted. Very well, then. After seeing Mr. Wang and his delegation off, Mo Jianhua felt a sense of bewilderment. Weren't they in such a hurry just moments ago? What prompted this sudden departure? Serendipitously, a news notification materialized on his phone screen. A new era, a new ethos. Chronicle of the youth pursuing their dreams. This article chronicled the academic atmosphere of the Earth Age, filled with platitudes and devoid of substantive content. However, it did feature several prodigious young talents, one of whom was Zhang Yuan. His representative thesis, the very one that had been plagiarized, was also included. Mo Jianhua felt a surge of indignation. The media outlet responsible was the Lunar News Agency, an affiliate of the Deep Space Planning Bureau, beyond his sphere of influence. Nevertheless, a subtle sense of impending crisis began to stir within him. Possessing a keen political acumen, he recognized that the official media's tacit endorsement of Zhang Yuan's authorship of the thesis carried an implicit message. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a plethora of chaotic commentary online, pitting the image of a prodigious young talent against that of an impending academician of the academy. The prodigious young talent held a decisive advantage. The designation of impending carried a certain ambiguity, whereas Zhang Yuan's blog post possessed an unsettling authenticity. Why would an astronaut on the verge of leaving Earth resort to plagiarism? Furthermore, several influential figures within the field publicly voiced their support. The audacity of shamelessness knows no bounds, and a single blemish can spoil the entire endeavor. It seems that the media outlets are inclined to fabricate sensational stories to captivate the audience. Their method involves extolling the virtues of prodigious youths while launching vehement attacks against established figures. A cold sweat trickled down Mo Jianhua's back as he realized the overwhelming criticism seemed to solidify the accusations against him. He understood that he might have encountered a formidable adversary, unlike the pliable individuals he had manipulated in the past. The only recourse to alleviate this immense pressure would be to liaise with the relevant authorities to expunge the unfavorable commentary. He hastily reached for the telephone. However, he was informed that the authority to remove the content was no longer available, following directives from higher echelons. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Mo Jianhua paced anxiously in his office. Adding to his woes, Professor Yang, the editor-in-chief of Modern Science, contacted him to seek his opinion on a matter. The suggestion of retracting the article was met with vehement opposition, as it would be tantamount to admitting guilt, inviting further scrutiny and investigation. Mo Jianhua was momentarily stunned, pondering the question of who would conduct the investigation. He held no fear of politicians scrutinizing his work, convinced they lacked the expertise to comprehend the intricacies of his dissertation. Unbeknownst to him, the Ministry of Education had recently established an academic misconduct review board, presided over by the esteemed Professor Wang Zhong, a renowned mathematician known for his fiery temperament and impressive accolades. Furthermore, Zhang Yuan, Professor Wang's direct academic descendant, was also involved. Mo Jianhua was aghast, a sense of impending doom washing over him as he realized the formidable opposition he faced, a stark contrast to his previous confidence. Professor Wang, in a jovial manner, expressed his gratitude for uncovering a promising entry point that had inadvertently exposed their target. He anticipated that this endeavor would contribute to a significant improvement in the academic integrity of the nation. Upon hearing Professor Wang's narration, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of excitement, akin to the exhilarating satisfaction of avenging a long-standing grievance. The knowledge that had been so unjustly seized from him, a precious legacy bestowed upon him by his father, would incite indignation in any rational individual. Yet now, it had finally returned to its rightful owner. He expressed his gratitude sincerely, saying, "Thank you, Professor Wang." Professor Wang smiled, seemingly discerning the genuine sentiments harbored within Zhang Yuan's heart. He sent over a photograph, a real-time image of Earth. This is what our planet looks like from space. It has been decades since I last ventured into the cosmos, and I may never have the opportunity to do so again. Zhang Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, viewed from the moon, Earth appears 14 times larger than the moon does from our perspective. It is breathtaking, radiating a captivating aura akin to that of a sapphire. Professor Wang mused, "You see, everything that transpires, including the myriad conflicts and disputes you encounter online, constitutes merely a small narrative unfolding on this little planet. In fact, it represents but a minuscule fraction of the countless tales that exist. Even if you find yourself at the very epicenter of the planet, where a tempest rages, a swirling mass of tropical air materializes in the center of the screen. And so what if it transforms into a genuine typhoon? It will only last a few days before fading away. Viewed from the cosmic perspective, no one will remember that a storm once raged there. Earth is but a tiny speck in the vast universe. Do not allow trivial matters to burden your spirit." Nonplussed for a moment, Zhang Yuan comprehended that since the incident transpired, he had been restless, squandering a considerable amount of time. You were correct. Being in the eye of the storm, one is involuntarily swept along by the wind. Perhaps this is due to one's own inadequacy. Wang Zhong chuckled, remarking, "It's of no consequence. After all, you are still young. It's good to be cognizant of this. If I were your age and such a thing occurred, I would immediately seize a blade, board a high-speed train, and slay the enemy." Zhang Yuan joined in the laughter. He was aware of Professor Wang's irascible temperament. However, Professor Wang achieved fame at a young age and hailed from a prestigious lineage, unlike him, who was merely an unknown figure. Who would dare plagiarize his dissertation? Professor Wang sighed. Hence, unable to relinquish this odious habit, I possess only this modicum of skill, hardly qualifying as a first-rate scholar. Generosity in bestowing wealth suffices to gather people, self-discipline suffices to convince people, magnanimity suffices to win people, and leading by example suffices to command people. If one cannot surmount the three barriers of wealth, lust, and fame, one is ultimately a mediocre person. Although you possess scant interest in wealth, you have not entirely transcended the barrier of fame. I hope you can adhere to your path and continue walking it." Zhang Yuan, recalling the various pronouncements on social networks, inquired, "Professor Wang, if I were an ordinary person without a profound background, how should I handle such a matter if it truly occurred?" Wang Zhong laughed heartily twice. After a while, he shook his head and murmured, "There may not be many effective solutions. If your temper were a bit more fiery, you could create a series of troubles for the other party, but they would merely be troubles, unless you are willing to engage in mutual destruction. Conversely, if you possess a gentler disposition, you might very well be easily subdued by the other party. This is the stark reality. Our technology may have advanced far beyond that of bygone eras, yet our societal structures and culture do not necessarily reflect such progress." Professor Wang lamented, "The essence of human history is one of relentless repetition. Even with the variable of science introduced, it merely prolongs the cycle of recurrence. The vast expanse of 5,000 years of history is a continuous process of overthrowing the ruling class. Yet, after the ruling class is toppled, a new one inevitably arises, only to become the next target of overthrow. Consider Mo Jianhua. Upon becoming a reviewer, did he immediately contemplate engaging in academic corruption? Certainly not. In youth, who does not harbor grand ambitions? It is merely the influence of the environment, combined with the convenience of his position, that led him to such thoughts. The degradation of humanity is spontaneous." Zhang Yuan bowed his head, sighing inwardly. The civilization of Earth is intricately complex. The established history has profoundly impacted the present. Some issues are glaringly right or wrong, yet when they involve deeply entrenched vested interests, swift correction becomes impossible. Thus, we must endeavor to construct a vibrant and entirely new civilization. Observing Professor Wang's earnest demeanor, Zhang Yuan was beset by a profound quandary. How might one forge a more refined and formidable civilization? A ruling class would invariably emerge within this new society. How could such an eventuality be circumvented? Was a society devoid of a ruling class even feasible? Such a structure would inevitably devolve into utter disarray, exacerbating the situation. He found himself perplexed by these considerations, yet he trusted that the annals of the ensuing 3 millennia would offer greater clarity. With the resolution of all outstanding matters following the video conference, Zhang Yuan redirected his focus from external affairs, immersing himself once more in his demanding work. His responsibilities were manifold, encompassing his duties aboard the spacecraft, his graduate studies preparations, and his projects on Earth. A sense of inadequacy gnawed at him, a realization that his knowledge was insufficient. Following the completion of his morning tasks, he dedicated virtually all of his remaining time to the library. The Earth-era vessel's library contained no physical books. All texts were digitally archived. The space primarily served as a tranquil sanctuary for scholarly pursuits. Each visit revealed a multitude of individuals engaged in quiet study, fostering a pleasant ambience and a subtle sense of urgency. Has that matter been resolved? Li Zhendong inquired as his initial remark. Indeed, it has. Has the transfer of the electronic book database been finalized? Are all the books and treatises now accessible for download? Nearly so. The Foundation must have expended a considerable sum to acquire the copyrights for these volumes. Considering our imminent departure, why could they not have been provided to us gratis? Zhang Yuan curled his lips in disdain. What are the chances? Even if you were to step into the grave, capitalists would still yearn to drain another drop of blood. Li Zhendong chuckled. Do not be so quick to judge others in such a harsh light. The Foundation has amassed a considerable collection of patents, all of which are freely accessible and can be utilized without charge. Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless. Patents, by their very nature, are public. As for utilization, of course, it should be free. Do they expect a charge from 20 light-years away? Li Zhendong paused. That does seem to be the case. As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Yuan meticulously selected and downloaded 2 books, immersing himself in his reading. Chapter 64. Setting sail. He was engrossed in assembly language, 3rd edition. In the realm of hardware, the lower the level of technology, the greater the complexity. He found that the available texts did not particularly resonate with him. They offered only marginal insights and were not readily applicable. A sudden realization struck him. His annual salary of 200,000 seemed somewhat undervalued. Fortunately, he was not pressed for time. He had at least a year to accomplish this task. Moreover, he was not alone in this endeavor. A substantial team was assembled on Earth, with numerous personnel allocated to the project. Noticing the furrowed brow of Zhang Yuan, Li Zhendong instinctively glanced at the pages he had opened. Add 2 macropter 1, OPTR 2. Result move AX, OPTR 1 add AX, OPTR 2 move result. YXENDM. What was going on? Is he delving into assembly language already? As time progresses, programming languages are continuously evolving and being superseded. However, assembly, the most fundamental of languages, appears to be perpetually relevant. Is it straightforward? Acceptable. Its comprehension isn't arduous, but it necessitates substantial memorization. Li Zhendong promptly adjusted his posture, endeavoring to immerse himself more intently, lest he be left behind significantly. Thus, time elapsed day after day. Zhang Yuan's minor incident was swiftly overshadowed by more prominent trending topics. On August 23, 2264, amidst fervent anticipation, the departure date for the Earth-age vessel finally arrived. Xiao Zhang, what are you engrossed in, perpetually confined indoors? Today is a momentous occasion. Team leader Wang Xin pushed open the room door. Discovering Zhang Yuan sitting before the computer with an earnest expression, bearing pronounced dark circles under his eyes, seemingly pondering some matter, Wang Xin was inwardly perplexed, observing that this fellow was becoming increasingly eccentric. The last time he visited, Zhang Yuan was in this posture, and the time before that, Zhang Yuan was still in this posture. Crucially, the time before that was a week prior. What exactly are those on the table? Extracted hairs? Could baldness confer strength? Wang Xin involuntarily plucked a hair. Preposterous. I say, could you refrain from incessant studying, Yule? He hesitated to continue. Well, what? Zhang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Wang Xin opened his mouth. Become abnormal, develop psychological ailments. Not at all. I'm quite content, perpetually content. Overseeing the vessel's safety seemed to be Wang Xin's paramount concern. Honestly, he remarked, your prior appearance in the news is of little consequence. No one will perpetually scrutinize you. How about I introduce you to a young lady? It would be meaningful to hibernate and awaken together. In his view, having an emotional anchor could mitigate the likelihood of psychological aberration. Zhang Yuan had been categorized as a high-risk candidate for mental illness. Zhang Yuan responded with unease. Director Wang, what field were you in previously? Surveillance. I installed many of the surveillance systems on the ship. That explains it. A rational analysis suggested that he was a man with a profound sense of insecurity. It was unclear why he had chosen to come aboard the vessel. My wife is a psychologist on the ship. You can consult her if you have any issues. He's henpecked. Hurry, let's go. All right. Zhang Yuan tidied his desk, leaped from his seat, and dashed outside. Today marked the vessel's departure. And apart from key project leaders stationed at their posts, the remaining astronauts were required to remain in designated areas, with no unauthorized excursions permitted. Additionally, career soldiers were maintaining order at key transit points. The parade ground in Sector C was already teeming with people. A large screen at the front of the field displayed the supreme leader of Earth civilization addressing the world. "Hurry, I saved you a spot." Their work group consisted of 8 individuals, 3 men and 5 women. Due to the high caliber of the young women, the tenacious Li Jindong persistently approached, claiming he wished to forge more friendships. Zhang Yuan settled down, expressed his gratitude, and closed his eyes, preparing to seize the moment for a brief respite. However, at this critical juncture, an unsettling restlessness lingered. A middle-aged man, the leader of the united government, appeared on the screen, delivering a declaration. "I sincerely wish for you all and believe that you will forever maintain such vigor to create a greater, more harmonious, and more perfect civilization. For this embodies the value of your existence. Take pride in yourselves, for we take pride in you. I hope you can employ your intellect to resolve the issue of mediocrity that plagues human civilization and even the entire universe. We shall illuminate your path with our history. Earth will always be your mother. The arduous journey of humanity over millions of years has brought us to this moment, where we finally embark on a new chapter. We shall bloom splendidly as we colonize the vast galaxy. Here, I announce the official departure of the Earth era." Suddenly, the entire square fell into a profound silence. The sounds of revelry ceased. This was a solemn moment, indeed. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the large screen, which displayed live footage of the lunar spaceport. Zhang Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, opened his eyes. Time ticked away, and the colossal gantry crane moved slowly as all fixed supports were being methodically dismantled. The moment to validate the final achievement has arrived. All the staff have toiled for nearly 4 decades in anticipation of this day. From Professor Qi Yuanshan's proposal of the Deep Space Initiative to this very moment, over a century has elapsed. The dream of a new civilization has, at last, come to fruition. Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from the center of the spacecraft's engine compartment, signaling the activation of the nuclear fusion engine. Surrounding it, more than 20 auxiliary engines erupted with radiant plasma flames. These engines will provide an acceleration of 2 millimeters per second squared. While this figure may seem insignificant, its endurance is commendable. Surely, there should be no issues? There will be no issues. These are all quite mature technologies. A murmur of whispers filled the venue. Zhang Yuan activated his phone, connecting to the internal network, where various parameters were displayed in real time. Driven by the nuclear fusion engine, the spacecraft gradually departed from the spaceport. As per the plan, it will orbit the moon 15 times before gradually breaking free from its gravitational pull. Satellite imagery revealed that amidst the boundless cosmos, a grain of dust was slowly departing from these 2 warm little stones. A profound sense of oppression suddenly enveloped Zhang Yuan's heart. The azure earth, the vast moon, the warm sun, such a cozy harbor may very well be absent in the universe. Despite its imperfections, earthly civilization has offered this fragile infant the utmost support and tolerance. We shall ultimately become legends. Li Jindong gazed as the spacecraft gradually distanced itself from the spaceport, suddenly rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "No," Zhang Yuan shook his head. "We are already legends." After a week, the Earth era had unfurled its vast solar sails, officially breaking free from the moon's gravitational pull and setting course for the Jupiter industrial base. The lunar base's laser system, along with the sun's radiance, would provide a continuous source of propulsion. Within the vessel's small society, there was little perceptible difference between stillness and motion. A grand fundamental competency assessment was about to unfold across various districts. Stardust University and Deep Space University within the spaceship had officially commenced enrollment, primarily for postgraduate studies, with a very limited intake of undergraduates. Should anyone genuinely desire to pursue a new undergraduate degree, it would be feasible. Have you all contemplated which majors to pursue? Exceptional performance in the examination could lead to a formal transfer from this entry-level position, sparing you from further janitorial duties alongside me. Wang Xin declared to a group of colleagues. "Since our meeting is predestined, I shall present the top performer within our team with a branded pen brought from Earth." Wang Xin produced a gleaming pen. Among the group of 8, 7 were fresh university graduates, while Wang Xin was in his early 30s. "Brother Wang, this is blatant favoritism. With Zhang Yuan here, you might as well give it directly to him," a young lady exclaimed. Zhang Yuan felt a tad awkward. In reality, everyone was an academic achiever, with virtually no slackers among them. However, through sustained effort, he had evolved into an academic deity, possessing not only intelligence but also diligence, a combination unmatched by others. He swiftly diverted the conversation, asking, "Brother Wang, what about you? Are you not planning to take the exam?" Wang Xian smiled and replied, "Having graduated many years ago, I have long forgotten that knowledge. What purpose would an exam serve? I suppose I shall engage in some administrative work in the future. A little hibernation never hurts. Especially since my wife is here, and I have no other attachments on this planet. Every place requires talent, not solely in scientific research. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. In fact, many experts and scholars bring their families aboard the spacecraft. Naturally, their family members are often equally accomplished. But what about you all? What fields of research do you wish to pursue? Space horticulture, spacecraft environmental science. Sighed Zhang Yuan. For me, being a programmer suffices. What about you, Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of confusion. He had a genuine fondness for mathematics, particularly topics like Professor Wang Zhong's research on distant abelian geometry or symplectic geometry. However, these subjects are notoriously challenging, and there are currently no prominent pure mathematicians aboard the spacecraft. After much contemplation, he concluded that he could only pursue the broader field of space mechanics. Fortunately, there are several renowned professors in that area, some of whom he had even met and conversed with previously. Just as they were discussing, the bell rang, and Zhang Yuan, along with the others, entered the examination room. The basic competency assessment serves as a crucial criterion for graduate school applications. Although he had already caught the attention of certain professors, taking the exam remained necessary to avoid the scrutiny of public opinion. He is scheduled to take 4 examinations, the first of which is advanced mathematics, a fundamental course that virtually every candidate must undertake. The remaining 3 subjects are informatics, basic algorithms, and political history. Attention, candidates. The examination for this session is advanced mathematics, with a duration of 3 hours. Please ensure that all communication devices are turned off. The invigilator, with a smile that belied a certain sternness, remarked, "There are simply too many individuals aboard the spacecraft. It is somewhat overwhelming. Any acts of dishonesty will be documented and may result in enforced hibernation." Instantly, a wave of anxiety swept through the examinees, accompanied by a flurry of nervous whispers. Several candidates promptly submitted their mobile phones. The examination papers were distributed. Zhang Yuan glanced at the first question. Let B 5 to 1, 2, and define the sequence in. If Bn is odd, then in 1. If Bn is even, then in -1, where x denotes the floor function. Is Snan bounded? He mused. There are no multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. The challenge posed a slight difficulty, piquing his interest, and he began to focus intently. All of these concepts stemmed from mathematical analysis, and no matter how challenging, they were ultimately finite. For Zhang Yuan, questions with definitive answers were mere paper tigers. During this process, he indeed encountered a particularly formidable paper tiger. The final question, requiring a high level of skill, consumed 10 minutes of his time. After approximately an hour, Zhang Yuan had completed all the questions. Upon meticulous review, he found no significant errors. After all, having already published research papers, completing these mathematical problems did not evoke a profound sense of accomplishment. He yawned widely, and, after some contemplation, Zhang Yuan concluded that there was no necessity to submit his paper early. Instead, he opted to rest his head on his desk for a brief nap. He had developed a rather detrimental habit of being overly enthusiastic about working in his dormitory, often toiling throughout the night, unable to cease. He had once attempted to establish a regular routine, yet time would often slip away unnoticed, and before he knew it, it was the dead of night. Consequently, whenever he ventured outside, he was invariably fatigued and yearning for sleep. In Zhang Yuan's subconscious, participating in various activities was merely a last resort. Taking the opportunity to rest during these unavoidable moments felt exceedingly advantageous. In the corridor, several professors from Xingchen University and Deep Space University were patrolling the examination room, ensuring discipline. In a new civilization, a university, as the pinnacle of research institutions, was undoubtedly essential and held paramount importance within the entire civilization. The division of such a small population into 2 universities was intended to foster healthy competition between them. Without competition, there is no motivation. Old Gua, your mathematics problems are rather challenging, remarked a professor named Fong with a smile. Challenges are what create distinction, Professor Gua replied, shaking his head. At this point, I only wish to mentor brilliant students. I truly do not want to squander time on mediocrity. You know, even the graduate students from P University are mostly just coasting through for their degrees. Can P University not meet your expectations? Even the best universities are predominantly filled with fools. Gua Fan is a young professor at P University, engaged in the study of condensed matter physics, encompassing, but not limited to, light trapping technology, topological superconductors, and topological semimetals. Having transitioned from one of the world's premier universities, he carries an air of pride. As the two converse while inspecting various examination rooms, we delve into Chapter 66, the teacher who soars freely. First, we encounter a prodigious talent from District D, named Wei Dongyi. This young man has a penchant for submitting his exam papers early, as a means to disdain both his peers and the intelligence of his instructors. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he mistakenly believes that solving a few problems makes him remarkable. Today, he is destined to face a challenging ordeal. Observing Wei Dongyi still deep in contemplation at his desk elicits a light chuckle from Gua Fan. Ultimately, he garners a high score on the exam, much to Gua Fan's chagrin, providing him with an opportunity to embarrass Wei Dongyi. Remarkably, he is indeed a promising candidate. If your esteemed Deep Space University does not accept him, we shall not hesitate to extend an invitation ourselves. Professor Gua promptly remarks that the decision ultimately lies with Wei Dongyi. One cannot simply poach talent at will. Next, we meet the renowned genius from District B, Fujino Junko, a girl hailing from the Mugwa, who is a two-time gold medalist in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Junko possesses a peculiar habit. During her leisure moments, she often spins a pen while gazing at the ceiling, her thoughts seemingly drifting into a distant void. Seated at her desk, she spins her pen in a trance-like state, resembling a statue. For her, these mathematical concepts are as simple as the number 11. From this perspective, she appears to possess a greater strength than Wei Dong from Area A. Purizi, this student, is on a path devoted to pure mathematics, seemingly lacking any instructors capable of guiding her. Why, then, does she choose to embark on a spaceship? Surely, there are excellent teachers remaining on Earth, which leaves Professor Gua quite perplexed. The two professors find themselves in a quandary, as two prestigious universities are unable to locate an exceptionally talented mathematician. It is indeed true that all of us aboard the spaceship aspire to witness the advancements in human technology 3,000 years hence. Professor Gua can only shake his head, conceding, let her choose whichever university she wishes to apply to. Next, we turn to the genius from Area C, starting with Li Cheng's son, Li Zhendong, who is deep in contemplation at his desk. However, compared to the previous two prodigies, Li Zhendong seems to fall slightly short. True scholars like him are exceedingly rare in the world. If no other students can be recruited, Li Zhendong remains a viable candidate. As his foundational knowledge is remarkably solid, he is indeed a promising talent. Then there is the much-discussed Zhang Yuan, son of Zhang Qiming, whose abilities are shrouded in mystery, as he has never been previously acknowledged. Since he comes highly recommended by Professor Wang Zhong, it is worth taking a glance at him. To Professor Gua's dismay, he discovers this group is napping. He approaches and notices the exam papers are filled with writing, glancing over them casually before departing. Remarkably, Zhang Yuan, like Purizi, has managed to solve the difficult problems, yet Purizi hails from a background in mathematics competitions. Are all these geniuses so eccentric? I believe I understand the reason. This individual immerses himself daily in the intricacies of robotic kinematics, thus seizing the opportunity to recuperate his slumber. Typical educators might find it challenging to keep pace with him. As he reflects upon his own youth, where a slight advantage in intellect often led to an arrogance fueled by talent. The two professors, however, comprehend this disposition. A touch of audacity may be tolerable, for when faced with genuine challenges, he will inevitably return to a state of humility. As the conversation circled, the professors expressed immense satisfaction with the exceptional student body, beginning to divide the genius among themselves. Yet, amidst the division, discord arose. Zhang Yuan, I claim him, and Chun Zi is yours. Chun Zi is of no use to me. Zhang Yuan belongs to me. Wei Dong will be yours. Zhang Yuan is mine. As Gua Fan was about to concede, a sudden realization struck him. Zhang Yuan and Chun Zi are yours, but all others belong to me. No, absolutely not. Their banter was merely a fleeting whim, For the selection process between graduate students and advisors is mutual, one person's assertion holds little weight. After a series of 3 back-to-back examinations, during which he indulged in 3 restorative naps, Zhang Yuan felt invigorated, as if each test only heightened his vitality. Unbeknownst to him, an invigilator was present nearby. The following day brought the final examination in politics and history, a subject not grounded in the sciences, rendering sleep an impossibility. As the examination papers were distributed, the initial questions pertained to conventional political matters, lacking any intrigue. However, the subsequent questions grew increasingly peculiar. The Phoenix Lights incident. On the evening of March 13, 1997, over 700 individuals witnessed 5 luminous points arranged in a V formation above the southern mountains of Phoenix. The 5 luminous white points were arranged in a curved shape, stretching across a width of 460 meters, gliding slowly through the low sky. As they traversed the moon, the moonlight still penetrated the object, revealing its translucent nature, and it moved in utter silence. Should this event hold truth in the annals of history, what might one's perspective be? Zhang Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this a historical secret? Or could it be that extraterrestrials have indeed visited Earth? He found himself somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the questioner. Regarding the existence of aliens, they are undoubtedly more advanced than humanity. The dark forest theory does not apply here. There may exist technologies for faster-than-light interstellar travel. It is possible that they possess anti-gravity technology. To aliens, humans might appear akin to low-intelligence primates. A plethora of thoughts surged through his mind. He decided to set them aside for now and move on to the next question. For science, ethics often serve as iron shackles that firmly bind progress. At the intersection of technology and ethics, certain experiments become subjects of intense debate and public scrutiny. If the advancement of science were indeed constrained by ethical considerations, how might one choose? What circumstances have led the questioner to abandon the confines of earthly civilization? Zhang Yuan boldly inscribed, "Scientific research must steadfastly uphold the spirit of science and the boundaries of ethical conduct." However, upon further reflection, he found himself dissatisfied with this answer and sighed. Each situation warrants careful consideration. Survival is a fundamental element of civilization. When the existence of civilization is threatened, it might be justifiable to forsake the interests of the few. He then proceeded to the next question. What should be the ultimate aspiration of a civilization? How does one cultivate a superior civilization? Furthermore, what constitutes a commendable definition? With a sigh, Zhang Yuan regarded the questions as utterly absurd. He proceeded to fill the examination paper with nonsensical scribbles, according to the tenets of the Neo-Civilization school. A civilization can be conceptualized as a high-dimensional life form spanning the 4th dimension of time, wherein each individual within the civilization is analogous to a cell. The absence of a collective consciousness within the civilization stems from the independent volition of these constituent cells. The merit of a civilization can be defined using the physical concept of entropy, encompassing the principle of minimal entropy, the direct proportionality between entropy and complexity, the law of increasing entropy, and the principle of systemic chaos. Chapter 67, A History of Neo-Civilizations, is posing such questions a tad audacious? Within the central conference room, a cohort of senior spacecraft officials deliberated upon the current enrollment plan. Universities, as institutions for nurturing talent and conducting research, are of paramount importance to a civilization. The revival of civilization is predicated upon both technology and talent. Moreover, universities aboard the spacecraft wield considerable authority, such as preferential access to laboratory allocation and resource deployment. This cohort of postgraduate students is intended not only for research endeavors, but also, to a significant extent, for cultivation into the managerial echelons of the spacecraft. Given the sheer magnitude of the vessel, each awake postgraduate student must possess the capacity to operate autonomously once the majority of the crew enters hibernation. They must be privy to certain knowledge, albeit in a gradual and phased manner. I believe we can approach it this way. Captain Ma sighed as he listened to the discussions around him. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not confine ourselves to conventional thinking. We are already a new civilization, and it is essential that we generate some novel changes, rather than perpetuating the old paradigms and becoming a civilization akin to that of Earth. Otherwise, what significance does this journey through the cosmos hold? Professor Lin, seated beside Captain Ma, was a middle-aged man named Lin Fengzhen. 3 years prior, he had been a mathematician. Now, he was a historian of the new civilization. It seemed almost inconceivable for a mathematician to occupy a position within the decision-making echelon of any nation. Typically, a mathematician's influence would be limited to the economic domain. Yet within this new civilization, such a transition occurred with remarkable ease. Thus, the study of the history of this new civilization emerged as a novel discipline of management, attempting to forecast the trajectory of civilization through mathematical modeling. Another individual nearby inquired, "What were the results of your calculations?" Lin Fazheng pondered for a moment before responding. "This examination has a substantial probability of resulting in a positive outcome, consistent with established experiences. However, the current study of the history of our new civilization remains too nascent to accurately predict complex historical trajectories. It can only estimate a few high-probability scenarios. We require a greater volume of sample information to refine this entirely new discipline. Moreover, the existing mathematical models are rather rudimentary. I believe they are far from sufficiently refined. We also need more talented individuals to participate." All present fell into contemplative silence. This interstellar migration represents a novel societal endeavor, diverging from established socialist or capitalist paradigms. The civilization will forge an entirely distinct trajectory, founded by Professor Qi Yuanshan, the progenitor of nuclear fusion. The new civilization school has been in existence for over a century. Its central tenet involves employing new civilization historiography, specifically computation, to deduce and orchestrate the civilization's future progression. Consequently, the supreme governing body of the vessel is the scientific council. However, given the current limitations in computational capacity, conventional political acumen remains essential for effectively administering the ship. For a civilization, science constitutes its external prowess, while internal systems and cultural frameworks are of paramount importance. Thus, the incumbent administrative echelon bears a substantial burden, necessitating the establishment of numerous foundational elements. Several ultimate objectives diverge significantly from those of present-day Earth civilization, resulting in a tentative, exploratory approach, as the optimal course remains uncertain. Captain Ma emitted a subtle sigh. This inaugural cohort of administrators will experience shorter periods of cryosleep, likely perishing within this vast expanse of the cosmos, without ever reaching the future homeworld. Therefore, the cultivation of successors warrants consideration. Within such microcosms, the premature descent of the upper echelons into decadence and corruption would precipitate an alarmingly rapid dissemination of this cultural phenomenon throughout the lower strata, rendering rectification unattainable. Consequently, the selection and nurturing of successors assume critical importance and demand meticulous deliberation. He gazed out at the dim expanse beyond the porthole, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he pondered the unknown destination that lay ahead. Navigating the transition from our present framework to a more impeccable, albeit uncharted, system remains a challenge. For the interim, let us proceed as is. Your efforts in the forthcoming recruitment endeavors are greatly appreciated. Meeting adjourned. The assembly rose in unison, departing the conference chamber. Before exiting, Captain Ma meticulously arranged the various documents strewn across the table, including several examination papers. The veracity of tales surrounding extraterrestrial beings, such as the Phoenix Lights incident, has long been lost to the annals of history. Whether these accounts are genuine or fabricated remains uncertain, yet he entertains the possibility. The question of whether extraterrestrial civilizations have graced our planet is of paramount importance, serving as a cornerstone in the field of cosmic sociology. Should the incident prove to be a fabrication, it warrants no further consideration, merely a baseless rumor. However, should the incident be substantiated, it implies that an alien spacecraft traversed hundreds, even thousands, of light years to reach Earth, only to depart without causing significant disruption, leaving behind only human witnesses and a trail of conjecture. What implications does this hold? Is the entire episode akin to humans driving automobiles across the African savanna? The opinions of lions who observe and point at the vehicles are of little consequence to the drivers, even if these lions are the apex predators of the savanna. The cosmos abounds with matter, and scientific advancement inevitably becomes increasingly arduous in its later stages. Consequently, the scarcity lies in information. Thus, if an alien spacecraft indeed visited Earth, why did it not engage in communication with humanity? Because it was deemed unnecessary. In the 20th century, humanity lacked even controllable nuclear fusion, possessing no noteworthy technology whatsoever. Nuclear weapons? Aircraft carriers? Supersonic fighters? Such notions are but trifles when compared to spaceships capable of traversing light years. Thus, to extraterrestrial civilizations, the human civilization of that era likely appeared as nothing more than an unremarkable entity, devoid of any significance for interaction. A lion, no matter how formidable, is merely one among the myriad creatures of the savannah, fundamentally indistinguishable from elephants, baboons, hyenas, or the ants on the ground. Reflecting upon this, Captain Ma turned his gaze to the window. 3 centuries had elapsed, and humanity had grown exponentially more powerful, even transcending the threats of energy scarcity. Yet, it is plausible that we remain but a mediocre civilization, a slightly more advanced mediocre one at that. As for the other question on the examination paper, the debate between science and ethics, he smiled faintly. How could one expect a more advanced civilization without first dismantling the ethical constructs of the past? Chapter 68. Is there a fragment among them? As soft melodies filled the air, the inaugural graduate entrance examination of the new civilization finally came to a close. Regardless of any lingering regrets, all participants ceased their activities and exited the examination hall. Zhang Yuan exhaled the tension from his lungs. The final examination had proven quite challenging. Surrounding him, whispers of conversation arose. How did it go? It was exceedingly difficult. The questions were tough. I doubt I can pass. Oh, I think I only performed adequately in politics and history. Concerning extraterrestrial diplomacy, several hypotheses arise. The fundamental premise is that any civilization capable of interstellar travel and interaction with humanity is likely far more advanced. Furthermore, when engaging with civilizations lacking comparable ethical frameworks or whose ideologies diverge significantly from our own, prudence is paramount. A student was reveling in the post-examination atmosphere. A familiar figure emerged from the throng. It was Li Jindong, animatedly comparing answers with his peers, his face radiant with elation. The math problem was straightforward, he exclaimed. First, you simplify the equation, then apply the Lagrange mean value theorem, and the solution appears effortlessly. Allow me to impart a problem-solving technique, he continued. If the problem statement includes a function f, x, that is continuous on a, b, and differentiable on a, b, with f, a, 0, f, b, 0, or f, a, f, b, 0, immediately apply the Lagrange mean value theorem. For high-achieving students, the act of comparing answers is a source of immense pleasure, particularly when performed before those less proficient. Witnessing their astonished reactions amplifies their satisfaction. Conversely, this process can be disheartening for those less confident, who find themselves torn between the desire to know their score and the fear of confronting a disappointing reality. The young women, their complexions pallid, realized they had erred considerably. As Li Jindong spoke, he mentioned that the questions were quite elementary, comprising content they had already studied. However, they wondered why they hadn't considered it during the examination. One of the girls, slightly indignant, exclaimed, "Why didn't you inform us earlier? What's the point of saying this now? The exam is over, and we cannot retake it. If I don't get into graduate school, I might be forced into premature cryosleep." Another chimed in, "Indeed. You must be gloating. In another year, everyone will be in cryosleep, and you'll be the only one awake." Previously, in university, these young ladies were likely top students, but now, in the presence of more exceptional individuals, they had become underachievers, struggling to accept the alteration in their status. Each of them wore an expression of displeasure. Zhang Yuan, amused inwardly, pondered that his friend was being excessively ostentatious. Therefore, this attempt at wooing would likely be unsuccessful. The thought of Li Jindong lamenting to him afterward, wasting a great deal of time, was unbearable. He coughed lightly twice. What was that, close companion? Zhang Yuan wondered inwardly. This is my university classmate, named Zhang Yuan, an exceptional academic achiever, who likely performed even better than I did. If you have any inquiries, you can directly consult him. Zhang Yuan, as an exemplary youth representative of Sector C, and having been involved in several major incidents, was somewhat familiar to many. Zhang Yuan secretly admired his friend's taste, finding his choice of partner quite appealing. Li Jindong smiled and said, "It's the one who has been publicly clashing with Professor Imo from Earth." Zhang Yuan's expression froze slightly. What does it mean to clash from afar? Isn't the other party the one who provoked me? Am I to blame for others plagiarizing my paper? Oh, it just came to mind. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," he greeted. A few girls immediately felt uneasy, fearing they might inadvertently say the wrong thing. Engaging in a public dispute with a renowned professor is a level of combat prowess that truly deserves their admiration. Observing the other party's reserved demeanor, Zhang Yuan awkwardly remarked, "You can simply call me Zhang Yuan. We are all peers. I just graduated from university, so there's no need to feel nervous." One of the girls asked Mr. Zhang, "This examination should not be difficult for you, right?" "Indeed, it is not difficult," Zhang Yuan replied honestly. "However, for the young ladies, this revelation was more acceptable. After all, isn't it quite normal for a public debate with a distinguished professor to entail an easy exam? Is the examination more influenced by innate intelligence or acquired factors?" What he stated was, of course, a fib. Such a challenging paper indeed leans more towards innate intelligence. If it were the old him, he could have achieved a decent score, but he could never have written as effortlessly as he does now, with even a significant portion of his time dedicated to sleep. In truth, telling a small lie is not such a bad thing. There is no enmity among them, so why undermine others? He intended to give Li Jindong a bit of face in front of the young ladies. Actually, Li Jindong is quite clever. He should perform well, right? Zhang Yuan continued. It should be acceptable. Li Jindong hesitated momentarily, apprehensive of prevaricating or divulging his answers before Zhang Yuan, lest he be exposed for an error and suffer a mortifying rebuke. Zhang Chunchen jested. Beyond his penchant for ostentation, what other remarkable talents does Li Jindong possess? She added, intelligence, perhaps. Were he to dedicate himself to 13 or more hours of study daily, he might surpass my own intellectual capacity. Li Jindong ran a hand through his hair, wondering if this was a veiled compliment or a subtle jab at his lack of diligence. 13 hours? The girls regarded him with a touch of skepticism. Zhang Yuan, with an affable smile, declared, "I dedicate at least 14 hours a day to my studies. If he's slightly more astute than I, 13 hours should suffice for him to catch up." A momentary hush fell over the group, as all eyes turned to Li Jindong. Did he truly devote 13 hours to diligent study? Or even a fraction thereof, say 3 hours? Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Li Jindong promptly seized Zhang Qinshin's arm and made a hasty exit, exclaiming that he could not endure her peculiar nature. Request for leave and explanatory note. I perceive a recent decline in the quality of my writing, marked by a dearth of inspiration. As such, I shall avail myself of the final day of the May Day holiday for respite, resuming regular updates tomorrow. After all, the author is not Zhang Yuan, who can tirelessly work day and night without a hint of fatigue. He too requires proper rest. I seem to have become like him, alas. Regarding the proposal for a large-scale collider in China, the esteemed He Zuoxiu, a researcher at the Institute of Theoretical Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and an academician of the Academy, has penned his thoughts. The CPCSBPC project, suggested by Wang Yifeng and others from the Institute of High Energy Physics, is not particularly innovative. Its overall design concept borrows heavily from the LHC and merely amplifies it, with substantial funding involved. The U.S. SSC project was designed to achieve an energy level of 20 TeV, while Italy had proposed an even larger project, the Iliosatron, with an energy target that exceeded that of the SSC. Currently, the energy range suggested for the SBPC by Wang Yifeng is between 70 to 100 TeV, which is quite similar to that of the Iliosatron. However, the latter was abandoned after facing opposition from numerous high-energy physicists across Europe without adequate discussions among various countries. The SSC project in the United States ignited a fierce debate that ultimately reached Congress, where it was ultimately voted down. Some argue that this was a casualty of bipartisan political disputes, but that is not the case. The decision regarding the SSC project was primarily influenced by fiscal authorities who deemed that the project lacked significant scientific value and, due to its exorbitant costs, would adversely affect the nation's developmental capacity. Hence, it was ultimately discarded. Certainly, numerous physicists specializing in high-energy physics voiced their endorsement. Conversely, a substantial contingent of high-energy physicists staunchly opposed it, deeming it an exorbitant squandering of resources. Ultimately, Congress heeded the dissenters and decisively rejected the proposal via a vote. It is particularly noteworthy that the extent of the American rejection was astonishing. The U.S. government had already allocated $2 billion, primarily for the excavation of an extensive tunnel, with the tunnel's projected expenses constituting approximately 10% of the total budget. Subsequently, a request was made for an additional $15 to $20 billion to bring the project to fruition. However, Congress preferred to forego the initial $2 billion investment rather than sanction further unproductive expenditure. Following the congressional veto, even the excavated tunnel was filled in, precluding any possibility of revival. Furthermore, an academically significant rationale underpinned the decision within particle physics theory. A prominent hypothesis posits that further advancements in particle physics toward ultra-high energy levels would yield known novel discoveries. This is known as the Great Desert Theory of high-energy physics. The Great Desert Theory asserts that significant breakthroughs in high-energy physics are contingent upon elevating energy levels to the Planck scale, equivalent to 1016 TeV. Subsequently, some high-energy physicists contended that this theory was not entirely accurate and warranted revision. The proposed modification involved the introduction of the concept of supersymmetry, postulating that the inclusion of supersymmetric particles would substantially reduce the energy scale, albeit still significantly exceeding the levels proposed by the SPPC. Subsequently, several accelerators in the United States and Europe endeavored to uncover these supersymmetric particles, yet their efforts yielded no results. This indirectly corroborates the validity of the desert hypothesis. Consequently, the United States Congress overwhelmingly voted against the continuation of the SSC project. Of course, the disappearance of supersymmetric particles led to a significant and fundamental shift in perspective. As the meticulously crafted superstring theory by numerous particle physicists and mathematicians collapsed. The term collapse here refers to the notion that superstring theory lacks physical significance. However, it cannot be dismissed that it may possess some mathematical relevance. Nonetheless, a considerable faction of theoretical physicists engaged in superstring theory and supersymmetric particles do not believe that supersymmetry is obsolete and continue to persevere. Yet, few still regard it as a promising theory within particle physics, with many announcing their departure from the field. For instance, Professor Li Miao, who made substantial contributions to superstring theory, has now opted to abandon it. In essence, superstring theory is no longer the prevailing paradigm in the high-energy and particle physics communities. Integrating the aforementioned observations, I can only conclude that the CPCSPPC proposal put forth by Director Wang Yifan is merely an innovation that has been entirely dismissed by the United States Congress, yet is being repackaged by numerous scientists to promote it to the Chinese government. Whether the Chinese government is willing to invest heavily in its construction will depend on its assessment of the matter. It is also noteworthy that among those advocating for the Collider project are several experts, including members of the American Academy of Sciences, who assert that this proposal harbors numerous advantages. Certainly, given that China's research in high-energy physics is far less advanced than that of the United States, it may be a reflection of our limited perspective and lack of scientific foresight. However, one question remains perplexing to me. Why has such a promising proposal not been embraced by the American scientific community? Why has there not been a persistent effort to advocate this excellent plan to the U.S. government? Should the American government decide to embark on this innovative initiative and seek substantial financial collaboration from China, I am confident that it would garner immense support from many esteemed scientists within our high-energy physics community. The world operates as a cohesive whole. The contemporary advancement of economies and sciences across nations inevitably necessitates a path of integration and globalization. Recently, in my leisure time, I have been engaging in the study and research of economics and political economy. Many conclusions drawn from economics should also be applicable to the development of global science. We are aware of the law of diminishing marginal utility within economics, a principle that can be applied broadly. For instance, why has China's economic growth rate decreased from an average increase of 10 to the current 6.9? The simplest explanation lies in the diminishing marginal utility. The remedy for alleviating this impact lies in innovation. These fundamental principles are, without a doubt, pertinent to the study of high-energy physics as well. Considering the proposals suggested by Wang Yifan and others, it is characterized by a lack of revolutionary technological innovation, merely aiming for super-large-scale development, thus inevitably falling under the law of diminishing marginal utility. The application of the law of diminishing marginal utility presents a technical challenge. It is exceedingly difficult to ascertain the rate at which marginal utility diminishes and to predict its future marginality or slope. In fact, recent experiments conducted at the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, have provided some insights. Previously, the LHC identified a resonance peak at 750 GeV within the energy range of 700 to 800 GeV. This discovery ignited great excitement within the academic community, as it suggested that high-energy physics might still yield new revelations, contradicting the predictions of the desert hypothesis. However, due to the insufficient number of experiments, it cannot be definitively concluded that this represents a new particle. Consequently, some advocate for increased investment in operational time and funding to potentially isolate this new particle. A considerable number of theoretical physicists regard it as a novel phenomenon, having formulated various new theories to elucidate this particle and made numerous predictions. Nevertheless, the majority of theoretical physicists who adhere to the desert hypothesis maintain that this so-called new particle is merely a statistical fluctuation and does not signify the discovery of a new particle. Ultimately, further high-precision experiments indicated no confirmation of the new particle's existence. The desert hypothesis remains valid within this energy domain. It is noteworthy that the 750 GeV energy level is, in fact, 6 times that of the Higgs boson, often referred to as the God particle, which has a mass of 125 GeV, yet the outcome remains null. To interpret this in economic terms, the experiment illustrates that the marginal utility of high-energy collisions at the LHC's energy range has diminished to zero. Currently, the most substantial energy level proposed in Wang Yifang's plan is merely 7-fold that of the LHC. Proceeding along this trajectory, how can we ensure the discovery of novel particles or other significant innovations? Furthermore, the Geneva Center is poised to augment its energy levels to 20 TeV, continuing its experimental endeavors. Given that Geneva already possesses a supersized accelerator, the West need only reinvest capital to realize marginal benefits. Conversely, China would be compelled to start anew, merely to elevate energy levels 7-fold, thereby retracing the protracted path already traversed by the LHC at the Geneva Center. Arguably, the plan espoused by Wang Yifang et al. Is by no means an equitable competitor to Geneva. It can be asserted that the prevailing developmental trajectory of high-energy physics precisely corresponds to the oft-emphasized supply curve, extending rightward in an S-shaped manner. However, the advent of the Great Desert Theory and the experimental outcomes of the LHC indicate that the marginal utility of this extension is approaching zero, signifying that the S-shaped curve is nearing its apex. Consequently, what imperative exists for contemporary China to make substantial investments in the CPC, an undertaking unlikely to yield momentous breakthroughs? Undoubtedly, Director Wang Yifang has consistently emphasized that the Institute of High-Energy Physics has never exceeded its budget during the construction of the electron-positron collider, with fluctuations not surpassing 5. This is, undeniably, a historical fact. However, as a participant in the Beijing electron-positron collider project, I feel compelled to recount some behind-the-scenes narratives. To ensure the timely progression of the positron-electron collider, the central government appointed Comrade Gu Yu, the wife of Comrade Hu Qiaomu, to oversee this endeavor. In times of difficulty, Gu Yu would facilitate coordination. For instance, during the initial construction of the collider, local residents expressed concerns regarding potential radioactive contamination and voiced their opposition. Consequently, an official from the Environmental Protection Department was dispatched to supervise. However, this official lacked the requisite expertise and merely opposed the project without constructive input. When we requested her to provide specific criteria for approval, she was unable to offer concrete values. At that time, the leadership of the High Energy Institute entrusted me with the task of organizing a group of young colleagues to design protective measures for the high-energy accelerator. Given that the environmental official was clearly out of her depth and we suspected ulterior motives, Gu Yu approached Comrade Xiaoping to report the situation. Ultimately, Comrade Xiaoping confirmed that we would take responsibility for the project. Naturally, our design was completed swiftly. Since this collider is a positron-electron collider, it emits only X-rays and gamma rays, which have a lesser environmental impact than cosmic background radiation. The pressing question is whether Director Wang Yifang's idealistic vision can be realized once more in the current era. The conclusion must be that this proposal is incompatible with China's specific circumstances, and decision-makers should refrain from supporting it. Director Wang Yifang also noted that the dissenters are predominantly experts outside the realm of high-energy physics. I believe this assertion is far from accurate. Within our institution, the Institute of Theoretical Physics, there exists a contingent of members from the High-Energy Physics Society, many of whom have expressed dissenting opinions. In truth, there are varying perspectives within the High-Energy Institute, yet colleagues are often reluctant to voice their disagreements publicly due to the potential discomfort it may cause. Recently, Director Wang Yifang asserted that nearly all experimental physicists in high-energy physics support the construction of a large collider project, contending that the opposition primarily stems from theoretical physicists. He raised questions regarding the expertise of the dissenters, noting that even Professor Yang Zhening is not an experimental physicist. I regret to disclose Professor Ding Xiaozhong's views here, but I believe this serves to illustrate that there are indeed internationally renowned experimental physicists in high-energy physics who do not endorse his proposal. Chapter 69. The third place 5 days swiftly elapsed, and the results of the written examination were finally revealed. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with trepidation. The two universities collectively admitted only 6,000 graduate students, presenting a mere 1 in 50 acceptance rate for the 300,000 undergraduates aboard the vessel. With a hint of apprehension, Zhang Yuan accessed his examination results. He found himself somewhat regretful for having dozed off during the test. However, upon seeing the results, that fleeting regret dissipated. His scores for the 3 specialized subjects were 149, 148, and 147, arranged in an arithmetic sequence. He remained perplexed as to where he had lost a few points. Perhaps it was due to the presentation of his answers? As for the final subject, politics and history, graded on a scale of 100, he had genuinely not prepared diligently, having merely skimmed the syllabus prior to the exam, resulting in a score of 81. Accumulating the scores, one could discern an approximate ranking. Delving into the subsequent line of smaller print, it was revealed: Space Mechanical Engineering Major Ranking, 3. A wave of elation washed over Zhang Yuan. Securing the third position surpassed anticipations, prompting curiosity regarding the identity of the top 2 contenders. This commendable academic performance, fortified by the supplementary merit of that research paper, theoretically positioned him to select from an array of exceptionally distinguished mentors. Consequently, he approached the impending interviews with unwavering confidence. He promptly initiated a telephonic communication to apprise Professor Wang Zhong, situated back on Earth. With the spacecraft having only recently commenced its voyage, signal latency remained within tolerable parameters, registering merely a few seconds. Excellent, a commendable performance, Professor Wang Zhong exclaimed in the video transmission, radiating an elation that seemingly eclipsed even personal accolades. Subsequently, his countenance assumed a more solemn demeanor. Do you aspire to pursue advanced studies in the realm of space mechanical engineering? Have you reached a definitive decision? Affirmative. Zhang Yuan affirmed with a nod. Professor Wang responded in kind. In that case, it behooves you to augment your comprehension of physics, encompassing mechanics, informatics, and integrated circuits. The spacecraft boasts a plethora of distinguished professors. However, should we embark on a selection process, we shall endeavor to secure the most exceptional among them. Allow me to peruse the roster to ascertain the available candidates. Wang Zhong directed his attention to a compendium of names. Consider academician Ding Xiaodong of the Wild Wolf Design Bureau, a principal architect of the Earth-era vessel. What are your thoughts? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Having previously interacted with several professors, none of whom remotely approached the caliber of academician Ding. All right. The mere title of chief designer of the Earth-age spacecraft is enough to overwhelm anyone, not to mention his miscellaneous academic accomplishments. Moreover, Ding Xiaodong is one of the few academicians on the ship. These academicians possess genuine status and substantial power, unlike those on Earth. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment. That's great, but academician Ding probably doesn't accept students, does he? He's always busy, and I've never met or interacted with him. Don't be intimidated. Professor Wang perceived his thoughts and waved his hand. Everyone has been young. Who can say for certain that your future achievements will be inferior to Ding Xiaodong's? So, there's no need to belittle yourself. I'll give him a heads up first. You'll have to handle the specific interview yourself. If you are outshone by others, you can only blame yourself. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Professor Wang. He turned off the video, walked out the door, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Looking up, he saw team leader Wang Xin hurrying over. How did the exam go? Judging from the expressions of others, I reckon no one could have done better than you. Here, this little gift is for you. With a 2 acceptance rate, it's perfectly normal for everyone else to fail. What's so precious about it? Once we're on the ship, gold won't be used as currency, will it? It's just a small souvenir. Wang Xin said with a smile. What was your ranking? Tell me quickly. Third. There are still 2 great figures above me. Wait, third? Third place is already quite an achievement. He swiftly altered his tone. Young fellow, you possess remarkable potential. I happen to have in my possession an unparalleled esoteric text, which, upon mastery, enables one to effortlessly overcome a plethora of intricate challenges, entitled Progress in Teichmüller Theory, authored by Shinichi Mochizuki, in its physical form. Would you be interested in acquiring it? I am willing to part with it for a mere 500 Singapore dollars. A multitude of queries arose within Zhang Yuan's mind, questioning how this elder brother Wang Xin came to possess such a book, particularly in its tangible form. The allotted carrying capacity for each individual is finite, and to expend it thusly seemed profligate. As if discerning his perplexity, Wang Xin confided furtively, "Whenever my spouse attempts to belittle me with her advanced academic credentials, I brandish this tome and utter certain phrases, merely invoking terms such as Abelian geometry, growth in Deke universe, or perfectoid spaces is sufficient to silence her instantly." Zhang Yuan was rendered momentarily speechless. Such an application was indeed novel. The price of 500 Singapore dollars for a physical book was, in truth, not exorbitant, given that the Earth-age ship currently produced no such items. However, his present mathematical aptitude might not be adequate to fully comprehend its contents. Acquire it, acquire it. Money is no object, he exclaimed. It is but $500. The two proceeded to the dining hall, where the remaining 6 members of their cohort were already assembled, awaiting their arrival. Upon learning of his third-place ranking, each expressed their envy. "Ah, Zhang Yuan, you have been accepted into graduate studies, and shall at long last be free from the drudgery of sweeping. Alas, we are doomed to endure another year of custodial duties, followed by hibernation." One of his companions lamented. Wang Xin remarked, "Cleaning the floor is also a job. Conducting research and managing are jobs too. Is there really a distinction in their significance?" Although the task of cleaning may seem trivial and could be delegated to robots, after much deliberation, he found himself unable to articulate a coherent argument. The overall atmosphere was rather bleak. Many students had diligently prepared for an extended period, only to discover that their efforts led to a dead end. Life is often fraught with disappointments, and circumstances seldom change merely by altering one's environment. "Well then, today I shall treat you all. Would you like to eat? Feel free to choose." Zhang Yuan quickly attempted to ease the tension. "What can we possibly eat in a place like this?" Wang Xin replied with a wry smile. After an extensive deliberation over the menu, there seemed to be little worth savoring. The vegetables were passable, yet the meat dishes were all synthetic. Furthermore, in an effort to minimize kitchen pollution, the robots primarily employed steaming and boiling methods, eschewing frying and stir-frying, resulting in dishes that lacked flavor and even the faintest hint of smoke. "Isn't there 3D organ printing now? We could clone a few chicken legs to feast upon." One girl, having shaken off her disappointment from the exam, managed a forced smile. Zhang Yuan chuckled. "3D organ printing? The cost of a single chicken leg is 100,000. I could barely afford one with all my belongings. Jingxian, if you ever find yourself in a biological laboratory, perhaps you could procure a few for us to sample. You'd want those preserved in formaldehyde." The girl named Jing responded with a laugh. "How could that be possible? Biological organs are cultivated in sterile environments, absolutely pristine in quality. Alas, how I yearn for my mother's braised chicken drumsticks." "So, that is the impetus behind your pursuit of biology?" Everyone erupted in laughter. Chapter 70. The Hierarchy of Academic Excellence. From scholar to deity, such as life, as one desires, having already reached such arduous straits. Living simply and plainly is not necessarily a bad thing. Who can guarantee they will possess sufficient foresight throughout their entire lives? At life's crossroads, besides pursuing postgraduate studies, there are actually many other options, and not everyone is suited for research. Teachers, doctors, nurses, maintenance workers, and so on. Every profession is needed within a spaceship. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually improved. Many things, once one sees them in perspective, are understood. Currently, society as a whole is still youth-dominated. Class stratification has not yet solidified, and the overall social structure does not need to overly consider monetary issues. The pressure is not that great. Using knowledge to achieve upward mobility is, in fact, the healthiest mode of operation for human civilization. Even if one does not pass the postgraduate entrance examination, one can be like me. As long as one works hard, there are many ways to realize one's value. In the end, Wang Xin, the elder brother, delivered another round of life's reflections. There is simply too much to learn in aerospace mechanics. A spaceship, whether large or small, involves almost a dozen or more disciplines, including physics, biology, materials science, and chemistry. He studies on his own for a long time each day, especially since he will be participating in an even more challenging interview next. Even if it's just a last-minute cram session, it's still worthwhile. Let's start by looking at integrated circuits first. During his university years, he had been exposed to pertinent knowledge, albeit superficially. The essence of silicon-based chips, however, is not particularly abstruse. Fundamentally, a p-n junction on a semiconductor substrate exhibits unidirectional conductivity. Connecting leads to either end of the p-n junction yields a diode. With diodes, it is relatively straightforward to design AND and NOT gate circuits, which can then be employed for logical computation. The Soviets once pioneered ternary circuits, which differed slightly from binary circuits by incorporating 2 additional resistors in the AND and NOT gate circuits. This seemingly minor alteration, however, posed significant manufacturing challenges, resulting in higher costs and substantially lower chip yield rates, ultimately leading to its obsolescence due to various shortcomings. It has almost instantly surpassed 99.9% of human beings. Zhang Yuan mused that, even if he were to dedicate a month to designing circuits without the aid of a computer, his computational capabilities would not rival those of a 6-year-old child. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the more one delves into learning, the more one appreciates the grandeur of nature. Chip science, a discipline that has evolved over several centuries, from the antiquated diode and integrated circuit to the cutting-edge photonic chip, is predicated on the band theory, which is merely an approximation. Humanity is cognizant of its imperfections, yet remains incapable of rectifying it, because the behavior of electrons defies precise calculation. On a grander scale, despite the intricate complexities of various disciplines, the vast majority essentially involve manipulating electrons. A comprehensive understanding of the various properties of electrons enables one to extrapolate to other disciplines with ease. After immersing himself in reading for 6 consecutive hours, he finally paused to catch his breath. His rapidly functioning mind felt slightly overheated, necessitating a moment to assimilate the newly acquired knowledge. Perhaps it was time to shift his focus and take a break. He ventured out for dinner, spending half an hour on the meal. The projects on Earth provided an excellent opportunity for growth, and he was determined to continue his efforts. His primary focus lay in developing algorithmic frameworks, progressing at a pace slightly quicker than the teams on Earth, dedicating 4 to 5 hours each day to his work sufficed. Thus, the extensive hours spent learning daily were far from mere boastfulness. This day epitomized a typical one for Zhang Yuan, though he occasionally felt fatigued. The profound sense of fulfillment derived from knowledge outweighed the weariness. Eschewing video games, soap operas, and romantic entanglements, he resolutely fortified himself. Zhang Yuan mused. If Li Jindong labored as diligently each day, he would undoubtedly possess at least half the prowess, even if he did not surpass Zhang Yuan. Yet, he recognized that the material he had engaged with thus far was merely the surface of a vast ocean. There undoubtedly existed individuals far more accomplished than he. The elite scholars of the world could be classified into 5 tiers. The first tier consists of those encountered during long journeys, where one might overhear a stranger bragging about her child's remarkable achievements, having gained admission to a prestigious middle school or high school, consistently ranking first or second in class. This represents the most superficial level of academic excellence, merely high school, devoid of any substantial merit. The second tier comprises those who, after gaining admission to esteemed universities, attend classes and study diligently, inexplicably achieving high scores by the semester's end. Over time, one gradually realizes that no matter how hard one strives, it seems impossible to surpass certain individuals. Despite dedicating the same amount of time to studying, they consistently demonstrate greater efficiency than ordinary people. Such exceptional individuals are commonly referred to as true academic elites. The third echelon comprises the legendary academic deities. Unlike academic elites, academic deities do not appear to study much, yet they consistently achieve high scores. They are the most perilous individuals within the university setting. Many weaklings, lacking self-awareness, associate with them, engaging in all-night online gaming sessions, only to fail multiple courses. While the weaklings face academic probation and grade repetition, the academic deities pursue studies abroad. The fourth echelon has begun its ascent towards the realm of the superhuman, and they are hailed as true deities. From the perspective of personal virtue, deities are without flaw. They embody both the qualities of academic deities and academic elites. The most formidable aspect of these deities is their stamina and perseverance. Learning, for them, is an immensely pleasurable endeavor, akin to chewing on an inexhaustible piece of gum. Ordinary people, when confronted with deities, can only feel overshadowed, self-conscious, and incapable of harboring even a trace of envy. Naturally, academic deities cannot be compared to true deities, as their abilities are confined to the knowledge contained within textbooks, whereas true deities have long transcended the boundaries of the classroom. Zhang Yuan confidently estimates that he is progressing in this direction. There is even a fifth echelon. The deity of deities, whose existence is only witnessed in the world's most prodigious geniuses, such as the envisioned mentor, academician Ding, who obtained a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Peking University, achieving perfect scores in 20 mathematics courses and near-perfect scores in 6 others. However, he never boasted about trivial matters like acing exams. As for these supreme beings, examinations, competitions, and scholarships were as childish as kindergarten games. During his freshman year, Ding Xiaodong had already mastered the entire 4-year curriculum, and out of sheer boredom, he even delved into the courses of the neighboring physics department. Yet, none of these accomplishments held significance, for exploring the infinite wonders of nature was the true delight in the lives of these supreme beings. There were individuals even more formidable than Ding Xiaodong, such as Professor Wang Zhong. Professor Wang achieved fame at a young age, producing the groundbreaking work Homological Functions in Nuclear Spaces in the field of algebraic geometry at the age of 22. Even now, Zhang Yuan was unable to comprehend this paper. According to Professor Wang, the most brilliant minds in the world should dedicate themselves to the study of mathematics. He disdained engaging in conversation with these unromantic and aesthetically challenged engineering professors. The accumulation of knowledge of these individuals, who study day in and day out, year after year, increased linearly over decades, and the gap between people was, in reality, greater than that between humans and dogs. Thus, what qualifications did he have to complain incessantly? Chapter 71. The interview on this day. A significant event suddenly unfolded within the spaceship. Academician Ding of the Wild Wolf Design Bureau announced his intention to recruit a graduate student from among the undergraduate graduates, causing a sensation among the entire group of candidates. Academician Ding had consistently mentored doctoral students, making this opportunity to recruit a master's student exceptionally rare. Everyone is acutely aware that early engagement with these top-tier experts can profoundly influence one's future academic trajectory. Due to the overwhelming number of applicants, it was entirely impractical to conduct interviews with all. Consequently, the staff had to impose stricter eligibility criteria, reducing the pool of candidates to fewer than 50. Zhang Yuan opened the registration page, and upon reviewing the rigid requirements and his examination scores, he heaved a sigh of relief, realizing he still qualified. At that moment, Professor Wang Zhong sent a video message. That old fellow had been persuaded by me, and now it was up to you. If someone more suited than you surpasses the competition, there's no one to blame but yourself. Do you have confidence in being selected from among these 50 experts? Yes, that's splendid. I await your good news with anticipation. After a brief period of preparation, the day of the interview finally arrived. There were 5 interviewers present, 2 of whom were former colleagues of his father and offered familiar, amiable gazes. Seated in the center was Professor Ding Xiaodong, while Captain Ma Tao sat to the far left, also regarding Zhang Yuan with a kindly expression. Young man, do not be anxious, Captain Ma reassured, glancing at the materials on the table before posing his first question. You are old Zhang's son. We are all aware of that. So there's no need for an extensive self-introduction. I have one question for you. What is the most significant lesson you've learned from him? Despite the tension, emboldened by his substantial capabilities, Zhang Yuan replied effortlessly. The virtue of humility, exemplary study habits, an unencumbered lifestyle, and lofty ideals. Stop. Upon observing the slightly peculiar smile of the professor nearby, Captain Ma inquired, could you share his shortcomings? What flaws do you find intolerable? Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if the captain harbored some old grievances with his father, or perhaps he merely wished to lighten the tense atmosphere with a jest. It was plausible. After some contemplation, Zhang Yuan responded, he tends to impose his own intellectual standards on others, which I believe is quite difficult for most to endure. He perceives many tasks as simple. Thus, he casually delegates them to others. However, what appears simple to him may require considerable time and effort for others, leading to his inexplicable outbursts of anger. A gentle smile spread across the faces of all present. Following this, the session transitioned into a more formal question-and-answer segment, naturally steering clear of mundane inquiries. In reality, many industrial robots do not require extensive degrees of freedom, and the algorithms involved vary accordingly. Concerning the 2 RPS, 2 SBS 4 degree of freedom parallel robot, what insights can you offer? A mere thought is sufficient. There is no need for elaborate discourse. Zhang Yuan pondered for a few seconds, recognizing that this question was relatively fundamental. In terms of structural complexity and production costs, completely symmetric parallel mechanisms possess significant advantages. The characteristic matrix of the motion chains for 4 degrees of freedom is expressed as 3T1R, 2T2R, 2T2R, 1T3R, 3T2R, 2T3R, 3T3R. We first discussed the mechanical generating elements of the 7 types of sports connections in their single open chain form. Although he was advised against lengthy discourse, he spoke for over 10 minutes. To articulate such comprehensive thoughts in such a brief period is no small feat, demonstrating Zhang Yuan's solid foundational knowledge, quick wit, and sharp intellect. Are you familiar with the latest advancements in optical chips? Why is there not a more vigorous pursuit of developing quantum chips with enhanced computational capabilities? Much like microelectronics, they are both based on silicon material semiconductor architectures, thus representing an extension of traditional chips. Their computational power exceeds that of ordinary silicon-based chips by over 10,000 times, and given the current technology, there remains potential for further development. While quantum computers can theoretically achieve computational power 100 million to even 1 trillion times that of silicon chips, they require the realization of a significant number of entangled quantum states. Currently, the technological limit stands at 40 to 50 entangled states, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. However, with this quantity of entangled states, their computational power still falls short of traditional silicon-based chips. Thus, despite the promise of quantum chips, without significant theoretical breakthroughs, their development is unlikely to progress further, rendering them not the focus of current research. Excellent, quite correct, the professor remarked, nodding slightly. This inquiry not only assessed theoretical foundations, but also evaluated the breadth of knowledge. Numerous professors posed additional questions, to which Zhang Yuan responded with composure and confidence. I would like to pose a question, Ding Xiaodong suddenly interjected. Please proceed, Zhang Yuan invited. Ding Xiaodong, an academician, spoke slowly. What are your thoughts on the industrial production of new civilizations? What do you believe is the most significant impediment to the advancement of a nascent civilization? Is the question too broad? Consider, for instance, that essential chemical raw materials like chloroform, caprolactam, and acrylic acid are in limited supply, and once depleted, production will cease. Biosynthesis could be an alternative, but the cost would be prohibitively high. Upon successfully reaching the target planet and acquiring substantial material resources, the development of the most basic raw materials would need to commence. In my estimation, the primary constraint on civilizational development is population size. An insufficient population hinders the establishment of a comprehensive industrial infrastructure. I once encountered a report suggesting that a minimum population of 1.6 billion is required to sustain Earth's industrial base. While our population possesses sufficient quality, its size, at only 500,000, is woefully inadequate. Chapter 72, Academic Favoritism. The pinnacle of scholarship? One of the professors interjected, if, over the next 3 millennia, Earth's civilization experiences another significant technological breakthrough, achieving more advanced artificial intelligence and automated production lines, perhaps the industrial population required for establishing a new civilization could be substantially reduced. Ding Xiaodong demurred. We should not place our hopes solely on Earth's civilization. Even with further technological advancements, a population of 500,000 remains insufficient. Another professor added, actually, that is not necessarily the case. The Earth's history over the next 3,000 years could serve as a valuable reference. Academician Ding turned and inquired. Regarding the issue of a small population, would you consider employing artificial womb technology to incubate a large number of human infants? They would be without parents, existing solely for the perpetuation of the new civilization. Zhang Yuandao, from my understanding, artificial womb technology has not yet reached complete maturity. If, in the future, such technology does indeed emerge, what are your thoughts? Is this a political issue? It's challenging. He responded earnestly, acceptance. If reality necessitates such measures, we have no alternative. Humans are not swine. Our reproductive capacity is exceedingly limited. At a high population growth rate of 2, we would only increase 7-fold in 100 years, reaching 3.5 million people, which is insufficient. Prolonged resource scarcity, coupled with the aging and mortality of our first generation of highly skilled individuals, could lead to a significant decline in the overall quality of our civilization's population. Even if artificial incubation of infants raises various ethical dilemmas, we have no choice. The cosmos is vast, and our time is finite. Should the equipment on our spacecraft become obsolete before we develop replacements? And should the quality of our population decline drastically? Our new civilization will face extinction on this alien planet. Captain Ma nodded, offering a peculiar smile. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent as everyone contemplated. Academician Ding remarked softly, "Very well, there are no further inquiries. You may leave for now. We will inform you of the final results after we have interviewed all candidates." "Thank you, esteemed professors." Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully and exited the room, unable to resist wiping the perspiration from his brow. Many of the questions were exceedingly intricate, making them difficult to parry. As expected, the selection of students by academicians is indeed a formidable challenge. Captain Ma suddenly smiled and inquired, "Old Ding, isn't my nephew rather impressive? If you choose not to accept him, I shall find another academician to take him." Ding Xiaodong chuckled in response. "Indeed, he is quite remarkable. Both in terms of skill level and ideological perspective, a rather pragmatic individual. However, let us observe further. Should a more suitable candidate arise, I shall not show favoritism out of mere sentiment." Haha, do you truly believe that such talent is as common as weeds by the roadside, easily plucked in abundance? With that, he invited the next candidate for the interview. 2 days later, the results of the interviews were revealed, a score of 98. It was unclear where the 2 points had been deducted. Perhaps a particular question had not been answered satisfactorily. Nevertheless, a score of 98 is theoretically quite commendable. The interview results accounted for 40 of the overall score, and based on this calculation, Zhang Yuan estimated that he had undoubtedly secured the top position in the aerospace mechanical engineering program. Being accepted by academician Ding seemed a foregone conclusion. Moreover, this incident inspired several renowned academicians from other disciplines to whimsically consider recruiting a few graduate students. This news stirred a minor commotion among the candidates. Congratulations, congratulations. The boss is treating. Zhang Yuan, in high spirits, waved his hand. What does everyone want to eat? Choose freely. Big chicken leg. Big chicken leg. The cunning Li Jindong even suggested indulging in the extravagant $10,000 bio, 3D, printed chicken leg, which left Zhang Yuan pale with fright. He quickly retorted, "If you manage to steal a chicken leg from the lab, the fine will be on me." The companions chattered animatedly. Such occurrences are quite commonplace. Others completed their interviews in a mere 10 minutes. Yet Zhang Yuan's lasted an entire hour. If he is not accepted, then who will be? They pondered the nature of the questions posed. Soon, I too shall face an interview, albeit for a mere ordinary professor position. The questions are rather challenging. A few young women gasped in disbelief. This is not an interview for a master's degree. It feels akin to that of a doctoral candidate. It was likely that the interviews for the other esteemed academicians were equally rigorous. We might not even qualify for an interview, merely spectators in this spectacle. Fortunately, my own interview is for a standard teaching position. At that moment, Yi Keifu hurriedly dashed over from Area J, his face alight with joy, radiating exuberance. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuan. I bear both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Zhang Yuan grimaced in anticipation of more unwelcome tidings, replying, "The good news, please. Your interview went splendidly. You ranked first in overall scores for your field, and you are highly likely to be admitted by academician Ding." A collective sigh of boredom escaped the group, indicating that this news was already stale. "Did you come from the distant star of Ziyuan?" Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and pressed on. "And the bad news?" Yi Keifu's expression morphed into one of amusement at Zhang Yuan's predicament. "Some individuals are dissatisfied and are questioning the validity of your interview results." "What? Questioning?" Zhang Yuan responded with indifference. "To be envied is the mark of mediocrity. I shall forge my own path and let others have their say. However, this is not a trivial matter. Whether one wishes to engage or not, it demands attention." Zhang Yuan accepted Yi Keifu's cellular device, observing a post that read, "Nepotistic Academia, the pinnacle of scholarly excellence." A student by the name of Kai Kuan had initiated a thread, openly questioning the impartiality of the entire interview process. He noted that his written examination score was the highest in the entire astronautical engineering department, yet his interview score was a mere 60 points. Zhang Yuan's written examination score was 2 points lower than mine, yet his interview score was 98 points, a full 38 points higher than mine. The other interviewees generally scored in the 60s or 70s. Does no one find this exceedingly dubious? Subsequently, I have arrived at a plausible conclusion. Zhang Yuan's father, Professor Zhang Qiming, and academician Ding were erstwhile colleagues. Perhaps out of consideration for past camaraderie, a high score was awarded. It was precisely to escape the irrationality of nepotism that I departed Earth, aspiring to reside within a more immaculate and equitable civilization. Yet, to my dismay, even in such a pivotal matter as admissions, personal connections appear to hold sway. Meritocracy should prevail, with the capable ascending and the mediocre descending, and those of average ability yielding to others. This constitutes the most fitting selection of talent. If even this cannot be achieved, upon what basis can a more formidable civilization be erected? Particularly, as Deep Space University and Stellar University have only recently been established. Emphasis should be placed on fostering a sound academic ethos. Such deleterious habits of leveraging connections should not be cultivated. Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he read. Chapter 73. The malevolence of the spectating masses. A plethora of miscellaneous comments followed. There may be something fishy going on. I suggest that the relevant authorities clarify the facts, lest they dishearten all diligent students. In light of past performances, Zhang Yuan indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. On what grounds do you, Kai Kuan, claim superiority? Is it merely due to your slightly higher scores in politics and history? My friend, I shared the same examination room as him. That fellow spent half the exam time asleep. You boast a mere 2 points above him. Does that truly signify greatness? As for the unfolding drama, it is neither trivial nor monumental. On a smaller scale, it is merely a case of a young individual expressing dissatisfaction with his interview results online. Yet, on a larger scale, mishandling this situation could potentially undermine governmental credibility and shake the foundation of political stability. The new civilization is exceedingly fragile, incapable of tolerating even a grain of sand. Any trace of negative influence must be eradicated. Yi Keifu initially relished the misfortune of others, but upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's composed demeanor, a sense of unease crept in. He began to brainstorm aimlessly. Old Zhang, what shall we do? Are you not infuriated? You ought to pen a rebuttal. What should I write? I swear I did not cheat. They will never believe that. Should I remain silent? The more silent I am, the more they will provoke. Zhang Yuan sighed. To be envied is the mark of talent. I even find merit in his assertions. Considering my various backgrounds, I indeed harbor such suspicions. Alas, it is true that academician Ding has some personal connections when recruiting students. Otherwise, he would not accept graduate students at all. It was Professor Wang Zhong from Earth who persuaded him to take on recruits. At this moment, I cannot conjure up particularly compelling counterarguments. Li Zhendong interjected abruptly. I propose that you promptly publish a seminal paper to silence all detractors. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, replying, that's simply not feasible, my friend. Composing a scholarly article isn't like a hen laying eggs. It requires meticulous effort, with each element precisely placed. From conception to publication, it invariably takes a couple of months at the very least. By then, this matter will have long subsided, and it will be a moot point. Wherever people congregate, there is invariably contention. Although the spaceship operates under a semi-militarized administration, freedom of expression remains relatively unrestricted. Only when certain remarks severely undermine the solidarity of the civilization or the safety of the vessel will individuals be summoned for admonishment. Such skepticism, in reality, falls within reasonable bounds. This places considerable demands on the administrative acumen of those in charge, requiring them to foster cohesion among all individuals without resorting to excessive control. Highly skilled professionals are not mere soldiers. They necessitate greater autonomy to maximize their productivity. An hour later, Zhang Yuan was still vexed and pondering what course of action to take when Captain Ma telephoned. Without much preamble, he simply stated, "Come to the central auditorium in Sector A immediately. I need to see you about something." Zhang Yuan, not daring to delay, hastened to the location. He observed that the central auditorium was teeming with people, as if hosting some sort of convention. Numerous onlookers, having caught wind of the proceedings, had also thronged into the venue. "Mr. Zhang, this way, please." He was escorted forward by a comely young woman. "What do you need me for?" "You'll find out momentarily," the young woman teased, piquing his curiosity. As Zhang Yuan ascended the stage, a resounding ovation erupted from the audience below. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Zhang Yuan, our esteemed student. And this is Kai Kuan, another distinguished classmate." The host smiled as he remarked, in accordance with Captain Ma's directive, "I am here to conduct this public interview." In truth, the spirit of inquiry demonstrated by Kai is exceedingly essential for any civilized society. This statement rings true. The capable should ascend while the inept should descend, and fairness must prevail. We must eschew nepotism, Yet we must also promote the worthy without regard for personal enmity. We do not require a mediating approach that simply muddles the waters. One ought to receive what they rightly deserve. Now, let us witness the live interview of these two students. Observe how, in such a brief span, they have had no time to prepare their appearances, rendering it impossible for them to have rehearsed any answers. Kai, what are your thoughts? Kai appears somewhat bookish, and this top scorer in the written examination seems momentarily paralyzed by the gaze of over 1,000 onlookers. After a prolonged silence, he finally articulated, I believe this method of evaluation is commendable, provided that Zhang Yuan can truly convince me. And you, Zhang Yuan? Are you being summoned for a re-interview? Zhang Yuan still bore a bewildered expression. Laughter erupted from the audience. Being unexpectedly called to the spotlight in front of a multitude left Zhang Yuan feeling utterly embarrassed. Having spent the previous night studying tirelessly, he was now adorned with two conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, an undeniable source of humiliation. Yes, a re-interview. Questions will be random. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and glanced at Kai, who was likewise scrutinizing him, though his expression remained inscrutable. Very well. Should you have any inquiries? Feel free to ask. This method of resolution appears to be quite acceptable, albeit somewhat abrupt. Regardless, as long as the opposing party refrains from deceit, let the questions flow freely. However, to maintain fairness and impartiality, these interview questions are not posed by the host, but rather selected randomly from the audience. The host casually drew a number, 233. Zhang Yuan and Kai Kuan immediately sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from the onlookers. A male student from the audience stood up. Greetings. My research focuses on the domain of recurrent neural networks. Do you have any insightful suggestions regarding this? The topic of neural network stability caught Zhang Yuan off guard. This individual had essentially presented his own research question, seeking their assistance in answering it. What is this? A request for help in writing a thesis? If a commendable direction is provided, will an authoress name be required? Kai Kuan on stage was equally perplexed. He had not anticipated such a challenging question to arise first. Recurrent neural networks? What on earth? He had never studied that. Even as an academic overachiever, he was merely at the undergraduate level. Chapter 74. You have encountered a true anomaly. Please allow the contestants 3 minutes to contemplate. Soon, after 3 minutes had elapsed, the host passed the microphone to Kai Kuan. Struggling to recite some definitions, he found it increasingly difficult to evade the situation. Kai, somewhat apologetically, stated, I am sorry, but I currently do not possess any particularly good ideas. A wave of disapproval resonated from the audience, and although Kai felt a flush of embarrassment, he resolutely held his ground on stage. He lifted his gaze towards Zhang Yuan. I have a question. Zhang Yuan raised his hand, stating, I have heard of Hopfield networks. But what exactly is meant by network stability? The questioner chuckled softly, explaining, if certain weights within the network can converge to a balance point. This is referred to as weight convergence. Consequently, the output can then approximate the expected outcome, which we term system stability. Thus, convergence pertains to variables, while stability pertains to the system itself. If the stability of the system is not assured, the control system becomes unstable, undermining the foundation of the network's convergence. Zhang Yuan pondered momentarily before responding, Your field of research is one I have not delved into deeply. I have merely perused some papers. However, I have a few rudimentary thoughts that may interest you. Firstly, there is the issue of monotonicity. In the discrete time, continuous state Hopfield network model, one must consider whether the activation function of the neurons is monotonic or locally monotonic. Secondly, by investigating the conditions under which the energy function becomes a convex function, we can regard the operation of the Hopfield network as a constrained convex optimization problem, thereby attempting to establish sufficient conditions for the existence of a unique global minimum. Convex optimization, as you rightly pointed out, is indeed the direction in which I am engaged. I have another question. This time, the question struck a chord with the inquirer, who proceeded to pose several queries related to convex optimization, leading to an engaging exchange on mathematical concepts. At last, under the host's prompting, Zhang Yuan reluctantly stated, regarding the knowledge of convex optimization, if anyone is interested, feel free to approach me backstage for a discussion. I shall not elaborate here. Much of what he shared was merely a result of casual accumulation, and if he truly possessed the ability to adroitly compose a paper on the spot, he need not take the stage at all. He could simply ascend to the status of a scholarly deity. Below, a wave of applause resonated. Kai Kuan felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Blushing, he could only muster encouragement for himself. contemplating that perhaps the disparity stemmed from an insufficient sample size, coincidentally encountering a question beyond his grasp while the other party excelled in it. The host then inquired, "Number 666, please present your question." The questioner was a young lady whose inquiry was relatively pragmatic and not overly esoteric. "I would like to inquire about a matter concerning caching in servers. Specifically, how can one design a caching scheme in the most scientific manner?" The questioner even projected a PowerPoint presentation onto the screen. This inquiry bore significant professionalism. Yet it was comprehensible to all present. The host announced, "All right, everyone, please take 3 minutes to contemplate." The microphone was handed to Zhang Yuan. With a smile, he remarked, "I believe it would be best to first grant the opportunity to classmate Kai Kuan. I'm afraid that if I speak, he may have nothing left to contribute." The audience erupted into laughter, accompanied by a chorus of whistles. Some were convinced, while others remained skeptical. Kai Kuan was momentarily stunned. This time, he possessed a semblance of an idea, while his counterpart, Zhang Yuan, seemed at a loss for words, necessitating additional time for contemplation. "I wonder if anyone has heard of a scheme known as coding cache. The specific algorithm is as follows. Your point is well taken. It is now Zhang Yuan's turn," who cleared his throat. However, its limitation lies in the necessity to partition each file into segments that grow exponentially with the number of users, k. It is well known that such exponential divisions pose significant challenges in terms of algorithmic implementation. "May I borrow your digital pen and the large screen?" The host paused for a moment before consenting. Zhang Yuan proceeded to illustrate several diagrams on the screen. Essentially, this is a problem rooted in combinatorial graph theory. Our aim is to achieve a caching solution where f is polynomial in k and r remains constant. Alternatively, we seek to ascertain the existence of such a solution. Clearly, whether the number of file partitions can be transformed into polynomial levels, thus reaching an industrially viable standard, entirely hinges on the mathematical ability to construct a hypergraph problem that satisfies certain characteristics. At this point, a murmur of whispers arose among the audience. The onlookers, including many professionals, discerned the validity of the discourse. Applause erupted a few minutes later. Led by the questioner, the audience responded with thunderous clapping. Kai Kuan, now devoid of any semblance of composure, blushed deeply and hurriedly conceded defeat. He finally understood that despite both him and others scoring a perfect 100, his achievement stemmed from genuine ability, while the others merely had a paper that capped at 100. "Old Kai, you have encountered a true prodigy." Indeed, it seems the defeat was not entirely unwarranted. Chapter 75, Genetic Matching. A farcical episode has finally come to a close. The government's credibility has been restored, and it has ascended to a new level. There are mountains beyond mountains, and individuals beyond individuals. Henceforth, I shall maintain a humble and rigorous demeanor. A lengthy monologue, somewhat juvenile in tone, earned a chorus of scornful remarks. I have always asserted that, given the character of those academicians, it is impossible for them to engage in nepotistic scholarship. If one seeks mere indulgence, it would be better to remain on Earth. Do you think graduate students still pursue grades? They merely scored a few points lower in politics, while excelling in theoretical courses, if you must know. Such skepticism is, in fact, a necessary spirit for our new civilization. Garnering over 1,000 likes and numerous messages from admirers, all expressing a desire to be his life partner. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for words and could only choose to ignore them. The rounds of admissions interviews swiftly concluded, and regarding the final results for his peers, Zhang Yuan felt he could contribute little, perhaps sharing a modicum of experience. Li Zhendong and Yi Keifu performed quite well. As for the others, if they failed to gain admission, there was little that could be done. After all, each person has their own fate. May fortune favor them. A week later, a grand recruitment fair unfolded in the central hall of Area. Zhang Yuan was dragged from his dormitory against his will, feeling quite disgruntled. Why must I participate in such an event? I already have a work project and am busy preparing for graduate studies. This job fair is organized to assist those who have been unable to gain admission to graduate school and lack any extracurricular projects. Your approach is misguided. Sooner or later, it may lead to mental health issues. Prolonged study is detrimental to one's well-being. Li Zhendong stated with utmost seriousness. That's not true. I am quite content every day. Zhang Yuan replied. Happiness does not equate to health. You need to seek a life partner, someone to hibernate with and awaken alongside. Otherwise, you may find yourself spiraling into madness in the future. Zhang Yuan frowned, feeling that this notion was exceedingly bothersome. The existence of such a life partner policy is intended to mitigate psychological disorders in certain extraordinary circumstances. A life partner can be male or female, though typically they are couples. Consider this: centuries from now, upon awakening from hibernation, everything on Earth may have vanished, leaving only a handful of cold souls around you, with your only reliance being that so-called life partner. He casually inquired, "Have you managed to get together with Zhang Qinshan?" Upon broaching this topic, Li Jindong's face lit up with pride. "Of course. It's just Zhang Qinshan. With my charm, it was a piece of cake. Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" "That sounds splendid. I just recorded that last statement." Li Jindong immediately raised his hands in surrender. "No, please, delete it. I want to delete it. This serves as evidence." As Zhang Qinshan happened to approach, Li Jindong wore a pained expression, pleading, "Please, not like this. I finally managed to catch the attention of a girl. Let us discuss it amicably. I'll treat you to a large chicken leg." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Qinshan greeted as she ran over. "Hello," he replied. Upon careful consideration, he resolved to venture into the venue, eager to greet his future senior colleagues and establish a semblance of familiarity. Furthermore, as he aspires to delve into the realm of industry, it is imperative to familiarize himself with the prominent projects aboard the spacecraft. The recruitment fair was teeming with individuals, exuding an atmosphere of fervor akin to that of campus club recruitment drives. Due to the modest conditions, a few hastily assembled posters served as a makeshift stage. Numerous projects from various regions were actively seeking personnel. Some positions entail the maintenance of spacecraft technology, akin to training bona fide astronauts. These individuals must acquire extensive knowledge in spacecraft maintenance to ensure the vessel's operation during periods of dormancy when personnel are scarce. For instance, engineers responsible for extravehicular activities and various technicians handling spacewalk operations face significant challenges, requiring exceptional psychological resilience to excel. Additionally, there were training courses for part-time project involvement. The final category consisted of conventional projects, established to generate revenue for the Deep Space Foundation and address financial shortages, while simultaneously fostering innovative thinking among crew members. A gene-matching application? Zhang Yuan paused before a poster that highlighted this as a key initiative in their Region C, piquing his interest. A spirited young woman with short hair greeted him enthusiastically, saying, "Hey there, handsome. Do you have a knack for mathematics? We're primarily in need of mathematical minds. Those proficient in biology or programming are plentiful and currently not required." Intrigued, Zhang Yuan inquired, "What exactly does the gene-matching method entail?" As the girl elucidated, each individual's genetic makeup harbors approximately 200 to 300 gene defects. Should both parents share a defect in the same gene, their offspring are predisposed to inheriting a genetic disorder. However, through genetic matching, prospective partners can significantly mitigate the likelihood of congenital genetic diseases in their progeny. "Is that all there is to it?" Zhang Yuan inquired, casting a dubious glance around at the throng of individuals exhibiting keen interest in the project. "This seems like antiquated technology from 2 centuries past. What novel significance does it hold beyond a premarital examination to ascertain the probability of genetic diseases?" "It encompasses far more than that," the girl responded with a smile. "The detection of genetic diseases is merely one facet. Through extensive data analysis, we have discerned that an individual's aesthetic preferences are also genetically influenced. The greater the genetic disparity between a man and a woman, the more likely they are to be drawn to one another. What accounts for the phenomenon of love at first sight? Fundamentally, it is genetically determined, encompassing physical appearance, body odor, linguistic patterns, demeanor, and more. Notably, the MHC gene on human chromosome 6 serves as a pivotal gene influencing animal behavior, otherwise known as the major histocompatibility complex. After the other party's extensive explanation, Zhang Yuan finally grasped the essence of the matter. By employing this software in conjunction with DNA analysis data, the matched individuals would, in all likelihood, experience immediate mutual attraction upon meeting in person. At the very least, that was the technology they aspired to achieve. Following the matching process, there is a high probability of mutual affection, even to the extent that a beautiful woman might develop affection for an unattractive man. Is such a feat truly feasible? Chapter 76. Meeting with academician Ding Zhang Yuan remained skeptical at heart. He conceived of an ingenious scheme, restricting registration to the application to only attractive individuals, thereby facilitating instant infatuation. However, he verbally expressed skepticism. "Are you capable of deciphering genetic code, of interpreting the language of proteins? Has human technology advanced to such a sophisticated level?" Indeed, the relevant algorithms are still under investigation, spearheaded by Dr. Yu, a scholar of biology, who has already achieved some preliminary advancements. Zhang Yuan was tempted to remark that such extensive data mining might prove challenging. Nevertheless, he possessed a commendable habit of refraining from offering opinions on subjects beyond his expertise. On the whole, the project appeared promising, if successfully executed. Generating revenue on Earth would be a trivial endeavor. Provided the matching success rate was sufficiently high, a VIP membership priced at 1,000 yuan would undoubtedly be a bestseller. The multitude of individuals on Earth struggling to find companionship, engaging in frequent rendezvous, would undoubtedly adore this application, and even if they demurred, their parents would likely assist them in procuring it. At the registration point, numerous individuals expressed interest, and various screening procedures were being conducted methodically. Zhang Yuan harbored a degree of curiosity, but ultimately lacked the time to participate, thereby precluding his involvement. Subsequently, he toured the star project of Sector D, a VR interstellar travel experience, which aimed to replicate elements of the Earth age in the form of a VR game. This project, however, was rather unremarkable, given the maturity of the VR gaming industry and the existence of similar titles. Merely, the game triumphs due to its verisimilitude. The influence of the Earth era transcends mere recognition, establishing it as a preeminent intellectual property. Provided it is not shoddily constructed, the denizens of Earth will undoubtedly patronize it. Project E, similarly a virtual reality endeavor, bears the appellation VR Life, conceived by an individual of unknown origin. The appellation of the digitized ingenue is Lon Lon, a character archetype characterized by a modicum of diffidence, originating from a single-parent household. Zhang Yuan, with a dismissive gesture, wrinkled his nose, deducing it to be a game predicated on the exploitation of carnal desires. Surveying the surrounding populace, he appeared to comprehend the underlying rationale. Physiological exigencies, in essence, constitute fundamental requisites. Even those of elevated moral rectitude within the confines of the spacecraft are not immune to such impulses. The terrestrial inhabitants, moreover, are even more susceptible, given the boundless consumptive capacity of the solitary individuals. Zhang Yuan cast a cursory glance, evincing a lack of enthusiasm for the aforementioned diversion. Perambulating leisurely, he discerned that the preponderance of recruitment initiatives pertained to software engineering. Upon deeper reflection, this was scarcely surprising. The paucity of resources within the spacecraft dictated that merely satiating hunger and ensuring adequate repose were commendable achievements, precluding the allocation of surplus resources for widespread entrepreneurial pursuits. Consequently, software, being an inexhaustible commodity necessitating minimal resources, emerged as the predominant avenue. Each individual, upon embarking on the spacecraft, was equipped with a high-performance personal computer, thereby obviating any scarcity of requisite tools in this sphere. Turret Auto Chess seeks personnel, Li Zhendong exclaimed suddenly, seizing Zhang Yuan's arm. Proclaiming the accession of a virtuoso of unparalleled skill, with the added enticement of comely damsels for the team. As he hastily attempted to depart, he overheard Li Zhendong whisper in his ear, "Avert my demise, esteemed comrade. My endeavor is bereft of applicants. Lend your renown, merely for instrumental purposes, without any genuine expectation of your involvement in programming." After a brief interval, Li Zhendong's life partner, Zhang Qinchin, approached with a radiant smile. "Zhang Yuan has truly joined us. This project seems quite promising. I shall partake as well." The allure of fame, indeed, proves to be advantageous. A multitude of young women flocked towards them, eager to comprehend the game project while inquiring if Zhang Yuan had a significant other, leaving him visibly flustered. "I'm afraid I currently lack the time for romance. Nor do I have any such intentions. It's merely a life partner, not a romantic engagement. You could consider me your male confidant." The notion of a male confidant startled Zhang Yuan, rendering his face pale. Meanwhile, a group of young men, lured by various charms, gazed enviously, their eyes nearly brimming with longing. Suddenly, his eyes brightened upon spotting a familiar face, and he seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the throng of admirers. Brother Zhao, Zhao Qingfeng, who could be regarded as Zhang Yuan's direct superior in the near future, approached. With academician Ding being exceedingly busy and unable to devote much energy to mentoring Zhang Yuan, he had enlisted a senior to guide him. Brother Zhao was already a doctoral candidate, having been distinguished enough to be accepted by academician Ding, a true genius among geniuses. His capabilities were beyond question, as he was also an employee of the Wild Wolf Design Bureau, having interned for several years. Zhang Yuan, if you are already engaged in part-time work, it would be prudent not to involve yourself in multiple projects, as human energy is finite. I've heard you have a job on Earth already, correct? Zhao Qingfeng remarked earnestly upon noticing the mention of Arrow Tower Auto Chess. If this brilliant junior were to stray from the path and become ensnared in the futile pursuit of gaming, he would likely face severe reprimands from the teachers. No, it was merely to assist them in recruiting a few individuals. Zhang Yuan quickly replied, I have no time for gaming. That's good to hear. Zhao Qingfeng sighed with relief. The admission notices would not arrive for a few more days. Perhaps he could visit my place in the meantime. Engaging in early discussions with the teachers could prove beneficial. Sure. He turned back to bid farewell to Li Zhendong. After all, he had already managed to deceive them into accepting him. Whether he could ultimately remain would depend on his own capabilities. In Area A of the Circular Living District, the core zone of the entire spaceship encompasses the captain's quarters, the Wild Wolf Design Bureau, the Central Conference Hall, the Spacecraft Control Area, a hospital, and 2 universities, among various comprehensive service functions. Upon arriving at the office building of the Deep Space University, Zhang Yuan completed his enrollment report, even though his admission notice had yet to be issued. As a special talent, reporting early posed no significant issue. From the master's level onward, the focus is on cultivating independent and autonomous research capabilities. In truth, 99% of individuals in the world are ill-suited for research. They merely seek to obtain academic credentials to lead a more favorable life. This notion is not inherently flawed. However, here it is different. If one realizes during the process that they are indeed unsuitable, withdrawing early could be considered a stroke of good fortune. This is, indeed, a candid truth. The Deep Space University and the Starry Sky University have only recently been established, adhering to a philosophy of strict admission and rigorous expulsion. Those deemed unsuitable will be eliminated. Chapter 77. The Weightless Zone Academician Ding continued. In my lexicon, there exist not the notions of hardship or discipline, but rather passion and fulfillment. Therefore, I shall not constrain your daily work hours or weekly workdays. The impetus for learning emanates from your intrinsic motivation. Should any quandaries arise, feel free to consult me or your senior colleague. After a momentary pause, he inquired, by the way, in which facet of research do you aspire to engage? Space industry is but a broad discipline, encompassing numerous subspecialties. To master every aspect would be an unattainable feat. While he pondered, Senior Zhao interjected. If a comprehensive understanding of the space industry eludes you, perhaps first-hand observation aboard a spacecraft would be beneficial before determining a specialization. Establishing a firm foundation is never amiss. Furthermore, the laboratory's current conditions are regrettably subpar, with scarce resources. Any experiment necessitates queuing. I would advocate for acquiring more fundamental knowledge unless you possess an exceptional concept. Alternatively, you could conduct simulated experiments on the computer, a task for which I can provide assistance. The current gravity is simulated through centrifugal force. For certain delicate experiments, even the slightest Coriolis force can prove a nightmarish impediment. The nuclear fusion engine stands as the most intricate engineering endeavor to date. Comprehending its entire operational process would essentially qualify you for graduation. A notion stirred within Zhang Yuan's mind. Interning in the weightless zone beyond would undoubtedly be to his liking. The Earth-era's nuclear fusion engine represents the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. Only one paper is sufficient. Academician Ding remarked with a smile, seemingly discerning Zhang Yuan's query. Do not presume it to be facile. Were it not for the suboptimal laboratory conditions here, my expectations would be far more exacting. A whimsical notion seized Zhang Yuan, engendering a sudden apprehension. What if I am perpetually unable to produce a paper? Academician Ding responded with a hearty laugh. Either petition for withdrawal from the program, or perpetually defer graduation, becoming among the first to perish of old age amidst the stars. Academician Ding was, in truth, exceedingly occupied. Despite the extensive testing of the Earth-era vessel, numerous minor issues continued to surface throughout the voyage, necessitating ad hoc adjustments. Consequently, these luminaries were perpetually elusive. In the ensuing period, Zhang Yuan found himself interacting more frequently with his senior colleague, Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng, holding a grade 18 post, was responsible for the maintenance of the material circulation system. While also occupied, his level of engagement was demonstrably less demanding than that of academician Ding, allowing for daily interactions. So it is, Zhang Yuan mused, that work grade is directly proportional to the degree of busyness. My former grade 2 position was essentially that of a janitor, permitting unconstrained absenteeism, unlike your current role. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled. Not quite. My position does not necessitate constant supervision either. It is merely that, being the nascent phase of the voyage, there are a greater number of ad hoc adjustments required. Come, Zhao Qifeng offered. I shall escort you for a look around. Personnel with a work grade below level 10 were required to submit a report to their superiors and be accompanied by others in order to leave the residential zone. Verification successful. Please exercise caution. One of the nurses remarked with a smile. Mr. Zhang Yuan, please ensure that your excursions do not exceed 10 hours. Prolonged exposure may lead to excessive calcium depletion and subsequent osteoporosis. You might consider acquiring some calcium supplements from the hospital. Understood. I appreciate the advice. Another nurse playfully interjected. Wang Shua, why such exceptional service today? Do you perhaps harbor affections for him? Nonsense. I am consistently affable. Zhang Yuan, feeling disconcerted, promptly excused himself. The two donned their spacesuits and proceeded to the elevator. As the elevator ascended, the linear velocity decreased, and Zhang Yuan experienced a diminishing gravitational pull. Simultaneously, a sensation akin to being inside a spinning washing machine induced a feeling of vertigo. Eventually, upon reaching the spacecraft's central axis, the disorientation dissipated entirely, and both individuals were rendered weightless. Propelling themselves with their hands, they entered a track car destined for the airlock. Several soldiers guarded the airlocks. Upon verifying Zhang Yuan's and his companions' identities, they offered a salute. Exercise caution. Beyond lay the vacuum of space. The track car advanced along the central axis. Approaching the initial airlock, hiss. The sound of air being evacuated filled the chamber. Once the compartment was completely devoid of atmosphere, they proceeded to the subsequent airlock. This evacuation process was repeated thrice before the car successfully reached the vacuum of outer space. In the cosmos, matter is of paramount value. Humankind lacks the capacity to create a perfect vacuum. Consequently, each ingress and egress results in a minor loss of matter, an unavoidable circumstance. However, provided that the loss remains within acceptable parameters, it is tolerable. As they journeyed onward, Zhao Qifeng continuously elucidated the various facilities within the weightlessness zones. Do you know why there is no air in these areas? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, responding, primarily to reduce the mass of the spacecraft. Zhao, his senior, nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the density of air is low, its cumulative weight is quite significant. If the spacecraft were to weigh billions of tons, achieving even 7,000ths of the speed of light would be impossible. Consider this. Our collective mass of 500,000 individuals totals only 30,000 tons, which is several orders of magnitude less. The interior of the cabin was spacious, illuminated by dim lights. Zhao pointed towards the window, explaining that the intricate network of pipes was, in fact, the spacecraft's heat dissipation system. The heat generated in the living quarters is channeled through these condensation devices to the exterior, subsequently radiated away through the spacecraft's thermal sails. Although the average temperature in space hovers around -200 degrees, the absence of material exchange results in an exceedingly slow heat dissipation process, necessitating radiation as the sole means of cooling. As a crucial component of the ecosystem, heat dissipation is paramount for the spacecraft's operation. Zhao slowly remarked, in reality, our spacecraft's current capacity is insufficient to support 500,000 people. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. After all, were they not living comfortably? Chapter 78, Core Industries. Zhao chuckled lightly, noting that inadequate heat dissipation also compromised wastewater treatment capabilities. Do you know how much water each of us averages? Zhang Yuan shook his head in response. Zhao Qingfeng extended a hand. 5 tons. The entire spacecraft contains merely over 200,000 tons of water, resulting in an average of only 5 tons per individual. In contrast, how much does an Earth dweller possess? Approximately 0.13 cubic kilometers, equivalent to 130 million tons. An individual on Earth possesses 50 times what we collectively have. Consider this. With such a meager supply of water, our self-purification capability is virtually non-existent. The utilized water must undergo multiple levels of treatment: drinking water, industrial water, and domestic wastewater, among others. Notably, drinking water necessitates redistillation. The energy required for this process is substantial. While energy itself is not a concern, nuclear fusion provides an ample supply. The heat generated by industrial processes must be dissipated promptly. Failing to do so could result in a thermal accumulation issue, rendering our capacity for heat dissipation insufficient. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, comprehending the intricacies involved. The industrial operations aboard the spacecraft are interdependent. A single wastewater treatment unit may not be overly complex. However, when interconnected with other systems, it becomes significantly problematic. An error in any segment could precipitate the collapse of the entire system. Therefore, a spacecraft must maintain a notably high tolerance for error. He remarked, "So, shall we simply expel the excess heat through the discharge of materials?" "Indeed," came the reply. "We can replenish our resources upon reaching Europa, but after arriving at Jupiter, we will no longer have supplementary resources. At that point, everyone will need to enter hibernation, leading to a drastic reduction in population and sufficient heat dissipation capacity." As they conversed, the orbital vehicle arrived at its first stop, the core industrial zone. This is a vacuum zone, and coupled with the absence of gravity, maneuvering becomes exceedingly troublesome without any external forces. To facilitate the astronauts' movements, electromagnetic devices are strategically placed along the surface. By aligning the infrared probe on their spacesuits and emitting a signal, these devices generate a certain electromagnetic force that draws individuals towards them. Zhang Yuan was no stranger to these apparatuses. He quickly mastered their usage, gliding gracefully down the corridor. Through a thin layer of glass, he observed many workers diligently engaged in their tasks within the production area. Among them was an old acquaintance, Yi Keifu, intently focused on an electronic screen. Yet Zhang Yuan refrained from approaching him to exchange greetings. In truth, the workforce present was excessive. However, the management had opted for a saturated work approach to enhance everyone's proficiency. After all, fostering skill development was never a misstep. As he took a cursory tour of the entire industrial process, he noted that there were not many machines in operation. The space industrial production aboard the spacecraft possessed both advantages and disadvantages. To begin with the drawbacks, a highly conventional process such as extraction could not be directly achieved. For instance, shaking a bottle containing both water and oil vigorously allows the differing solubilities of the solute in water and oil to facilitate separation. This process is known as extraction. On Earth, this is quite straightforward. However, in the realm of space, the absence of weight renders the separation of water and oil impossible. Similar principles apply to chemical processes such as distillation, absorption, precipitation, and aeration, which are equally challenging to implement in a zero-gravity environment. However, it is precisely due to the absence of gravity that the centrifuge begins to shine brilliantly. Utilizing a centrifuge is tantamount to generating artificial gravity, enabling processes such as distillation, absorption, precipitation, and aeration to be accomplished. Moreover, in the realm of space, the centrifuge is free from the constraints of gravitational interference, allowing for the creation of larger environments and the more refined separation of purer substances. Brother Zhao inquired, "This supergravity distillation apparatus can generate a gravitational acceleration of 500 g. How many times faster is its separation rate compared to that of a distillation tower on Earth? Do you know the formula?" Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a minute. What was the relationship for the packing tower again? 7, 9 times. Zhao Qingfeng expressed mild astonishment, not expecting this lad to be familiar with such an obscure formula. Yet, it was merely a fleeting surprise, for there are always expectations for a genius. Indeed, the speed of distillation is proportional to the 1/3 power of the acceleration. The faster the rotation, the swifter the chemical purification process becomes. On our moon, there exists a remarkably complete silicon purification industry, though regrettably, you currently have no means to witness it. Through repeated acidification and distillation, it is possible to extract silicon ingots of exceptionally high purity, approximately 99, or about 15 nines, while Earth's industry can only achieve a purity of 11 to 12 nines, after which, due to oxygen and various other reasons, further refinement becomes exceedingly challenging. Pure silicon ingots serve as the foundation for chips. The higher the purity, the greater the yield of high-quality chips. Consequently, the moon has transformed into the epicenter of advanced manufacturing. The two continued their forward journey. If I am not mistaken, the machine ahead is the renowned YS 3D lithography machine. It stands approximately the height of a floor and resembles a large oven. However, it has been temporarily neglected, as the Earth-era vessel is incapable of producing any chips. The intricate structures within remain hidden from Zhang Yuan's gaze. Will it have deteriorated after 3 millennia? Surely not. Do you assume it will decay like a household television left unused? Zhao Qingfeng chuckled. We have conducted special treatments in advance. This is the expanse of outer space, free from the oxidation corrosion of oxygen. Although some quantum movements may occur, preservation for thousands of years poses no issue. Indeed, the vacuum environment coupled with ultra-low temperatures can preserve nearly anything for an extended duration. Even the remains of humans and animals can endure the passage of time. They lay desiccated, akin to mummies, encased in frost. The terror etched upon their faces remains, narrating the fate of their final moments. In times past, humanity gazed upon the Milky Way, depicting heroes within the constellations. Yet now, we continue to look upward, only to find that the heroes have become cold specters. The advancement of a civilization invariably entails sacrifice, and Zhang Yuan merely hopes for tranquil times, wishing that humanity may endure fewer such calamities in the future. Chapter 79. The observatory. Further ahead lies the fabled mother machine of industry, the very core of manufacturing. This mother machine is designed to create machines and tools, typically employed in the production of various high-precision machine tools, serving as a pivotal element in the resurgence of civilization. Nevertheless, this apparatus remains in a state of preservation and is typically not activated. Adjacent to it is a heavy metal 3D printer, the sole operational oversized machine at present, capable of producing moderately complex components. 3D printing is an advanced rapid prototyping technology that constructs objects based on digital model files, utilizing powdery metals or ceramics and other adhesive materials to create items layer by layer. In other words, once the equipment is designed on a computer, it automatically extrudes various components, which can then be assembled seamlessly. Young man, you may observe but refrain from touching. Do not meddle. You could incur substantial costs if you damage anything. One of the staff members, noticing Zhang Yuandong's wandering gaze, promptly issued a warning. They are not particularly fond of visitors like Zhang Yuandong. In this environment, where hazards may abound, any collision would not pose a significant threat, as the industrial area has implemented thorough safety measures. Nonetheless, such visitors remain a source of annoyance. Brother Zhao, what are you doing? This is my junior. Show some respect. Brotherly, upon hearing Zhao's reprimand, turned to Zhang Yuandong, who promptly greeted him. Each corner of this production area is a hub of concentrated knowledge, technology, and talent. With the minimum qualification being a doctorate, so addressing him as brother is hardly out of place. One should not strike a smiling face, brotherly remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Yuandong. These are the most sophisticated toys. Should you wish to study them, simply call on me. Just refrain from sneaking in and tampering with them. Several foreign interns managed to sneak into the warehouse and nearly activated the industrial mother machine, which infuriated me. Brother Zhao chuckled and inquired, what happened next? Brotherly scoffed. I initially contemplated calling the authorities to enforce a forced hibernation upon them, but upon witnessing their tearful expressions, I momentarily softened and let them go. Zhang Yuan widened his eyes, attempting to fabricate a pitiable expression, only to realize he lacked the acting prowess to evoke sympathy. It seemed he could no longer rely on mere theatrics for survival. Henceforth, he must triumph through sheer capability. Having nearly completed the tour of the first floor of the factory, they noted the existence of additional levels beneath the spacecraft, including the second, third, and fourth floors, dedicated to mineral smelting and light industrial production, which could be explored at a later time. Zhang Yuan felt it inappropriate to disrupt others' work, so he hurriedly pulled Brother Zhao away. After the tour, Brother Zhao promptly posed the question, what are your thoughts? Zhang Yuan sighed. It is truly magnificent. These machines represent the culmination of countless intellects, perhaps even more vital than our very existence. Yet, there is a sense of embarrassment, a feeling of having strength without purpose, as the majority of the machinery remains idle, with production lines scattered and incomplete. Brother Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Only upon reaching our destination and acquiring substantial resources can we truly put our skills to use. Having concluded their visit, Zhang Yuan had developed a preliminary understanding of the entire industrial system. The two continued their journey, passing by the astronomical observatory, where several astronomers were engaged in celestial observations. Devoid of celestial beacons or satellite transmissions in the cosmos, one must rely on the observation of astral bodies to ascertain their position. Yet, the entirety of the Milky Way is not static, but rather in constant motion and rotation. In cosmic navigation, even the slightest deviation can lead to vast discrepancies. A directional error of mere microseconds could result in an extended journey of billions of kilometers. Thus, Extensive calculations and observations are required for a relatively precise determination. A thought stirred within Zhang Yuan. According to the date, our spacecraft should be in the vicinity of Mars orbit, wouldn't it? Zhao Qifeng nodded, approximately. It's been over a month. Hasn't it? Would you like to take a look inside? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Earth-era spacecraft. Being inside, one is completely oblivious to being in the midst of the cosmos. There is a peculiar illusion of still residing on Earth. This, in fact, is a boon. Constantly reminding oneself of being in space, surrounded by mortal dangers, would drastically amplify psychological stress. A widespread outbreak of depression would be quite troublesome. At the Martian orbital position, the communication latency with Earth is approximately 4 minutes. Zhang Yuan typically employs short video clips when communicating with Earth. Let's go take a look at the observatory. Zhang Yuan carefully ascended to the observatory. A resplendent expanse of stars lay overhead. Here, one can engage in the most intimate communion with the majestic universe. The observatory was tranquil, or rather, every place in the zero-gravity zone was tranquil. Only a faint rustling sound occasionally emanated from the headphones. Bathed in the ageless radiance of starlight, witnessing the resplendence of the entire Milky Way galaxy evoked a unique sense of serenity, a stillness capable of immersing a restless spirit. Observed with the naked eye, Earth had transformed into a commonplace celestial body, its reflection of sunlight at a specific angle manifesting a pale azure hue, somewhat reminiscent of Sirius from a certain perspective. Mars, approximately 60 million kilometers from the spacecraft, appeared marginally larger than Earth, its solar reflection tinged with an amber luminescence. Through astronomical telescopes, one could even discern the space city, Mars 3, poised above the Martian surface. Mars 3, once the prototype for the Earth-era spacecraft, was a mobile space city. Though only a third of the size of the Earth era, it was ample for the technicians within. Future space cities would be designed with this mobile concept in mind. Expanding one's view to encompass the entire solar system, Mars appeared unremarkable, devoid of significant developmental value for humanity at present. From a space industry standpoint, Mars paled in comparison to the Moon, which, by virtue of its proximity to Earth, ease of access, low gravity, and absence of atmosphere, possessed abundant resources. In terms of exploitable resources, Mars was also surpassed by Europa and Titan. These moons, orbiting giant gas planets, possessed inexhaustible reserves of natural nuclear fuel. Titan, moreover, harbored vast quantities of hydrocarbons. Exploiting this celestial body would be tantamount to possessing immense petroleum reserves. The vast deposits of readily extractable organic matter are, indeed, quite valuable. Chapter 80. The Energy Desert Hypothesis. Consequently, Mars is not a primary focus for humanity. With only a solitary space city primarily serving as a scientific research outpost and transit hub, Martian enthusiasts are contemplating the possibility of melting the carbon dioxide at the poles to ameliorate the Martian atmosphere, with the aim of rendering it habitable in the future. Perhaps, should humanity experience a demographic explosion, exceeding the capacity of Earth and the Moon, Mars may be developed. Compared to other celestial bodies, this planet is relatively well suited for habitation. Currently, there is no evidence of extraterrestrial microorganisms, which is reassuring from a safety perspective. Zhao suddenly remarked. Within the bounds of available natural resources, social systems, and productive capacity, a larger population, particularly one with a high level of education and skills, is certainly preferable. However, capitalism acts as a contraceptive to population growth. In bygone eras, constrained by resource scarcity, the Earth's population stagnated for an extended period at 7 to 8 billion. Following the Fourth World War and the advent of nuclear fusion, civilization experienced a surge in birth rates. Nevertheless, the population growth rate has gradually decelerated, with an annual increase of less than 1. Transitioning from the current population of 10 billion to hundreds of billions or even trillions is an arduous task. For numerous families, even having a second child is a considerable burden. As for the low-quality population in some countries, their increase is of no value. Zhang inquired with a sudden inspiration. If artificial womb technology and robotic childcare were developed in the future, do you think it would alter this pattern? Zhao, with a shake of his head, remarked, the advent of artificial womb technology, liberating women, marks a pivotal moment in global progress. With this innovation, the clamor of feminist movements might finally subside. Yet, I remain skeptical about its impact on fundamental population growth. The crux lies not in gestation, but in the nurturing of children. The energy expended in raising a child far outweighs that of birthing one. My concern, rather, is directed towards certain smaller nations' uterine revolution strategies. A deluge of foreign immigrants could erode the influence of the native populace. Clashes in ideology and culture may well lead to the triumph of the inferior over the superior. History is replete with such instances. Zhang Yuan sighed, indeed quite so. Amidst their casual banter and a tour of the observatory, Zhang Yuan stumbled upon a hidden electronic reading room christened the Celestial Library, where a handful of individuals were engrossed in books. He mused to himself that those who could savor solitude in such a place must be paragons of intellect. Perhaps he, too, could someday seek solace here. The culmination of their journey was the mothership's tail, the location of the nuclear fusion engine. Its maximum ring diameter exceeded 400 meters. Even a mere glimpse was enough to inspire awe. Witnessing this behemoth, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of fervor in his heart. To toil here for the long term, the joy and sense of accomplishment would surely eclipse that of cleaning cabins. In a recent screen inspection, a cluster of cerulean and ivory plasma was discharging, with a myriad of parameters fluctuating nearby. Mr. Zhang narrowed his eyes, noticing that the indicated temperature was approximately 750 million degrees. You've arrived, Professor Ding. Mr. Zhang promptly greeted as a figure emerged from the adjacent room. Academician Ding was present, acquainting himself with the variations in parameters, and it so happened that they crossed paths. Mr. Zhang, it seems you have quite an affinity for this place. To fully comprehend this colossal contraption, you might need to delve into mechanics, nuclear physics, and plasma studies. There's a vast amount to learn. Mr. Zhang was naturally enthusiastic. Is there any task I can undertake at present? Commence with perusing some papers. If there's anything you find perplexing, you can consult your senior colleagues. You could also monitor the trajectory of plasma turbulence here, while concurrently investigating the engine's construction, such as the thermal numerical values of the helium-cooled solid breeder blanket, or the impact of periodic shocks on the helium turbine expander of the cryogenic system, and so on. You can select a topic of your own accord. I will grant you certain database privileges, if you thoroughly grasp the entire operational principles of the engine. The remaining space engineering tasks will be a cinch for you. Mr. Zhang responded affirmatively and located his seat. He fastened himself into the seat with great interest, endeavoring to find some papers to peruse in the database. Here, he could even access the control codes of various machines. Of course, he only had read access, not modification privileges. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuan discovered that his father had been involved in much of the control engineering for nuclear fusion, which naturally amplified his curiosity and eagerness to participate. He mused inwardly that working with nuclear fusion sounded prestigious, and he wondered how long Li Zhendong would boast if he encountered it. Nuclear physics, akin to high-energy physics, delves into profound theoretical studies at the microscopic level. While nuclear physics leans toward lateral applications, high-energy physics inclines toward deeper theoretical exploration at the microscopic level. However, in this era, high-energy physics has gradually waned, primarily because the readily understandable aspects have been elucidated, while the incomprehensible remains so. In the 23rd century, the Xia State Academy of Sciences once invested heavily in constructing a larger collider, but the endeavor yielded no unanticipated particles, rendering the project a quintessential white elephant. The standard model, based on non-abelian gauge fields, appeared to be the supremum of human understanding of nature. According to some scientists' estimations, validating higher-level theories and discovering unexpected physical phenomena would necessitate constructing a collider that encircles the solar system, an unattainable task for humanity. This conjecture is known as the energy-level desert hypothesis. Matter in nature exhibits drastically different properties at varying accelerator energies. At 10 electron volts, one can observe atoms disintegrating and decomposing into atomic nuclei and electrons. Within the energy range of 106 to 107 electron volts, one can observe the disintegration of atomic nuclei into neutrons and protons. At an energy level of 10-11 electron volts, the existence of electroweak particles can be detected, serving as a testament to the electroweak unification theory. The Large Hadron Collider, LHC, in Europe once achieved an energy level of 10-13 electron volts, leading to the discovery of the Higgs boson. China's collider, having consumed vast amounts of funding in the order of hundreds of billions, has once again elevated the energy level to 10-15 electron volts. And then, there was nothing more. At 10-15 electron volts, no new physics has been observed. The energy desert hypothesis posits that at the energy level of 10-24 electron volts, no new physical phenomena will emerge. According to current theories, to further explore high-energy physics, one must increase the energy scale by a billionfold. This gives rise to the concept of a solar system-sized accelerator, requiring a circumference of 10 trillion kilometers to achieve such feats. 10 trillion kilometers. Yet, this is not the entirety of high-energy physics. Such an accelerator may only be capable of observing the unification of the strong force, electromagnetic force, and weak force, without incorporating gravity. To thoroughly investigate quantum gravity, or the fabled theory of everything, one would need to construct an accelerator spanning 1,000 light-years in length, thus termed the galactic accelerator. Chapter 81. 5 months. The sheer magnitude of the leap in energy levels is why this conjecture is dubbed the energy desert. The vast majority of civilizations have perished along the way, unable to glimpse what lies beyond. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yuan let out a silent sigh. The universe is so vast that one cannot help but wonder if there exists a super-civilization willing to undertake a divine project such as the galactic accelerator. As early as the 20th century, scientists posited that to further explore the mysteries of nature, an alternative approach is essential, rather than resorting to the crude probing of particle colliders. For instance, low-temperature physics might unveil an unheard-of new particle when addressing the conditions of absolute zero. Regrettably, despite the tireless efforts of countless brilliant minds, a novel breakthrough has yet to be discovered. This is indeed a lamentable situation, as the stagnation in high-energy physics compels humanity to venture into other fields, leaving one uncertain whether a viable path can be found. Nonetheless, such avant-garde matters are likely a source of concern for the luminaries. Zhang Yuan does not presume he can effect any change alone. He possesses a significant virtue, self-awareness, which prevents him from becoming troubled by the inexplicable. Currently, the predominant focus of physical research is condensed matter physics, a discipline that boasts more vitality and practical value compared to high-energy physics. It provides robust theoretical support for the development of new materials, technologies, and processes. Astonishingly, nearly 1 million papers have emerged. 1 million. Even if he were to absorb new knowledge at an accelerated pace, it would be impossible to read them all. Secretly, he scoffed at the sheer volume of publications, lamenting that this flood of information offers little respite for future scholars. Observing his stunned expression, senior brother Zhao chuckled and reassured him that there is no need for haste. Instead, he should focus on learning and engaging more deeply. Humanity has been engaged in the exploration of nuclear fusion for 3 centuries, and despite the production of millions of papers, it remains a field worthy of selective scrutiny. Currently, I am in the process of crafting a diagnostic analysis tool. While there are already remarkable finished products available, creating one myself inevitably leads to a distinct understanding of the subject. I recommend that you embark on some research pertaining to tritium accumulation. Although this area has been thoroughly investigated, revisiting it independently offers a unique perspective. As time passes, day by day, coupled with the assistance of the talented Zhang Yuan's progress accelerates significantly. By the 5th month of our endeavors, each individual in the laboratory exhibits unique characteristics. Zhao possesses an intriguing quirk. When pondering complex problems, his neck seems to lose its support, causing his head to droop onto his shoulder. He also prefers to avoid confinement to a chair. In the absence of gravity within the laboratory, he sways freely, resembling a weeble. Meanwhile, the 2 senior female colleagues, akin to caring matriarchs, are incessantly preoccupied with introducing him to potential life partners, which becomes quite tiresome. Zhang Yuan's most notable trait is his propensity to work tirelessly through the night. The more he exhausts himself, the greater his joy, undeterred by fatigue. Instead, he becomes increasingly meticulous, a characteristic that evokes a shiver among his peers. He perceives himself as a novice, finding it challenging to produce commendable work, convinced that without such exertion, it would be impossible to keep pace with others. As Zhang Yuan delved deeper into the realm of nuclear fusion, he found himself increasingly captivated by its profound complexities, such as the impacts of periodic shocks. From any perspective, there existed a plethora of exemplary papers. However, on this particular day, Zhang Yuan accomplished the creation of his very first table detailing the fusion rates of helium-3 ions under varying triplet conditions. Though it was merely a minor task, and standard answers were readily available, the moment his results aligned with the established solutions brought him an unparalleled sense of joy. The truth is indeed reproducible. The ancients have not deceived me. He shook his heavy head and exhaled deeply, causing a layer of mist to form on his glass helmet. Oh, now I truly comprehend the origin of those countless papers. The journey has been arduous. This endeavor encompasses an overwhelming array of subjects, yet the intersections among them are sparse, often separated by vast chasms. For instance, experimental fusion devices and auxiliary facilities, plasma heating and current drive, plasma engineering and control, diagnostics, data acquisition and remote participation, magnets and power supply, vacuum chambers, in-chamber engineering and robotic arms, material science, and so forth. Each subject is substantial enough to occupy a lifetime of study. Even a genius such as himself cannot master them all. You've done remarkably well with this table. It's impressively precise for just 5 months, remarked Zhao, his expression slightly peculiar. I have a question. How do you manage to maintain such focus for an entire day? He had personally witnessed Zhang Yuanyue's intense dedication and the astonishing speed of his progress. If not for his solid psychological preparation, he would have been utterly astounded. How long did it take him to create this illustration back then? It seems he spent a full 10 months on it. And the most crucial point is that he was a doctoral student. Zhang Yuan tapped his glass helmet, pondering. Focus? I cannot say for certain. Brother Zhao, are you unwell and unable to concentrate? Perhaps you should take a break. Studying for extended hours is detrimental to one's health. Zhao Qingfeng blinked, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Come on, should I not be the one saying this to you? It is not that I cannot focus. It is merely that after prolonged periods, one experiences fatigue. After all, we are not machines. Fatigue is a physiological instinct. I see you can maintain your attention for long durations, staring at the screen all day. Is it due to some exceptional talent? Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment and replied with a smile. As long as we perceive controlled fusion technology as a remarkably aloof young lady, even the most tedious hours become entertaining. The struggle of coaxing this aloof lady, represented by magnetic confinement, has taken centuries to succeed, employing methods that could easily fill a romance novel. Does that not sound rather intriguing? There seems to be some truth in that. Please, continue. There exists a cosmic truth. Men will forever remain oblivious to the reasons behind a woman's displeasure. The inability to attract a woman is solely the man's fault. One must strive to rectify and amend their shortcomings. These million papers represent humanity's endeavor to correct its errors. A written confession, a process of being a devoted admirer. If viewed in this light, it might indeed become a tad more interesting. Very well. Zhao Qingfeng paused for a moment, then broke into laughter. Is remaining single a prerequisite for high combat effectiveness? Hold on, what does it mean to be a sycophant? To fawn over nature itself? He jested. It seems this method is rather ineffective. If by being obsequious, the goddess of nature would reveal her splendor, researchers throughout history would have already pinned her down and scraped off a layer of her skin. Zhang Yuan chuckled. That's because she has a penchant for novelty. Simply using the old methods of flattery has long since bored her, and she pays no heed. If you employ innovative approaches, she might bestow a small favor upon you. Therefore, we must constantly innovate and devise new methods. Brother Zhao erupted in laughter. Chapter 83. Work-level assessment. The young women working together in the room, due to their private channel communication via headphones, were unable to hear this exchange. However, they caught glimpses of Brother Zhao's gestures and were intrigued, wondering what they were discussing with such animated movements and private channels. It's nothing, really nothing, just complaining about the arduous life of research dogs, Zhang Yuan quickly explained. Is that so, Zhang Yuan? You've only been working for 5 months and already find it unbearable? This senior colleague, named Anna, was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. Of course, nationality is no longer a significant distinction, and unless one holds particularly strong religious beliefs, their original ethnicity is not overly important. That's not quite right. Perhaps you should consider taking a couple of days to rest and adjust your mindset, rather than sitting in the laboratory all day long. Zhang Yuan quickly offered a polite laugh, indicating that he was merely not well-rested and not weary of learning. After a period, silence reclaimed the room. Brother Zhao inquired discreetly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Not yet," he replied. "I haven't had the time." "No wonder," Zhao responded. "I am already married. So it is difficult for me to employ such methods. Men and women are equal, and it would be better if you did not harbor such thoughts. Mere flattery is insufficient to win a girl's heart. One should pursue with equanimity. Countless instances of sycophants demonstrate that they ultimately possess nothing. That's not it. I was merely using an analogy," Zhang Yuan retorted. "The nature goddess is no ordinary deity." Zhang Yuan inwardly rolled his eyes. Did he need to pursue girls? No. He would only be pursued. Brother Zhao suddenly said earnestly, "In truth, Anna and the others' concern is not without reason. Although you can hibernate later, I suggest you seek a life partner sooner rather than later. Since the vast majority of people will hibernate on schedule, you will have no options by then. These few in the office are already spoken for, so it is impossible for you to have a chance. Zhang Yuan sighed. Brother, I truly have no time. Such matters depend on fate. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter if I don't have a life partner. My psychological endurance is still quite good. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, ceasing to meddle in the private affairs of others. Oh, yes, one more thing to remind you. In 2 days, the spaceship will turn, at which point the main engine will be shut down. If you're interested, you can visit the control site of the lateral engine. If water consumption exceeds the limit, the price will increase sharply. After leaving the public bathroom, he washed and dried his clothes. Zhang Yuan has gradually acclimated to the life aboard the spacecraft. It is busy, yet fulfilling. Over the past few months, aside from the scarcity of material comforts, the spiritual life of the inhabitants has undergone a remarkable transformation. Venues such as basketball courts, table tennis halls, cinemas, and fitness centers have begun to open, infusing life with a newfound vibrancy. Next, he opened his email to continue his work on the robotics program back on Earth. His collaborator is a doctoral student named Guahao, who diligently organizes the project as progress and the challenges encountered each day. After months of relentless effort, the framework of the entire program has nearly reached completion, with only minor adjustments remaining. The daily workload has lessened significantly, now requiring only 3 to 4 hours to accomplish. Many software-related tasks are projected to be completed within 5 months, allowing everyone's leisure time to flourish. Of course, this does not include Zhang Yuan, who eschews video games and virtual relationships, opting instead to occasionally play table tennis. Suddenly, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Rising from his seat, he opened the door to find Li Zhendong, who was busy recruiting testers for his game, Tower Chess. He greeted everyone enthusiastically, forcefully thrusting an invitation code into Zhang Yuan's hands. Though there remains a plethora of bugs to fix, the game is finally playable. Li Zhendong wore a relaxed expression, exclaiming, "While I pursue my graduate studies, I also work on programming. What a challenge. Please help me out and test it." "Oh, it is I who have assisted you with the artistic design, is it not? Look at Zhang Yuan, whose workload surpasses yours by a great margin. He toils until 11 o'clock each night." Zhang Qinshan, trailing behind Li Zhendong, incessantly critiques. Yet, she is acutely aware that everyone is indeed occupied, thoroughly occupied. Her disparagement is merely a habitual gesture. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, unlocking his phone with a mere tap. No need to download an app. As he seamlessly entered the gaming interface. Oh, the graphics appear rather impressive. In a few months, there will be a performance evaluation, followed by a reassignment of work levels based on the results, is there not? This upcoming assessment is of utmost significance. Those with elevated ranks essentially become natural leaders. Moreover, during the 3,000 years of dormancy, there will be little alteration in work levels. Li Zhendong, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "As for me, it matters not. For I am already a postgraduate student, and even if I perform poorly, I shall still possess a level of 5 or 6. The real issue lies in the subpar game development, which has led to a plethora of disappointed peers, all of whom have missed out on commendable achievements. The impressive graphics are attributed to the latest 3-dog engine. Are you employing cloud gaming loading technology? What is the purpose of that? It is fashionable. Furthermore, it showcases our technical prowess, much like composing a thesis. One must incorporate contemporary trends, no? Cloud gaming technology represents an innovative approach to information processing. In essence, all games operate on a super server. When users wish to engage in gaming, they connect directly to this superhost, allowing for ultra-low latency interaction between the game visuals and player actions via remarkably swift internet connectivity. To put it simply, it enables users to play games through a streaming interface. Consequently, users are spared the necessity of downloading or installing a client. A mere click of an icon suffices to initiate gameplay. However, it is patently obvious that the spacecraft's network speed is not conducive to seamless gaming, resulting in a rather choppy experience. While undeniably fashionable, the exorbitant cost of data aboard our vessel renders it a far cry from the affordability enjoyed on Earth. Should widespread adoption be your aim, I would counsel the development of a dedicated client. Given the game's modest graphical demands, such an approach seems far more pragmatic. Zhang Yuan, in truth, harbors little enthusiasm for gaming. In his eyes, electronic games are merely exercises in optimizing numerical values. Nevertheless, out of deference to his friend, he indulged in a few rounds of chess, offering some perfunctory suggestions. Alas, this game is not intended for the denizens of spaceships. Its primary audience resides on Earth. A cogent point, indeed. Chapter 84. The $100 million man. At this juncture, Li Jindong lamented, enjoyment is of little consequence. Recognition on the Forbes list is the true measure of success. Which list are you referring to? Zhang Yuan inquired, perplexed. The Forbes list, of course. You are truly oblivious to worldly affairs, Li Jindong exclaimed. It was conceived by a fellow named Forbes, and it serves to assess the wealth generated by us young individuals on Earth. In essence, it's a non-governmental ranking that gauges the value of our work and offers some predictive insight into future job classifications. For instance, if my game is valued at 100 million, my equity stake would translate to a net worth of 20 million. Zhang Chenxing spoke with evident irritation. You must be dreaming. $1 billion? You can't even sell for $1 million. All our efforts over the past few months have been in vain, leaving us with nothing. While I am still stuck as a level 1 personnel, Li Jindong frowned and retorted, who said it was nothing? Surely, we can't sell for a mere penny. Zhang Yuan, uninterested in their banter, curiously opened the so-called Forbes list on his phone. He discovered that the list was divided into two distinct categories, one for academic influence and the other for wealth creation. Why is it limited to individuals under 30? Isn't that obvious? Li Jindong rolled his eyes. Do you really wish to compare your influence with that of esteemed academicians? Furthermore, Forbes cannot access the confidential data of those moguls. After searching the Forbes list for a considerable time, Zhang Yuan finally spotted his name. Academic influence, 1134. 1. Ranked 66th. Which was roughly in line with his expectations. Although Zhang Yuan had only published a single paper on robotic dynamics, its value was quite significant. However, the impact factor of the journal, Scientific Vanguard, slightly hindered its prominence. His net worth was recorded at 2 million, placing him at rank 1733. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, pondering how Forbes had managed to procure his personal data. Furthermore, being ranked 1733 was far below his expectations. It seemed that in the era of Earth, there were indeed many talented individuals. In just a mere 6 months, his 2 million in net worth had relegated him to over 1700 in rank. Is everyone truly capable of amassing wealth? In such a brief span of time, so many millionaires have emerged. Indeed, knowledge can profoundly alter one's destiny. Zhang Yuan finally comprehends the source of Li Jindong's anxiety. His net worth is too modest, rendering him incapable of flaunting his success. However, in an instant, Zhang Yuan's spirits lifted again. Being ranked over 1700 is undoubtedly a positive outcome. He remains indifferent to the allure of wealth. It is finally improbable that he will be recognized while strolling down the street. He relishes a low-profile existence, preferring solitude and seclusion. He has no inclination for the limelight or the sensation of being on stage. The mere thought of returning to a more understated life fills Zhang Yuan with inexplicable joy, compelling him to stifle a laugh. It seems several star projects have successfully secured funding, boasting lofty valuations. Li Jindong lamented, take that gene-matching app for instance. It has been valued at a staggering 1 billion, creating numerous millionaires. Even programmers have amassed fortunes in the millions. Gene matching has been successful? Zhang Yuan felt a spark of interest. While it has not achieved complete success yet, it is undergoing trials and generating significant buzz. You might want to give it a try. There is also a VR life game that has received a valuation in the hundreds of millions, instantly elevating the entrepreneurial teams involved. Larger teams possess distinct advantages, as their networks facilitate connections with venture capitalists and operational teams across the globe. While smaller teams face greater challenges and must seek assistance from deep space foundations, requiring extensive documentation and navigating through numerous reviews. At last, Zhang Yuan grasped the essence of this individual's thoughts. It seems you wish to enlist others to help you forge connections on Earth. He cleared his throat and remarked, the only person I know on Earth is Professor Wang. What assistance can I possibly offer you? Are you hoping to bypass the review process? That seems implausible. Li Jindong appeared somewhat embarrassed. But you also know Chairman Ma and Chairman Wang, right? Such a trivial matter should be effortless for you. Please, lend me a hand. I wouldn't come to you if I had any other option. My wretched father completely ignores me. All right. Zhang Yuan paused, realizing he had nearly forgotten about this matter. It was merely a small favor. Of course, absolutely. How much equity do you desire? He chuckled, Just kidding, that's out of the question. Zhang Yuan compiled some information and sent it off. After approximately half an hour, his phone chimed. I would like to recommend Manager Gliese, who specializes in game operations. For you, please discuss the specifics of the collaboration with him. Additionally, I have tremendous news to share. The first phase of our collaborative project has been successfully completed, and we are quite satisfied with the simulation testing results. We have already decided to increase our investment, and rest assured, your equity will remain at 10. At this rate, we are indeed at a significant loss. I'll offer 120 million for your shares. What do you think? From Chairman Ma's exuberant tone. It was evident that although he claimed it was a loss, he was actually reaping profits. This project might possess greater potential than Zhang Yuan had anticipated. Well, we really secured the deal? Please send me the contact information promptly. Upon hearing the information from the operators, Li Zhendong anxiously urged Zhang Yuan. Standing behind him, Zhang Chunxin gaped in astonishment, pointing at a figure on his phone, seemingly in disbelief. The Forbes list revealed that Zhang Yuan had amassed a fortune of 100 million, denoted by an astonishing 8 zeros, ranking first. This marked the first instance in the Forbes rankings where someone had crossed the 9-digit wealth threshold, swiftly igniting a tremendous sensation. Wow, the billionaire has emerged. Zhang Yuan, a name that seemed vaguely familiar. Ah, that's him, sitting right in front, engrossed in a book. Shall we ask for a photo? Achieving 100 million in half a year is no trivial feat. It's not as if everyone is a real estate mogul like Wang Jinxiu, for whom $1 billion is merely a minor goal. Come on, can you not discuss this in the library? It's quite awkward. Zhang Yuan set down his book, straining to listen as whispers filled the air. He realized that he could no longer remain in the library. The sensation of being in the spotlight was overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Why does fate seem to favor some while eluding others? Why has he become famous yet again? His head throbbed in distress. Soon, a group of reporters, led by the familiar Lin Xin, tracked down Zhang Yuan and extricated him from the library. Zhang, it's you again. May I take a few minutes of your time to ask some questions? Lin Xin, who stood at the forefront, was already an old acquaintance. Although Zhang Yuan initially intended to decline the interview, the microphone was already thrust toward his lips. Upon witnessing the piercing gazes of the journalists, who seemed to convey that not granting an interview would be a dire mistake, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden jolt of apprehension and swiftly swallowed the words poised on his lips. Hello, Reporter Lin, he greeted, acknowledging the group of stunning young women dedicated to gathering various news aboard the Earth era. Their instincts were sharper than those of hunting dogs. Once they set their sights on a target, no matter how well one concealed themselves, they would be unearthed. Even esteemed figures like Academician Ding had no choice but to comply with their requests for interviews. After all, countless individuals on Earth were closely monitoring this spacecraft, and periodic news updates were essential to maintain the influence of the Earth era, which benefited the entire aerospace industry and future deep space endeavors. This was, indeed, a matter of political correctness. Joking aside, Zhang Yuan dared not confront them directly. Lin Xin, with a beaming smile, was immensely pleased as she signaled the photographer behind her to adjust the camera lens. Clearing her throat, she inquired, Mr. Zhang Yuan, the journey to Jupiter has surpassed the halfway mark. As the first individual on the Forbes wealth list to break the 9-figure barrier, do you have any particular thoughts on this? Zhang Yuan took the microphone, hesitating for a few seconds before replying. Not much to say, really, just 100 million. Having more money doesn't make much difference. Reporter Lin shot him a disapproving glance, questioning his choice of words. Zhang Yuan quickly shifted the topic. In truth, this ranking fluctuates significantly. The 100 million I possess is merely an estimated valuation of my equity, not the cash I have in hand. Valuation and actual cash are two distinctly different concepts. Reporter Lin chuckled. Mr. Zhang Yuan, you are indeed too modest. I have heard that there are offers exceeding 100 million to acquire all your equity. So liquidating shares for cash is a straightforward procedure, wouldn't you agree? Have you entertained the notion of divesting your equity and converting it into liquid assets? Is your reluctance to sell predicated on the belief that the company possesses further potential for appreciation? Indeed. The reporter once again donned a professional smile. Here's another query for you. What accounts for the meteoric rise in the value of your equity? In a mere 6 months, it has surged 50-fold, from 2 million to 100 million. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yuan elucidated. The company underwent a reevaluation during the financing rounds. To put it plainly, initially, it was merely a fledgling startup with no tangible accomplishments. Venture capitalists invested $20 million, granting me a 10% stake, thereby valuing my holdings at $2 million. Subsequently, the project bore fruit, successfully securing copyrights and patents. Coupled with the commendable simulation fidelity, major corporations flocked to invest $1 billion. Is $1 billion a substantial sum? In the realm of hardware development, it is, in fact, a modest amount. The ensuing research and development expenditures are exorbitant. Simulations conducted on supercomputers cannot supplant real-world experimentation. Industrialization necessitates the fabrication of various molds and extensive field testing, with each mold potentially costing millions. Should the research falter and new investments fail to materialize, my net worth could swiftly revert to zero. That, in essence, is the situation. The young lady nodded attentively, comprehending the basic principles. Zhang Yuan continued, I am not privy to the intricacies of the development process. I suggest you direct your inquiries to Mr. Guahao, my liaison on Earth. Well, I'm only responsible for the theoretical aspects. I'm not involved in the subsequent testing. She further inquired, so, are you in charge of the company's operational management? If a crisis were to occur, what actions would you take from afar? Zhang Yuan was becoming somewhat impatient. With so many questions, he felt that if they continued, they could go on indefinitely. Moreover, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and their gazes were making him uneasy. It's of no consequence. I'm merely a minor shareholder, not involved in internal operations, and have little say. Currently, I'm only engaged in a certain aspect of technological development. Whether it goes bankrupt or operates normally, I just hope they can operate normally. Seeing his nonchalant and absent-minded demeanor, Lin Xianxian felt rather displeased. This involves $100 million, a major piece of news. Yet you act this way. Regret? There's no regret. Zhang Yuan said nonchalantly, it just feels like earning some game currency. There's a slight excitement, but nothing significant. What does $100 million equate to? It's equivalent to 300 kilograms of gold. With the vastness of the cosmos, would you be exceptionally thrilled for 300 kilograms of gold? I certainly wouldn't. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. The young lady's forehead veins were throbbing, and she wanted to say she would be, but also felt like punching him. She finally realized that this fellow didn't want to be interviewed and was deliberately causing trouble. She endeavored to utter a few words. It appears our fellow student Zhang possesses an exceptionally noble character. Is there anything else you wish to convey to everyone? The journalist, Lin, involuntarily rolled her eyes, biting her lower lip in a strenuous effort to prevent a complete outburst. Ms. Lin, it's irretrievable. It has been broadcast live. The anticlimactic interview concluded, marred by a minor broadcasting mishap. An hour later, a deluge of feedback inundated Earth, with a plethora of comments overwhelming Zhang Yuan. Even within the ship's internal network, the incident garnered significant attention, as everyone discussed the remarkably young centimillionaire. Zhang, feeling a sense of trepidation, promptly extended an apology to the journalist, Lin Xianxian, via social media. Frankly, he was entirely unprepared for the resurgence of his fame. Is it merely about earning some money to spend? Not quite. Initially, I presumed that since everyone had departed from Earth, there would be a certain indifference towards money, and that wealth rankings would primarily serve a humorous and entertaining purpose. However, I did not anticipate the fervor that ensued. Perhaps, from certain perspectives, money indeed serves as a benchmark for measuring success. After years of living on Earth, many notions have ingrained themselves into a natural habit. Wealth is synonymous with success, and that is the prevailing sentiment. The mindset of those aboard the spacecraft has not yet completely transformed. Or perhaps, there are other factors at play. Zhang Yuan let out a deep sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Li Xindong's number. Li Xindong was diligently negotiating partnership agreements with operators on Earth. How is it going? Have you discussed matters with them? They are interested and are still negotiating terms. Everyone is keen on making profits. Although our project is solely aimed at generating revenue for the Foundation, we cannot undervalue our labor. The current signal delay has reached 2,000 seconds. Each of us takes turns speaking, consuming 40 minutes for a single exchange, making communication increasingly cumbersome. In most instances, we can only resort to emails. Perhaps due to the swift progress in negotiations, Li Xindong was in high spirits. By the way, could you facilitate introductions? Do you require any equity? How much gold would be sufficient? Would 300 grams suffice? Zhang Yuan, slightly irked, remarked. The trivial matters you speak of hold no allure for me. My current aspirations transcend mere gold. I now seek 300 kilograms of antimatter. Antimatter? That commodity is exceedingly valuable. One must venture to the galactic center to extract it. The wealth of the universe is nearly boundless. Nestled between the eastern reaches of Gemini and the western confines of Leo lies a celestial body brimming with gold. This golden planet's core is composed of manganese, while its surface glistens with gold, boasting a minimum of over 100 billion tons, at least millions of times the total quantity of gold found on Earth. Additionally, there exists a planet known as 55 Cancri, often referred to as a diamond planet, where it is highly probable that 1/3 of its mass consists of diamonds. As for antimatter, it too can be found. Approximately 500 light-years above the Milky Way, there exists a source that incessantly ejects antimatter, forming a breathtaking antimatter fountain that stretches a staggering 940 light-years. The precise reason for this phenomenon remains unknown, and humanity is far from capable of traversing such distances to harness antimatter. In any case, the universe is replete with enigmas yet to be unraveled. Well then, take your time to converse. I can be of no further assistance. Farewell. After hanging up the phone, with the day drawing to a close, he decided to retire for the night. The following day, Zhang Yuan found himself entangled in the troubles that accompany fame. Various statements regarding the 300 kilograms of gold had inexplicably morphed into a popular meme. The Forbes list had also been freshly updated, recalibrating each individual's worth based on the quality of gold, further amplifying Zhang Yuan's burgeoning notoriety. For instance, the individual in first place possesses an astonishing wealth equivalent to 311 kilograms of gold, while the second place follows closely with 233 kilograms. When valued in such a manner, the wealth rankings appear rather comical. The actual wealth each individual holds is merely a trivial amount. The senior students in the laboratory have affectionately nicknamed him 300, omitting the reference to gold, which humorously suggests that his weight is akin to 300 kilograms. Due to the relentless teasing, Zhang Yuan found himself unable to endure another moment in the lab after a morning filled with jests. Perhaps they had uncovered the fact that he remains without a romantic partner, prompting this group of unattached young women to actively pursue him. "Zhang, may we exchange our contact information?" one inquired. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuan acquiesced. "Could I ask you math questions in the future?" Another girl suddenly asked. "Math? It depends on the type of mathematics. I am not omniscient," he thought, filled with disdain. He pondered whether they could truly pose any significant questions. A genuine prodigy ought not to be so ostentatiously adorned, though perhaps that notion is flawed. The correlation between appearance and academic prowess is tenuous at best. Remaining single is, after all, the optimal strategy for maintaining high resilience, as one cannot afford to divide their attention when yearning for the affections of an ethereal goddess. As he continued on his path, he arrived at the safety monitoring entrance leading to the zero-gravity zone. A sudden impulse compelled him to slip inside, leaving the girls behind. "I must attend to my work now. Let us converse another time." He sighed deeply, feeling quite troubled. With such a vast spaceship, it seemed there was no refuge for him. He was not a celebrity and certainly did not require any admirers. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? After donning his spacesuit and passing the safety inspection, Zhang Yuan returned to the zero-gravity zone. The journey from Earth to Jupiter had reached its halfway point, and they were about to initiate the process of turning the ship. This involved rotating the entire vessel 180 degrees to realign the solar sails, which had previously faced the Sun and the Moon, now towards Europa. The artificial light source from Europa would illuminate the solar sails, generating light pressure to decelerate the spaceship. The rotation process was quite straightforward. It merely required expelling some plasma pulses sideways to provide angular momentum. "Zhao, please refrain from mocking me. That nickname is truly unflattering," Zhang Yuan said with evident displeasure. "And it's quite bothersome." Zhao Qingfeng chuckled softly. "Oh, don't overthink it. Everyone is simply seeking a bit of amusement out of boredom. With no ill intentions, they are merely looking for a sliver of psychological comfort. Soon, it will all pass." Chapter 87. Unease. Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. Initially, boarding the spaceship had brought with it the pang of parting, yet it also stirred feelings of anticipation and novelty for the future. Each individual was acutely aware that, in the desolate expanse of the universe, this mothership represented their entirety. Such a sense of security was gravely lacking. Although the Earth-era vessel was grand and offered warmth and comfort, it could never compare to Earth, a planet that had stood resilient for 4.6 billion years in the cosmos. A medium-sized meteorite, upon collision, possesses the potential to obliterate a spacecraft entirely, leaving no survivors. Humanity, a diminutive and fragile species, faces the harsh realities of the cosmos. A mere mortal, devoid of a spacesuit, exposed to the vastness of space, would find their existence curtailed to a mere 90 seconds. The air within their lungs would dissipate within mere moments, while the residual oxygen in their bloodstream might sustain them for approximately an additional 15 seconds. Following this brief interval, unconsciousness would swiftly ensue, leaving their fate to the whims of chance. It is precisely because this knowledge is well understood that an overwhelming sense of unease arises as the home planet recedes into the distance. Even Zhang Yuan himself is not impervious to such trepidation. He often awakens in terror from dreams, only to realize he has merely experienced a nightmare, before sinking back into a restless slumber. Thus, Zhang Yuan's trivial entertainment and gossip transform into a lifeline, eagerly discussed by the crew. As individuals seek to cultivate a semblance of the comforting environment of Earth amidst the rigors of their work, soothing their subconscious fears. Such shifts in subconsciousness are entirely natural. The spacecraft houses a cadre of psychological experts dedicated to managing these aspects. Various communities frequently organize large group activities, not solely to foster a sense of camaraderie, but also to address the affliction of cosmic anxiety. Yet, despite these efforts, the passage of 6 months has seen the emergence of numerous individuals grappling with depression. Hence, it is advisable to seek a companion in life, preferably a partner of beauty, as sharing grievances can provide solace. Solitude in such circumstances proves a formidable challenge, unless one possesses extraordinary mental fortitude. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Zhang Yuan hastily turned his head away, pretending not to have heard. Indeed, once the spaceship successfully changed its course, the nuclear-powered engine would shut down, only to be reactivated 6 months later. Should there be any observational experiments, today would be the sole opportunity, or alternatively, one could take a tour of the lateral engine. Zhang Yuan nodded. Senior Zhao was undoubtedly an exemplary mentor. Even in the face of exceedingly sparse experimental conditions, he consistently offered timely and pertinent suggestions. In this regard, he far surpassed academician Ding. Thus far, aside from the monthly meetings at the start of each month, Zhang Yuan had scarcely encountered Ding Xiaodong. Even when they did cross paths, their exchanges were limited. In the following minutes, he leisurely made his way to the lateral engine observation room, which was adorned with bright display screens, where numerous staff members were engrossed in the fluctuations of various parameters. From one of the screens, one could observe the elongated plasma flames erupting from the flanks, causing the entire spaceship to rotate slowly. The angular velocity of the rotation was quite low. It would take over 20 hours to complete a 180-degree turn. Hence, most individuals remained oblivious to the motion. Turning his gaze to the second screen, he noted the turbulent plasma within the reactor, which, despite special processing, was still somewhat blinding under the intense brightness. This infrared map resembled a complex vortex of flowing water, with the transport of plasma across the magnetic field primarily driven by low-frequency drift wave turbulence. "Hey, Zhang Yuan." "Hello." He greeted a few colleagues, though not many acknowledged him. Zhang Yuan immersed himself in studying the screens before him. The extreme temperatures generated by nuclear fusion vaporized the metallic sodium within the furnace walls. These incandescent sodium vapors are then capable of performing external work, thereby producing electrical energy. Concurrently, the plasma, under the influence of a magnetic field, is ejected as a propellant, furnishing the spacecraft with kinetic energy. While the underlying principle may seem straightforward, this nuclear engine represents the zenith of human ingenuity. Its complexity is such that each individual component, including even the welding techniques employed, could be the subject of a comprehensive dissertation. This also represents humanity's second-generation nuclear fusion engine. The fusion of a helium-3 nucleus with a deuterium nucleus yields a helium-4 nucleus, a proton, and a substantial release of energy. As it does not produce neutrons, it offers a cleaner and more stable reaction compared to deuterium-tritium fusion, resulting in lower maintenance costs. However, the notion of mining helium-3 on the moon is, in reality, a grand illusion within the realm of aerospace engineering. The abundance of helium-3 in lunar soil is exceedingly low, rendering the extraction costs prohibitively high. Upon careful consideration, it becomes apparent that helium-3 fusion is less economically viable than utilizing first-generation deuterium-tritium fusion. Nevertheless, the establishment of a space base on the moon is not without merit, as the moon provides an ideal natural location for space-based industrial production. Even disregarding the helium-3, the Moon possesses immense developmental potential. It was not until the development of the Jovian bases that second-generation helium-3 nuclear fusion became truly widespread. What you are currently observing is a visualization of plasma turbulence. A truly captivating sight. The control software was designed by your father 3 decades ago, employing the method of wavelet transform. And it remains the most sophisticated algorithm known to humankind. In the observation room, a senior named John Wilson initiated a conversation. Is that so? Upon hearing his father's name, Zhang Yuan felt an immense sense of pride. Yet, fundamentally speaking, the issue of plasma turbulence remains unresolved to this day. John Wilson, a high-tech expert dedicated to the study of plasma physics, often laments the inadequacies and naivete of human technology. However, beneath this demeanor lies a rather straightforward individual. Isn't the confinement quite effective now? He remarked. The current methods have achieved considerable stability. Theoretically, there should be no incidents for decades, even centuries. Hearing John question his father's accomplishments, Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of defiance. Indeed, it is quite stable. But as you might say in your ancient Xiao language, great strength brings miracles. Employing such a crude method to confine these plasmas is hardly elegant. John Wilson asserted confidently. If one were to rely solely on a magnetic field of 10 Tesla for confinement, I can assure you that these high-temperature plasmas would still splatter against the furnace walls, halting the entire apparatus. Presently, humanity employs a magnetic field strength of 100 Tesla, a 10-fold increase. Additionally, the supercomputers continuously monitor these plasma turbulence phenomena, utilizing extraordinary computational power to maintain the turbulence's equilibrium. It is no wonder that this approach is deemed a classic example of great strength yielding miracles. Chapter 89. 100,000 Unsolved Mysteries. John continued. Your father's algorithm is indeed one of humanity's most remarkable achievements, yet it remains far from potent enough. Therefore, we are unable to construct smaller fusion devices. Each reactor resembles a colossal mountain, which is exceedingly crude. Zhang Yuan gazed at the turbulent flows, some luminous, others dim, and still others swirling. And he became immersed in contemplation. Whether he conceded it or not, John's lament was indeed accurate. A nascent ambition arose within him, taking root and sprouting like a seed. Perhaps he, too, could address the problem that his father had once tackled. Turbulence, the final formidable challenge in classical physics. Approximately 400 years ago, the Navier-Stokes equations, or NS equations, provided a theoretical description of fluid physics. These equations are generally difficult to solve precisely, so scientists typically employ simplified theoretical models or resort to numerical simulation methods to predict fluid motion. However, using simplified models to simulate plasma turbulence is simply too imprecise. If these plasmas are not properly constrained, they can cause catastrophic damage to the fusion engine. The vigorous development of informatics has introduced some flexibility to the turbulence problem, but only to a limited extent. It enables more accurate simulations, but it does not allow for a deeper understanding of its true essence. John sighed. We may never find a mathematically precise solution to the turbulence problem, or perhaps complete precision is concealed within a more microscopic probabilistic superposition state, beyond our capacity to comprehend. John Wilson is a quintessential pessimist. He believes that the upper limit of human technology is likely as it is now, and that with human intelligence, we can only revolve within this tiny circle. Thus, this group of pessimistic scientists aspires to embark on a vessel to glimpse the world 3 millennia hence. This notion is not without merit. A turbulent issue has remained unresolved for over 4 centuries. In the realm of cutting-edge physics, aside from condensed matter which continues to flourish, other fields have gradually waned. High-energy physics is beset by a vast desert of energy levels, while other disciplines, such as chemistry and semiconductors, rely on approximate theories that, crucially, do manage to address certain problems. As for mathematics, it too is embarking on a slow decline. The Riemann hypothesis has stood unwavering for 400 years, while the Goldbach conjecture has lingered for 600 years. The grand unification of mathematics remains merely a framework, with completion light years away. The New Civilization School posits that the 23rd century, along with the 24th and 25th centuries, may very well represent humanity's final golden age. Beyond this point, the collective intellect of humanity may stagnate. Zhang Yuan, while somewhat in agreement with certain viewpoints of the New Civilization School, holds neither a pessimistic nor optimistic stance on this issue. He is rather skeptical that humanity would be foolish enough to fall into foreseeable traps and finds it challenging to envision the future world. Perhaps there may emerge technologies that enhance intelligence. Furthermore, his professional focus leans towards engineering and technology. There exists a significant distinction between technology and science, and indeed, there remains ample room for the advancement of applied technologies. Zhang, you were overly optimistic. John shrugged, stating with resignation, throughout history, numerous phenomena, such as Latin Americanization and the middle income trap, have persisted. Even when certain nations are acutely aware of these issues, they remain insurmountable. As a country's trajectory is not solely determined by the awareness of its leaders, but rather relies on the collective strength of its populace. However, the collective power of humanity is not as formidable as you might envision. Indeed, you are quite right, Zhang Yuan conceded. Nevertheless, we must maintain optimism, as pessimism offers no solutions. Serendipitously, he stumbled upon a book entitled 100,000 Unsolved Mysteries, encompassing a vast array of enigmas from astronomy to geography and from mathematics to physics. The sheer number of irresolvable problems was staggering. For instance, the 3x1 conjecture, the happy ending problem, the Gauss circle problem, and the Erd-S Graham-Ternary problem each possessed a difficulty comparable to that of the Riemann hypothesis. For reasons unknown, Zhang Yuan felt a subtle sense of vexation when contemplating these countless challenges. Perhaps it was the inherent frustration of a research scientist unable to fully comprehend the intricacies of nature. Zhang Yuan furtively clenched his fist. In that moment, he resolved to tackle a globally renowned enigma, irrespective of potential gains or losses, simply to adhere to his innermost convictions. The problem of turbulence. Let us give it a try. This endeavor demanded considerable fortitude, as it could potentially consume vast amounts of time without yielding any tangible results, leading to substantial sunk costs. Only a young individual like him, driven by unwavering enthusiasm, could forge ahead with such determination. Having steeled his resolve, Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply, gradually composing his thoughts. From a purely mathematical standpoint, the likelihood of a breakthrough seemed exceedingly slim. Zhang Yuan harbored no illusions that he possessed the prowess to formulate an equation more precise and efficacious than the Navier-Stokes equations. Conceivably, he could devise some informatics methodologies to tackle this conundrum. The first avenue, employed by his father, was the renowned spectral method of wavelet transform, currently the preeminent algorithm in engineering applications. It had successfully addressed the multi-scale turbulence simulation problem within engine flow, both temporally and spatially. In essence, it emulated the transmission of signals in neurons to depict the bursting mechanism of turbulence in pipelines. The second approach entailed direct numerical simulation, solving the Navier-Stokes equations for incompressible fluids to simulate isotropic turbulence in a three-dimensional periodic cube. However, this method placed exorbitant demands on computational power, rendering it suitable only for calculating simple turbulent flows with low Reynolds numbers, such as channel or circular pipe turbulence. Of course, there existed a third option, the RNG K-epsilon model, the fourth, the Spaller-Talmares turbulence model, and the fifth, the inner-outer iteration method, among others. Human ingenuity knew no bounds. Yet the algorithms with genuine significance and practical value invariably coalesced into a select few. Are you delving into the intricacies of turbulence? That subject is notoriously complex. Zhao Qingfeng cast a glance at his screen and remarked with keen interest, I have also delved into this domain. The fundamental reasons lie in the formidable complexity of the problem itself, characterized by strong nonlinearity, infinite-dimensional systems, and chaotic systems. These three challenges currently lack suitable mathematical tools. Hence, if you wish to pursue this, I regret that I cannot offer any particularly good advice. I understand. Just taking a casual look, Zhang Yuan quickly replied. Zhao, with a smile, reflected on the exuberance of youth, thinking that if he were in that position, he would certainly steer clear of such issues. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Many matters, once understood, naturally lead one to retreat upon realizing their difficulty. Chapter 90, The Turbulence Problem with a Hint of Curiosity, Zhao inquired. Do you have any promising ideas? Not at the moment, I merely wish to comprehend it better. Zhang Yuan hesitated, reluctant to admit his desire to directly confront this monumental challenge, fearing ridicule. Although generally, Zhao would not mock him. He would merely advise against tackling such an immense problem. Before long, 2 days had quietly passed. The spacecraft had successfully altered its trajectory. The main engine thunderously shut down, entering a brief maintenance phase. The artificial light source from Europa illuminated the sails, gradually slowing the mothership. The light sail, a remarkable technology, allows small spacecraft to traverse the distance between the Moon and Jupiter without the need to carry substantial amounts of fuel. Previously, spacecraft traveling from the Moon to Jupiter required that at least half of their payload be allocated for fuel. However, this is no longer the case. Now, small spacecraft weighing hundreds or thousands of tons can traverse the distance from the Moon to Jupiter within a month's time, marking a remarkable advancement. Zhang Yuan witnessed firsthand the gradual extinguishing of the main engine, akin to a pot of boiling water being doused, as the temperature waned and the luminous glow of plasma dimmed, leading to the automatic cessation of the nuclear fusion reaction. From this perspective, nuclear fusion engines are relatively safe. They do not explode, but simply extinguish when conditions for reaction are insufficient. Within the engine room of the Earth-era spacecraft, only a secondary engine and 2 molten salt reactors remain to provide essential electrical power. The molten salt reactor, a type of nuclear fission enhancement reactor, had aided humanity through the protracted Gray Age and had matured to a level of technological sophistication, thus typically serving as a backup energy source. For the crucial safety of the spacecraft, it is imprudent to rely solely on fusion energy. Zhang Yuan's tenure in the engine room had temporarily concluded, granting him a few days of respite before he resumed work at the nuclear power station. With little pressing matters at hand, he intended to remain at home to delve into academic papers. As for the turbulent flow problem, after several days of reviewing literature, he found himself devoid of any thoughts, as it is indeed a problem of global significance. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a modest banquet was being held at the Grand Dining Hall in Area A. Even amid his busyness, academician Ding made it a point to carve out some time at the beginning of each month to treat everyone to a meal and inquire about the well-being of his disciples. "Are you attempting to tackle the turbulent flow problem?" he asked. Facing his mentor, Zhang Yuan candidly replied. With a gentle smile, Ding Xiaodong, perhaps reminiscing about his own impetuous youth, refrained from discouraging the young disciple. "Should you encounter any mathematical quandaries, feel free to consult senior brother Luo Wenhao, or you may approach me directly." Senior brother Luo, nearing 40 and a doctoral graduate long ago, sat to the side. His demanding work schedule afforded him little time for such gatherings, making this Zhang Yuan's first encounter with him. Luo was a veritable luminary in information research. Yet his focus leaned heavily toward mathematics, where he had gained considerable renown for his work on positive curvature, having resolved 2 celebrated Hopf conjectures. Why 2, you ask? Because the Hopf conjecture encompassed several, one positing that S2x(S2) lacks a metric of positive sectional curvature, and another asserting that the Euler characteristic of even-dimensional positive curvature manifolds is invariably positive. These 2 conjectures, each worthy of a significant accolade, were both conquered by him alone. Zhang Yuan, filled with awe, felt an overwhelming desire to curry favor with this great man. Senior brother Luo, the turbulence problem, haha, how ambitious. I am most fond of befriending such idealistic young individuals. I, too, once delved into that area of study. Beside Luo sat his wife, a graceful mathematician from the Netherlands in her 30s, her attire and demeanor exuding a distinct Victorian charm. "Greetings. Are you the Zhang student rumored to possess 300 kilograms of gold?" Zhang Yuan responded with a smile. "Madame Mo, you jest. I would much prefer to possess 300 kilograms of antimatter, for experimental purposes, of course." "Is that so? The price of antimatter is exceedingly high, and your reputation among the girls in our F district is quite illustrious. Would you like me to introduce you?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "As for the girls from Lan Country, I already have several potential candidates in my contact list." Laughter erupted around the table. The atmosphere was relaxed as everyone initially discussed their recent personal developments, followed by some intriguing academic gossip. Topics ranged from someone proving a complex mathematical problem to new breakthroughs in condensed matter physics, and the prestigious journal Modern Science facing a significant decline in influence due to revelations of academic corruption. Consequently, Modern Science has temporarily ceased publication, and several editorial reviewers have been implicated. I had submitted work there before, never anticipating such a turn of events. Academic corruption can manifest in any locale and is difficult to entirely eradicate. It largely relies on a cultivated cultural environment for restraint. A sudden jolt of concern struck Zhang Yuan. Could the journal's decline be related to the incident he experienced? However, noticing that the focus of the discussion had shifted away from him, he gradually set his mind at ease. After the gathering, Zhang Yuan engaged in further discussion with his newly acquainted senior, Luo. The turbulence problem primarily necessitates exploration in the realm of inhomogeneous turbulence. Upon reviewing the paper, my immediate thought was of Fourier analysis and associated integral transformations. However, I soon realized that this was not quite right. It was merely his intuitive impression. Fourier analysis seemed too commonplace. Brother Luo chuckled and remarked, "I once contemplated that notion, only to realize that it is applicable solely to uniform turbulence. Even if successfully implemented, the fitting results would likely be subpar, rendering it rather insignificant." Zhang Yuan concurred. It might serve well as a problem in an examination paper. Suddenly, Brother Luo smacked his forehead, as if struck by inspiration. Employing pure numerical methods can be quite challenging. However, I have encountered a commendable idea regarding direct numerical computation. It involves utilizing large eddy simulation, LES, and applying both non-equilibrium and equilibrium wall functions to assess the impact on wall parameters under 3 distinct grid divisions. Subsequently comparing the results with corresponding direct numerical simulation, DNS, findings. This algorithm has been relatively innovative in recent years, yet in practical applications, it still falls short compared to your father's method. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with sudden clarity, as if grasping a profound concept. Grid division, you say? Might we categorize the entire observational results into specific clusters, breaking down the overarching problem into smaller, more manageable issues? Clusters? I have yet to fully contemplate that. Chapter 91. The genius peers. The ideas bequeathed by my father are undeniably innovative. After half an hour of deep reflection, Zhang Yuan was astonished to discover that this clustering discovery algorithm could be remarkably suitable for turbulence problems. Could it truly be applicable? A fervent flame ignited within his heart. Community detection stands as a quintessential problem in graph theory, particularly within the intricate domain of complex networks, marking a significant focal point in informatics research. Envisioning turbulence as an integral community structure, as Zhang Yuan intuitively does, could substantially alleviate analytical complexity when examining individual communities. However, the methodology of amalgamating data post-analysis of individual communities remains a perplexing challenge. The algorithm's merit diminishes considerably if a holistic analysis is unattainable. Grappling with this conundrum presents an indeterminate level of difficulty. Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, as he was temporarily devoid of viable solutions. A secondary approach involves the continued tackling of turbulence, integrating this community detection algorithm as a subordinate component of the dissertation. Nevertheless, the brilliance of this concept risks being squandered if subsequent elaborations are poorly executed. What course of action should one adopt? Zhang Yuan deliberated momentarily, his countenance fluctuating between doubt and resolution, before emitting a protracted sigh. Monetary gain? Renown? These hold no immediate allure for him. Zhang Yuan reopened his father's photograph. The memories of yesteryear, tempered by the passage of time, seemed to be gilded with a resplendent luminescence. Zhang Yuan murmured softly, "Father, thank you." Time, like a ceaseless river, ebbs and flows relentlessly. As communication latency escalates, rapport with Earth becomes increasingly tenuous, and an atmosphere of palpable constraint pervades the spacecraft. Casual conversations and gymnasium activity wane noticeably. Denizens engage in work post-sustenance and repose post-labor, as if only assiduousness could expunge vexations. Whether by volition or compulsion, humanity must acclimate to this cosmos. The fervor surrounding Zhang Yuan has finally subsided, and the Forbes wealth rankings have reverted to being denominated in federal currency. A few newcomers have emerged on the list, yet none have made significant waves. The public's curiosity is primarily fixated on the first billionaire, while the second and third garner little interest. The currency on Earth is not the same as that which can be utilized aboard a spacecraft. It is merely a figure, and familiarity breeds indifference. Conversely, the competition within academic rankings is remarkably fierce, with the top position changing hands multiple times. The truths of the cosmos are becoming increasingly captivating within this small society. Breaking news. Starry University has officially ascended to the 500th rank among all of humanity. Our deep space university has been utterly eclipsed. We cannot even break into the top 1,000. Yi Keifu, the bearer of this news, greeted me with this upon our first meeting. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, "Young Master Zhang, as a leading graduate student of Deep Space University, you must have some accomplishments to show for it. My professor incessantly urges me to publish papers. It is truly vexing." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Surely, The inability of Deep Space University to improve its ranking cannot be attributed solely to him, can it? What of the professors? They are preoccupied with spacecraft adjustments. When would they find the time to write papers? Such a colossal vessel. Wait a moment. Has Starry University indeed achieved noteworthy results? Have they resorted to some enhancement? How remarkable. Let me share it with you. A certain Zhang Yingbo has penned an innovative paper on light stagnation technology, inciting a minor sensation. The stagnation of light, a burgeoning area of research, operates on the principle of interweaving light waves to arrest their momentum within their inherent trajectories. This technique hinges on modulating the light waves to converge at what are termed exceptional points. Leveraging this principle, it becomes feasible to employ lasers for the transmission and storage of information. Zhang Yuan perused the article with avid interest, marveling at its innovative approach. He found it somewhat perplexing how Zhang Yingbo could author such a paper given the paucity of experimental resources. Furthermore, a few days prior, a male student named Xiao Weixing had penned a paper on photocatalysts. Due to the sheer volume of technical jargon involved, coupled with a lack of familiarity with the subject matter, Zhang Yuan struggled to fully comprehend it and, consequently, refrained from offering an evaluation. Nonetheless, it garnered positive feedback within the industry. Incidentally, this individual also hailed from Xinjiang University. Another noteworthy paper, focusing on gene matching, was written by a female student named Gina. It explored the interplay between genes from a big data perspective, featuring a remarkably well-constructed mathematical model. She, too, was affiliated with Xinjiang University. In their early 20s, these individuals were at the zenith of their imaginative prowess. The escalating competition had precipitated a gradual decline in Zhang Yuan's ranking, plummeting to a position beyond the top 100. Zhang, the academic titan, aren't you delving into turbulence? Surely, a single study on turbulence could eclipse all of their efforts. Remarked with veiled malice. Zhang Yuan responded with a wry expression, away with you. Do you presume this problem is so facile to resolve? Aren't you the top performer in your field? I am but a humble weakling. In the past 8 months, I have only managed to publish a single paper, ranking a mere 233rd. Zhang Yuan realized with a start that had come to provoke envy. After such a protracted period without publishing a scholarly article, Zhang Yuan was almost overtaken by Yi Keifu. A sense of vexation arose within him, yet he was resolute in persevering with his chosen subject, regardless of the challenges. Are you so certain that I am incapable of achieving a breakthrough? He muttered. Come closer, and I shall reveal to you that I have grasped the veritable essence of the turbulence conundrum, and I have formulated an equation, which I have christened the Yi equation. Its vectorial form is as follows. P versus Yi Keifu, having swallowed hard, felt as though his heart had ceased its rhythmic pulsations. Although he did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the equation, he was profoundly cognizant of the significance of the turbulence problem. Moreover, he realized that if he were unable to grasp the underlying principles, he would be at a disadvantage, even if the other party were merely spouting nonsense. Hold on, he interjected. Why is it referred to as the Yi equation? Ah, the Yi Keifu equation, Zhang Yuan replied. Because your encouragement earlier provided me with the impetus to move forward, imbuing me with the determination to persevere. Therefore, should I genuinely achieve a breakthrough, I shall bestow upon it the name of the Yi Keifu equation. Yi Keifu, now enlightened, responded with a smile, very well, then, as a token of my gratitude, I shall surreptitiously inscribe your name, Zhang Yuan, on all the machines that I repair henceforth, including the mobile phones that various young ladies entrust to me for repair. What do you say to that? You wouldn't dare? Chapter 92. Seeking inspiration from the immaterial realm after Yi Keifu's departure, Zhang Yuan's agitated mind gradually subsided. In reality, it was of little consequence. To allow oneself to be perturbed by a frivolous leaderboard would be an act of utter folly. Academic research relies on serendipity, talent, fortune, and diligence. It is entirely normal to produce no results for 6 months, or even a year. Yi Keifu was merely jesting, without any particularly malicious intent. Nevertheless, engaging in research can be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The moment one achieves results, it is resplendent, adorned with various accolades, seemingly capturing the attention of the entire world. Yet, what occurs during periods of stagnation? One can only sit in silence, lost in thought, or peruse the works of others, in search of that elusive spark of inspiration. Zhang Yuan experienced this torment for the first time. Witnessing others attain remarkable achievements while he remained empty-handed inevitably stirred feelings of envy and self-doubt regarding his chosen path. After months of contemplation and several discussions with academician Ding, He realized that his ideas were rather mundane and summarily dismissed them. He possessed ample energy, yet he was at a loss regarding the direction in which to channel it. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him in a state of inertia. 3 months felt insufficient. It could very well extend to 3 years, or even 30. The anguish embedded in this experience can only be truly understood by those who have endured it. In his leisure time, Zhang Yuan developed an affinity for the celestial library hidden within the observatory. He finally comprehended why a library would be established in such a remote corner. Here, there are no superfluous sounds, and the light is dim, allowing one to revel in a profound solitude. Mr. Zhang, I have a question. Is it necessarily injective for a local homeomorphism from Euclidean space to itself to be continuous and surjective? This is indeed a challenging issue, broadly speaking. It should not be. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Allow me to provide a simple counterexample. Let the function f, z, be an entire function, with its derivative given by f, z, ez. Thus f is locally homeomorphic. On the other hand, f, 0, is not equal to 0, and f, z, is equal to f, z. Assuming z does not belong to the range of f, it follows that z also does not belong to it, which contradicts Picard's little theorem. Hence, this grand proposition is erroneous. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. The young man named Ichiro Yamamoto, accustomed to bowing, inadvertently floated upwards due to the absence of gravity. After a brief struggle, he managed to direct an infrared probe towards the electromagnet and drew himself back down. Within the library of stars, a multitude of individuals, sharing Zhang Yuan's plight, had gathered. They yearned to explore certain issues but were plagued by a lack of inspiration and direction, forced to grapple with their thoughts in a state of torment. This group quickly became acquainted with one another. Yamamoto sighed, Mr. Zhang, with your formidable abilities and solid mathematical foundation, are you truly unable to tackle the turbulence problem? It is indeed challenging. Presently, I lack any particularly good ideas. It is only natural not to produce results in such matters. Yamamoto sighed again, for he believed it was impossible for him to achieve any breakthroughs. Ichiro Yamamoto was engaged in the study of bionic electronic eyes, aspiring to develop technologies that would restore sight to the blind. According to current theories, creating an electronic eye is not particularly challenging. However, converting the signals from the electronic eye into biological signals that the brain can comprehend poses a formidable global challenge. Yamamoto chuckled wryly, stating that once aboard the spacecraft, even the simplest experiments on lab mice ceased, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed with his research. Therefore, he resolved to seize this opportunity to learn a bit more mathematics, reasoning that mastering the subject would not be in vain. Nevertheless, despite his words, the anxiety etched on his face remained palpable. Zhang Yuan, after a moment's deliberation, recognized that he was not particularly adept at offering comfort. He could only echo a sentiment frequently directed at him. Perhaps you might consider taking a break and seeking a companion in life. The atmosphere turned unusually serene, and the words seemed to lack persuasive power when spoken by Zhang Yuan himself. Thank you, but I already have a girlfriend, Yamamoto replied with a faint smile. She is a doctor, exceptionally kind, and takes great care of me in daily life, so there is no need for you to worry about my well-being. However, she struggles to comprehend my anxious disposition and is uncertain how to console me. Indeed, it can be quite challenging to understand, given the differences in our professions. Zhang Yuan acknowledged. Do you think that my idleness throughout the day might be perceived as laziness? Zhang Yuan hesitated momentarily before responding. I doubt that. You need not entertain such thoughts. Since the Fourth World War, the relationship between Xia country and Mu country has grown increasingly amicable. However, the economic disparity between the two nations exceeds tenfold, inevitably casting a shadow of dependency, perhaps influenced by their own cultural context. The inhabitants of Mu country aboard the spacecraft often grapple with an inexplicable sense of inferiority. They even subconsciously believe that this spaceship belonged to the people of Xia, and useless foreigners would be discarded. Yamamoto further inquired, in your estimation, what should constitute the boundary for delineating scholarly indolence? Shall we rely on individual conscientiousness, or perhaps adopt the Earth civilization's paradigm of evaluating a scholar's worth based on the number of papers they author? Indeed, a year or two is scarcely sufficient to resolve a world-class enigma. Yet, an excessive eagerness for immediate results may impel individuals toward inconsequential avenues that readily yield publishable papers, thereby squandering a multitude of brilliant minds. A professor ensnared within the traditional system would scarcely muster the resolve to embark upon a grand undertaking such as challenging a certain conjecture for expending 3 to 5, or even 10 years, might culminate in barren results, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their obligations or passing evaluations. Individuals of greater renown tend to be more protective of their reputation. Possessing remarkable capabilities, they nevertheless refrain from confronting momentous quandaries, thus engendering a vicious cycle. Zhang Yuan shook his head. The phenomenon you describe eludes my capacity to resolve. Should you possess any promising notions, you might even compose a commendable dissertation on the subject. This may well constitute one of the focal points for our construction of a novel civilization. Indeed, I aspire to engage in such endeavors. Upon reaching this crucial juncture, Yamamoto inadvertently leaped from the ground, once more levitating in midair. Perhaps I might enlist in the ranks of the new civilization school, rather than perpetually languishing in idleness. To remain thus unproductive would constitute a profound disservice to society. Zhang Yuan could not resist arching his eyebrows, muttering inwardly, another one has succumbed to madness. He kindly suggested that the public works of the new civilization school are rather few and could be thoroughly read within a few days. Considering it is merely an idealistic school, if the pressure becomes overwhelming, one may take a respite. There is no need to compel oneself to achieve results. Chapter 93. The great artist. After bidding farewell to the somewhat melancholic Yamamoto, Zhang Yuan found himself suspended in midair, lost in contemplation. In the starry library, one could gaze upward to behold the resplendent and boundless cosmos. Silence enveloped him, allowing an overwhelming sense of tranquility to pervade. This solitary sensation was profoundly comforting. He had gradually acclimatized to this ethereal feeling of weightlessness. Due to the anatomical structure of the human body, the blood pressure in the brain is elevated in a state of weightlessness, which engenders an oddly peculiar focus. This moment was one of pure rationality, unmarred by any distractions. It was time to commence. He endeavored to meticulously compare all the papers he had read, distilling their essence in pursuit of a superior methodology. This state of mind resembled that of a hunter in the forest, tirelessly searching for traces of his quarry. Even though this forest had been traversed by countless hunters time and again, he relentlessly sought the overlooked details. After 4 hours of deep contemplation, he exhaled deeply, having conceived several improvement schemes. Yet, these proposals were merely enhancements, lacking any substantial elevation. They were not the grand outcomes he yearned for. After a period of calculation, Zhang Yuan resolutely dismissed these schemes. No, it simply would not do. The sense of frustration stemming from this failure had become all too familiar over the past few months. No wonder that Yamamoto Ikea aspires to become a sociologist. After all, sociology, with sufficient dedication, allows one to effortlessly craft a thesis. Moreover, discussions regarding new civilizations are exceedingly popular. A plethora of experts on Earth are fervently producing papers, offering various proposals, as if they themselves were the principal architects of civilization. The vast universe above and the boundless sea of books beckon. Reflecting on bygone events, one must not forget the essence of their journey. The starry library eagerly anticipates your next visit. Suddenly, a gentle melody emanated from the headphones. Zhang Yuan lifted his gaze, realizing that the room had emptied, leaving only him and a middle-aged man nearby. This gentleman, named Elvin, is a renowned painter, his worth measured in billions on Earth. Remarkably, at the pinnacle of his career, Elvin made an extraordinary choice to donate his entire fortune and depart with the era of Earth. This decision catapulted his reputation to new heights. An artist must possess a certain uniqueness. Otherwise, how can one truly be called an artist? Character and moral integrity are also forms of artistry. Mr. Elvin, do you have any new masterpieces? Zhang Yuan casually inquired as he entered the orbital vehicle. Lacking inspiration and noteworthy works, Elvin replied, presenting his computer to Zhang Yuan. On the screen was a digital rendering of the night sky over Gliese 581G. Art, after all, thrives on imagination and tension. It does not seek realism and is fundamentally distinct from true photography. Zhang Yuan gazed intently at the cerulean sky, where an orange star ascended gracefully in the east, accompanied by 2 moons, one in the east and the other in the west. It was a scene that seemed to evoke a world brimming with hope. Is this to be our future home? After a prolonged contemplation, he felt no profound resonance. He did not harbor expectations that this prospective planet would rival Earth in its splendor. He had even prepared himself for the harsh conditions reminiscent of Titan, with its acidic rains. Of course, should such a fate befall them, humanity would have to seek refuge on another celestial body. The Gliese 581 system harbors more than one planet. There are at least 6. The second image presented was a stunning portrayal of the Milky Way, with its central silver disk resembling a shimmering ribbon suspended in the heavens. The stars shone brilliantly, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Although the artwork was exquisite, it still felt somewhat lacking. As he perused the images, Zhang Yuan chuckled and teased, "Mr. Elvin, how is it that your masterpiece commands such a high price? Perhaps my artistic appreciation is too limited. I truly cannot discern the nuances of good and bad." Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, unable to contain his amusement. Elvin replied, "However, before we reach Jupiter, I aspire to create a timeless masterpiece, a true magnum opus. The pinnacle of humanity's cosmic artistry is Van Gogh's Starry Night. For that painting is simply breathtaking, transcending its era. Any artist attempting to capture the galaxy must contend with the weight of comparison to Van Gogh. While Elvin is a renowned painter, juxtaposing him with the illustrious Van Gogh is indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps you perceive the universe as overly bustling." Zhang Yuan smiled and remarked, "In truth, the universe is akin to this." He gently tapped the edge of the black screen with his finger, and instantly, a white dot materialized. Its positioning was rather askew, and then it vanished, leaving behind a realm of utter darkness, with only that solitary, dim white that radiating a minuscule glimmer of light. Whether considering the totality of matter in the universe or the extent of human comprehension, this white dot represented everything. There was nothing beyond it. Amidst the diverse tapestry of existence, there are always some solitary souls and unresolved matters. This realization had dawned upon Zhang Yuan over the past few months, illuminating the stark contrast between what we possess and what remains beyond our reach, which is indeed exceedingly meager. Elvin inexplicably sensed that pure emotion. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "For some reason, I feel you are the true artist. Perhaps you should abandon research and learn to paint with me." Zhang Yuan, unabashed, replied, "Haha. Every researcher aspires to grasp the genuine essence of nature. In truth, this essence is profoundly abstract and may possess a certain artistic beauty from the perspective of the ordinary person." Elvin shook his head and said, "I am tempted to appropriate your idea. I am nearly certain it would make an exquisite masterpiece. Alas, it belongs to you. Sometimes, simplicity does not equate to inferiority. Simplicity can, in fact, shine brilliantly." Zhang Yuan chuckled once more. "Perhaps this idea could be gifted to you. Only the white that you paint with your own hands could fetch a true high price. The white dots I have painted can only be discarded into the trash." Chapter 94. The Point of No Return. Elvin fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he murmured, "You know, when I first boarded the spaceship, I regretted it. I regretted abandoning everything on Earth, the vast wealth and the privileged life that it offered. For the past 8 or 9 months, I have languished in regret, and thus the paintings I created are merely a heap of refuse. I should not persist in this manner. Yet, I am haunted by fear and remorse, lamenting the loss of all that I once possessed." Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Elvin seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming in a frenzy, "I shall create a genuine work of art to immortalize my present cowardice, timidity, and ignorance. This is the true essence of who I am. Let all notions of greatness be damned." "Is this Ms. Linxian? Hello, how may I assist you?" "Well, I recommend that you consult a psychologist to visit Mr. Elvin, the artist from Zone M. He appears to be somewhat unwell." Zhang Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events. "Understood. Thank you for your suggestion." After hanging up the phone, he felt a sense of relief. This was the best course of action he could conceive. He sensed that, with the approach of Europa, everyone had become somewhat anxious, likely due to the unique individuals he had encountered, as well as the increasingly oppressive atmosphere aboard the spaceship. He returned to contemplating his own turbulent matters. This protracted and sustained contemplation had evolved into a deeply ingrained habit, to the point where he could engage in it without disrupting other, more mundane activities. He was capable of pondering while dining, and even while conversing with others, albeit with a somewhat scholarly air. He bore a resemblance to certain scientists who were known to inadvertently collide with lampposts while lost in thought. Occasionally, Zhang Yuan would question whether he ought to pursue endeavors that yielded tangible results, rather than persevering with this intractable problem. However, he invariably dismissed the notion. After all, he was still young, and even failure would be of little consequence. Ding. His communication device frequently disseminated information about symposia, concerts, and other large-scale gatherings. Tonight, Youthful melodies pulsate and impassioned flames ignite. An enigmatic musical soiree will unfold at the Z District Concert Hall. Furthermore, there will be a rare opportunity to savor spicy hot pot and fried delicacies. A thought stirred within him. Had the latest batch of chili peppers ripened? The mere thought caused his mouth to water. Since he had ample time to spare, attending the dance performance would be a welcome diversion. The Z District was situated in the upper echelons of the annular residential area, and due to its proximity to the central axis, the gravitational force there was approximately half that of Earth's. In this low-gravity environment, the human body becomes more buoyant, and previously challenging dance forms, such as ballet, become more facile. Unhurriedly, Zhang Yuan made his way to the Z District, procured a ticket for a modest 40 yuan, and then settled into a secluded spot to partake in the buffet. Although it is labeled as a buffet, the flavors of the meat dishes are generally quite disappointing. Synthetic pork, synthetic lamb, and synthetic beef all amount to mere meatballs. However, with a hint of spiciness from the chili and a touch of frying in oil, they seem to acquire a modicum of palatability, especially since I am accustomed to the monotonous steamed dishes that have nearly made me nauseous. Zhang Yuan nostalgically reminisces about the delectable chicken legs, spicy hot pot, fragrant pot, seafood noodles, and Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles from Earth. Just as he is sweating profusely from eating, an unexpected figure takes a seat directly opposite him. It is his senior brother, Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng remarks, "Your eating manners are rather unrefined. I didn't expect you to attend such a soiree. Aren't you going to join the dance?" Zhang Yuan wipes the chili from the corner of his mouth and replies, "No, I merely sought a quiet place to indulge in something spicy. Dancing while eating chili? Does that not seem rather odd to you? Quiet? In a place like this?" Zhao Qingfeng responds with a hint of amusement. "Since you're here, why put on a facade? Would you like me to introduce you to a very open-minded Western girl? We could all enjoy some spicy hot pot together. I also have a bottle of ancestral beef sauce that I brought from Earth. Would you care to try some?" To his surprise, Zhao Qifeng turns out to be quite the foodie, carrying valuable provisions for the sake of sustenance. Zhang Yuan teases, "I might sample the beef sauce, but I cannot handle a Western girl. By the way, as a married man, what brings you to a place like this? As far as I know, this is a singles club, akin to a matchmaking event. Brother Zhao, infidelity within marriage could lead to dire consequences." Zhao Qingfeng indicated towards the opposite side. "Isn't my wife right there? To appreciate the beauty of art together is one of life's greatest pleasures. Both men and women are drawn to lovely girls. Your lack of aesthetic sensibility renders you entirely oblivious." Zhang Yuan cleared his throat. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, are you here to witness my performance as well?" A girl approached, her golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, adorned in a simple white ballet dress. Though modestly styled, she emanated an extraordinary elegance and beauty. Zhang Yuan lifted his gaze, momentarily forgetting who this enchanting girl was, feeling a sense of familiarity that eluded him. "You've been by my side for so long, and you've actually forgotten who I am?" The girl furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Oh, it's Anna," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, feeling quite embarrassed as he finally recognized her by her voice. She was, in fact, a colleague from the laboratory, and without her bulky spacesuit, he hardly recognized her. Zhang Yuan mused inwardly, "This isn't entirely my fault. After all, you always wear that spacesuit and communicate through a headset." However, he verbally praised her. "I had no idea you were so beautiful and could dance ballet." Anna smiled. "Indeed, I am about to perform shortly, dear sir. If you wish to pursue me, I might consider granting you an opportunity. Then I shall treat you to some spicy synthetic meatballs." Seemingly engrossed in a pivotal contemplation, Zhang Yuan appeared oblivious to his own words. The young woman paused, momentarily speechless. Chapter 95. A significant breakthrough. Observing the group jesting with Zhang Yuan, Zhao Qingfeng playfully remarked, "Refrain from teasing him until he achieves concrete results or definitively abandons the pursuit. Even if your beauty rivaled that of Helen, he would remain unmoved." Helen? The daughter of Zeus, whose unparalleled beauty incited the Trojan War. I cannot possibly compare to such allure. It seems I shall miss out on this spicy hot pot. Anna chuckled. Noticing Zhang Yuan's continued absent-mindedness, his attention fixated elsewhere, she felt an increased desire to tease him, a sentiment familiar among researchers in the lab. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Pardon, but I am several years your senior and have a boyfriend. Could you possibly contend with him? Like wolves on the steppe. A duel is required, you know." Oh, suddenly, a thunderous sensation erupted within Zhang Yuan's mind. A flash of insight illuminated his thoughts, as if a bamboo pole had pierced through a darkened sky, revealing a faint glimmer of light. He leaped from his seat, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and dashed toward the entrance. I've conceived a promising notion. Farewell. Where's my spicy meatball? Anna murmured with a resigned expression. I'll treat you next time. Zhao Qifeng and the others responded with hearty laughter. It was hardly surprising. Zhang Yuan's mind raced, oblivious to the surrounding chatter. This sensation of inspiration was peculiar. Despite the absence of experimental validation, he felt an unwavering conviction in its correctness, as if his meridians had been unlocked, establishing an ethereal connection with the universe's ultimate truths. It was Zhang Yuan's inaugural experience with this indescribable intuition, igniting an exhilaration that raised goosebumps across his entire body. His epiphany revolved around employing a differentiable neural network to sequentially process the extensive string of partitioned data. This concept was both unconventional and immensely challenging. Retreating to his chambers, he exhaled deeply, purging the stale air from his lungs. Let us commence. He embarked on meticulously organizing his inspiration. His right hand danced across the tablet, rapidly filling scores of electronic pages. As the night deepened, Zhang Yuan remained impervious to the passage of time, relentlessly experimenting, endeavoring to widen the small fissure in the ebony firmament. With each deepening contemplation, that enigmatic sixth sense resurfaced, and the celestial radiance intensified, gradually unveiling the truth concealed behind the veil of mist. He was utterly immersed in the elation of resolving a world-renowned conundrum. This surge of gratification was so intense, as if the entirety of his existence had been leading up to this singular moment. As dawn broke, he rose from his seat, his face flushed with excitement. After an entire night of calculations, the intricate turbulence problem had been flawlessly transformed into a challenge within the realm of neural networks. Various communities, both large and small, had been delineated with remarkable clarity. By processing these communities regionally and then integrating them through a subtle approach, the turbulence issue could be articulated with precision. This sense of accomplishment felt as if he were soaring in the clouds, invigorated. Neglecting his need for sleep, he hastily consumed a modest breakfast in the dining hall before eagerly presenting his overnight findings to academician Ding Xiaodong. Do you have any promising ideas? Academician Ding furrowed his brow at the sight of the diagram. What is this? Indeed, observe, this is a transformation structure of a neural network. However, as he listened to Zhang Yuan's passionate explanation over the next 10 minutes, Ding's initial skepticism began to wane, replaced by growing enthusiasm. His voice, unable to contain itself, rose in volume. This idea is indeed exceptional. Yet, I still sense that certain issues remain unresolved, particularly a few critical points. Zhang Yuan inquired further. There are indeed several significant challenges. How can this method be extended to complex topological surfaces? How can we achieve a global approach? After a brief moment of contemplation, academician Ding resolutely replied, to connect analysis with topology, one could consider employing the Atiyah-Singer index theorem. Harmonious differential forms can be viewed as smooth vector fields. Under the condition of maintaining the homology classes invariant, one might endeavor to address certain problems. The two engaged in fervent discussion for 6 continuous hours. Academician Ding is often occupied, frequently receiving calls from various individuals. However, today, engrossed in discussion, he dismissed all inquiries, for he has come to realize that this represents a momentous breakthrough. In an exuberant declaration, he proclaimed, "Dare to experiment. Even if the ultimate direction proves erroneous, it matters not. You need not attend to other tasks for the time being. I will assist you in securing the necessary experiments. Devote yourself entirely to this inquiry." As Zhang Yuan exited the room, he was engulfed by an exhilarating sensation, his heart ablaze like the fiery glow of nuclear fusion. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had captured prey within the enigmatic forest of knowledge. Strictly speaking, the previous paper could not be deemed his own, as all inspiration had stemmed from his father. Yet this time, the essence was firmly grasped by himself. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists. Onward. 3 arduous months elapsed. Additionally, the turbulence issue is substantive. It necessitates concrete experimentation to validate the efficacy of a proposed solution. Otherwise, no matter how grandiloquently one speaks, belief will not be forthcoming. However, the experimental conditions aboard the Earth-era vessel are less than ideal. Even the finest proposal from Zhang Yuan cannot leverage the mothership's nuclear engine for experimentation. Thus, the paramount plasma turbulence experiment remains unattainable for the moment. Nonetheless, Various other turbulence studies, such as pipe fluid experiments, are feasible. When the results were unveiled, the laboratory erupted in fervent and prolonged applause. The experimental outcome could only be encapsulated in 2 words: perfection. An impressive achievement indeed. Even if it is not a plasma turbulence experiment, this accomplishment is already magnificent. Professor Ding Xiaodong led the applause, exclaiming, "Congratulations to you." Chapter 96. The Rise of a New Star. Academician Ding remarked with a hint of significance, "The turbulence problem was resolved by your father 30 years ago. And now it has been addressed once more through your efforts. May you remain steadfast in your original aspirations and continue to strive along this challenging path. With this paper, you are poised for early graduation. Congratulations." The senior colleagues behind him, senior brothers and sisters, engaged in animated discussions about the miracle they had witnessed today. They were all eagerly rubbing their hands in excitement, including senior brother Zhao, senior brother Luo, and Miss Anna. It is astonishing that the most exceptional solution to the turbulence problem in human history has emerged from this barren laboratory, captured by this prodigious junior. In truth, they had never anticipated that Zhang Yuan could solve this problem. They merely offered a modicum of support within their limited capacity. The final outcome, however, far exceeded their expectations. A new star has emerged. Now that this problem is solved, can I treat you to some spicy hot pot? Anna murmured softly, initially intending to tease Zhang Yuan. But she felt too intimidated in front of such esteemed figures. "Thank you, I sincerely appreciate everyone's support," Zhang Yuan said, bowing deeply. His peers had provided him with tremendous assistance throughout this journey. Without their assistance, the swift completion of my paper would have been an unattainable feat. The moment the experimental results were unveiled, the profound sense of accomplishment and solidity I felt transcended the limitations of mere words. After a week of diligent effort, Zhang Yuan finally polished his manuscript to perfection and submitted it to the academic journal Theory of Everything, established by Deep Space University. As the 1-year deadline approached, Jupiter, the colossal gas giant, loomed ever closer, appearing to the naked eye like a vast grinding stone. Its wood-like patterns were strikingly beautiful, formed by temperature variations across different latitudes in its thin atmosphere. Beside Jupiter lay the diminutive terrestrial moon Europa, currently humanity's most distant space outpost. Perhaps due to its proximity to a planet, the oppressive atmosphere within the spacecraft gradually lightened. Adaptation was inevitable, whether one welcomed it or not. As the final assessment period drew near, many without notable achievements had mentally prepared for an extended hibernation. On this day, President Xia Su of Deep Space University and Professor Zhang Xiaoyang, the editor-in-chief of Theory of Everything, lamented together. Thus, before entering hibernation, I had hoped to elevate the journal's influence. Could you at least allow me to publish an issue? With such a meager collection of papers, how can we produce a journal? Once we enter hibernation, our publication will cease to exist on Earth. Publishing these superficial essays is not only embarrassing for you. I find it equally disgraceful. The history of Deep Space University is but a mere year, and consequently, its academic journal, Theory of Everything, lacks significant influence. On Earth, it is akin to a pitiful caterpillar, failing to even breach the top 1,000 rankings. Besides a few universities and some friendly subscriptions to the paper database, hardly anyone is aware of its existence. Researchers will not elevate their regard simply because it hails from the Earth era or is a product of a new civilization. Ultimately, it is what it is, rubbish if deemed so. President Xia spread his hands in exasperation, asking, "What can be done?" A few papers have indeed been submitted, yet most are filled with superficial content. In the absence of quality research, it would be better not to publish at all. This predicament has left them quite distressed. However, the nature of academic papers is such that urgency yields no results. One cannot simply rectify matters through an administrative decree. The crux of the issue lies in the neighboring Starlight University, whose journal, Starlight Journal, is thriving. Papers on photocatalysis, gene matching, and light stagnation, all from Starlight University, have garnered a commendable response on Earth. Despite the rather unrefined name of Starlight Journal, the excellence of those few papers has secured it a certain level of recognition. In stark contrast, Deep Space University has yet to achieve anything of note, much to the dismay of its representatives. Could it be that the grand name of Theory of Everything has intimidated potential contributors? Yet, is it not unrelated to the name itself? Look at journals like Nature and Science, which bear grand titles as well. Is the shortage of genius within the university the real issue? It should not be the case. Initially, it was a fair distribution, and I believe it was merely a matter of unfortunate luck. Lao Xia, You must earnestly focus on cultivating the academic atmosphere. Principal Xiaosu forced a smile and remarked, cultivating the academic atmosphere? It is already quite commendable, truly. Those graduate students and doctoral candidates are non-undergraduates. Should we compel them to attend evening study sessions or conduct monthly examinations? That is simply unfeasible. Just then, a knock echoed at the conference room door. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Entering was the last person they wished to see, Mr. Daniel, the editor-in-chief of the Stellar Journal, accompanied by a cadre of experts and professors from Stellar University. Daniel, a man in his 50s from the West, always wore a cheerful smile, overshadowing Deep Space University with his academic achievements. Upon their entrance, the two immediately fell silent. Although they shared a cordial rapport privately, they were direct competitors, and internal matters should not be overheard by outsiders. The foreigner, lacking in humility, wasted no time and declared, "Our editorial team at the Stellar Journal has received a noteworthy paper. However, due to limitations in our specialized knowledge, we hold some reservations regarding its content. Therefore, we invite both of you esteemed authorities to offer your insights." Principal Xia furrowed his brow slightly. What did he mean by limitations in specialized knowledge? It was clearly an attempt at boasting. At that moment, Principal Xia yearned for the emergence of a legendary paper capable of rendering this old man speechless. However, he maintained an air of nonchalance. "What paper is this? Please, do share it with us," he replied coolly. "This is a paper concerning novel nanomaterials, indeed within his area of expertise." Gazing at the various data and equations displayed on the screen, Professor Xia initially intended to identify some critical issues. However, after an extensive search, he found only trivial matters. The formatting and grammar of the paper are certainly beyond his judgment. With a few strokes of his pen on the screen, Professor Xia inquired, "I have a question. Has the research on half-filled correlated insulator behavior been sufficiently explored? The computational aspects of this paper exhibit considerable discrepancies when compared to the current experimental results. How might this be explained? Shouldn't it undergo some optimization before publication?"